You're not any normal Magus who has just advanced." Seal retreated, his expression showing his regret. Leylin was indifferent as he charged at him. Wait a minute, we can discuss this. I still have many arg." Although Seal wanted to say more, Leylin did not give him the chance to do so. He pursued Seal and struck again, black scales covering his clenched fist and emitting a glossy black luster. The first punch. Seal's chest was caved in, and countless green iron rings were shattered. The second punch. Seal's innate defense spell was utterly destroyed. He retreated with his chest caved in and blood dripping from the corner of his lips. "Do you have any last words?" Leylin expressionlessly approached him. "My mentor will seek revenge for me," Seal incessantly said like a broken record. "Boring." Leylin prepared his third attack. Boom. Seal's brain exploded like a watermelon, white and red liquids mixing together and spreading all over the ground. The acolyte who had had his face branded was on the floor, staring blankly at the headless corpse that no longer had any life within it. He didn't even have the presence of mind to wipe off the blood that had splashed on his face. I, George gaped and shook Shiera's arm. Was that person really a mighty semi-converted Magus? Are you sure he wasn't an acolyte? Definitely, just a glare from him could kill us. Shiera forced a laugh. Then, what kind of power must Lord Leylin have to have been able to defeat and even kill him? George watched Leylin, who was poking around Seal's corpse, with a complicated expression on his face. "Lo, Lord." Only then, the acolyte standing at the side came to his senses. Just then, there was an arrogant, semi-converted Magus. How did he just die like that at Lord Leylin's hands? Now, how do we handle the matter of Leihart's desertion? The deserter acolyte sat mindlessly on the floor like a fool as he unconsciously repeated nonsense. The secret imprint that Seal had left on him was extremely eye-catching. There should be an established punishment by the Alliance to punish all deserters, right? Do you actually need me to teach you that? Leylin shot a glance at the acolyte. Although it was just a glance, the acolyte immediately retreated several steps, and even his calves turned wobbly. No, my lord." This newly turned traitor was tied up by a few others and sent to the fort. The acolytes present all displayed terror and dread on their faces. "Leihart's finished," an acolyte murmured. As per the rules and regulations set by the Light Magi Alliance, all acolytes and magi who defected to the enemy's side received the worst punishments. Leihart had betrayed them so blatantly in front of Leylin and the many acolytes, and he even had a secret imprint from the opposing Magus. This was irrefutable evidence. In this situation, death was the easiest way out. If he had the misfortune to meet a strict judge, at the very least, his spirit would be extracted and tortured for 100 years. His family and mentor would also have to face some calamities. "Why are you so distracted? Get to work. Do you want to stay here all day?" Leylin looked over at the stunned acolytes and exclaimed icily. "Ah, yes, my lord." Only then did the acolytes respond and continue with their harvesting. Not even George and Shiera were spared. If they did not finish harvesting this patch of black mandara flowers, they would not be allowed to return to the Magus base camp. No matter how powerful Leylin was, he would eventually be pressured by the Dark Magus forces. It might not even take that long. If the enemy was less stressed and decided to focus 0.1% or even 0.01% of their attention on this place, they would be doomed. Hence, the acolytes worked diligently, hoping they would complete their mission today and leave this damned place. Restore! At the other end, Leylin was in the middle of the sea of flowers. He drew the black scepter, muttering a single word. Wang. A ring of whiteness spread from the scepter, and like a thin thread, seeped into the ground. At the same time, from the bottom of the flowers, the white spell formation appeared once again. White threads that looked like spiderwebs surged, restoring the areas that had been destroyed by the Dark Magus. Jail Defense Formation, Second Form, Defense against physical attacks, 20 degrees. Resistance against magical attacks, Energy in store, 34.9%. A screen appeared in front of Leylin's eyes, presenting him with information about the spell formation. With the help of the AI chip, the restoration works were very successful. A few areas that had been damaged were perfectly repaired by the AI chip simulating and Leylin physically fixing them. But the defensive capabilities of this formation are much too weak. Leylin stroked his chin. wondering if he should modify this spell formation to increase its defense. As the Magus who stood guard here, Leylin was able to gain a portion of the black mandara flowers. The ratio was so miserable that he cared little for it. However, the rate at which the acolytes completed their task was directly related to how soon he would be able to leave. If there were attacks every day, how would the acolytes harvest the petals? Hence, Leylin's first priority was to ensure the safety of the acolytes so they could finish the task as quick as possible. I should just wait until it's late at night and finish it myself. Leylin looked at the acolytes who were bending their backs and working like farmers, a gloomy look in his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't trust the acolytes, but he was used to having some trump cards. He could also come up with methods to increase the rate of harvesting. As long as he increased the rate at which the AI chip operated and prioritized this task, it would take but a few days. It was highly possible that by that time, the acolytes would be able to work quicker. In the blink of an eye, about half a month had passed. In Eternal River Plain's secret plane, the round disk in the sky began to descend, leaving a shadow on the ground. The Magi organization that had constructed this secret plane had used some sort of spell and structured it so that there was a sun, moon, and different seasons. However, based on Leylin's hypothesis and the AI chip's calculations, the sun and moon inside the plane had a hint of the energy of the original celestial bodies, which those ancient Magi were able to project into the secret plane using an unknown method. Leylin was in awe of the ancient Magi's methods and boldness. In Teljo City, the humans had made use of the volcano to allow increased production in its vicinity through the use of a spell. And just this had left Leylin agape. However, compared to the ancient Magi who could take the stars, embrace the moon, cause storms with one wave of their hands, and cast rain with another wave of their hands, Leylin had to bow down in inferiority. Not only is Lord Leylin a mighty magus, he actually specializes in the study of plants. In the Sea of Flowers, two acolytes who were nearest to him were in conversation while their hands were busy. That's a given. After all, he is an official magus. It's not something we acolytes can compare to. The male acolyte who had just spoken had short red hair. At this moment, there was a layer of blue light coating his hands. After rubbing his fingers, several strands of blue thread coiled itself around the black mandara flowers. Ka-cha, ka-cha, the sound of a flower being cut was heard. Following which, the petals of that black mandara flower floated down slowly from its stem and was kept safely by the acolyte, who placed it inside a bag. Previously, every petal required a large consumption of magic power and spiritual force to acquire. Even Kral, who was the best amongst us, could only pluck 20 petal pieces in a day. However, ever since Lord Leylin imparted a new method to us, even I can harvest over 40 petals in a single day. The red-haired acolyte had a look of admiration. With this kind of speed, as long as we endure for a couple more days, we will be able to leave this damned place. The other acolyte who spoke revealed an obvious hint of longing. I don't wish to stay for another day in this place. With so many dark magi and acolytes coming to attack us each day, we would have died over 100 times if not for Lord Leylin here. Boom! At this moment, the alert from the defense spell formation had sounded. However, these two acolytes seemed to have not heard it at all, as they continued to diligently harvest the petals. Say, who do you think is the unfortunate one today? The red-haired acolyte asked with some schadenfreude. It should be another official magus. Regular acolytes do not have such large energy wave fluctuations. The other acolyte creased his brows before stooping down again to pluck more petals. Anyways, with Lord Leylin around, what's there to fear? You're right. The red-haired acolyte nodded his head and began his day's chores. At this moment, within the castle's walls, in a gloomy, moist, and dark underground prison cell devoid of light, Leylin strode forward, carrying a black-clothed figure on his arms. Crash! The cell gate was opened, and Leylin tossed the person he carried into the cell without a care. Bang! As flesh and the hard floor made contact, there was a loud thudding noise. The person who was previously unconscious was now awake. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, Handover, you dare imprison me? I swear on my name, Jocelyn Lena, that I definitely won't let you off. This magus, who was called Jocelyn Lena, donned a black robe. Her hair was curly, and her eyeliner makeup was extremely thick. Dark circles were prominent under her eyes, making it look as if she had not slept in days. She had numerous bizarre silver piercings on her skin, and she also had a few earrings. The general impression that she gave was that she was a non-mainstream teenage girl who had taken a wrong step in life. "Jocelyn, yes." Leylin stood by the door, snapping his fingers. Immediately after, the metal door seemed to have developed a life of its own and automatically closed. Meanwhile, metal chains climbed and locked the cage, and then branded the symbol of a black snake onto the entrance of it. "I don't care who you are. As you are a dark magus attacking us to pilfer the Four Seasons Garden's resources, I hereby arrest you on the account of attempted robbery. Someone will take you away soon. Once you are at the Light Magi's headquarters, I imagine you'll have to start thinking of ways to escape your fate of being burned at the stake." Leylin said expressionlessly, and then commanded a nearby acolyte, "I've temporarily suppressed their abilities, so watch them well till the defense squad takes over." "Yes, my lord." The acolyte bowed deeply. In these past few days, Leylin had given a little demonstration of his power, and that had been enough to instill fear into these acolytes. All the dark magi who had come to provoke them were easily taken care of by Leylin within a few rounds, whether they were acolytes or official magi. Just the number of magi taken captive was enough to fill the fort's jail to the seams. Leylin had no choice but to notify the defense squad. They worked out a schedule where they would take the prisoners away every few days. This power isn't something that an ordinary magus could even hope for. This Lord Leylin must be some amazing, important person. The acolyte roared madly in his heart as he lowered his head. Leylin cared little about this acolyte's mental activities, and he cared even less about the female prisoner magus, who was cursing hysterically. He shook his head and left the underground dungeon. "Just wait. My uncle absolutely won't let you off." From within the dungeon, Jocelyn was hatefully saying, "My uncle became a semi-converted magus 20 years ago and entered the secret plane with me. The moment he finds out what happened to me, he'll definitely come save me. When that happens, I'll—" "That's enough, Jocelyn. Can you be quiet?" A helpless voice that held a hint of bitterness sounded from the opposite jail cell. A curly-haired, middle-aged man appeared from the shadows and awkwardly greeted Jocelyn. Uncle Luge, why are you here?" Jocelyn covered her mouth, completely stunned. "I was actually captured and brought here 3 days ago." The curly-haired man called Luge forced a smile. "The magus guard in charge of this fortress, Leylin, seems to have reached the peak of a rank 1 magus. I felt the terrifying undulations that could only belong to magi who have reached the top." Jocelyn was stunned. The sole person she was counting on had long since been captured, and thinking back to how she had been cursing incessantly, she had looked as foolish as a clown. "These are the black mandara flowers' petals that we gathered today. They have had spells cast on them to ensure their freshness for at least 15 days. Leylin pointed at a pile of materials that had been piled neatly to the side, and then at a few magi who were in black robes and had their hands and legs cuffed. "These are the dark magi caught recently. Take them away as well." "Yes, my lord." The one taking the petals and dark magi for Leylin was also an official magus who was followed by a few team members of the same rank. In front of Leylin, however, he could not help but lower his body and spoke with honorifics. In the Magus World, whether one was a light or dark magus, the basic principle was that power was everything. The team leader was only a semi-converted magus, and Leylin had passed several dark magi of that strength to him. In battle, taking an official magus captive was obviously much more difficult than simply defeating or killing them. Hence, after being made aware of Leylin's abilities, the team leader was unable to treat Leylin condescendingly and looked like he was meeting his boss every time he came. 3 are official magi, of which 1 is female, and 13 are acolytes. This female magus was naturally Jocelyn, whose complexion was deadly pale as if she had been dealt a serious blow and did not dare to provoke Leylin. The team leader quickly recorded this information down and signed his name on a form. Afterwards, he couldn't help but greeting him using magus etiquette. "Lord Leylin, your accomplishments in the field have far surpassed mine. Once we return to the main headquarters, your rewards and contribution points will be given to you all at once." As it was basically a war in the secret plane, the prisoners that Leylin had taken captive could be turned into merit points. Not only could merit points be used to exchange for special items that could only be found within the Eternal River Plains secret plane from the large light magi organizations, it could also be used to obtain unique items from other academies. This included advanced knowledge, improved spell formations, precious potions, and the like. All right, Leylin nodded. Based on his estimations, if the merit points he had gained could be converted into magic crystals, he would have leased several million. This meant that soon, he could leave this place behind. As a better method for harvesting had been provided, about half of the black mandura flowers had been picked, and only a relatively small amount was left. At the rate they were working at, the black mandara flowers would be completely harvested in less than 4 days. And at that time, Leylin and the others would be able to leave this damned place. Every time he saw the defense squad coming in fully armed, Leylin was filled with annoyance. As the goods that were to be transported were of extreme importance, the means of transportation provided to the transportation team was the toucan. This type of bird had a large body, and when matured, could grow up to 10 meters tall. Its beak drooped downwards, forming a large space that was basically a room that could store many items and even humans. The team leader split up his team evenly and directed them into the beaks of 3 toucans, leaving the best spot for himself. On top of the box full of black mandara flower petals, he began to rest. At the thought that he was sleeping on top of several million magic crystals, his heart began to burn involuntarily. If not for the almost abnormal strictness that the Light Magi Alliance had at the entrance checks, and the fact that it was impossible to smuggle things out, even he might have harbored some terrible thoughts. It was warm in the toucan's beak, and even when it was flying high in the sky, not a current of air came through. It was very comfortable, and as the team leader shut his eyes, he began to fall asleep. Crash. All of a sudden, the surroundings rocked and several boxes were overturned and fell to the ground. "What's happening?" he exclaimed in shock. Immediately after, a secret imprint by his ear brightened. "Leader, it's an enemy attack. It's the Dark Magi." The voice of his subordinate traveled from the imprint, and he sounded fearful. "Those wretched things," he cursed and shouted through his secret imprint. "Prepare for landing. All members, get ready for war." Boom. Before he had finished speaking, an intense explosion sounded, followed by squawks of pain from the toucan he was riding in. Flames swept through in a horizontal line, burning through the toucan's tough beak and revealing the blue sky. Whoosh! Large amounts of cold wind flowed in, and the boxes filled with black mandara flower petals were strewn across the floor. "Despicable! Land quickly!" the team leader hurriedly yelled. If he lost these resources, all the blame would be placed on him. How could he not be anxious? The toucan was calling weakly. Finally, as if the flying toucan could no longer take on any more attacks, its entire body lost balance and fell from the sky like a rock. Rumble, the toucan's huge body smashed into some shrubbery and left a deep indent on the ground. Various little animals revealed themselves and quickly escaped in the opposite direction. Pa! Pewee! Pewee! Covered in dirt and grime, the team leader emerged from the toucan's beak and attempted to spit out the grass and leaves in his mouth. "I swear I will learn a flight spell when I go back this time," the leader vowed vehemently. It honestly felt terrible to be hurtled through the air. "Unfortunately, you won't be getting the chance to do that." An ominous voice sounded, and several people in dark Magus attire with green light shining in their eyes surrounded him. "Oh my, it seems I'm quite popular, eh?" Looking at this scene, the team leader looked to be extremely dumbfounded and just stared blankly at the opposing the Dark Magi. Woofter magic arrows. A shrewd light flashed in the leader's eyes, and his clothes exploded, countless fine needles flying towards the surrounding Magi. "Go!" he howled, and streams of lights and shadows flashed, rushing out in all directions to break out of the circle of people around him. At this moment, he could clearly the state around him. The toucans, which served as a mode of transportation, had all been brought down and were being surrounded by numerous dark magi. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211. To return in this situation, even though he was the leader of the defense squad, he had no other options but to flee. Whoosh, a figure moved extremely quickly, with energy waves fluctuating about him. The surrounding dark magi had been stunned while he used a spell to launch himself away, and the leader took this opportunity to dash out of the circle, flickering every now and then. At the very last second while he was attempting to escape, all he saw was his squad members being torn to pieces by colorful bursts of dark magic. Beta, Gagu, I'll definitely avenge you. Gritting his teeth, a spell formation began to flicker, as if he was about to activate some spell. Peng, suddenly, black hands extended from the shadows and grabbed his ankle. Thinking of running? A mass of green fog rapidly drew close, and he could vaguely see a huge figure. The large figure raised his right arm, grabbing towards the team leader's head. Damn it, I don't care anymore. The leader's face turned red, and a necklace around his neck exploded, sending out immense magic undulations that formed a knight's lance technique, which thrusted towards that huge figure. TSSSS, the dragon lance actually produced sound as it streaked across the sky, and even sparks were generated on it. Ka-cha, the dragon lance collided with the giant's large hands. Under the disbelieving eyes of this team leader, the spell that he had spent a huge sum on to protect his life was slowly torn apart in the grip of those large hands. The large hands didn't stop moving, and they grabbed a hold of the leader's head. Ah! He screamed, a translucent crystal helm appearing on his head. Crack! The hands cracked the helm easily, and his skull was subsequently crushed, producing the ear-piercing sounds of breaking bones. Thud, the now headless corpse fell to the ground, blood gushing out from its neck. Within 10 seconds, the floor was dyed red. Have they been rescued? The giant surrounded by fog asked. Reporting to my lord, they have all been rescued. 3 official magi and 13 acolytes, not one more or less. A dark magus respectfully gave an account to the giant. At the same time, beside the 2 other dead toucan bodies, several magi who had been captured by Leylin were rescued from their confinement. Listen up. I don't care who you used to be, but based on the dark magi's rules and regulations, you are now our prisoners. Now, you have 2 options. One is to pay a ransom, and the other is to service us for 30 years for free. After 30 years, we will let you go, a dark magus announced loudly in front of these prisoners. Jocelyn and her uncle's faces turned ashen. For dark magi like them, rather than being saved by these people, it was much better to be sent to the light magi. After all, the light magi were more trustworthy and easier to talk to. The moment they fell into the hands of other dark magi organizations, it became impossible to tell what their fates were going to be. However, their shackles had not been undone, and while they had their magic and spiritual force, they were unable to activate and use it. They were akin to regular people and were unable to resist. In front of the giant surrounded by green fog, a faint black gas condensed, forming a cloaked black figure. How is it? The numbers are right. What about my rewards? Don't worry, we won't count you out. The giant tossed a black pouch to him. The figure caught it and looked at it closely before keeping it, looking satisfied. But what's the point of catching them and then offering us this information for us to save them? What are your plans? The giant asked. The cloaked person pulled off his cloak, revealing a crimson, masked face. This was naturally Blood Rogue, Leylin's disguise. The organization before him was the 1,000 Meddling Hands, the dark magi organization that Leylin had joined not too long ago. It's obviously so I'll get 2 portions of rewards, one from the light magi and another from you. After all, at the light magi's end, after these prisoners are handed over, it matters little to me whether they live or die. If they dare to dock my merit points because of this, I'll inform the elders. Leylin grinned, pointing at the prisoners who were unwillingly signing contracts. There's something you get out of this as well, isn't there? I doubt you'll let these magi go so easily. Ha ha, the giant nodded in agreement, not looking the least bit sorry. Though we're all dark magi, they're from small organizations or are wandering magi. For us, they are unpredictable elements. No matter how many of them die, nobody really cares. Also, I want 40% of the black mandara flower petals from this batch. That is a part of the rules, Leylin spoke up. Capturing dark magi and getting Giant to act the part of a good-hearted Samaritan and save them was just a part of the plan. Leylin's main objective was still to gather resources. After all, how could Leylin not be the least bit interested after seeing such a huge amount of resources slip by under his watch? Of course, these are the 1,000 Meddling Hands rules. For those who provide information and news, they can obtain 40% of profit. Giant nodded. Do you want the flowers or magic crystals? Without waiting for Leylin to state what he wanted, he continued. If you want ingredients, you can just take 2 boxes of the black mandara flower petals right now. If you want magic crystals, we'll need to sell them first. I can't guarantee the price, but it definitely won't be lower than 80% of the market price. In addition, I'll be taking 10% of your total profits. Magic crystals. I'm in urgent need of magic crystals now, and I want payment in advance. If you can pay me right now, you can take 10%. Leylin thought about it for a while. Black mandara flowers were basically useless to him right now, and the spell marks on them were a little troublesome as well. The ancient teleportation spell formation that he had discovered previously required a large amount of magic crystal essence to activate. Hence, he desperately needed magic crystals, and he needed a lot of them to be of high quality. Oh, Giant looked Leylin up and down, seeming to be surprised. It looks like you're pretty hard up now. Don't worry, I'll pay you in advance. All the resources were here, and Giant wasn't at a disadvantage, so he appeared to be very generous. Giant passed a thick stack of magic crystal cards over to Leylin. The amount is right, Leylin counted and then told Giant. I will be leaving this place in approximately 4 days, but there might be some resistance. Hence, I'll need your help. No problem, Giant chuckled. I'll command the nearby Hellcliff army to look like they are going to attack. The people we have in the Light Magi Alliance will also help you. Leylin nodded slightly. Actually, right after finding out he had been assigned to an area that was thoroughly surrounded by dark magi, Leylin had quickly contacted Giant. With the influence of his connections with Giant, the opposing dark magi slowed their attacks. Hence, those Leylin dealt with were mainly wandering dark magi and acolytes. At most, there were some small organizations, but the real large powers did not appear at all. After all, with Leylin guarding this area for over half a month and multiple dark magi suddenly disappearing, would it not have attracted the attention of the larger dark magi organizations? Yeah, with the merit points you accumulated here, you're sure to be promoted to a better and higher ranking position. At that time, don't forget our agreement. Giant waved, and numerous dark magi placed all the materials on a huge ground lizard and rapidly left the place. At the same time, the green fog around Giant became increasingly dense. I understand, Leylin guaranteed. Leylin was mentally prepared. Since he had received benefits from the Dark Magi, he naturally had to pay them back. You'll always be a Dark Magus. I hope you won't forget that. Giant's voice became softer and softer, and the green fog dispersed, leaving behind Leylin, who was in deep thought. Magus Leylin, here is your order of transfer. Due to your exemplary performance in Zone 13, the Alliance has given you a reward. You will be transferred to the Alliance's headquarters. A Magus in black uniform respectfully spoke to Leylin. Though he was an official Magus, he did not dare put on airs. This was no joke. Leylin was someone who could easily take care of a semi-converted elemental Magus. Would he dare offend such a person while he was just a newly advanced Magus? Sure, wait a bit, we'll go after I pack up. Leylin smiled gently. Take your time, I'm not in a hurry. The Magus quickly waved his arms. Leylin nodded and called for number 2 and number 3, who had always stayed indoors and seldom went out and had been hiding their power. They were to pack up the bedroom and convene the acolytes in the fortress to complete the last ceremony. I'm leaving. Before he left, Leylin turned around and gazed at the fort. The surrounding black mandara flowers had been completely harvested, leaving behind a bare field. This was an area that was surrounded by dark magi on 3 sides. If anything happened, this was the first place to be attacked. Now, I can only hope that the scroll and potions I left behind for George will be able to save his life. If he wanted to transfer George and Sheila out of this place, he would need to work from headquarters. Leylin already had made his plans. If it was not troublesome, he would help out, especially since they were good friends. If he could do anything to help, he would. However, he now had to return to the headquarters before he could do anything of that nature. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212, Merit Points, Merit Points. As for that girl Besida, Leylin had long since thrown her to the back of his mind. Although she had plotted against him before, she had already been punished for what she had done. Now that their debts had been settled, whether this girl would end up alive or dead would depend on her luck. What did that have to do with Leylin himself? In the Four Seasons Garden's entrance to the secret plane, buildings were densely crowded around the large platinum door that had been erected at the entrance to the secret plane. There were 2 rows of magi and acolytes queuing up near the entrance to the secret plane. Before them was an exchange area set up for their merit points. The Four Seasons Garden would take a portion of their loot as a commission, leaving the rest for the magicians to keep. However, while that may have been the case, they still preferred to exchange their items into merit points for resources that better fit them, or even magic crystals for their convenience. All of these things could be exchanged for here. Hence, Leylin estimated that excluding the loot that was secretly kept by the magicians, 50 to 60% of the resources from the secret plane were acquired by the Four Seasons Garden. Wang. At this moment, a bright red light appeared in front of the platinum door. The beam of red light seemed to have an intelligence of its own, directly shining upon a Magus who seemed to be flustered. "Take him away." A Magus guard came forward and waved his arm. 2 people wearing metal armor with runes embedded onto them held the poor fellow on both sides. "Ah, no," the Magus called out in despair. At this moment, 2 fireballs the size of fists had already been tossed at the 2 armored men. Boom! The flames swept the area, a heat wave continuously radiated outwards, causing the surroundings magicians to duck. After the flame dissipated, the 2 armored figures were still standing there unscratched. Even the surfaces of their armor had no blemishes. Attacking an enforcer, one more count to his crime. "Take him away?" The Magus guard's expression was cold. With his command, the 2 armored figures walked forward and suppressed the resisting Magus. What a pity! That Magus definitely tried to smuggle something out and even thought of deceiving them. A Magus standing beside Leylin lamented. Leylin nodded his head. He knew that any resources from the Eternal River Plain's secret plane would have a special aura which would disappear once it was brought to the outside world. Although that would not change any of the resource's properties, the light magi used it to make a sensory spell formation. If any magicians were to smuggle resources out, this spell formation would immediately detect the aura of the magician. Hence, the Four Seasons Garden and other light magi organizations had devised a spell formation for that. Until now, not one had been able to successfully smuggle anything out. Leylin knew of those spell formations, so in the previous operation, he did not wish to have the black mandara flowers as his reward, but instead wanted magic crystals. Welcome, Magus Leylin. Passing through various buildings, Leylin came to the zone where the enforcers worked. This time, Dolorin personally welcomed him. His attitude was very good this time, and it looked as there was a hint of apology in his tone as well. The previous time Leylin had come, Dolorin had assumed that Leylin was just a Magus who was discriminated against. He had been assigned to a place like Zone 13, and it seemed unlikely that he would live past a few days, quickly becoming a corpse in the wilderness. Hence, his attitude had been fearful, and he had acted like he was chasing away a nuisance that would bring about the plague. Now, with Leylin's various achievements in battle, he could not hold himself back. Goodness, even he was just a little stronger than a semi-converted elemental Magus. Leylin, however, had defeated almost a dozen magi of this strength in half a month. Recently, Leylin had been transferred to the headquarters at the entrance. Based on the order, it seemed he was being put in an important position. In the transfer of personnel, there were higher-ups in the Four Seasons Garden who spoke highly of him. This meant that Leylin wasn't alone and had a backing. A very powerful backing. Dolorin was now very regretful of his actions in the past and decided to welcome Leylin personally, hoping to improve relations with him. Vice Team Leader Dolorin. Long time no see? Leylin nodded slightly. He was already an adult and appeared to be very enthusiastic, making Dolorin feel comfortable. Though he was aware this was just an act, Dolorin was still surprised. Magi were usually very antisocial people. In general, other than staying in laboratories to do research and occasionally teaching acolytes, they did not partake in activities to make connections. Hence, Magi were very stiff in this sort of situation. Those like Leylin who were young, powerful, and socially competent were like a different species altogether. Dalaran exclaimed that he was abnormal in his heart, feeling it would be very difficult to deal with him. To send magi like him away, the price was something incomparable to regular magi. He had been too harsh previously, and Dalaran was extremely unwilling to incur the wrath of a magus who had a bright future ahead of himself. These thoughts flashed in his head, but Dalaran's face was unchanging, a smile stretching across his face. Magus Leylin, your merit points this time are extremely high. I have brought it personally to you. Dalaran handed over a metal-like item to him. Leylin reached for it. The metal felt rather heavy given its size, which meant that it had been made of some kind of alloy with a high density. In addition, the metal was ice cold to the touch. At the front side of the metal was the Four Seasons Gardens insignia, and at the back, it was a small screen. On the screen, there was a record which read, Leylin Farlier, merit points, 563. Status, locked. This metal has recorded the aura of your spiritual force. Apart from you, nobody else can use it. If you want to use the merit points, you have to unlock it first. Dalaran explained the workings of the metal. Oh, upon hearing that, Leylin inserted some spiritual force into the metal. Kachak. At the same time, the sound of a lock opening was heard, and the entire metal began to ripple with light. This light was a thin layer of dark green. Though it was bright, it was not piercingly so, and it engulfed the metal within. A short moment later, after the light dispersed, the words on the screen on the metal changed. The name and merit points were the same as before, but on the column in the back, a red locked had turned into a green unlocked. Huh, it's really convenient. Leylin was somewhat surprised. In the Magus World, everyone's spiritual force was unique and could be used as an individual's password. Hence, such a locking mechanism was very advanced. It was not inferior to even the retina scanning of his previous world, but it was even more convenient. Haha, Leylin, you haven't been to our exchange center yet, huh? The items available are plentiful. You, who has that many merit points, make me a little envious, Dalaran said. Really? Then I must really go and have a look, Leylin smiled. Dalaran naturally did not say that on an impulse. It seemed that he was trying to make amends for his hostility before, and it seemed that he meant to do it through the exchange center. After all, he had been in the organization for many years. He knew that even if it was exchanging for resources in times of war, there were still some good items that could not be exchanged for merit points. There were bound to be requirements of rank and identity. Furthermore, there were different benefits offered based on who was redeeming the merit points. Obviously, this vice leader of the Magus Guards had a rank much higher than Leylin's. Haha, of course, we'll go now. Dalaran put a huge smile on his face, though in actuality, his heart was throbbing in pain. Even he, with a somewhat decent rank, had a limit to how much of the monthly allocation he could use. Once that limit was passed, he had to pay the full price in merit points. Looking at Leylin's attitude, it looked like today he would have to apologize through a large compensation in merit points. Since the words were already out, Dalaran had little choice but to bring Leylin to Four Seasons Gardens Merit Exchange Center. The Exchange Center was a huge white building, which had a roof that pointed up in a conical fashion. The curve was beautiful, and surrounding it, there was a divine light from the defensive spell formation around it, which caused people to stop in their tracks to admire it. With Dalaran as a guide, Leylin successfully entered this place without any obstructions. After passing through a pure white passage, Dalaran brought Leylin to a hall that was similar to the trading center in the Four Seasons Garden. The exchange of merit points issued by the Four Seasons Garden is allowed in the entire Light Magi Alliance. Here, you can see precious resources that are not limited to only our academy, such as high-level knowledge and some exotic items. Dalaran continued on, but Leylin was already dazzled by the large screen that was basically a menu. Compared to the exchange center of the Four Seasons Garden, the amount and rarity of the resources were obviously of a higher level. The crystallized elemental energy particles that could only be purchased in limited amounts in the Nightless City were sold in bulk here. One could buy as much as they wanted. There were also various precious potions that were useful to Magi in breaking through the spiritual force bottleneck. They were in plain view, causing many Magi to halt their steps. Here, all internal members who are vice team leaders or have higher positions have a special privilege and are able to exchanges for items with 10% off the price. Dalaran waved, seeming to be very generous. He went forward to a counter and knocked on the glass window. "Put everything he wants on my account under my quota. Do you understand?" Leylin followed behind. "Then I'm not going to hold back. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 213, New Appointment, New Appointment. Dalaran had seen Leylin's merit point card and knew that Leylin only had 500 or 600 points there. Even if Leylin were to use them all up, it was still within his spending limit, which was why he was acting rich and very generous. "I understand, my lord." All the personnel here seemed to know Dalaran. After receiving a blood-red crystal card from Dalaran, one of the employees smiled at Leylin. "My lord, as Lord Dalaran has used his authority, all items on the screen will be sold to you at a price of 10% off." "Good," Leylin nodded. "Give me 3 portions of fantasy flowers." This type of flower was an essential ingredient in brewing ancient potions. Leylin had thought they were extinct on the south coast, but to his surprise, he had actually found it here. "All right. Each is 50 merit points." The worker took Leylin's card and swiped it on a card reader. Beep! A clear sound came from the metal. Immediately after, the number on the screen behind changed from 563 to 428. After confirming that the transaction had gone through, he quickly passed 3 crystals the size of a fist to Leylin. Within the crystal, the phantom of a little white flower could clearly be seen. This little flower was very pretty with its translucent petals and roots. One could almost see the veins in the flower. At the bright yellow heart of the flower, several faint yellow stamens delicately revealed themselves. Sealed within the crystal, it appeared to be floating just like in a dream. "A fantasy flower?" As he took the 3 crystals, Leylin murmured under his breath. The moment precious plant ingredients like these are exposed to the air, they will quickly dissipate. Hence, crystallization has been used to preserve them. The way to undo this magic is to... The worker quickly informed him of the important procedures. Leylin nodded and kept these words in mind. He carefully put the items away, pointed at a line of text on the screen, and said, "I've always admired Master Tywin's potioneering diary. I want that." Dalaran's gaze followed Leylin's finger and fell upon the little words on the monitor. "Condition of Master Tywin's potioneering diary. Half of it is lost. Fixed price of exchange, 100 merit points." His face stiffened. From the looks of it, Leylin was going to use up all his merit points in one go. However, he had come here with the mentality of sacrificing his wealth to avoid a calamity. Since he hadn't really used many of his quota this month, even if Leylin used up all of his own points, he would still be able to afford it. At the most, he would be hard-pressed for merit points this month, so he did not oppose Leylin. Another 90 merit points were spent, and a diary with a black cover, which was not in the best condition, was passed to Leylin. He could not contain the happiness brimming about his face. "I also want that ancient potion formula, as well as..." Leylin openly pointed out the precious resources and high-level knowledge he wanted. There were some items that he had searched high and low for to no avail, and there was information that only light magi academies were privy to and could not be bought easily. Now, however, they had all appeared on the table of items he could exchange his merit points for. Minutes later, the numbers on Leylin's merit card had rapidly decreased until they had reached 0. Even if they had been working there for a long time, it was rare for the people working here to see a customer spending so much in one go. Dalaran could feel his heart aching. Leylin had pretty much used up his spending limit for that month, but at this point, he just gave a sigh of relief. "Haha, you've spent so much in one go. I'm afraid you might be breaking some sort of record here." At that instant, he was stunned. All he saw was a bright smile on Leylin's face as he produced an identification token, passing it to the person at the counter. "Based on the rules I saw, if I don't have any more merit points, I can use contribution points from the Four Seasons Garden to exchange for items at a ratio of 2:1, right?" At that moment, Dalaran could feel that Leylin's smile was akin to that of a devil's smirk, and he felt that he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Moments later, Leylin emerged from the exchange center with a look of satisfaction on his face. Dalaran, on the other hand, had an icy expression and bade farewell as quickly as possible. The amount that Leylin had spent at the exchange center had far surpassed his limit. He even had to pay a portion with his own money. It was no wonder that Dalaran did not look to be in a good mood. However, he seemed to be considering something and hesitated to turn against Leylin. Yet another pitiful person constrained by rules and regulations. Leylin glanced at the figure of Dalaran as he left. The lifespans of official magi were quite long. Hence, they were quite tolerant of those at the same level of power as them and could coexist harmoniously. Dalaran and Leylin were in the same organization, so it was inevitable that they would meet every day. He had done Leylin wrong when he had first met him, so even though Leylin might have done a little too much, Dalaran still tolerated it. However, in this situation, Dalaran had, from the victimizer, become the victim. If any conflicts happened with Leylin in the future, the public opinion would be biased against him. If Leylin planned to continue in the light magi camp, it would be unwise for him to abandon his reputation and lose his cool over such a small matter. However, Leylin wasn't just a light magus. The covert mission he had been given by the 1,000 meddling hands had placed Leylin on the opposite side of the entire light magi faction. What was worse was that Leylin was unable to decline the demands of the Dark Magi organization, in which there was actually a powerful rank 2 magus. He was linked to the entire Dark Magi faction in every way possible. Hence, Leylin estimated that even if he were able to free himself from the mission, it would be impossible for him to stay in the Four Seasons Garden. There was a large possibility that when he met with Dalaran in the future, they would be enemies. If Leylin didn't take advantage of him now, he would just be an idiot. As for Dalaran's position as the vice team leader of the defense squad, Leylin lamented upon it for a while and then placed it at the back of his mind. He went to the heavily guarded center structure built by the Four Seasons Garden in the Eternal River Plains secret plane. He waited to be granted entrance and receive a new mission. In an office that had furniture shaped from plants, Leylin once again saw Reynold, the head of the Four Seasons Garden. Lord Reynold, Leylin bowed, the spiritual force concealment method he had obtained from the old witch operating at full speed. Behind Reynold's gold-rimmed glasses were a pair of pupils brimming with wisdom. They were fixated on Leylin, occasionally flashing with distrust. Magus Leylin, your accomplishments at Zone 13 have been noted by us elders. After some time, Reynold did not notice anything suspicious from his observations, so he eventually began speaking in a light tone. We all agree that being a Magus Guard is a total waste of your talent. You should be promoted to a more suitable role that can allow you to fully exhibit your abilities. Leylin looked respectful, but he was inwardly rolling his eyes. What more suitable role? Wasn't it just a random decision made by the elders? However, Leylin obviously did not dare voice his opinions or show his thoughts on his face. In contrast, a faint blush appeared on his face as he slightly ducked his head. I thank the elders for their trust in me. I'll work hard at my new position. Very good, Reynold nodded, signing the document that appointed Leylin to his new role. Leylin Farlier, I hereby appoint you the vice team leader of the hunting team, and you will be the direct subordinate of Caesar. Retrieve your mission from him. The hunting team, Caesar. Leylin immediately thought of the three-eyed Magus. It seemed that his ties with Magus Caesar were not easily cut off. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? Reynold stared at Leylin in interest, as if trying to prod something out from his expression. A faint undulation of spiritual force dithered about Leylin, trying to find out his true emotions. Unfortunately, with the scanning of the AI chip, this trace of spiritual force was easily discovered. It's nothing. I'm just a little surprised. After all, I am a mere potion master and a Magus Guard. I know next to nothing about the inner workings of the hunting team. Leylin spoke indifferently, burying his feelings in the depths of his heart. That's not a problem. Caesar will train you well. Reynold was full of smiles as if he was unaware of what had transpired between Caesar and Leylin. All right, I'll consult Lord Caesar. Leylin stayed silent for a while and then went forward to take his new document of appointment. After Leylin left, Reynold tapped his cane on the floor. Thud, thud. The dull knocking sounds resounded about the office, and immediately the bookcase at the side of the office split open. Countless vines spread out in two directions, revealing a pitch-black passageway. A magus wearing a black robe adorned with blood-red flowers emerged from the passage. The most striking thing about this Magus was that he had 3 eyes. "Caesar, that little guy is going to be under you. Look after him," Reynolds told Caesar. "Naturally," Caesar nodded, breaking out in a bloodthirsty smirk. "I am extremely interested in how he was able to increase his strength in such a short period of time." Caesar's expression became serious. "It seems that the inheritance he obtained was anything but simple." Reynolds shook his head. "I examined him carefully just now. Leylin's elemental essence conversion is at around 50%. Coupled with the record of him using his contribution points to exchange for crystallized elemental particles, I can only assume that he must have forcefully increased his strength. To be able to achieve such a battle record must mean that he obtained some powerful magic artifact or secret technique in the ruins. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 214, Demonstration of Power. Demonstration of power. Even so, it must be some amazing item. How about it? Do you want me to get it from him? Caesar still hadn't given up on his intentions this time, however. Reynolds was abnormally silent. Caesar obviously knew that the reason why they had not done anything to Leylin as of yet was because they believed whatever Leylin had gained in the ruins wasn't anything precious. Hence, they could take their time and did not have to do anything too unsightly. After all, they were light magi. There had to be a certain level of trust between them and their peers. Now, however, no matter how much Leylin tried to conceal his might, his battle achievements were a fact that could not be disregarded. Also, the aura and energy waves that Leylin gave off was causing Reynolds to become suspicious. No matter what powerful magic artifact or technique Leylin may have obtained from the ruins, it could end up being an unpredictable factor that could change the tide of a battle. Hence, Reynolds was a little interested. There was nothing that couldn't be done in this world. Not acting against Leylin previously was a matter of cost and benefit. It hadn't been worth it to provoke Leylin. But now, the situation was different. "You can give it a try, but don't go too far." Reynolds held onto a glazed porcelain cup, contentedly sipping a mouthful of a steaming hot liquid as he spoke. "I understand," Caesar nodded, his figure disappearing into the darkness. At another place, Leylin was following the signs on the road and eventually came to the area where the hunting team worked. Once he arrived, he could see that there were very few acolytes and magi. The stench of blood was thick in the air, causing everyone to feel pressure, as if there was a large rock pressed onto their hearts. This has quite an uncomfortable atmosphere. Leylin looked up at the sky, which even seemed to be gloomy, and furrowed his brows. At this area, one could occasionally see members of the hunting team. These members all donned black Magus robes which were adorned with blood-red flowers. They intimidated everyone. Leylin could also smell the thick scent of blood and even the smell of humans. It was evident that the dark magi from before had been taken in by the hunting team. However, this building is really quite large. The main thing is, how would I know where Caesar is? Leylin held on to his document of appointment and thought it over for a moment as he raised his eyebrows. He randomly picked a few magi from the hunting team and blocked their path. "What do you want?" One of the magi who he'd stopped was burly and had a thick scar slashed across his forehead and middle of his face that made him look as if it had been split into half. With such a terrible wound, his already fiendish face was made to look even more horrifying. He was currently shooting out death glares at Leylin, elemental particle waves fluctuating around him. Very cautious of him. Also, he doesn't seem to be holding back at all, Leylin commented inwardly. Shortly after, he put on a bright, gentle smile. "I'm a Magus that is new to the hunting team. May I know where Caesar?" Whenever we have someone new, it's customary for team leader Caesar to bring them in himself. "You're a spy?" To Leylin's shock, just a word from him had caused the Magus to shout. Leylin was alarmed. Immediately after, the surrounding magi of the hunting team halted, ready to watch a good show. He instantly understood the situation, making things difficult for the new guy. What a repulsive practice. The scarred Magus roared, and immediately 2 long metal blades appeared in his hands. Each blade was around 2 meters long, with the sheen enough to strike fear into the hearts of some. "Storm!" the Magus roared a syllable, and in a split second, the blade in his left hand began to emit a fierce, fiery red, while on the right blade, Threads of white mist converged to form a blade of ice. The scorching heat on the left and the icy coldness on the right mixed together, forming a red and blue metal tornado that swept towards Leylin. Metal elemental magic. A tornado formed from sharp blades, which has been upgraded by incorporating fire and ice elemental runes. With the bonus from his elemental essence conversion, the power of this attack is at least 35 degrees. A light flashed in Leylin's eyes, and he instantly estimated the origin and power of this spell. The average newly advanced Magus would be killed in seconds if they were unfortunate enough to meet this sort of attack. This is just crazy. Instantly after, Leylin smiled, as if he had gotten something he had wanted. Hee, and here I was, afraid that I wouldn't be able to establish my superiority. Though it wasn't good to attack the moment he came here, Leylin wasn't just any regular member, but the vice team leader of the hunting team. Also, his opponent had been the one to initiate the first move, so even if he were to complain to Reynold, Leylin was not afraid. To be honest, it would make him even happier if this incident would cause him to lose his position. All of these considerations flashed past in an instant, with only a second passing in real time. In this amount of time, the metal tornado attack of the Scarred Magus was already in front of Leylin. The violent wind pressure that accompanied the tornado turned into wind blades that had a strength comparable to regular weapons, instantly crumbling the walls on both sides of the passage. Slash, slash. The wind blades that seemed to have materialized out of nowhere sliced against Leylin's body, but they were repelled by a layer of illusory, crimson armor. Not a bad attack, but unfortunately, you're dealing with me. Leylin looked calm, enthusiastically evaluating his opponent's attack. With a black flash of light, instead of retreating, Leylin advanced and rushed forwards into metal tornado formed from flames and ice. Is he a lunatic? Not only the surrounding Magi, but also the Scarred Magus had this thought. What they saw next was the most unforgettable sight in their life. Bang, bang, bang. When the huge metal blades that had the added danger of the flames and ice struck Leylin's body, immense noises resounded. Leylin looked indifferent, wandering around through the metal tornado as if he were strolling around his garden. The defense from the Fallen Star pendant and Leylin's own support spells rendered this level of attack useless. Leylin's figure appeared as a black shadow as he entered the tornado, extending a pale, delicate finger and tapping gently. Poof! Like a balloon that had been punctured, the excessive might of the metal tornado broke down, and bits of blue ice and red embers flew all over the place, eventually disappearing in midair. This, Scarface gaped, unable to utter a word. This ice-fire metal tornado was his ultimate attack. With this one method, he had killed off countless official Magi, but now, this Magus had been able to move freely in the area of the metal tornado and even disable his most powerful attack with a gentle tap. This had Scarface stunned, causing him to think that he was dreaming. If Leylin had wanted to do everything himself, he would have used his powerful magic to go head-on against that metal tornado. Although he would have been able to destroy the tornado in the end, the consumption would be immense, though the scene would be extravagant. Hence, Leylin had chosen not to go through with that method, and instead used the AI chip to calculate the weak point of the spell. He then made use of his powerful defense and took care of the spell by heading into the area the spell affected. This method was only viable when dealing with Magi weaker than Leylin. If the opponent's spell was too powerful, Leylin wouldn't want to risk entering the area of the magic like this. Now, having used this method, he found that it might have been a little too effective. Leylin looked at the dazed Magi and gave a gentle smile, his figure flashing as he came to the front of the Scarred Magus. You! Scarface raised his right hand, black fur extending from the palm of his hand and forming a red-eyed lion's head. The lion head opened its mouth, preparing to shoot out some kind of energy attack. Ka-cha! Leylin struck quickly, like lightning, and before Scarface could react, a large hand made from shadows grabbed through his innate defensive spell and touched his right hand. With the piercing sound of bones being crushed, the lion head on Scarface's right hand crumbled. His right hand was also bent in an awkward angle by the black hand. The Scarred Magus showed a hint of pain on his face, but that quickly changed to a fierce expression, as if he wanted to do everything he could to kill Leylin. Scarface's remaining hand dipped into his bag and seemed to be touching some item. Oh, you still want to resist? Leylin furrowed his brows, and in front of him, a black shadow blade emerged and slashed at the Magus' left arm. Thud. The black blade noiselessly streaked across, and the Magus' left arm fell. Seconds later, fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! Scarface's facial muscles contorted, making him look even more sinister and terrifying. In the eyes of Leylin, however, he just seemed like a clown. Leylin grabbed forward, black threads at the tips of his 5 fingers. These threads seemed to have their own intelligence, latching onto Scarface and pushing him to the ground, and then entering his nostrils, ears, mouth, and other facial orifices. Like a duck that had been clutched by the neck, the Magus' expression changed to that of resignation, and the violent undulations surrounding him immediately dissipated. Scarface seemed like he had something to say, but Leylin didn't give him any chance to speak. Unsympathetically, he raised his foot, clad with a leather boot, and stomped down on Scarface's chest. Thud. Scarface's chest sunk in, and his face turned deep red and then purple as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Leylin stopped looking at him and glanced at the surrounding Magi of the hunting team. After defeating Scarface, the Magi from the hunting team that were present seemed to have achieved a mutual understanding and encircled him. "What's this? Are you all going to attack me? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 215, The hunting team's vice team leader Leylin stepped on the motionless, scarred Magus with his right foot and coldly glanced at the other Magi present in the surroundings. An ice-gold killing intent suddenly descended upon this location, shrouding it entirely. All of the present magicians all felt their backs turning cold, as if some ancient beast had turned its cold eyes to stare at them. "I am the hunting team's newly elected vice team leader, Leylin Farlier. This chap disrespected me just moments before, so I punished him a bit. Does anyone have any objections?" Leylin swept a glance over them all and coldly asked. To strike at a Magus was within his authority, but if he set about to bully him some more, it would be considered excessive. Moreover, there were at least a dozen Magi from the hunting team present here, and they were all seasoned warriors. If Leylin wanted to dispatch of all of them, it would be troublesome. After hearing Leylin's words, all the Magi there looked at each other in dismay. A Magus who seemed to have some status asked, "Since you are new here, would you be so kind as to release Wally?" "No," Leylin shook his head. "This Magus dared to offend me, the vice team leader of the hunting team. Before he gets the punishment he deserves, I retain the authority to handle this matter myself." Apparently, he is still not planning on stopping. When all the present Magi heard Leylin's statement, they all simultaneously felt a chill in their hearts. This Magus Leylin was clearly a ruthless person. They were all in a deadlock. Fortunately, a voice was heard from afar minutes later, solving their dilemma. "Magus Leylin, what do you think you're doing?" A crimson fog condensed and transformed into an illusory image. "Team leader Caesar." The rest of the Magi and the hunting team bowed respectfully. "Huh?" Caesar casually nodded and then proceeded to focus his attention on Leylin. "Leylin, what happened here? I want you to give me an explanation." "Can't you tell, Lord Caesar?" Leylin exerted some force with his right foot, and Scarface, who was under it, immediately lost consciousness. "Not only did this Magus offend me, he actually did it in this area and used dangerous spells. I only utilized my authority as the vice team leader and stopped him." Leylin continued rather mockingly, "If you don't believe me, we can go and take a look at the spell monitor." Leylin could have been wrong, but after hearing Leylin's explanation, the fog which had congealed into a human figure seemed to ripple, as if it was so angered by him that it dissipated. "Good, very good." Caesar nodded condescendingly and looked towards the Magi present. Wally offended a Magus of higher power than him and attempted to use spells in a public area. I sentence him to imprisonment for 3 months within the Dark Tower. Also, I will rescind his share of this year's resources. With this, are you satisfied, Vice Team Leader Leylin? Caesar asked, specifically stressing the last few words and seeming to be implying something. But of course, I am very satisfied. Smiling, Leylin withdrew his right foot, and facing Caesar, he humbly saluted. This outcome was already better than he expected, and he was aware that he should know when to stop and not go too far in this situation. "By the way, you, come with me," Caesar pointed at Leylin. In front of the admiration and fearful gazes of the hunting team, Leylin shrugged his shoulders and slowly exited the field. Only the scarred Magus Wally was left lying on the ground. He's actually this strong. After Leylin left the field, the remaining Magi made some noises of incredulity. "Though he is strong, he dared to contradict our team leader." Another Magus grinned, reveling in Leylin's apparent misfortune. Their team leader, Caesar, was no good person. Not only was he the team leader of their hunting team, he also had, in his arsenal, many methods of torture that could cause any official Magus to have a nervous breakdown. Leylin, I remember him. He is Zone 13's Leylin." At that moment, one of the Magi finally realized Leylin's identity. The person who killed 9 dark Magi and captured 8 more. Right, that person seemed to be called Leylin and was sent here by headquarters. It can't be that much of a coincidence, can it? A Magus of the hunting team with exceptionally oily skin joined in the conversation, a wry smile on his face. Having attacked and even captured many enemy Magi, some of whom were semi-converted Magi, Leylin had earned quite a reputation. It was only now that these Magi knew who they had provoked. No wonder. If that was Leylin, he has the right to be so arrogant. An older, middle-aged man looked in the direction that Leylin had left, a complex expression on his face. They were just ordinary members of the hunting team, with their average strength being that of a semi-converted elemental Magus, and multiple Magi who had this level of power had been killed by Leylin. The one thing they collectively agreed on was that power determined one's status in the world. At the beginning, they had not known who Leylin was and thought Leylin had been provoking them. On hindsight, they decided this was the actions of an expert who knew what he was doing. The Magi and the hunting team later saw Leylin once more at the banquet that was held the same evening. This time, no one dared to be so stupid as to go forward and pick a fight with him. Leylin sat on the right side of the long table, calmly sizing up all the Magi present at the banquet. The number of people in the hunting team was less than those in the potioneering team, but still, there were about 50 people here. Each of these Magi emitted powerful energy waves. Almost all of the Magi here had reached the threshold of semi-elemental conversion. They could be called the cream of the crop amongst official Magi. "Everybody!" At the head of the table, Caesar cleared his throat. Immediately, there was complete and utter silence, and all the Magi stood up in deference, waiting for Caesar's command. "Before we begin the feast, allow me to introduce to you a new member." Caesar's face was brimming with a radiant smile. "This is Magus Leylin. He will join our hunting team and assume the post of vice team leader. Everyone, please welcome him." In the wake of Caesar's introduction, Leylin also got up and bowed multiple times to address everyone. "Vice team leader Leylin." Those Magi who have seen Leylin display his might did not dare to do anything else other than bowing so low that they almost achieved a perfect 90-degree angle. "Very good." Caesar observed this scene and nodded in satisfaction. He then continued, "All of you have experienced Magus Leylin's strength. Therefore, I declare that Vice Team Leader Leylin will hold the position of Commander of Hunting Zone 3. "Wait a minute." A voice sounded out, interrupting Caesar's speech. Caesar frowned, but upon seeing the source of this voice, his expression eased up. "Vice Team Leader Leylin, do you have any objections?" "Of course I have one." Leylin looked gloomy and seemed put out. "Hunting Zone 3. As per my knowledge, that seems to be under the Abyssal Bone Forest's territory. Within the Eternal River Plains' secret plane, apart from areas dominated by either light or dark Magi organizations, there were places that armies had taken over, as well as some unoccupied areas. These regions were located at the borders between the two factions of light and dark Magi. Some lay in desolate areas, while others were in accessible locations. Since both sides were still unprepared, engaging with their main forces was a waste of resources. Hence, there had been an unspoken agreement that wandering Magi from either domain were allowed to battle there. It didn't matter what these places were previously named. These few areas, which were under the Four Season Gardens' control, all belonged to the hunting team and were further divided into different zones. Yes, the main enemy in Zone 3 is the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Do you have any problems with that? Suddenly, Caesar slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot. I read about your background. Magus Leylin, you were once an acolyte under the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, right? Is there something you forgot to tell us?" HMPH. When joining the Four Seasons Garden, Leylin had been very open with his background. Besides reaping some gains from Dylan Garden, there wasn't anything interesting about his past. However, the feeling of having someone else having a hold on him caused him to be ill at ease. When I joined the Four Seasons Garden, I had clearly cut off my relationship with the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Does team leader still doubt my words? Leylin firmly replied. Very good. Caesar clapped his hands smilingly. So, prove it to me. Bring me the head of a Magus from the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and prove your loyalty to the Four Seasons Garden. And if I say no? In that case, pardon me, but I will arrest you on the grounds of going against orders. The smile on Caesar's face turned cold, and his third eye on his forehead blinked open. Buzz, a strong and bloodthirsty spiritual force that was like a fine interwoven web, covered the entire room in a split second. Leylin had a solemn expression as he used his right hand to lightly press on his temple. Spiritual force that was filled with an unfathomable depth and darkness descended upon the field as well. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Instantly, the air seemed like it was being torn apart, and the sounds of shattering were emitted. Whoosh. An intense storm broke out in the room, and it felt like a tornado with a magnitude of 10 had appeared out of nowhere, scattering the food on the dining tables all over the place. It's a spiritual force tornado. Fall back, all the magi present carried an expression of extreme terror as they retreated hastily. Your spiritual force has improved quite a bit, but it's a shame that it still isn't enough. Opposite Leylin, Caesar's voice drifted over, carrying a hint of surprise, following which it turned cold. I'll let you experience what a genuine peak rank 1 Magus is like. Spiritual eye. After he spoke, a faint image of a giant vertical eye appeared instantly behind Caesar. The eye seemed demonic as the entire eye was completely black and resembled the eye on Caesar's forehead. Rumble. After the image of the vertical eye appeared, the might of the spiritual force tornado within the area amplified by a couple-fold. It even resulted in minute black cracks in the void, where silvery light were being produced from there. Team leader Caesar's prowess has reached the state where he can tear apart the void. If he progresses any further, he will reach the ability to materialize spiritual force, which is an ability that belongs to rank 2 Magi. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, Hunting Zone 3. Hunting Zone 3. Seeing that Caesar's spiritual storm had almost torn space apart, the members of the hunting team that were present let out incredulous exclamations. I've long since heard about how 20 years ago Lord Caesar had reached the criteria to advance to rank 2. However, to pave the way and make his future advancement smoother, he chose to suppress his cultivation. A female magus with gauze that veiled her face mumbled, her eyes revealing adoration for Caesar. As I thought, our team leader really is the strongest. As expected, he's powerful. Leylin clenched his teeth, and a large amount of spiritual force burst out from his sea of consciousness. At the same time, a blue ray of light flashed in his eyes. AI chip, estimate the opponent's power? Beep. Mission established. Beginning information gathering, constructing the simulation model. The AI chip's mechanical voice sounded. Streams of data were rendered in front of Leylin's eyes, eventually coming to a conclusion. Estimation of target's spiritual force, 79.9. Opted elemental essence for conversion, death element. Estimated elemental essence conversion, 85-90%. This data means he's way past the entry requirements to advance to rank 2. The conditions for advancing from a rank 1 Magus to a rank 2 Magus were that one's spiritual force must be at least 80, and that their elemental essence conversion must be at least 80%. However, many talented Magi did not want to advance right after meeting the bare minimum requirements. They wanted to be in the best condition when they advanced, which would pave the way for their future. Thus, they voluntarily suppressed their spiritual force, keeping it at the boundary, while they increased their elemental essence conversion to at least 90%. Only then would they choose to advance. The type of rank 2 Magi who chose to advance this way had a battle power that far exceeded that of their peers. All their future advancements would be easier as well. Caesar was a talented magus with this train of thought. Based on strength alone, he was even above the leader of the potioneering team, Descartes. However, this was quite normal. Descartes was the leader of the potioneering team, and instead of battle power, he was more focused on being knowledgeable in potioneering. Caesar, on the other hand, was in charge of the Four Seasons Gardens hunting team and was thus definitely much stronger than his peers. Leylin suddenly had a thought and immediately took a look at his stats. Leylin Farlier, rank 1 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Chem In Serpent. Strength, 7.1 Agility, 6.7 Vitality, 8.5 Spiritual Force, 58.9 Magic Power. 58 Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Elemental Essence Conversion, 70%. Status, Healthy. My Spiritual Force and Elemental Essence Conversion are much too weak compared to his, and he isn't even using his full strength. If he did, my external spiritual force would have been destroyed long ago. Leylin gave a bitter laugh. Of course, he hadn't gone all out. His elemental essence conversion and spiritual force had been suppressed by the technique obtained from the old witch, which made it more obvious to the others that he was not a match for this person. After Caesar had used the spiritual eye technique, Leylin's spiritual force gradually weakened, causing the attack to come dangerously close to his body. Puh! Leylin suddenly paled and staggered 3 steps backwards. With every step, a deep footprint was seen. White gas seemed to rise around him. A hint of red appeared in Leylin's eyes, but it quickly dissipated. He rubbed the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked at Caesar with an unwillingness to lose. Team leader is really amazing. In this situation, victory was very obvious. The female magus from before cheered loudly. Shut it! Caesar glared, and the female magus kept quiet, feeling wronged. Pack, pack. Caesar clapped his hands expressionlessly. After that, 2 rows of acolytes in formal attire came to the hall. Facing the mess in front of them, there was no sign of confusion or astonishment as they quickly restrained their emotions. Multicolored rays from magic spells lit up the area, and the level 3 acolytes even used rank 0 magic spells to speed up the rate of cleaning up. Minutes later, the hall looked as good as new. Even the long table had been replaced, and all types of steaming and tempting delicacies were once more displayed on the table. So, what's your answer, Magus Leylin? Caesar watched Leylin, who looked gloomy. Since that is what team leader wants, I have no choice but to obey. Leylin answered unwillingly. Very good, Caesar nodded. Well then, everyone, let us raise our glasses to Leylin's future contributions. Clink. Numerous wine glasses touched together, producing bright, pleasant sounds. My lord, the area that we are in charge of, Hunting Zone 3, spans from the Green Highlands there to the region of dried-up marshes. Here, the Eternal River Plain's secret plain does not yield much, save for a type of fantasy spring water, which is in high demand by magi from both sides. An old magus from the hunting team, with traces of white hair, brought Leylin around, patrolling the area. The areas the hunting team were in charge of greatly differed from areas which had been officially conquered. They were at the border where many opposing powers were, and it was hardly strange to see enemy magi around. Thus, these few hunting areas were those where the most fights occurred within the secret plane. Every day, there were many acolytes and even official magi who died at the hands of the enemy, turning into mere merit points on the enemy's part. Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's acolytes? It's really been a long time since I last saw them. Leylin was on high ground as he mumbled, gazing into the distance. At that moment, his past life within Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, along with each and every person there seemed to be fresh memories. Anyway, Professor Croft is only a potion master, so it's unlikely he will be sent to the battlefield. If he's offended someone recently, that would be another story altogether. Leylin thought for a while. The only people he would meet on the battlefield were the official magi from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Out of the professors in the academy, he was only familiar with a few such as Dorot and Croft. Even if he killed a few of the others, he wouldn't have a guilty conscience since he didn't know them anyway. He even had hopes of running into some of the people from the Lilidal family. He clearly carried a grudge from being chased by them previously. Vice team leader, We have tarried here for more than 15 minutes. This is the boundary, and if we continue onwards, it's possible that the enemy's scouts will detect our energy waves and besiege us. The patrolling magician, who was guiding Leylin, bowed and reminded him. In hunting Zone 3, the vice leader Leylin was deserving of the title of being a local tyrant. After all, he had sufficient strength, was the highest-ranking person that was from 4 Seasons Garden, and he was the boss of these hunting team members. This was very terrifying. If Leylin found any Magus and eyesore, it was entirely within his right to send them to their deaths by commanding them to enter the enemy's territory. If they wanted to resist, Leylin could kill them on the basis of them defying orders. Thus, now that their lives were in Leylin's hands, things such as pride and honor would be long forgotten. Leylin, who had been sent here, subdued these few magi with a few moves. "Got it, old man," Leylin replied, indifferently. Most of the members of the hunting team had nicknames, and this Magus who was next to Leylin went by the nickname of Old Man. Since the Leylin family lost the competition to be the dean of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, it implies that their strength definitely does not exceed that of a rank 2 Magus. Who knows, they might not even have a rank 2 Magus. Leylin quickly calculated the strength of the Leylin family. The grandfather of Bossing, whom I killed back then, was a powerful elder in the Leylin family at the peak of rank 1. He was probably a little weaker than Caesar and had about the same level of strength as Descartes. Leylin's blue eyes flashed as he silently commanded, "AI chip, using the data gathered previously about Caesar, set up a simulation model and calculate my chances of winning in a fight against Caesar." Beep. Mission established. Beginning data transfer, simulating a human form, the AI chip faithfully pinged. "Let's go," Leylin said to Old Man, who was standing at the side and heaved a sigh of relief as they quickly left the area. As he moved, streams of data flickered in front of Leylin rapidly. With Leylin's mental power, it was very easy to multitask. Moments later, the AI chip came up with the results. Battle results. Number 2 and 3 will detonate themselves and die. Host and Caesar will die together. Probability, 89.7%. What's happening? Show me specific images. Leylin was shocked. The conditions that he set included what he would do if he went all out, setting up traps and adding in surprise attacks from number 2 and 3, who were branded swordsmen. Even with these conditions, the outcome was not in his favor, which was entirely beyond his expectations. Wang. A faint blue screen, similar to a 3-dimensional display, appeared before Leylin's eyes and showed an image. In the scene, Leylin managed to launch a surprise attack when Caesar was distracted, dealing great damage to his opponent. Caesar then turned back in surprise and anger and fought Leylin. 2 figures flickered across the screen. What shocked Leylin was how strong Caesar's body was. As they fought desperately for a few minutes, Caesar used his secret technique once again and healed most of his injuries. At this moment, Leylin had also revealed his hidden cards. Number 2 and 3. Number 2 and 3 roared and the brands on their bodies lit up, drowning Caesar in violent flames that shot out of their long swords. The third eye on Caesar's forehead blinked open, exposing a black, defensive ray of light that completely suppressed the 2 branded swordsmen's attack. From that eye, there also seemed to be a white light that had high offensive power against one's spirit. At the end, Leylin was left with no choice but to order number 2 and number 3 to detonate themselves, thereby destroying Caesar's third eye. However, Caesar laughed crazily and split his body into 2 other figures. The 3 bodies stood at different areas, dragging Leylin with them as they exploded simultaneously. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217, Black Smog, 3 spirits in 1 body. I never expected to see Magi still practicing this ancient technique and actually succeed. Leylin's expression showed his shock. However, from the simulation from the AI chip, Leylin now had a better idea of the level of his strength. Currently, Leylin could be said to be at the peak of rank 1, where dealing with a semi-converted Magus was as easy as chopping vegetables. However, if he were to compare himself to genius Magi, such as Caesar, who had already met the requirements to advance, he was still weaker. Fortunately, Magi like Caesar weren't common on the south coast. His mortal enemy, the elder of the Leylin family, was a little weaker than Caesar. With Leylin's current skills, if he were to fight him one-on-one without any tricks, he was not a match for Caesar. This was to be expected, though, since it had not been too long since Leylin had become an official magus. Most magi would still be new and inexperienced. It was already an achievement for Leylin to possess this level of strength. As long as I endure for a while more and wait until my spiritual force and elemental essence conversion reach the ultimate degree that can be achieved by a rank 1 magus. Then, with the added bonus from my Warlock bloodline, I will definitely be able to defeat and maybe even kill him. Leylin calculated inwardly, his eyes flashing with dark light. This sight caused the old geezer beside him to tremble in trepidation. Boom, boom, a severe seismic wave came from the ground. A crack appeared, and a gush of tempting, fragrant, and milky white spring water burst out from the ground. The mysterious aroma pervaded the air, and the plants in the area rapidly grew, seeming to have received some nourishment. Squeak, squeak! An earthen yellow mole scuttled from the grass, and it opened its intelligent eyes wide, observing its surroundings. It dashed to the side of the water and began to drink in huge gulps. Boom, boom! Heavy footsteps sounded and gradually increased in number, announcing a horde of animals. There were regular animals such as wolves, cheetahs, and pythons, but they were nothing compared to the number of strange, bizarre-looking creatures that were there as well. There were some whose upper half was human, while the other half consisted of the legs of a spider, and there were others that were as huge as mountains. More than all of these creatures, however, the thing that caused the most fear was the black smog at the heart of the wave. This black smog spanned across a large area, and there were multiple tendrils of smoke at the edges that kept extending outwards like tentacles. Regardless of whether they were tigers, cheetahs, half-spiders, or double-headed snakes, all animals that got close would be silently consumed by the smog. After it passed through, all that was left was a pile of white bones. Even though there was a temptingly strong life force energy radiating from the milky white spring water, the animals all made the same decision to stay far away from the black smog. There was a deliberate amount of space left between the animals and the black smog. They came to the side of the spring and competed desperately to have the chance to drink the spring water. Just the black smog alone had taken up a lot of space. The sounds of furious roaring and the tearing apart of meat sounded out. A bloody battle for the chance to drink the water started at the mouth of the spring. Of course, these bizarre animals headed in the opposite direction of the black smog, and the mole from earlier had long since disappeared. More than a few kilometers away, a group of magi wearing the uniform of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy were advancing. In the middle was a magus who had countless plants that seemed like tentacles hanging all over his body and embedded straight into the ground. All of a sudden, a magus halted his footsteps and began to grin. "What's up, Blake? Did you discover anything?" The leader of the team questioned the scouting magus called Blake. "Yes. In that direction, about 7 kilometers away, I sensed dense life force energy waves, and I could feel the energy veins pulsing through the earth. It was at the mouth of a newly formed fantasy spring. There are also multiple weak traces of life, which probably belong to the animals nearby that were attracted there." Blake spoke with conviction, pointing in the direction of the spring. "Good. Let's get there, lest those darned bastards drink up the entire spring." The magus leader was extremely pleased. Discovering the fantasy spring was a substantial contribution. But Blake was obviously hesitant. Within all those traces of life, there seems to be a large fellow. Who cares? Do you mean it can resist with 5 official magi joining hands to attack? One of the members in the group immediately exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for?" The entire group immediately set off in the direction Blake had pointed out, and Blake could only smile wryly, knowing that nobody would listen to what he had to say. Also, just as his teammate had said, there was nothing that could stop them, unless they met a magus from the Four Seasons Garden. Once the Magi group reached the mouth of the fantasy spring, they saw many animals scrambling for the spring water. "No, how dare these lowly, wretched bastards drink my fantasy spring water?" As he watched the water level drop, the leader was on the verge of going crazy. "This is a high-level life force spring water that sells for over 100 magic crystals per gallon. It's also a necessary item when brewing potions. Quick, what are you still doing there? Kill all of these bastards. Two ice blades emitting coldness appeared in the Magi's hands, his expression complicated as if he bore a grudge. Though the spring would be saved like this, and would become a possession of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, only a small portion of contribution points would be given to him. Team leader, look at that. Blake dragged the leader by his clothes, pointing at the black smog. The devilish black smog? Shit, it being so large must mean that it's already an adult. The leader could feel a headache coming on. The devilish black smog was a high-energy being in the Magus World. They were born without a form and were just made of black smog. They did not move quickly, but it was because of this that spells were less effective against them, and their defensive abilities were more impressive. The most pressing issue was the fact that this devilish black smog had already matured. It was a large possibility that a matured devilish black smog has awoken their ethereal skill. Even official magi might have trouble killing or chasing it away. Whatever. The good thing is that this type of devilish black smog has high defense, but relatively weak attacks, so the only thing to be careful of is to not let its tentacles touch you. The leader pointed at two members. You two will follow me and release long-range spells, and hopefully draw the devilish black smog away. The others will chase away the animals, because every second they are still here means we lose thousands of magic crystals. The Magus leader seemed to be respected in the group, and his arrangements did make sense. Soon after, the Magi split up. Drilling Frost, Fireball, Globule of Secondary Energy. Spells at the energy levels of an official Magi were let out by the three Magi. Ice bolts, fireballs, and multicolored balls of energy flew out towards the devilish black smog beside the spring. The spells distorted the air as they streaked across the sky, leaving behind traces of energy waves. Wah wah, the devilish black smog made sounds like that of a child crying as the black smog on its body dispersed. It then became more transparent. The ice bolts, fireballs, and globules of secondary energy went through the black smog, but it did not cause any significant effect. The entire body of the black smog became a little more transparent, yet it drank from the spring in huge gulps as if nothing had happened. Physical attacks don't work, which means this devilish black smog definitely has awakened its ethereal ability. Use vaporization or area of effect attacks that are made up of pure energy. The leader was a veteran and immediately analyzed the current growth stage of the smog. Ice fog. He first produced a large amount of white fog, in which were ice shards and beads, which quickly moved in the direction of the devilish black smog. Support me, the leader howled. Immediately after, the two other group members got to work. One released a green hurricane that hastened the speed of the ice fog, while the other constantly set up defenses in front of the group. With the help of the green tornado, the icy fog moved extremely quickly and immediately reached and stopped at the devilish black smog. TSS, the sound of cold water freezing was heard as the ice fog collided with the black smog. The black smog all around the area started moving even slower. Whoa! The roars of the devilish black smog continuously sounded, this time filled with pain. Kai kai! The black smog churned and revealed two huge yellow pupils, staring directly in the leader's direction. I've already made it angry, so be careful. Upon seeing the smog's reaction, he began to yell. Kai kai! With the strange sounds from the smog, two large portions of black smog were vomited out like a bomb and rushed towards the three Magi. Shield of Gaia, the only member in charge of setting up defenses, went forward, pressing his finger to the ground in front of her. Rumble, a layer of large granite rock rose up from the ground, taking the shape of a shield and defending the Magi behind it. The black smog bomb collided with the large granite shield, producing an explosive bang. Pa. The surroundings seemed to be a mess. Rock and mud were splattered in all four directions, and a crater was also created at the epicenter of the collision. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, Blackfire. The few Magi were hiding behind the Shield of Gaia. Together with their innate defense spell, they were safe even from the few stray fragments of rock that struck them. Jai. Seeing that its attack didn't have any effect, the strange-formed black smog finally shifted its attention away from the fantasy springwater. It extended numerous tendrils around the surroundings, which was slowly creeping towards the three magi. "Great, I'll lure it away. All of you are to collect the fantasy springwater while it's distracted," the team leader hollered. After that, the three magi constantly retreated while frequently casting spells, luring the strangely formed black smog to gradually move away from its original spot. The other two members of the team took the chance to quickly eradicate other life forms. When they reached the edge of the fantasy springwater, they were the only beings left. Once Blake reached the mouth of the spring, he started to chant a mysterious incantation. Rumble, the milky white springwater started to bubble as he steadily chanted in front of the spring. Bang! The large quantity of fantasy springwater was being absorbed in midair by Blake, just like a whale drinking water. As the water was being absorbed, it concentrated into a milky white gemstone-like object, finally landing in Blake's hands. "Hurry up! I won't be able to hold back the strange-formed black smog for much longer." When the leader saw that Blake and another member were collecting the springwater, he first let out a smile before turning to shock in the next instant. After seeing that someone was collecting large amounts of the delicacy that it was going to consume, the black smog that was still pursuing the team leader let out a baby-like wail before turning back to charge towards the spring. Delay it to gain more time? That team leader's eyes were slightly red. "Ow!" A creature's holler suddenly came from the sky while the few team members were occupied. A chill arose in all of the Magi's heart after hearing that sound. The strange-formed black smog also stopped its movement as it revealed its enormous yellow eyes, looking warily at the sky. They saw an enormous poison wyvern. Its body was 30% larger than it should have been, with green scales covered it completely. The force behind every flap of its enormous wings was very powerful. This poison wyvern seems to be," that team leader said in a daze. "That's right, that poison wyvern that is stronger than an official magus is the symbol of that magus. Leader, we're really lucky this time." A member of his group smiled wryly as he said that. A sliver of despair appeared on the team leader's face. A strangely formed black smog. That's right, I need its core." An extremely youthful voice rang out from the poison wyvern's back, and following that statement, a strong magic undulation descended on the entire area. The Magi below instantly felt as though an enormous wave was crashing over them. That power was so powerful that they couldn't resist. The strange-formed black smog that was still dealing with three Magi immediately stopped resisting against them. The powerful aura of its body increased by half and its form shrunk. It looked more substantial, and both of its yellow eyes were wide as it stared fixedly at its new opponent. Low snarls could be heard from it. Following that person's voice, a black hand, which burned with violent black flames, struck from the back of the poison wyvern towards that strange-formed black smog. The areas that the black hand passed through briefly fluctuated. The hand was not yet done, and the stones and grass were blown away roughly, revealing a barren land. The black smog lay right in the middle of this area. "Kai Kai!" The smog faced the heavens and bellowed, constantly spewing out black bullets. These bombs that were formed from condensed black fog seemed to grow eyes and sailed through the air in a strange line, accurately intercepting the large hand that burned with black flames. Boom, 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 boom. The black bullets exploded in front of the large hand, but it was clearly ineffective. They were burnt up by the flames, leaving not even a trace on the palm of the hand. Whoosh! The attack from the black smog was unable to slow down the fiery large hand. Under the astonished gazes of the surrounding members, the black flaming hand grabbed onto the body of the black smog. Wah wah! The raging black flames covered the body of the black smog in an instant, the smog gradually becoming fainter under the flames. It eventually burnt into white steam and completely evaporated. The black smog's figure became increasingly smaller, and within a few seconds, it was half its original size. It cried out painfully, its tentacles involuntarily twitching and even rolling on the ground, but this did nothing to deter the large hand. The flames persisted and continued to burn away the strange body of the black smog. Another 10 minutes passed, and the entire black smog was completely destroyed by the black flames, leaving behind something that looked like a black pearl. This black pearl was completely smooth, containing what seemed to be a miniature version of the black smog, constantly changing its shape. Thud, thud. The poison wyvern in the air had also descended by then, a youthful male magus jumping off its back. He approached the area where the flames had burnt, retrieving the black pearl. A large poison wyvern and black flames, there is no mistake, he must be Four Seasons Garden's Blackfire Leylin. This team leader smiled wryly. Earlier he had sensed an immense and terrifying spiritual force with a large amount dark elemental energy. It had reached the battlefield and had been observing their every move. Under the surveillance of this spiritual force, just moving required more energy than usual. It was naturally impossible to even think about escaping or fighting back. Blackfire Leylin. Isn't that the one from our academy? Who? A member nearby held his tongue, his expression revealing his shock. As Magi of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, they definitely knew the existence of a potioneering genius who had been involved in a conflict with the Lillital family and had been subsequently expelled. Though it was said that he had already advanced to be an official magus, hearing rumors and actually seeing it for themselves was a completely different experience. In addition, the strength that Leylin exhibited far exceeded the might that a newly advanced magus would normally have. Even old men like them could only sigh in longing at his power. It's such a large area, but we actually managed to bump into him. What luck we have. This magus team leader shook his hand and quickly stood in front of his teammates. Go, I'll stall for time. Leader, team leader. Several members of the team were reluctant to obey. Blake disregarded his words and went forward, standing shoulder to shoulder by the team leader. If you're going to stay behind, then I should be the one doing so. I'm the scout in this group, and it was my fault that we did not discover the enemy. However, with Blake's strength, discovering Leylin was basically impossible. Furthermore, Blake's detection skills only applied to enemies on the ground. For those who were in the air, it was completely useless. Leader! The other members seemed to be on good terms with their team leader and hesitated, with another staying behind as well. The other two glanced at each other, erupting with wind elemental particles around them and moving over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. They wildly charged forward, seemingly uncaring of their lives. Why does it feel like I'm the huge villain here? Opposite them, Leylin stroked his chin and had the sudden urge to laugh. It was quite unexpected that Magi from the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy could be so united in a life or death situation like this. However, even the Dark Magi had a few friends they were willing to risk their lives for. Had the team members not trusted each other, then their small team would have perished on its first mission and would not have lasted till this point. Magi from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy? Upon seeing their strangely familiar black robes, he turned somewhat emotional. Just a few years ago, he had been a lowly acolyte who had to be extremely respectful the moment he saw robes that a magus wore. But now, whether these official magi lived or died was in Leylin's hands. It felt quite strange to face the reversal like this. Do you want to stop resisting, or should I make my move? Leylin asked indifferently. The moment those words were uttered, the situation could no longer be changed. We're going to go all out, go! The team leader showed his firm stance as he yelled. Kacha! There were suddenly two more long ice blades in his hands, mercilessly slashing towards Leylin. Tentacles also formed under Blake's feet, squirming and extending till they shaped into a large hammer. The hammer was lifted high and ruthlessly slammed towards Leylin. The last magus used a few support spells on his comrades and set up a large rock shield in front of them. Quite a compatible combination. It's a pity that it's useless, Leylin evaluated, seeming to be making no move. From his figure, innumerable shadow tentacles suddenly emerged. These shadow feelers seemed to be like plant roots, spreading all over in large quantities till they practically blotted the sky. The world suddenly became dark and gloomy. Shadow domain, Leylin whispered, and his body became a black figure, dissipating into the air. Boom, boom, the ice blades and huge hammer struck the floor, leaving behind two huge holes with traces of green smoke emitting around them. Take care of our defense, the team leader roared. It's too late. Within the shadows, I am everywhere. Black light flashed, and Leylin's figure appeared behind the rock shield. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, Total Captivity, Total Captivity. As he watched the enemy Magus in charge of defense, Leylin raised his right hand and tapped. Wang, countless black figures emerged from the shadows, overlapping with each other as they continuously multiplied. With the accumulation of the shadows, a small light appeared in front of his finger that formed a small-scale vortex that seemed to be able to suck one's spirit in. In front of Leylin, a layer of greenish-gray iron covering instantly appeared on that Magus skin. This was Iron Skin, an innate earth element solidification spell that rank 1 Magi like to use. Ripple. Leylin's finger seemed to be moving extremely slowly, though in actuality it was approaching very quickly. As he tapped the Magus Iron Skin, the sound of rippling water could be heard. In front of Leylin's finger, the Magus Iron Skin peeled off bit by bit like snake skin. A look of incredulity appeared on the Magus' face, and after having been quickly tapped on the forehead by Leylin, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Laura, the team leader, was furious. Shortly afterwards, a scroll appeared in his hands and Blake, who was to one side of the leader, produced a small shield the size of a palm. Immense energy waves were emitted from these two items, indicating that they were ready to be activated at any moment. "You two can attack me together." Facing this sight, Leylin simply smiled and clawed with both hands. TSSSS. Black streams of air were emitted from his fingers, and each of the 10 black streams was like little snakes as they surrounded these 2 Magi. Where the 2 Magi had previously stood, 2 black cocoons could now be seen. From these cocoons, the occasional snake-like hisses could be heard. Seconds later, the black mist dissipated, leaving behind 2 Magi that had fainted on the floor. There was a layer of vague imprints that were like black snakes wandering back and forth across their faces. After taking care of these 3 Magi, Leylin willed the shadow vines obstructing the sky to withdraw back into his shadow. "I feel it now. With the constant stimulation from my bloodline, my control over the darkness is becoming increasingly stronger." The darkness in Leylin's pupils became deeper, and he appeared to be intoxicated while deep in thought as he mumbled to himself. After handling these 3 Magi prisoners, Leylin waited another few minutes. Zoom, 2 unidentifiable human figures were flying across the ground, dashing towards Leylin rapidly. Even Leylin was only able to see after images. Thud. The 2 black figures were carrying something on their shoulders and came to Leylin, throwing the things on their backs onto the floor. "Master," number 2 and number 3 knelt on one leg, greeting him. "In accordance with your orders, we have caught all of them. None have escaped." The 2 Magi that had escaped just now were currently lying on the ground. Several injuries that were so deep that bone could be seen on the bodies of the Magi. They were extremely pale, which was a result of extreme blood loss. It was not difficult to imagine that these wounds were the result of a fierce battle. "Good. You did well," Leylin expressed his approval towards his subordinates. These 2 Magi were newly advanced, and thus the weakest amongst the Magi. Numbers 2 and 3 were able to defeat them because of the immense power of branded swordsmen, a subdivision of the ancient Magi. Perhaps this was the obvious result of the large consumption of potential and vitality from number 2 and number 3. To obtain power, Leylin had no choice but to speed things up and carry out many taboo methods on their bodies. This allowed them to break through their limits and become branded swordsmen in a short period of time. Because of this, their vitality was being consumed at a faster rate. Based on the AI chip's calculations, they only had 2 more months to live. "Bring them along. Let's go." Leylin heaved a sigh of relief as he pointed at the 5 Abyssal Bone Forest Academy Magi lying on the ground. He still had many questions that could only be answered by these people. In addition, it was no simple task to obtain official Magi slaves and guinea pigs. Leylin still had many ideas and conjectures regarding branded swordsmen, and he needed to test it on these Magi. After all, in ancient times, branded swordsmen were a subdivision of the official Magi, not knights. Hence, with Grand Knights as guinea pigs, Leylin still felt he was lacking something even with the help of the AI chip. In the end, all he produced was numbers 2 and 3, who were incomplete versions of the branded swordsmen. This could be due to their lack of the tremendous spiritual force that Magi possessed, which resulted in number 2 and 3's difficulty in manipulating the elemental particles in the air. It was several times more difficult than predicted by the AI chip. Leylin considered some scenarios and then brought the 5 Magi to a secure hidden area. After interrogating them, he immediately began to verify his doubts regarding branded swordsmen. Leylin only dared to be so unscrupulous because this was a time of war, and he was doing this to those from the enemy camp. If not, using official Magi as guinea pigs would most certainly result in society's displeasure, and he would receive negative repercussions. On a high ground filled with white flowers. In the thick fog, a large castle that looked like an upside-down cone existed. This castle only had one point that was connected to the ground, and yet it was able to support the main body of the castle on top. Looking at it gave one the misconception that the world was upside down. It seemed like this castle was normally upright, but someone had turned it upside down. In the walkway paved with white marble, an old woman with a head of silver hair was carrying an oil lamp, ambling slowly. Ka-cha, a metal door with blue electric currents sparking on the surface, was pushed forward. TSSSS. Large amounts of icy white gas began to condense as they came into contact with the outside. It filled the walkway behind her with a layer of white frost. The old lady walked in the house, which was practically a world of ice and snow. It was below 0 degrees, and if one were a regular human, it would be impossible for them to stay here for more than a few seconds. In the heart of the house, tendrils of white vapor constantly emanated from 2 ice coffins. Through the translucent coffins, one could see a burly man in one and a girl lying quietly in the other. Both of them had their eyes tightly shut, a look of pain and signs of struggle flashing across their faces occasionally. Each had a rune with a snake wriggling about on their neck and right hand. "Sorry for the trouble, Dr. Hyder." The old woman got out of the way, and a Magus with a head of silver hair came from behind her. This Magus looked to be very old, with wrinkle after wrinkle heaping on his face. However, his eyes were bright, and he had a benevolent smile on his face. Curses are a very troublesome part of spells. They involve many strange and cruel things, and Magi in the South Coast who know this type of magic are scarce. I can't guarantee anything other than that I'll try my best. Hyder, a Magus specializing in healing, did not immediately approach the patients, but first spoke to the old woman. "You are an expert in this field. If you are unable to solve this problem, then I don't even know who I should approach." She gave a bitter laugh. "All right, I'll give it my all," Hyder nodded. Usually, he definitely would not take on such jobs. Not only were they dangerous, it was easy to offend the Magus who had produced the curse. However, he was on good terms with this family and owed them a few favors. Hence, he had no choice but to come. Hyder went forward and looked the ice coffins up and down, and then nodded. When unable to treat a condition, freezing the victim is a very good method. He shifted his focus past the layer of ice, and upon seeing the curse runes within, he gasped. Hyder's expression immediately became serious, and a stifling atmosphere pervaded the air. He produced several bizarre items from his clothes, which seemed to be useful in testing the nature and effects of the curse. The old woman behind him stood behind him in bated breath, not daring to even speak a word. A good while later, Hyder put down the stethoscope in his hands and rubbed off the cold sweat on his forehead. "How is it?" she immediately inquired. "It's troublesome. No, it's extremely troublesome." Hyder looked abnormally solemn. "From this rune, I felt an ancient aura. It's possible that this was a curse passed on from ancient times, and there are basically no other models of it to be found on the South Coast. Furthermore, this technique is very complicated, and without large amounts of experimentation. Trying to treat it at this point will only result in the curse going berserk in the body. The end result is something none of us want to see." Now, after seeing how demanding and crafty this curse was, even Hyder regretted his decision. Was it worth it to repay a favor and, in turn, offend a terrifying dark Magus? "An ancient curse, HSS?" the old lady gasped. As a family with a long history, she naturally understood the difficulty in dealing with this curse. Forcefully breaking the curse would only result in death, unless the Magus who had set the curse decided to stop pursuing the matter. "Are there no other methods?" With a hopeful glint in her eyes, she stared at Hyder. "It would be best to make a trade with the Magus who set the curse. Other than that, I would need large amounts of guinea pigs and practical tests to find a way and break the curse." Hyder slanted his head and thought for a moment before speaking. Also, there is a time limit for the curse. Based on my test, there is at most 1 more month before it will completely erupt. Hyder dropped another bomb on her. Upon hearing this, the old lady trembled and then she breathed in deeply, a resolute look on her face. It doesn't matter what happens to Manla, but nothing can happen to Jenna. That is my final threshold. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Acolyte, huh? Hyder looked at the old woman, a little confused. What I'm trying to say is, rather than guinea pigs, the results would be better if you could do tests on a Magus who has also been cursed. Am I wrong? The old woman looked cold and indifferent as if she was a block of ice. Theoretically speaking, that's true, and it would be even better if it's an official Magus. Hyder unconsciously muttered to himself and suddenly came to a realization. You're thinking of using Manla? Hyder could not hide his shock at her words. Though this lady's family had a long history, official magi were few and far between. There were not more than 5 of them. This act would sacrifice 1/5 of their power. If that's what fate dictates, then so be it. The old woman looked to be in a trance as she gazed at Jenna, who was in a deep sleep within the ice coffin. She is the seer, and nothing can be allowed to happen to her. The seer. No wonder, Hyder repeated after her. He had also heard about the family's strange ability to foresee the future. Kill him, the traitor that goes against fate. At this moment, Jenna suddenly opened her eyes, revealing the whites of her eyes as she spoke expressionlessly. Those who offend the seer will have their spirits cast into a bottomless hellhole with black flames and receive endless torture. Heh. All of a sudden, Jenna's expression changed, and she began to laugh crazily. Next, the whites of her eyes disappeared, and a look of suffering appeared. She looked to be on the verge of tearing as she stared in the direction of the old woman. Grandmother! This expression quickly dissipated, and the color of her face changed. Several images appeared, forming different faces. HSSS, as if stimulated, the black snake runes on her pale neck began to extend. Lines of black veins instantly crawled all over Jenna's face. This is bad. Hyder immediately went forward, pouring a bottle of blue liquid into her mouth. Ka-cha. On the surface of Jenna's body, countless shards of blue ice appeared, causing her body to freeze. Sleep, Hyder spoke slowly. The expression in his eyes was hard to make out and was somewhat intimidating. Blue threads from his fingers went deep into her body. After a long period of time, Jenna finally went back to sleep, and the snake curse returned to its original shape, though it looked a little bigger than before. A fractured spirit? Or no, is this the fusion of spirits? How pitiful. After all that work, Hyder began to look at Jenna with pity in his eyes. As a healing Magus who was friendly with this family, he knew about the divination ability they possessed. This strange ability came from an incomplete high-grade meditation technique. All who cultivated in this meditation technique would automatically gain the ability to receive premonitions of the future to some extent. As they progressed and cultivated further, they would even be able to observe fragments of the future. Unfortunately, this incomplete high-grade meditation technique had stringent limitations, and only the female members of Jenna's family were able to cultivate in it. In addition, within each generation, only one member would succeed in it and gain the power to predict the future. These people were called the seers. If that was all, the situation would be manageable. However, with the passing down of this technique, a more scary phenomenon appeared. The spirits of the seer through the years were somehow preserved, and they would possess the body of the current seer. Hence, with the accumulation of more and more spirits, the seer's mind would become mentally unstable, and she would become schizophrenic. Hyder had previously accepted the task of producing potions that could stabilize the mental state or spirit of the seer. The current Jenna looked like a single person, but within her body resided the spirits of the past seer. With the increase of spirits within her body, Jenna's mental health and rationality became frail, and there came a point where she did not even know what she was doing. The spirits of the seers from previous generations would even occasionally take over her body. As a result, she would do some strange things that were unthinkable to the regular person. Hyder was very much aware that after gaining this ability, Jenna's family had become a little neurotic. Not only did they say that pretty much everything they did was in the name of the protector, and were unwilling to accept any criticism, but they were also used to saying nonsense like following what fate had in store for them. As this continued to happen, several families that had previously been on good terms with them distanced themselves. After all, Magi were a bunch of rational and free people. Nobody wanted to be with someone who would constantly criticize their actions. What had once been a large clan inevitably fell. Just looking for some external help was difficult, and they could only find a soul-healing Magus, Hyder. "How is she?" the old woman inquired worriedly, though she pointedly ignored Manla at the side. Hyder sighed, feeling pity for Manla. "Though I was able to temporarily suppress the outbreak of the curse, Miss Jenna's unstable mental condition means that the outbreak can recur at any time." Hyder gave the old woman a long, meaningful look. "Also, with that outbreak just now, the date which the curse on her body will completely erupt has been brought closer." Leylin knew nothing about what was happening. It was just the opposite. He was surprised that he hadn't heard anything about Jenna's family trying to find him through other organizations. From the looks of it, Jenna's speech about being on good terms with large white Magi organizations was just a ploy to scare him in a life or death situation. Though Leylin had made some preparations, the feeling of having made preparations, but there being no signs of attacks directed at him left him feeling a little dejected. "But the time limit that I set is approaching. They will definitely look for me soon." The corners of Leylin's mouth curved into a cold smile. His curse came from the rank 4 Morningstar Magus, the Great Magus Surhome. With the AI, chips, simulation, and encryption methods, it was basically impossible for anyone else in the entire South Coast to undo it. To save these two people, the family supporting Jenna would have to beg him for help. Leylin was also quite interested in Jenna's divination ability and desired to know more about it. Whoosh! The sounds of fierce wind whistled past Leylin's ears. Ow! The venom wyvern hawk made sounds of excitement as it soared through the air. The gale that met them ruffled Leylin's clothes, producing the sounds of fabric flapping. Leylin closed his eyes in enjoyment, looking content. The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and the Lilidal family. It's time to sever things off completely. Thinking back to the information he had gained from those few Magi, a merciless glint appeared in Leylin's eyes. He was quite knowledgeable in the field of spirits and had learned about methods in torturing spirits. Leylin even had the ability to use certain combinations of potions to search the souls of newly advanced Magi. Under the endless torture methods that Leylin had employed, the 5 Magi that Leylin had taken prisoner quickly relinquished all that they knew. From their very lips, Leylin was able to obtain a very detailed distribution chart of the Abyssal Bone Forest's forces in Hunting Zone 3. What aroused Leylin's interest was a stronghold that was headed by the Lilidal family. In the beginning, in order to obtain the Chem-En's pupil technique, he had killed off Bossane. This had offended an elder of the Lilidal family, so Leylin had no choice but escape from the academy. Scenes of his past flashed by Leylin. This was a dispute that had come about in one's pursuit of power. There was no right or wrong, but since he had garnered animosity from them, Leylin was prepared to eliminate this liability. Though Giant had promised to mediate, one could only trust himself. The best enemy was a dead one. That elder from the Lilidal family who specialized in metal had reached the apex of a rank 1 Magus. If Leylin were to make his move now, it would be a bit difficult. However, he would be able to cut off his opponent's wings and weaken his family. It would be even better if that elder himself was around. Leylin was certain that he would be able to withdraw safely, and that he would be able to collect large amounts of data and command the AI chip to simulate the best way to kill him. The venom wyvern soared through the air at a frightening speed, causing animals and acolytes alike to only see a black blur. We've entered enemy territory. This is where most of the enemy Magus activity is. Leylin suddenly having an idea. He produced large amounts of gray clouds from within his sleeves, concealing both him and the venom wyvern. With the spread of the gray clouds, the large figure of the venom wyvern actually became the same color as the blue sky. Even the immense life and heat waves from it vanished. On a valley floor, an obese-looking acolyte in gray robes was being chased by a group of wild wolves. "Faster, just a little bit faster, and I'll reach one of the strongholds of the academy." The acolyte ran, cheering herself on while tightly grasping a unique red ore. Ow! A wild wolf howled, surrounding itself with a ring of green particles. Its speed immediately increased fivefold, turning into a black line as it headed straight for the acolyte. With green light shooting from its eyes, the wolf opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth that reeked of blood and snapped at the acolyte's hand. Bite it! This acolyte resolutely surrendered the left hand that the wolf was aiming for. Ka-cha! The pathetic defense of the acolyte's robes was pierced through. Immediately after, the wolf fiercely bit onto the acolyte's left arm, and a muffled sound similar to something biting on leather was heard. Ha! The acolyte swung her left arm. The wild wolf was swung away as she exerted her enormous strength. At the next moment, however, multiple wild wolves caught up to her. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221, Saving a Damsel in Distress. Saving a damsel in distress. Seeing herself surrounded by wild wolves, the acolyte made a decision. She fiercely swung her right arm backwards. Ka-cha! Her palm split open, revealing multiple white teeth and looked like another mouth thump. Thump! Thump! From the mouth on her right arm, several lumps of putrid green liquid shot out. Ow! The liquid balls hit the bodies of the wild wolves, producing large amounts of white smoke. They corroded at a very fast pace, revealing the striking red flesh and white bones of the wild wolves. The wolves' attack became sluggish, and making use of this chance, the acolyte quickly recited a few incantations and added a spell that would increase her speed. Eventually, before the group of wolves caught up to her, this acolyte quickly burst into a layer of mist. After entering the mist, she heaved a huge sigh of relief. She looked around her. Around her were several official magi and acolytes in the robes unique to Abyssal Bone Forest Academy moving about. Stop there, acolyte. The password and your token. Countless black owls surrounded the acolyte, creating a huge human figure that spoke. Supreme Abyssal Bones. The acolyte muttered lowly, and then produced a black stamp, placing it before the giant. Correct, the giant spoke, dispersing into many owls that flew away. This acolyte then took out a map and compared it with her surroundings. I never thought I would go so far inside. This is a danger zone marked with 3 bones. Without the strength of an official magus, it's best to leave as soon as possible. Oh my, such a disgusting smell, let me guess who's here. At this point, the acolyte was stopped by a few acolytes who were preparing to leave. The acolyte in charge was wearing robes that indicated his status and made with exquisite materials. There was a silver necklace around his neck that gave off immense energy waves, which obviously made it a magic artifact. Is there even the need to guess? This smell is just as stinky as the sewers. Besides our swine Nissa, who else could it be? The other acolytes immediately burst into laughter. The acolyte who had spoken walked in front of her and lifted her hood. Under the hood was an exceptionally ugly face. The top of the head was bald, and between several of the teeth were gaps. There was also a snout, and a constant stink surrounded this person. The acolyte who had entered the stronghold was actually from the same place as Leylin, and she was his old classmate, Nissa. Lord Lilitel? Nissa bowed respectfully, though her expression was stiff. Due to her appearance, she had been discriminated against and bullied, but most of the acolytes did not think their actions were too excessive. The acolyte obstructing her way was from the Lilitel family and had a whole gang escorting him. He was exceedingly arrogant and often made fun of her appearance. Chen! The acolyte nodded indifferently, looking aloof and proud. Swine Nissa, this is not a place you should be in. Don't let your bad smell alarm the various Lord Magi here. They are our forefathers. The acolyte who had the word Lilitel in his name covered his nostrils, looking at her in disdain. I'll leave now, Nissa hastily retreated. However, as she was leaving, she accidentally tripped and revealed the red ore in her hand. Wait! That acolyte immediately stopped her. What's that in your hand? What is it? Take it out. No, it's nothing. Nissa kept drawing back and tried her best to hide it, but the panic in her eyes could not be hidden so easily. Bitch! The acolyte cursed and suddenly made his move. His entire right hand abruptly became bigger, the flesh bulged bit by bit, and the blue veins were prominent. Thud! A punch landed on Nissa's face, and her entire body was sent flying. While she was in midair, a red ore fell to the ground, whirling around like a spinning top. A Markov crystal? And it's actually red. The acolyte of the Leylin family stared hard at the red ore, joy and greed flashing in his expression. That's me mine, seeing the greed in the acolyte's face, Nissa's heart sank. However, this ore was extremely important to her since she would need it to advance, so she drummed up her courage and spoke up. Darned bitch. Even the skin on her face is so thick. The acolyte who had punched her swung his arm. This crystal was my gains from yesterday. You despicable thief, wretched thief. Not only did you steal it, you even dared to claim that it's yours. The acolyte waved his arm. Go, grab her and send her to the Academy's enforcement team to be punished. The few acolytes behind him encircled her, their intentions clear. Nissa kept stepping backwards, yellow pus flowing from her eyes. A few acolyte bystanders remained unperturbed as they watched, and even some of the Magi looked on in the same fashion. That acolyte was from the Leylin family. They were one of the 3 big families in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Many of the people in that family held important positions in the academy. Offending them was akin to offending the school. In addition, the Magi in charge of the stronghold were all people from the Leylin family. Even if somebody else wanted to help her, there was nothing that could be done. Besides, Magi were a bunch of practical beings, and this was even more so for dark Magi. Why would they especially go against the Leylin family for somebody like Nissa, an ugly freak like her? Hence, all they could do was to give a heavy sigh and continue with their work, as if they had seen nothing. Hee hee, you've been an eyesore for far too long. Just seeing your back spoils my appetite. One of the acolytes around her snickered as he grabbed forward with his right hand. A black claw suddenly appeared, scratching towards Nissa's face. I want to smash this disgusting face to bits. The acolyte roared, as if at this very moment, a sense of righteousness had possessed him. No, Nissa blocked her face with her hands. Bang! The black claw scratched at her arm, but only a layer of skin broke. As the product of a failed experiment of an official magus, Nissa had gained a resistance to spells that ordinary acolytes did not have. Her strength had also increased, though she had no clue if this was good or bad. Damn it! The acolytes around her were fuming red as if they had been humiliated. They looked at each other and suddenly attacked as a group. Fireballs, ice bolts, hurricanes, all of these were thrown towards her head. Don't force me. Nissa wailed as she ran from the onslaught of magic, hands hugging her head. Poo, thick green pus sprayed out of her mouth, right into the face of an acolyte opposite her. Ah! The facial muscles of that acolyte fell bit by bit, and he could do little but hold on to his face and roll around on the floor in pain. At this moment, the spiritual waves belonging to a level 3 acolyte exploded forth from Nissa. You've been hiding your strength, eh? Seeing the state that his subordinate was in, the acolyte of the Leylin family could take it no longer. He walked a few steps forward, a teasing grin on his face. Once more, attack me, he arrogantly pointed at his face. Nissa stepped back in response to his provocation. She was not stupid. If she dared to attack someone of the Leylin family here, the Magi here would definitely tear her apart. Ha, you don't dare to? Then I'm going to make my move. The acolyte laughed maniacally as he pointed a finger at Nissa. Bind, from the silver necklace around his neck, countless silver threads were produced. Layer by layer they extended like a spider web and caught Nissa inside. Shiwa, silver threads inwardly gathered, binding her inside. TSSS. Even with the modifications to Nissa's skin, yellow pus flowed under the tight binding of the silver threads. A look of pain appeared on her face. Let's do this together. Kill that bitch. Feeling that his reputation had been sullied, this acolyte of the Leylin family had begun to disregard the rules of the academy, wanting all schoolmates who were present to kill her. After all, he was a part of the Leylin family. Even if he did something wrong, the worst punishment he would get was confinement. His family members would definitely rescue him, so what was there to fear? Seeing herself on the verge of being encircled once more by acolytes with the light from spells flashing in their hands, she could only hang her head sadly. Am I going to die here today? Though it's a type of release, dying in such a manner really doesn't sit well with me, Nissa thought to herself. Boom! The sound of immense waves from magic resounded. Nissa squeezed her eyes shut, but feeling no pain in her head, she raised her head in astonishment. Her jaw dropped in amazement. She could see a huge venom wyvern hovering around in the sky, above the stronghold's wards. A black, flaming hand scooped downwards, fierce black flames immediately tearing apart a huge hole in the ward. Enemy attack! The owls from before appeared once more, turning into the shape of a giant. Shoo! A young man wearing black robes waved his arm disdainfully. A huge black fireball fell like a comet. Boom! Innumerable feathers flew, and the giant made from the owls immediately dispersed after a brief contact with the flames. Owl after owl was burnt to ashes, falling from the sky. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, Appearance, Rain of Fire. From atop the venom, wyvern's back, Leylin's gentle voice was heard. Shortly after, yet another huge black fireball emerged out of nowhere on top of the stronghold, and boom, the fireball exploded, dispersing into black fire droplets that looked like rain, spreading across the entire area. SSA. An acolyte who had been surrounding Nissa had brief contact with a fire droplet that brushed by his shoulder, and before he could even make a sound, he had been reduced to a pile of white ash. Rue, run! The acolyte from the Leylin family's voice wavered, his fear apparent. Shua, shua, shua. The acolytes that had been surrounding Nissa looked as if they had seen a ghost, evading the fire droplets in the air, terrified. TSS. A black spark fell on the silver threads that bound Nissa. In that instant, this magic artifact was warped out of shape by the black flames and eventually melted into a silver-white liquid that dripped to the ground. Under the onslaught of black fire droplets, large numbers of acolytes were turned to ash without any chance to resist. The surrounding buildings began to burn furiously, and under the attack of the rain of fire, everything instantly turned into a sea of fire. It's Leylin, Nissa whispered, but at that moment, she saw a black fire droplet flying towards her. Leylin looked around midair and suddenly noticed a very familiar figure from the corner of his eyes. It's Nissa, Leylin exclaimed, and under his manipulation, the black fire droplet deviated, brushing past the edges of Nissa's hair. Who dares to attack the territory of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy? Several black human figures dashed out. One of them rapidly chanted a few incantations, and a dome emitting green rays appeared in the sky, blocking the attack of the black fire droplets. Drip, drip, drip. Countless black fire droplets splashed onto the dome and began to burn. The Magus who cast the protection spell immediately cried out in alarm. The might of this black fire is immense. My spiritual force is being rapidly consumed. Who will help me? Me. A Magus nearby immediately chanted a few words, and a layer of blue ice extended across the layer of protection. Green, blue, and black rays of light mixed together soared into the sky and descended, forming a huge tornado. After the tornado descended, the two Magi looked pale, and it was evident that they had suffered massively. However, at this point, nobody bothered with them. Black flames that are astoundingly strong, that venom wyvern as well. You must be Blackfair, Leylin. A Magus who seemed to be the leader recognized Leylin. What? It's him, Leylin, that genius who betrayed us. All of a sudden, clamors of disbelief broke out from the survivors. You must be Magi from the Leylin family, right? Leylin clasped his hands behind his back. Don't deny it. Even from this distance, I can smell that putrid stench of your bloodline on your bodies. So what? A silver-haired Magus stood. You actually dared to kill the sole grandson of our elder. I've already sent him a signal, so just wait here and prepare to be punished. You've told him? Good, that's great. Leylin's reaction obviously surprised the silver-haired Magus. Leylin continued, since you've already alerted him, there's no point in keeping any of you alive. Hearing Leylin's words, the Magi present felt a chill in their hearts. A sense of foreboding became apparent. Shadow domain? Countless tentacles extended from the shadow under Leylin's feet, spreading across the horizon and completely blocking all the sunlight in the area. Be careful! The Magus leader nearby could only screech, before a black light flashed and a crimson palm went through his chest, digging out a bright red heart that still pumped furiously. Under the assault of the crimson palm, the innate defense spells of these Magi were torn apart like paper. He killed the leader. One of the Magi present looked at Leylin as if they were looking at the devil incarnate, and yelled in despair before running in the opposite direction. "Lum, come back," the surrounding Magi shouted, but it was too late. Within the shadows, Leylin seemed to be a grain of dust that had fused with the gentle wind and floated to Lum's back. A crimson palm went for his head. Rumble. A layer of crimson flames began to burn furiously on Lum and turned the official Magus into ashes. Regular rank 1 Magi were as weak as children in front of Leylin. They were easily taken care of. Zoom. Leylin suddenly sensed something and gazed into the distance. From far away, a silver ray of light was like a sharp sword, heading here in a straight line. "The main character is here," Leylin grinned, arms rising as he clenched his fists. The darkness that had engulfed the entire region was withdrawn into Leylin's palm, turning into a sphere of darkness which hovered in the air. Strong energy waves swept the area, a violent storm surging and bringing up an entire layer of the ground. "Halt!" the silver-white ray shouted from afar. Unfortunately, Leylin did not care for the voice and flung out the sphere of darkness. The sphere of darkness that was full of destructive power approached the remaining Magi soundlessly. Under their terrified gazes, the black sphere advanced slowly and steadily, their spells and innate defensive spells devoured by the sphere. A few official Magi were run over by the sphere, leaving behind tracks on the ground. "I'll kill you!" Along with the furious growl, the speed of the silver ray increased by a few times, and Leylin could almost see an old man with silver ornaments on his face. "Time to switch locations." Leylin gave a light smile and patted Hawk's head. "Ow!" Hawk let out a roar that seemed to be a demonstration of its might, and with a jolt of its wings, it quickly left the area. Kai. In a few seconds, the silver light from afar arrived, revealing the figure of an old man in silver-white attire. The old man gazed at the stronghold, which had been reduced to ruins. His clothes rustled despite the lack of wind, violent metal elemental particles hovered behind him. "You can't escape. Even if you were to escape to the ends of the earth, I will still find you and kill you." Metallic silver-white rays flashed, and the old man was gone, leaving behind the echoes of his words. Another 10 or so minutes passed. Crash! Within the ruins, there was an area with a mound. A bizarre creature that looked like it had been sewn together emerged. "Was that Leylin just now? I can't believe this. So he's actually became such a powerful official Magus." Nissa gazed in the direction Leylin had left, muttering to herself incessantly. As Leylin had intentionally directed his attack away, as well as her somewhat strong resistance to magic, she had not gained any major injuries in this terrifying attack save for a few holes in her clothes. "Official Magus?" An envious glint appeared in Nissa's eyes. To be rid of the harm done to her body, she had to raise her strength to the level of an official Magus. Only then would she be able to alter her body and regain her original appearance. "One day, I will reach that point one day." Nissa clenched her fists resolutely. "Rustle." At this moment, a large sound was heard from a fallen wooden building nearby. At the bottom of the building, an acolyte could be seen. Nissa walked over curiously, but was met with the face of the acolyte that belonged to the Lilidal family. However, compared to Nissa, this acolyte was very unlucky. Not only an arm and a leg was broken, there was a huge injury in his abdominal area. Even his intestines were spilling out, and all he could do was moan and groan in pain. "You, come here." Upon seeing Nissa, this acolyte brightened up. "What is it?" Nissa gazed at him indifferently. "A filthy, lowly acolyte like you still has a bit of use. Send me to my family, and I'll give you a few items that are barely passable as a reward." The acolyte stumbled over his words, looking at Nissa with disdain, as if letting her touch him was a huge honor. However, Nissa was unmoved like a block of wood and stood there without moving. "You," the acolyte was flushed red with anger as he pointed at Nissa, wanting to say something. Pack. With his movement, a red ore fell from his lap, spinning on the ground. Upon seeing the ore, Nissa's eyes looked dangerous. "You, what do you think you're doing?" The acolyte that had been arrogant beyond belief suddenly felt a hint of danger. A fearful expression flashed past before he tried to sit upright. "Are you trying to attack me? You have to think this." Bang! Before the acolyte could finish his words, a green corrosive ball landed on his head, eating through most of his head in the next second. Gazing upon his corpse, Nissa went forward and retrieved that red ore. I merely followed your earlier instructions and focused my attack on your face, young Master Leylin. Nissa had a strange expression on her face. It seemed to be dread, but at the same time, she looked as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Leylin stood in the heart of a spacious land, filled with broken stones, while appearing to be waiting for someone. The venom wyvern hawk was useless in this level of battle and had been ordered to return. All of a sudden, Leylin raised his head as if he had sensed something. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, Liquid Metal, a ray of silver-white light shot through the heavens like an arrow. Bang! The ray shot towards Leylin's side, knocking aside countless stones. After the light rays dissipated, an old man in silver-white attire was revealed. This old geezer had a nose that was bent the way an eagle's beak was, and he had a few metallic ornaments dangling from his face. A pair of intelligent, tenacious eyes were fixed on Leylin. "You're not running anymore?" The old man spread his right arm, and a metallic sphere emerged on his palm as if it was a part of his body. The silvery white metallic sphere circled the area, and the astoundment on the old man's face was even more obvious. There was even a hint of confusion in his expression. "No traps or ambushes either? Are you here to die?" "No. I just want to settle a few things." Leylin smiled indifferently. His main goal this time around was to collect data, and hence, he had not thought to bring his trump cards, number 2 and number 3. Though Leylin had never seen this old man before, he was able to recognize him at a single glance. This was the Leylin family's great elder, and the grandfather of the acolyte Bossane, who had died by Leylin's hands. Previously, at a small town by the Great Canyon Margaret, this old geezer had operated a clone and had it chase after him. In that battle, this man's face had appeared on its chest. "By the way, it's already been so long, but I have yet to know your name," Leylin smiled gently. The old geezer looked closely at Leylin. "With your power, you meet the qualifications to know my name, Marb Leylin. Remember it well, because this is the name of the person who will send you to hell." After he spoke, a circle of silver-white light was emitted from Marb's body. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Countless metal spikes emerged from the ground, constantly extending before converging in midair and forming a cage that locked Leylin and Marb within. "Metallic battle prison." Marb quickly made a few hand signs. After seeing a bit of Leylin's strength, Marb had acknowledged Leylin as a proper opponent. His current move was to prevent Leylin from escaping. Ding! A halo of silvery white metallic elemental particles radiated from Marb's body, evidently much denser than what could be produced by a semi-converted Magus. It resembled closely to a sphere and covered Marb's entire body. His elemental essence conversion had reached at least 80%, and with spells such as this that increased his performance, his strength was effectively doubled. Ziu-ziu. From the surface of the metallic prison, bursts of light circulated, and little white barbed spikes suddenly emerged. The hooks on the spikes glinted with a menacing light that caused one's heart to palpitate and break out in cold sweat. The innumerable spokes were like sharp arrows, making loud whooshing sounds as they shot all around, blocking any routes that Leylin could take to dodge them. Light from magic could be seen on the surfaces of the spikes as well. This was obviously a support spell that had been added to keep the spokes sharp and strong. With this degree of attack, a regular newly advanced Magus would be turned into a porcupine. However, Leylin made no attempt to dodge. Rumble. From his body, a ring of black flames suddenly emerged. The flames were like a liquid, covering his entire body and giving him a layer of black armor. An immense wave of hot air spread through the prison, and even Marb, who was far away, could not help but furrow his brows. Pooh-pooh. As the silver-white spikes approached the flames, they flickered and appeared to be melting. By the time they actually met with Leylin's latent flames, the silver-white spikes made little sounds and were melted into small silvery-white metallic balls. Clatter! The sounds of pearls dropping were heard, and as these metallic balls struck the dark red protective layer behind the flames, they produced clear sounds and promptly lost all kinetic energy, before falling to the ground and rolling in all directions. At the sight of this, Marb's expression became serious, and there was even a hint of vigilance on his face. Your rate of improvement far exceeded my expectations. I'm now slightly regretful. Back then, I should have dispatched a few more clones and eliminated you. Leylin's strength had been tested by Marb's clone back then. Though he was quite strong, Leylin merely had the strength of a semi-converted Magus. If not for the fact that Marb had sent out merely a single clone, and Leylin's spells had been too mysterious and astonishing, Marb believed that Leylin would not have been able to escape. Now, however, the strength that his opponent now displayed was close to that of a peak rank 1 Magus. What was more terrifying was that it had only been 2 to 3 years since he had last seen Leylin. A rank 1 Magus would typically still be considered newly advanced at that point. He definitely should not be allowed to live any longer. If not, our Lilidal family will have ourselves a terrifyingly powerful enemy. Marb came up with this conclusion. Having made this decision, his desire for Leylin's blood became more intense, and his 2 eyes turned into a silvery white color as if they were made of silver. Liquid metal, Marb muttered under his breath. Immediately after, rows of complicated metal elemental runes lit up on several places on his body, and a ring of silver light was emitted from within his clothes. A layer of silvery white liquid metal suddenly oozed out of the pores of his body, quickly covering his skin and transforming him into solid, reflective, silvery white, metallic human figure. Liquid metal constantly collected in his right hand, first turning into a ball and then constantly lengthening until it turned into a lance-like weapon. This sort of thing? Leylin's eyes flashed, suddenly thinking back to the mysterious magic artifact that emanated silvery light. That metallic ball that could change into different shapes had left a very deep impression on him. Unfortunately, Leylin had left the artifact in the Dylan Gardens to avoid trouble. It had already been completely destroyed along with the secret plane. From the looks of it, that metallic ball was a magic artifact that Marb had invented. Kill! Marb turned into a silver hurricane, which headed straight for Leylin. Interesting, a Magus that specializes in close combat. Leylin was extremely interested, and he quickly activated his innate defensive spell, Chem in Scales. Bang, bang, bang. Black and silver figures rammed into each other, and the resulting shockwave caused a layer of the ground to lift. The surrounding animals, snakes, worms, mice, and ants, as well as other bizarre creatures, seemed to sense an imminent catastrophe and quickly escaped, hoping to be as far away as possible. The crimson rays from Leylin's fallen star pendant turned into a crossblade to fend off Marb's silver lance. Sparks emerged as they battled. After a few rounds, Leylin's expression became more serious. This Marb had obviously remodeled his own body. Whether it was his strength or speed, both were very strong. On top of that, he was skilled in methods to kill opponents, and coupled with his metallic elemental talent, he was practically a refined killing machine. Ding! The crimson crossblade met with the lance once again, producing a crisp sound and constant strong gales. The greenery around them was continuously being blown about. Pooh! At this moment, Marb suddenly had a look on his face that indicated he had succeeded in some kind of plot. The sharp, pointed end of the silver-white lance instantly became flexible, and like a snake twisting its body, it bent and thrust, piercing towards Leylin's body. TSS. Leylin's winced a little as several black scales chipped off. Battle mode. Seeing that his attack had been effective, Marb looked even more crazed as he yelled. Next, dense needles emerged on his silvery white body, and his weapon also underwent some changes. Broadsword, crossblade, battle axe, maul, all kinds of weapons appeared in Marb's hands. On the surface of the blades, there were also strong energy waves that indicated the use of magic. It was definitely enough to pierce through Leylin's defense and cause tremendous damage. In terms of close combat, even with the aid of the AI, Chip, I'm not at an advantage, Leylin pondered. Zew. Countless tendrils of shadow encircled Marb and tightened. At the same time, Leylin hastily retreated and raised his arm, several black fireballs appearing above his palm. Latent fireball. The black fireballs fused and increased in size and then flew towards Marb. How can this level of attack affect me? How naive. From within the constraints of the shadow tendrils, Marb's disdainful tone could be heard. Two. From the surface of Marb's body, silver liquid metal kept oozing out and turning into countless sharp blades. Like gears, they revolved quickly and brought about a fierce, merciless wind. Ka-cha, ka-cha. The black tendrils touched the revolving blades and emitted a few sounds. They fell to the ground in several pieces, transforming into a gaseous state and dispersing. Ha! The weapon in Marb's hand turned into a giant silver sword. With both hands on the handle, a ring of metallic elemental particles poured into the sword and gave it a sheen of light. Metallic destruction, Marb viciously swung forward. Ka-cha. As the blade was brought down, the front half of the metallic sword suddenly detached and advanced towards the black fireball. The silvery white tip of the blade kept changing forms in midair, before eventually transforming into a white lion head. Roar! The lion head opened its mouth wide and produced an earth-shattering howl as it faced the latent fireball. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! The surroundings around them seemed to be frozen in place, and even the air ceased to circulate. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, Metal and Gravity Rumble. The world seemed to stop at this second. A few seconds later, the surroundings returned to normal. The situation just now was as if a movie was being screened, but had suddenly malfunctioned. Next, a strong energy storm spread out in all directions. In the center of the energy storm, black flames and silvery white rays of light constantly battled, engulfing each other. Creak at the boundaries of the battle, where Marb had set up the metallic prison, the cage constantly creaked in protest of their intense fight. Minutes later, the frightening energy storm dissipated. Marb did not have a single injury on him, and even his hair was untouched. He stared straight in Leylin's direction, grabbing at him with a single hand. "Lad, come here." Leylin's body moved sluggishly, and this was enough time for several silver chains to lock him into place and make his body involuntarily fly towards Marb. "Die!" Marb charged forward furiously, the spikes and blades attacking like the rain, with each spike and blade carrying a large amount of energy. Just being hit by one would cause a regular rank 1 Magus serious injuries. "Fallen star pendant?" Leylin bellowed, and the black scales and dark red light fused together, forming a ring of unusual light. Ka-cha, ka-cha, his muscles swelled, and he broke the chains binding him using his brute strength. Ding-ding, ding-ding, silver flying needles and blades fell upon this layer of light and were then repelled, producing sparks and crisp sounds. "Is this all you have? You disappoint me." Leylin looked to be quite disappointed, and moments later, his eyes turned amber. "If that's the most you can do, then I give my apologies. You're the one dying here today?" In a flash, a strange light emitted from Leylin's eyes and headed straight into Marb's eyes. The innate spell, Eyes of Petrification. Marb's charging form suddenly became sluggish, and a layer of ashen stone skin spread, beginning from the corners of his eyes. Wang wang. A burst of white light was produced by a talisman around Marb's neck. Under the milky white shine, the stone skin on his face came loose bit by bit. A talisman meant to counter against petrification? It's quite effective. It must have been difficult to obtain. Leylin's expression did not change as he came up to Marb in a few breaths. The first time he had been chased after by Marb's clone, Leylin had revealed his petrification abilities. That was how he had turned the tables on the clone, but in the process, he had also exposed his ability to petrify his opponents. As his archenemy, how could Marb not make preparations against that? However, even in ancient times, petrification was a lesser-known spell. In the South Coast, it was practically extinct. Talismans that could be used to negate it were scarce, and most could only be found in ancient ruins. Leylin was a little surprised at Marb's ability to find one so quickly. However, even if Marb had a talisman, how could it be that effective against the petrification methods of an ancient creature such as the giant serpent Kemian? Though Marb had dispelled the petrification, he had still been slowed. Shua. Black light flashed, and in that instant, Leylin was already in front of Marb, his amber eyes meeting Marb's. Die! The crimson light produced by the fallen star pendant solidified into a giant axe. However, Leylin did not seem to be satisfied and pointed at the weapon. Shik! Immense black flames engulfed the axe. "Ha!" Leylin shouted, and large numbers of shadows emerged from behind him and converged onto his body. From the shadows, Leylin's tall figure suddenly shot up, and he transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant with tanned skin. "Ew!" the giant roared, the muscles on his arm bulging, and showing the dark, red, earthworm-like veins on his body. Like a deity from legends, the giant held the large axe and swung, aiming for Marb's neck. Kai! Before the hatchet connected, the unimaginable sharpness of the heat waves and gales produced from the swing had already destroyed the defensive layer of liquid metal on his neck. Ka-cha! The fiery, black axe cut through Marb's neck, and it looked as if his head was going to fall off. The black flames extended throughout his body in an instant. Marb's expression was blank as he collapsed. Leylin was in a daze. This was much too easy, but even official magi would not live if their heads were chopped off. Beep. Danger. Detecting target still giving out energy waves. The AI chip sounded at this moment. Immediately after, a ray of snow-white light appeared in front of Leylin. This is bad. All Leylin could do was to try his best to dodge and protect the most important parts of his body. Pachai. A silvery white longsword that was giving off milky white light pierced into Leylin's lower abdomen. Scram! Both of Leylin's hands turned crimson, and blood-colored flames blazed as he clawed down. Crimson palm? At the same time, he retreated without even glancing at Marb. After he managed to create some distance between them, Leylin covered the injury on his abdomen while looking at Marb in shock. At this moment, Marb had turned into a white metallic humanoid. His head, which was tilted, was loosely connected to his neck by a tiny amount of skin. His body was still burning with black flames, yet it was as though he didn't feel a thing as he quietly stood there. The sword that was held by Marb was also dripping with Leylin's blood. At the point of Marb's neck where he had chopped, Leylin could see that the surface of the open wound was now all metallic, where there was no likeness to a human's flesh and blood at all. To think that not only did he have his outer appearance protected by the liquid metal, even his internals had completed turned into metal, Leylin's heart sank. Haha, Marb, whose head was dangling, laughed wildly. Bet you'd never thought of this, huh? 90-odd years ago, I had already completely fused my body with a metallic creature, so now, I don't have a single weak point on my body. Injuries in places that would be fatal to other regular magi are just scratches to me. How pathetic! Leylin looked at the somewhat crazed Marb with a pitiful look on his face. Although there were benefits to fusing with an elemental creature, by doing so, one would lose their sense of touch. When one's flesh and skin turned into metal, he would not be able to enjoy the sense of touch anymore. Wasn't real reason for a Magus to pursue the truth and climb to the top, to control his fate and fulfill his desires, enjoying life to the fullest. But now, for the sake of power, Marb had actually forsaken such a thing. So then, what more was the meaning of his pursuit? The pathetic one is you. Evidently, Leylin's look of pity had deeply triggered Marb, and his deranged expression grew even more intense. Suddenly, a brownish-yellow light flickered on Marb's body. The silver liquid metal protruded outward, transforming into a tiny spell formation. Gravity spell formation. After having been inflicted damage several times by Leylin, Marb finally revealed the trump card that he had been holding back. Wang, in an instant, a huge amount of brownish-yellow light began to emanate from him. This is gravity. Suddenly, Leylin felt his body turned heavy as if it was being crushed by a large mountain. As it happened, Leylin recalled something. Around him, the gravitational force multiplied in an instant. Not only was movement difficult, Leylin's face darkened due to the fact that even his internal organs had suffered from the gravitational pull to the point that pain had spread from his insides. Not good. Although my defense on the outside is strong, it's a completely different story for my insides. If this goes on and he activates a 100 times multiplier, my body will most likely be obliterated. Leylin's face was extremely unsightly at this point in time. Marb, who had a body made of metal, would not suffer any hindrances to his brain or organs. Ha once more, times 10, Marb shouted, and the brownish-yellow light flashed even brighter. Leylin's feet sank, and the injury to his abdomen, which had undergone hemostasis, started to bleed profusely again due to the gravitational pull. Ha, come on. Marb dashed right in front of Leylin and brandished his sword, yet Leylin could only feebly raise his right hand to deflect the blow. Bang, the scales on his arm were crushed and shattered, and Leylin was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. Not enough, still not enough, times 20, Marb pierced the ground with both of his hands. In an instant, Leylin felt as if the gravitational force had increased once more. If he had felt the weight of a mountain crushing him before, now, it was the weight of 3 mountains. Boom. A huge crater was created on the ground the moment Leylin's body landed. Go to hell. Marb's right hand turned into a giant silver hammer. Erg, you actually restored the ancient gravity spell formation. Leylin laid on his back as he smiled with a hint of admiration. Not bad indeed. This expression gave Marb a sudden, yet very uneasy premonition. You're already going to die. What are you trying to act so tough for? Marb hammered down viciously. Suction spell formation, activate. Under the shadow of the large hammer, Leylin rapidly chanted a few syllables. Wang. A reversed, J-shaped rune suddenly appeared on Leylin's body. In a flash, Leylin seemed to be pulled back by a huge force and flew away from under the giant hammer and into a distant place. Trying to escape. Times 30. Watching Leylin's retreating figure, the brownish-yellow light on Marb's body increased in brightness once more. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225, Undo times 30, Marb bellowed in frustration. The brownish-yellow spell formation flashed and then exploded. The layers of silver metal on his body fell to the ground, turning into round, silvery white pieces. Damn it, my body can't take it anymore. Marb half knelt on the ground, a stubborn look on his face as he looked in the direction that Leylin had escaped. The gravitational spell formation had taken a lot out of him. With his strength as a peak rank 1 Magus, he could increase the gravitational force up to 20 times the normal amount. A long distance away from the battlefield, inside a secret cave. A spell formation emitting light constantly drew in and expelled air, as if trying to suck something in. On top of the spell formation, there was a constantly flashing reversed L-shaped rune. Beside the spell formation, 2 knights in black heavy armor nervously stood guard. Boom! The light from the suction spell formation suddenly became brighter. In the blink of an eye, a black figure charged inside with a speed that one could not see with the naked eye, and smashed into the center of the spell formation, producing a loud sound. Dust flew everywhere, and the spell formation was completely destroyed, leaving a large pit on the ground. Pooh! Leylin mustered up strength and sat up, spitting out another mouthful of blood. At the same time, intense pain flared up from all parts of his body, as if he had been ripped apart. The strong suction power of this spell had allowed Leylin to escape, but it had also caused his injuries to worsen. It's still not possible for me to battle with a peak rank 1 Magus. Everyone has their own trump cards, Leylin smiled wryly. Master, number 2 and 3 immediately knelt and greeted him. Chen, we need to leave here as soon as possible. Leylin looked left and right before commanding his subordinates. He was currently seriously injured and had no battle power to speak of whatsoever. No matter if he met enemies or people from his faction, it would still be very dangerous. The good thing was that in this period of time, he had already set up a few hideouts in the region that were only known to his 2 spirit-bound slaves. They were the safest places that he could be in. Leylin wasn't planning on appearing in front of anyone before recovering from his injuries. With the support of number 2 and number 3, Leylin quickly left the area. Although I suffered massive injuries, I still garnered some profits. At the very least, Marb's 2 trump cards, his metal body and gravitational spell, have been revealed to me. This kind of knowledge regarding a peak rank 1 Magus was very difficult to obtain. Leylin had gathered some information through the 1,000 meddling hands and the 4 Seasons Garden. But things like trump cards were not mentioned in the reports from these 2 organizations. Perhaps this might have been due to his status being too low and him lacking in power. AI chip, have you recorded all the previous data? Leylin asked. Marb's general data has been recorded. Beginning generation of stats. The AI chip's robotic voice resounded in Leylin's ear, and immediately after, a blue light flashed in front of him, producing a virtual screen. Marb Lilitel. Peak rank 1 Magus. Estimated strength, 10.7. Agility, 9.5. Vitality, 23. Spiritual force, 79. Magic power, 79. Magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Elemental essence conversion type, metal. Progress, 78%, 85%. Special techniques, 1. Metallic life. After fusing with a life form that is purely metallic, all fatal attacks are ineffective. Vitality increases and damage increased when using metal magic. As a side effect, loss of sense of touch. 2. Gravitational spell formation. Discovered gravitational runes related to gravity spell formation. Estimated completion of spell, 56%. Information recorded. Able to achieve between 2 and 25 times normal gravity over an area of 100 meters when used as an attack. Estimated strongest might, 29 times normal gravity. After this battle, Marb's basic stats had been calculated. This meant that the next time they fought, if Leylin took countermeasures towards his attacks, the chances of Marb dying by Leylin's hand would be more than 50%. This was an advantage based on the information the data had given him. Leylin's eyes flashed. AI chip, construct human model and simulate the best ways to kill him. Factor in number 2 and number 3 as well. In an instant, scenes of battles appeared in Leylin's mind. About 10 minutes later, the AI chip's reply sounded. Based on the newest data recorded, result, death of target. Death of number 2, massive injuries inflicted on number 3, host body with light injuries. Seeing what the AI chip had planned, a thin smile appeared on his face. Marb, the next time we meet will be the day you die? Outside the Eternal River Plain's secret plane, inside the inverted castle. Within a room that was as cold as an ice storehouse, with several large chunks of ice strewn about. Hyder was wearing a pair of thick, heavy spectacles as he stared fixedly at a beaker with liquid boiling inside. The hair of a female goblin, the toenail of a subterranean lizard, and also the silk sack of a dulok spider. His incantation was unclear, yet both his hands were as precise as a machine as he continuously tossed the items into the beaker. Woman of the deep red, grace us with your presence. After the ingredients had completely fused within the beaker, Hyder raised up and opened his hands towards the sky, and chanted in a very bizarre incantation as if conducting a sacrificial rite. Wang, the ground began to tremble, and the stench of blood began to permeate the tiny room. In an instant, Hyder seemed to have seen a deep, crimson sea surging towards him. In an instant, the blood-colored sea converged into the figure of a gorgeous woman that strangely had no face. Her ethereal body floated ever so beautifully in midair. Hyder chanted the final stream of the incantation, which was extremely tongue-twisting. The accent was extremely difficult to understand as well. It was filled with a primordial and barbaric aura. Chik-chik, after listening to Hyder, the woman finally spoke. Her voice sounded like the chirps of a little bird, yet, at the same time, it strangely sounded like the flapping of insect wings. "Hurry, bring it forward," Hyder said to the old lady behind him. The old lady clapped her hands, and 2 black-robed servants entered with a dozen feeble, trembling humans who had their heads covered by a black sack. Chik-chik, the woman in midair chirped in excitement as she immediately began to stretch her body forward. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Countless large wounds split open on the bodies of these captives, from which blood gushed out like a fountain. As if seeing the plague, the 2 servants quickly retreated. Gluok, the blood formed a tiny tendril of steam as it floated through the air towards the woman. A moment later, there were no longer any traces of blood on the ground. As for the woman, the color red was even more vibrant on her body now. After accepting the sacrifices, the woman nodded her faceless head and transformed into the shape of a flask. Drip-drop. A tiny droplet of crimson liquid dripped from the flask directly into the beaker. Ka-cha. After the liquid entered the beaker, a flame emerged from within the beaker and engulfed it. As the flames blazed, the sound of wailing spirits occasionally sounded from within. As the flames continued to burn, the woman disappeared without a trace. Whether it was Hyder or the old lady, no one knew how she had left. How is it? The old lady's gaze was fixed on the flame, which was spreading, and she put on an expression that could make one feel anxious. Beneath the gleam of the flames, which reflected off of the old lady's face, there was an intimidating look. This is the most feasible method that I could come up with after many experiments. Moreover, through a sacrificial rite, I borrowed the power of a trace of blood from an evil spirit towards this curse. It should be the best remedy. Hyder looked at the subsiding flames, and his expression was extremely calm, his eyes showing signs of wisdom. I hope that is so. Jenna's curse is nearing complete activation, so time is pressing, the old lady muttered. Hearing this, a peculiar expression could be seen in Hyder's eyes. Although Jenna was the one who had inherited the innate talent of prophecy, Manla was also a relative of theirs. From the perspective of a light magus, this was somewhat going overboard. However, Hyder concealed his opinion well, not letting the old lady discover it. Bang! Several minutes later, the red flames completely died out, revealing a strange, congealed item in the beaker. It was an amorphous item, like a large lump of jelly, and was even squirming. It's a success! A smile surfaced on Hyder's face, following which his expression turned solemn as he said, "The old lady, Madame, although this method of removal has a very high success rate, the curse is an extremely troublesome thing. Some dark magi also like to add various disgusting and poisonous elements inside, and if they are not treated properly, things could very well become disastrous. Hence, what I'm saying is that if there is a possibility, it would still be better to have a chat with the magus who laid this curse. No need for that. My family will never be threatened by someone else. Fate is watching over us." The old lady vehemently rejected the notion, and Hyder could only smile wryly in return. Due to the possibility of a chain reaction from the activation of the curse, during treatment, Jenna and Manla were held very far apart in their locations. Hyder wore white robes with many runes occasionally blinking on it. At this moment, he held onto a container with one hand, which contained the soft body within. Hyder looked at Manla, who was lying unconscious on the experiment table, and finally gave one last glance at the old lady. She nodded expressionlessly. Seeing this, Hyder sighed on the inside and his face turned serious. "Then, I will begin. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226 Commencement. I wish you luck." Hyder looked at Manla as he prayed for him. He then picked up a gleaming silver scalpel and lightly cut the arm which had the curse. SSI. The black curse runes came to life and continuously twisted, forming a tiny black snake that hissed with its forked tongue. Black gas immediately surrounded Manla's body, which was covered in bulging veins. The huge bloke broke out in cold sweat and gritted his teeth unconsciously, the agony on his face apparent. "The first light in this world. Listen to my summons and lend me your strength to dispel this darkness." Hyder's lips moved quickly as he rapidly chanted an incantation. Wang wang. In the surroundings of the operating table, countless rays of light suddenly appeared and flew above Manla as they converged into a rune. Unadulterated, without a trace of any impurities, it was as if the light that first set upon this world had appeared inside the rune. This milky white light shone on Manla's body. Kai Kai. Manla's body suddenly arched as he clenched his fists. At the same time, a seemingly endless amount of black gas was emitted from the pores throughout his body. All of this gas was very quickly purified by the light. Hyder looked at the black lines on Manla's body as sweat rolled down the side of his cheek. His immense spiritual force had now turned into an extremely concentrated and tiny one, which continuously scanned Manla's body and took note of its current state. He also had to guide the light in the cleansing process. This was a task that required extreme precision. If he made a single mistake, the curse on Manla's body would fully activate. It was very evident that this put a huge strain on Hyder. In only a dozen minutes, this old geezer began to pant heavily as his energy began to drop. However, it was at a time like this that the stability of Hyder's hands was even more pronounced. Just like a robot, his movements were fluid and without the slightest mistake. Finally, under the pressing attack from the light rays, the cursed runes made of darkness were continuously pushed back until they retreated back into the original wound. The light rays formed a halo outside the wound and confined it to a small surface area on the flesh. "Who?" Hyder exhaled deeply as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I have already confined the curse to one area. Right now, this extraction process is the most crucial." Hyder held the container which contained the jelly-like body as if it was some sort of precious treasure. Following which, he placed the container close to where the wound on Manla's arm was. "Come forth, my darling." A strange expression now appeared on Manla's face as he spoke in a tone that could induce dizziness. "SSI." The runes on Manla's arm writhed and once again turned into the shape of a tiny black snake. It spat its tongue and, as if it had discovered something, it turned and faced the jelly-like body. "Kai Kai." After seeing the small snake, the jelly-like creature, which seemed to have no consciousness, began to shrink its body. However, this movement attracted the tiny snake and it slithered towards the jelly-like body. Seeing the small snake closing in, Hyder held on to his breath, as if afraid that his breathing would scare the snake away. The black snake hesitantly circled the area where the wound was in. It then turned around and slithered away without a second thought. Just when the old madame thought that it was a failure, the tiny black snake which had turned around coiled its body and darted right into the wound as fast as lightning, jumping on top of the jelly-like creature. It swallowed the jelly-like body down in a gulp and began to retreat rapidly. "You want to run?" Hyder had the last laugh as he grabbed a pair of tweezers with his right hand and reached forward. The tweezers traveled in a beautiful arc through the air and landed right in front of the tiny black snake and blocked it. Following which, the tweezers clamped together and held onto the middle of the snake's body. Hiss! The snake hissed as it writhed its body continuously. Hyder's face was extremely solemn as he knew how much of a calamity would be created if the abomination in his hands were to escape. Bringing forward a vulcanized test tube that was covered in runes with his left hand, he tossed the black snake within and plugged the hole. The runes flashed and sealed the test tube tightly. Only after looking at this scene did Hyder allow himself a sigh of relief. "Mr. Hyder, is it a success?" The old lady stepped forward and was extremely excited as she saw that the cursed runes on Manla's arm had completely vanished. "Of course, it is done. I have not disgraced my art." Hyder smiled in an aloof manner. He had no confidence prior to his attempts to remove this curse. However, in the period of his experiments, this curse had allowed him to greatly improve his potioneering and healing skills. "Great, as I was saying, how can we bow down to that dark Magus? Fate is forever on our side." A light of reverence appeared on the old lady's face, as if the sun had shone on her. Hyder, who could not withstand this light, closed his eyes and retreated a few steps. "Pa." At this moment, a very crisp clap sounded from Manla's body and a mysterious black gas once again appeared. "What is happening?" The old witch was now like a duck which had its neck grasped, her voice hoarse as she asked. "Damn it, a second curse. It's actually a model composed of a combination of curses." Regret and shame now flashed across Hyder's face. At the same time, a huge amount of black gas formed into many tiny black snakes as the dense smog engulfed Manla within. "Chick chick." From within the black smog, a harrowing sound could be heard. Seconds later, the black smog dispersed and revealed a blackened skeleton which sat quietly before the experiment table. This turn of events was extremely quick, and even Hyder had no time to react. "Seriously?" Hyder could only smile wryly and opened his mouth to say something. Crack! The sound of glass shattering could be heard. As if recalling something, Hyder hurriedly tossed the test tube in his hands away. Alas, it was all too late. A black mist that was crackling with lightning exploded on his hands. A bright layer of light immediately appeared on Hyder's robes that repelled the black mist. After everything had calmed down, Hyder looked at his already blackened left hand and looked extremely resigned. Leylin, who was recuperating in a hidden location, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a ponderous expression. "These energy waves, it seems like one of my curses has already activated a re-unison effect. Oh, it should be that bloke Manla who is now dead? I'm quite curious about the effects of the hidden mechanism I placed on the curse." Leylin grinned. Not only did he place a complex curse on both of them, but he also left behind many concealed mechanisms. The poisonous elements and malice hidden within was enough to let the Magus who was healing them to suffer greatly. If the healer was not careful, he might even lose his life. Leylin was confident that after witnessing the prowess of his curse, the family behind Jenna would have no choice but to bow their heads down to him. Even if he was not certain of the unique meditation technique this family possessed, one could easily tell that a Magus who was able to predict the future held an extremely high position. As such, he had many things that he wanted from that family. However, Leylin only toyed with the idea for a while before tossing it to the back of his mind. Right now, he was stark naked as he rested his chiseled body in a stone pool. In the center of the pool, there was a deep green fluid emitting the scent of plants and an enormous life force which continuously healed Leylin's injuries. This was the healing solution that Leylin had brewed before. Not only were many healing potions combined in it, but the fantasy water that he procured before in this location was also one of the main ingredients. Through the translucent liquid, one could see that Leylin's abdominal injury had now fully recovered, only leaving behind a tiny pink scar which was rapidly fading away. This speed had already somewhat exceeded Leylin's expectations. No, this isn't the effect of the healing solution, but the bloodline of the giant Chem-In serpent. Light flashed past as Leylin shut both his eyes. A massive amount of spiritual force turned into tiny threads that filled his body. Through his observation with the spiritual force, he could distinctly feel that various areas on his body had begun to erupt with a mysterious energy, which continued to replenish and heal his injuries. These energies were dark red in color with an ancient aura. With its help, Leylin's body rapidly began to heal. Not only this, Leylin reached forward with his right hand and clenched his fist tightly. Ka-cha! A huge explosion sounded in the air, as if something was ripped into shreds. I can feel that during my recuperation, the bloodline of the giant Chem-In serpent is slowly strengthening the properties of my body. The abyss seen in Leylin's eyes became even darker. This, the second transition of the bloodline, it's here. The severe injuries he sustained seemed to have hastened the progress of the second transition in his body. The giant Chem-In serpent bloodline in Leylin's body continuously surged, and many mysterious energies began to be released, fusing with Leylin on a more profound level. Detected that the host's properties are currently being strengthened. A transition in the giant Chem-In serpent is ongoing. The second transition will commence in 10 seconds. The AI chip's voice intoned. Hiss, a layer of fine black scales covered Leylin's body in a flash. He had actually unknowingly activated his innate spell. Under the flicker of the black light, the scales were strengthened. Even Leylin's eyes had become an amber color with vertical pupils. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, Transition, Number 2, Number 3, Leylin shouted. Master! Two branded swordsmen wearing heavy armor immediately came and knelt down in front of Leylin. I'm activating all concealment and defense spell formations. You are to stand guard outside and not let any living being come inside. Leylin instructed. The two spirit-branded slaves nodded, keeping a strict vigil outside. These two branded swordsmen were controlled by Leylin through spirit branding. Even if asked to die, they would do so with no qualms and were the best people to guard Leylin. Counting down, 8, 7, 6, the AI. Chip's voice became softer. All that Leylin needed to do now was to snap his fingers, and a ring of a spell formation suddenly emerged from his surroundings, protecting the area. After doing all this, Leylin closed his eyes and submerged himself in the green liquid. Time flowed by. 10 days later, in this little cave, in the middle of the spell formation, dense dark elemental energy particles were mixed with flaming red fire elemental energy particles, and they filled the entire pool. These elemental energy particles were so dense that they were immediately apparent in the external world. Different colors were visible on the rock wall around him due to the reflection of light on these elemental particles. At the heart of the elemental energy particles, black and red vapor converged, seemingly about to crystallize. In the pool, the original green liquid had completely disappeared, revealing a dried-up bottom. A large black cocoon lay still at the center of the bottom of the pool, constantly expanding and then shrinking back, just as if it was breathing. While the black cocoon was breathing, the dark and fire elemental energy particles were continuously being pulled inside it with each inhalation. The black light became increasingly thin, till at the end, the hint of a perfect human figure could be seen. TSSS. A long hissing sound was produced from within the cocoon. Shortly after, a huge gale engulfed the cave. The dark and fire elemental energy particles in the air seemed to have come across a black hole and were dragged into the heart of the black cocoon. The black light around the cocoon became weaker and then completely dissipated. Leylin blinked his eyes open. The moment he had completely awakened, he could feel as if there was a layer of something sticky on his body, and it was very uncomfortable. He lifted his right arm, and a layer of skin that was the color of his skin peeled off like withered tree bark. What's this? Is this like imitating the molting of the snake species? Leylin was a little speechless and quickly tore off the dead skin. Ka-cha, ka-cha, he efficiently removed the layer of dead skin covering his body. On the layer of the dead skin, there were even scaly resemblances similar to that of a snake's skin. Leylin placed the skin aside and reassessed his body. Currently, there were no signs of injuries on his body. All his wounds had recovered, and his mental state was brimming with vitality. In general, his condition was great and better than before. Leylin stared at his hands. His palms were now even whiter and exquisite, and the pores seemed to have disappeared. It was like the skin of a newborn baby. However, Leylin could clearly sense that a hidden and monstrous power was flowing through his arms. Badump. Badump, his heart was pounding strongly, circulating blood and other nutritious substances all around his body. While his heart beat, Leylin could almost feel his body becoming stronger bit by bit. Though this was very slight, with the passing of time, the strength held in his body would be terrifying. My body's vitality has already become so powerful, but what about my spiritual force? Leylin closed his eyes and began to feel the elemental energy particles in his sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the red rays were even more prominent, and the silvery white threads of spiritual force were spiraling, seemingly very steady. The total amount of spiritual force actually increased so much. Leylin transferred a bit of the silver spiritual force to the external world. While maneuvering the spiritual force, he could feel himself extremely comfortable with this process. His body had adapted to the rapid increase in his spiritual force, and Leylin also knew that after this miraculous transformation, his spiritual force was slightly able to solidify. Within rank 1 Magi, the quality of his spiritual force was definitely one of the best. After he had made a thread of silver spiritual force probe out of his body, an astonishing scene appeared. Blackness. Numerous black lights appeared in the sky like fireflies, rushing towards Leylin's spiritual force and clinging onto it. Leylin had never felt so comfortable in his life. Even without the use of the AI chip, Leylin knew that the level of his elemental essence conversion had already reached a very high amount. I was wrong. I got it all wrong. Leylin was dazed for a second and then laughed wryly. The giant Chem-In serpent was originally the child of the shadows, and the elemental essence conversion is just child's play for it. Rather than exploring the strength of my bloodline, I persistently tried to use crystallized dark elemental energy particles to break through the bottleneck. How stupid! Fortunately, it was not too late. Using crystallized elemental energy particles only delayed Leylin's second bloodline transition. Once he got more familiar with his body, Leylin commanded silently, "AI. Chip, list the recent changes in my condition." Shiwa Shiwa, rows of blue words emerged in front of Leylin. Beep. Detected rapid liveliness in host's bloodline. The Kyrle's coefficient is 44, 46, 56, 78, 89, 101. The liveliness has reached the threshold, and the giant Chem-In serpent bloodline's second transition begins. Beep. Host has gone into deep sleep. Commencement of reformation of Chem-In's bloodline within body. Detected unknown composition in host's body. Permission to dispel substances. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep. No authorization from host, unable to dispel. Entering observation mode. Recording data. Beginning of alteration of heart. Rate of completion. 1%, 2%, 15%, 30%, 51%. Strengthening of host's bloodline. Innate spell. Chem-In scales strengthened. Chem-In scales forms a layer of defensive scales on host's body, has an instant effect. Physical defense, 35 degrees. Resistance to magic, 40 degrees. Consumption, 1 spiritual force, 1 magic power every 6 hours. Measured large rise in host stats in multiple areas. Collecting data, beep. Collection of data completed, converting into numerical values, Leylin found his stats being refreshed. Leylin Farlier, rank 1 Warlock. Bloodline, giant chem-in serpent. Strength, 20.1 agility, 13.4 vitality, 25.7 spiritual force, 75.9 magic power. 75 magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Elemental essence conversion, 89%. Status, heart remodeling progress, 61%. The heart was an important organ that produced the blood of the giant chem-in serpent. Through the remodeling of the heart, ancient warlocks obtained vitality and the ability to produce blood as powerful as that of the chem-in serpent. With the scanning of the AI chip, Leylin could clearly see a purplish-red color constantly extending from his heart. Wave after wave of power, and blood was transported to all parts of his body. Along with the throbbing of his heart, the last few digits of the numbers that represented his spiritual force, vitality, elemental essence conversion, constantly increased. Even before my heart is completely remodeled, the rise in my stats is still increasing. How terrifying, Leylin mumbled to himself. His current stats were comparable to a peak rank 1 Magus, and in terms of vitality, he exceeded them by a fairly large amount. He could feel a strength that he had never experienced. Pack. Leylin supported his weight with his hands, and a deep palm print was indented onto the rock at the bottom of the pool. His entire body bounced, and he jumped out of the pool. Peng peng, under his feet, fine cracks in the rock extended like spider webs. After the increase in my vitality, the density of my body has also increased. I'll need to train again so that I can control the strength I now possess. Seeing the damage he had unwittingly caused, he smiled wryly. He found a random piece of black clothing in his bag and wore it, and then snapped his fingers. Wang wang. The defense spell formation around ceased operation, and 2 black figures arrived like a hurricane. They knelt before Leylin and said, "Master, in the time I've been asleep, has there been any strange happenings?" Leylin asked indifferently. Number 2 and Number 3 shared a glance, and Number 2 took the initiative and held out a pendant that looked like a book. In the time that Master has been asleep, everything has been quiet. The 5 specimens are still unconscious, though Master's secret imprint has been flashing constantly. Without Master's approval, we did not dare answer. Oh. Leylin took the pendant and flipped to a page with an imprint with a strange smile on it. Under the smiling face, there were rows of communication requests. But since Leylin had been in the process of transitioning his bloodline, he naturally did not bother answering them. He tapped on the smiling face, and a string of dark elemental energy particles shimmered. TSSS. Similar to the static in radios, due to bad signals, a noise sounded, and the voice of the old man in Leylin's team could be heard. "My lord, is that you? Please forgive me. Due to the issue of signals in the secret plane, I can only contact you through the headquarters signal tower." "Cut the nonsense. What do you need?" Leylin asked. "My lord, in the time you have not been around, our hunting zone 3 was attacked by a peak rank 1 Magus by the name of Marb. He was like a mad dog, and as long as someone appeared in front of him, whether an acolyte or an official Magus, they would be killed. He even announced your name and said that if you did not appear, this situation would continue. Bat and Crow have already died in his hands. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 228, Chase Leylin could hear the hint of fear in the old man's voice. Bat and Crow were both Leylin's subordinates, and now that both had been killed, it would be hard to deliver this news to Four Seasons Garden. "Lord Caesar has already spoken and given you a time limit of 10 days. Within that time, you'll have to solve this problem or else. Leylin sounded very calm. The old man, on the other hand, was so terrified that even his voice trembled. "He will seize you on the grounds that you neglected your duties." "Oh." He expected anger from Leylin, but all he saw was Leylin nodding slightly. "Tell him I understand." Next, Leylin closed the imprint's connection. "Marb, is it?" Behind his eyes, he seemed to see that crazy metallized old geezer again. That Marb must have received news about him being in charge of hunting Zone 3 and had thus taken action. Leylin flippantly made a decision. Though 1,000 meddling hands, the organization of which Giant was a member, wanted to solve the conflict between Leylin and the Lilital family, he wanted none of that. From his perspective, since they had already become enemies, it was better to completely eliminate them. Besides, the current Marb thought nothing of Leylin. If, before the second bloodline transition, Leylin only had a chance to kill his opponent with the help of number 2 and number 3, he was now confident that in a fight, he could definitely destroy his opponent. Marb wouldn't even have the chance to escape. "Let's go!" With a shake of his robes, he brought the 2 branded swordsmen out of the cave. Ow! Soon after, the silhouette of a huge venom wyvern soared up high from the cave. Zoom. On the plains, 2 figures flickered with light as they traveled at speeds that exceeded what could be seen with the naked eye. One chased, while the other fled. In front was a young woman wearing white robes, her hair slightly curled, and her chest was bursting out of her clothes. As she moved, her plentiful bosom would constantly jiggle, and paired with this woman's beautiful face, men had the urge to become lecherous wolves. It was a pity that her striking beauty had no effect on the Magus behind her. Ziu ziu. The sound of blades slashing could be heard, and the woman's face changed, instantly grabbing a chain bracelet around her wrist and flung it behind. Wang wang. Luminous green light was emitted from the chain bracelet, and the light converged to form a large web which slammed into the 2 silver pikes. Rumble, green and silver rays exploded, and the intense explosive airwaves struck the woman's back. Rip! Half her robe was torn up, revealing her bright, clean back and delicate skin. "Stupid old man. I already told you I don't know any Leylin. Why did you keep chasing after me?" The woman seemed to care little about how she was exhibiting a lot of skin as she produced a scroll. Chia. A pair of translucent, small wings grew behind her. Each was quite small and formed a semi-heart. They were quite cute and seemed like a decorative item. Hula. The wings shook, bringing with them waves of energy. However, this lady did not fly but floated gently, as if she had become more buoyant. With her wings flapping behind her, her speed increased, and only then did she have the time to turn back and scold. "You're the light Magus in this region, so you must be under Leylin's protection. How can you not know of him?" The one that was chasing behind her was a silver-haired old man with metallic ornaments dangling from his forehead to his face. After having seen the woman using the scroll, a ring of silvery, metallic rays was produced. Hoo-hoo, metallic rays constantly sprayed backwards like 2 silver tassels that drifted behind him. Crash! His speed increased sharply and was even slightly faster than the woman's, which caused the distance between them to decrease. The woman even felt like crying at this point. "I'm just a wandering Magus. Though this is 4 Seasons Gardens territory, we're still allowed to go in. You've really got the wrong person." Hearing her explanation, Marb's face did not change, and he extended his right arm, a silver-white metallic bomb appearing in his hand. His pupils had no life in them and he was unmoved, as if this scantily dressed woman was just a rotting corpse. With a wave of his hand, the metallic bomb traveled in a beautiful arc and landed in front of the woman's path. Boom! The silver bomb blew up with a loud rumble, fire constantly spreading and metallic debris constantly flying everywhere. The look on this woman's face was terrible. She was barely able to dodge the aftermath of the explosion. Most of her wings were blown away, and as a result, her speed immediately decreased. She could even feel a bloodthirsty gaze on her basically naked back, as if it was looking at prey. This gaze was different from the lustful looks from many male magi. It was pure killing intent without the slightest bit of desire. Hence, she was very clear that the moment she was in his hands, all that awaited her was death. Her pretty face, which was something she had always been proud of, served no purpose in this situation. "Though you're a wandering Magus, you must belong to some part of 4 Seasons Garden. If you die here, it'll be bad for him anyway," Marb coldly stated. In order to force Leylin out, there was nothing he would not do. In a place where rank 2 Magi were in charge, with his strength as a peak rank 1 Magus, it was still possible to kill as he liked. "Damn it, how did I get so unlucky as to meet a lunatic like him?" The curly-haired woman cursed, desiring to cry as she quickly ran. "Escaping? Do you think you'll actually succeed?" Marb, who was behind her, gathered a silver fluid in his hand again, turning it into a short rod. He held on to the silver, metallic rod and pointed it at the woman was fleeing as fast as she could. Zilala! The front of the metallic short rod split open, and countless little silver steel balls flew out. Pang pang. These steel balls fell like rain, dispersed in a circular shape, headed forward, and blocked all the possible routes that the woman could use to flee. Ding ding dang dang. The woman clenched her teeth and a pink defensive layer emerged from her body. As the silver metallic steel balls struck the defense layer, a heavy thud could be heard. Transform! At this moment Marb, who was behind, shouted coldly, his two hands clawing forward. TSSS? The steel balls that were hitting the pink layer suddenly melted to form a silver liquid that covered the layer. Along with Marb's clawing motion, a formless column of air seemed to strike on the silver liquid, the large strength it had constantly pulled the woman backwards. Rumble, Marb clenched his right fist, silver fluid coated his hand, which caused it to become an eye-catching silver color. The silver, metallic fist mercilessly struck the pink layer. The layer was immediately dented to a terrifying extent. As Marb increased the power of his attack, terrifying cracking sounds could be heard. Finally, under the woman's desperate gaze, the pink layer was completely shattered by the silver fist, turning into shards that gently fell like butterflies. Pooh, with her innate spell broken, the woman paled and as if she had been struck by a hammer and collapsed. Damn it, I'm going to stay right here, just do whatever you want now. She watched Marb and closed her eyes as if in resignation. However, the moment she closed her eyes, her legs spread open and her robes ripped apart, revealing the underwear underneath. The black shadow in the middle was enough to cause anyone to go mad and have the desire to explore further. All these little actions at this time? Marb snickered. Most magi liked to enjoy themselves after they advanced and were open about their acts in this area. This was the case for both male and female magi, but Marb was different. He was already one with metal and had lost the ability to have children. This was why he valued Bossane, his only blood relative, so much. Shortly after, his right hand turned into a chopper. Rest in peace. Nobody will save you. After having heard Marb's declaration, hopelessness welled up. She was merely a semi-converted magus and was probably slightly competent when it came to fleeing. However, in front of Marb, she was like a frail child. Am I going to die here? Mentor, I'm sorry I couldn't complete the task you entrusted to me. As the chopper struck down, the woman mumbled under her breath. Really? Boom. The pain she anticipated did not arrive, and instead, a third person's voice rang out in the field. The female magus opened her eyes to the sight of a giant black serpent, scales flickering with black light as it broke the chopper with a single bite. After breaking the chopper, the serpent turned into black smoke and floated to the back of a very handsome male magus. It turned into a ring of black elemental particles and hovered over him like an aureole. What a familiar face. This seems to be the person in charge of hunting Zone 3, Leylin. The woman inwardly heaved a sigh of relief, though outwardly she appeared to be indifferent to the situation. The female magus then stood up as if nothing had happened and quickly rushed off, covering a large distance in a short period of time. By the way, do I know you? Leylin rolled his eyes inwardly. This was an area he had jurisdiction over, and all magi who were in the light faction or any wandering magi were supposed to greet him. However, Leylin was always indoors and rarely showed himself, so it was natural he did not know this woman. However, if she were to die here, it would put a mark on his record, so he decided not to bicker with her about it. Leylin's full concentration was now on Marb. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229 Determination. After seeing Leylin, Marb's gaze, which was as sharp as knives, was fixed on Leylin. So, you've finally appeared, Leylin. Marb spoke softly, but the coldness and determination were apparent in his voice, causing the female magus nearby to break out in cold sweat. In their previous battle, Marb had witnessed Leylin's power and the rate at which he grew stronger. Fear and regret crawled around and constantly gnawed at his insides like ants. He regretted it. He regretted not deploying more manpower to the Great Canyon Margaret and thoroughly eliminating Leylin there. Now, Leylin had already grown stronger and was quickly becoming the Lilidal family's worst nightmare. In the beginning, he had only just advanced to a rank 1 magus, but now he was capable of fighting on equal grounds with Marb. In the entire magus history of the South Coast, this was a rate of improvement that only the cream of the crop had. Presently, Marb could still suppress his opponent, but even he himself had no confidence in being able to do so in the future. By that time, Leylin would definitely destroy the entire Lilidal family. Marb did not want to be one responsible for his family's death. Hence, in this period of time, he was like a madman, looking for traces of Leylin. He did not even hesitate to anger a rank 2 light magus, as he slaughtered a large number of magi in the light magi zone. Finally, he had forced Leylin to come out. Marb stared straight at Leylin, as if afraid that at the slightest blink, Leylin would escape once again and disappear. "It's been a long time. I've been looking for you for a long time," Marb mumbled under his breath. "I've waited quite some time. This really has to end soon." Leylin clasped his hands behind his back and spoke. This indifference obviously caused Marb to become suspicious. The current Leylin's aura was even more difficult to make sense of, and even he was unable to accurately judge Leylin's strength. However, in order to force Leylin to make an appearance, he had no other choice. "Die!" Marb suddenly made his move as he roared. "Ka-cha! Ka-cha!" In an instant, he turned into pure metal, rays converging in front of his chest and spell formation that emitted brownish-yellow light. Metal transformation. Gravity spell formation. Fully aware that Leylin was no easy target, Marb used his trump card right away. Wang wang. A ring of brownish-yellow light extended across the entire area. Wave after wave of a tearing force from the core of the earth descended onto the area. Gravity times 20? Marb's eyes turned a pure silver hue as he roared. Rumble. The brownish-yellow color immediately spread, and a tearing force that was 10 times stronger than before exploded from beneath the ground. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! The surface of the ground peeled off, and moles, ants, and other tiny animals were immediately ripped apart and turned into blood mist. Lunatics, they're all lunatics. That female magus was right at the edge of the spell formation, and she instantly lay on the ground, her skin constantly breaking. Blood flowed copiously, and she was quickly dyed crimson. "Are you kidding? How can I die from the aftershocks of a magi battle?" The female magus gritted her teeth and broke a pendant around her neck. This usually simple task was made much more difficult due to the time's 20 gravitational force. In reality, if not for her being an official magus and having remodeled her body such that it became stronger, she would have been blown up into blood mist like those animals. Kai. After breaking the pendant, a green light engulfed the female magus body. All her wounds were instantly healed, and if not for the bloodstains that were left on her body and clothes, it would be impossible to tell that she had been injured. The green light traveled across her body, and she could immediately feel the effects of the increased gravity lessening. She quickly used her 4 limbs and crawled out of the area that the brownish-yellow gravity spell formation affected. Bow. After leaving the spell formation and feeling the gravity return to normal, she heaved a hefty sigh of relief and stood up. That was much too terrifying. As expected, it's impossible for a semi-converted magi to interfere in battles between rank 1 magi who are at the peak. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of metal clashing against metal produced ear-piercing sound waves. As if bitten by a snake, the female magus took 7 steps back and glanced at the middle of the spell formation. At the center, there were 2 human figures that had slammed into each other. In their surroundings, whether they were large trees or rocks, all were reduced to powder once they were brushed past. "This is too dangerous." The female magus expression changed, and she immediately fled further until the 2 magi were on the verge of disappearing from her line of sight. Only then did she halt her steps. "It should be fine here, right?" Though this was what she told herself, the wind elemental energy particles around her feet did not dissipate as she made preparations to leave if she saw the need to. Bam! Covered in a layer of black scales, Leylin struck Marb's curved, metallic knife. Sparks flew, and the clash produced an ear-piercing sound, causing the area around them to quake. There were even some black cracks around them that slowly extended outwards. Ping-pang! At this moment, the sound of metal breaking sounded from the middle. The 2 figures that had been fiercely fighting quickly retreated. Leylin swung his arms, and in his hand was the sharp tip of a blade. In the fight just now, Leylin had actually used brute force and broken one of Marb's blades. At this moment, the tip of the blade was still wriggling about and had transformed into multiple metallic teeth that were biting at Leylin's palm. Ka-cha! The metallic teeth bit at the scales and produced crisp sounds, but there was not a trace left on Leylin's hand. When the bloodline transitioning had occurred, Leylin's innate spell formation, Chem and Scales, had also powered up. Its physical defense and resistance to magic had risen by more than 30 degrees. With the added power from Leylin's magic, Marb's metallic weapons were now unable to hurt Leylin. How dare you resist? Leylin furrowed his brows, and immediately after, the muscles on his right arm bulged out. More than 20 degrees of strength were displayed. Wang, clenching his fist, a miserable shriek of someone at death's door could be heard from the space between Leylin's fingers. Leylin then opened his right hand and threw a few bits of metal that had clearly become dented out of shape and thus become useless onto the floor. As Leylin had crushed the metal, Marb had trembled slightly, as if he had been wounded. With a liquid metallic body, Marb's spirit was spread out evenly throughout his body. The moment Leylin completely destroyed the liquid metal in his hands, a part of Marb's spirit had died as well. You're actually completely fine. This entire area actually has 20 times the usual gravity. Seeing that Leylin was completely fine, Marb's face was filled with disbelief. Just 10 or so days ago, he had used this spell and caused Leylin to have no choice but to flee. However, currently, Leylin was actually so nimble even with the effects of the gravity spell formation. This situation caused Marb, who had recently experienced the pain of losing part of his spirit, to become terrified. Though he was aware of Leylin's talent, Marb realized that the rate at which he improved was far above his expectations. Gravity? Leylin looked at the brownish-yellow spell formation and smirked. Within his body, a transparent energy membrane emitted a faint purplish-red color, protecting the most vulnerable organs in his body. This was the defensive ability that the giant Chem-In serpent's bloodline had brought to him. In addition, even if this membrane was not activated, just his vitality of 25.7 was enough to withstand this level of gravity. After all, the sturdiness of his body was working up to the same level of hardness as the body of the ancient giant Chem-In serpent. Today will be your doomsday. Marb was stern and resolute. 29 times gravity? He roared fiercely, and his body was engulfed by a layer of brownish-yellow ring of gravitational force. Ka-cha, ka-cha. A gravitational force that was even more tremendous descended, and even Leylin could feel the pressure and the increase in his weight. However, the one who got the worst end of the deal was Marb himself. Right after sending out the attack, the sound of porcelain breaking could be heard from his body. Like a spider web, numerous cracks emerged all over his body. Even if I am to bet on the Lilidal name and sacrifice my life, I must kill you here. Marb looked slightly crazed as he spoke. A fight to the death. Leylin's expression became serious. Though he had already gone through the second bloodline transition, and his strength had surpassed that of a rank 1 Magus, he was not yet a rank 2 Magus. Facing a Magus who was also at the peak, even he had to be extra careful. Crack, crack, chilling sounds were produced as Marb's metallic body suddenly increased in size, his muscles bulging as his body expanded. In the blink of an eye, Marb transformed from a regular old man to a metallic, burly man who was over 5 meters tall. On the surface of his body was a luster that was unique to metal. The cracks were even more massive, and it looked as if his new form might collapse at any moment. Leylin's eyes flashed as he felt the immense, unstable energy waves of elemental particles from Marb's transformed body. You want to take me down even if it means your own death. Dream on, Leylin quickly retreated, and at the same time he chanted a few syllables. Rumble, countless black fireballs emerged from the shadows on the ground, hovering in the air. The latent fireball, which had already been overwhelmingly powerful, now had an even more terrifying might of 60 degrees with the added bonus from Leylin's current elemental essence conversion. This was practically the limit of the power that a rank 1 Magus could possess. Under the might of the black fireball, the soil melted and turned into something akin to the crystalline particles of porcelain and glass. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230, Slain, Latent Fireball. Leylin raised his right arm and hundreds of small black fireballs fused in front of him, till they were about the size of a human head. The black in the middle was even more intense, giving it a profound air as if it could suck in human spirits. Under the intense flames that were of a high temperature, even the brownish-yellow gravitational rays began to show signs of instability, constantly retracting and extending. Facing the giant in front of him, Leylin's expression was cold. The latent fireball soared through the sky as if passing through space, and it appeared in front of the metallic giant in an instant. The black fire's high-temperature force field caused the metallic giant to sway slightly, liquid metal constantly melting and dripping onto the ground. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Marb steeled himself and grabbed onto his right arm. Ka-cha, the ear-piercing sound of bones breaking sounded, and Marb himself actually tore off his own arm. The half-complete metallic arm that he tossed away showed signs of melting into the air and then turned into an oval metal ball. It then collided with the black fireball. Rumble. Bright rays of light unceasingly spread out, and at the center, there was a black and silver-white light that was constantly squirming, devouring. Even though Marb had tried to increase the distance between them as best as he could, he was still affected by the energy waves. Ka-cha, the gravity spell formation at his chest immediately cracked. Pack. The brownish-yellow gravity spell formation simply collapsed, and the gravity immediately went back to normal. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions sounded one after another like beans exploding. Just 10 seconds later, the entire ground had been leveled, and even a large portion of the earth had been blown off. At the center was a gigantic pit that was so deep that one could not see the bottom. After the ash and dust had somewhat dispersed, Leylin came to the side of the pit. Seeing the black flames that were still burning, he asked aloud, "Dead yet?" Shua. A silver-white figure immediately cut through the curtain of ash and appeared before Leylin. Marb, producing an expression of pure shock, he quickly backed away. Marb's current condition was very pitiful. Not only had he lost his right arm, even his chest and thigh had injuries that were so deep one could see the bone. This was especially so for the injury above his waist. It looked as if he was on the verge of being broken into two. If this were an ordinary human or even an official Magus, they would find it difficult to survive, let alone go on the offense with such dangerous injuries. But Marb was evidently different. Liquid metal unceasingly flowed and covered several areas, forcefully patching up his body. Upon seeing Leylin, silver light that seemed to have turned solid shot out of his eyes. Bang! 2 metal bombs behind his back exploded, the force instantly acting on his back. Using this method, he was able to catch up to Leylin. "We shall perish together," Marb pounced forward. While in midair, his entire body dispersed and turned into a silver-white curtain. The metallic curtain seemed to have a life of its own as it bundled Leylin within, leaving behind his head on the outside. An interesting attack. Is this your final attack? Leylin watched the silver liquid metal wrapped around him like a cocoon, his expression cool and not the least bit flustered. Gulu. A large amount of liquid metal gathered at Leylin's shoulder, turning into the face of an old man. For the family, for Bossing, metal will ultimately be destroyed. The old man looked deranged and looked as if he was planning to die for a just cause. By the way, do you mean to die together with that puppet? Just as Marb was about to self-destruct, a voice lazily resounded from the other end of the battlefield. Marb turned around in disbelief and immediately caught sight of another Leylin that had suddenly appeared. He looked to be mocking the old man as he sized him up. "You must have forgotten, but I am a Magus specializing in dark elemental energy particles. For us, making a shadow clone is a piece of cake." While Leylin spoke, the Leylin that Marb had bound began to transform in a bizarre manner. The entire body became black and turned into a bundle of black shadows. "No!" A pair of silver-white hands reached out from the curtain as Marb yelled, trying to get away from the clone. "It's too late," Leylin exclaimed indifferently, with even some pity in his voice. Shua, the large lump of shadows that had Marb surrounded suddenly produced countless black tendrils that engulfed Marb. Marb bellowed as large numbers of fine, rotating knives emerged from his body. Ka-cha! Sparks flew as the blades and tendrils made contact. However, this time, the durability of the shadow tendrils had increased in might by a large margin, and the silver-white blades eventually got stuck. Some even snapped. "Goodbye, Marb." His expression was strange as he watched Marb, who was completely bound by the shadow tendrils. Next, he raised his arm and then clenched his fist. Boom. Is it over? The female Magus from before had escaped far, far away due to her fear of the aftershocks from the battle. Only after it ended did she dare to return while cowering. It was not that she did not want to escape, but if Marb was the one who won, it would be impossible for her to escape with her current speed. Hence, it would be better to take the chance and return. If Leylin and Marb were able to heavily injure each other, she could render some assistance too. This would ultimately benefit her. Or perhaps the two of them perish together? If that's the case, all their possessions will belong to me. Ha, at the thought of picking up loot from two mighty people, the female Magus began to laugh aloud a little neurotically. My apologies, but you'll have to be disappointed. Next, Leylin's voice was heard, and the female Magus' maniacal laughter suddenly stopped like a duck who had its throat gripped. It's you, that Leylin who caused me to be chased after. The female Magus commented lightly, but quickly changed her words. Oh, no, I mean Magus Leylin. As he watched this female Magus, who seemed to be much too comfortable in this situation, Leylin shook his head and had no intentions of chatting with her. Hunting zones are still quite dangerous. If you want to gather resources, it's better to head to the other zones. Leylin turned and left after he spoke. Hey, wait, where's that Magus called Marb? Did you chase him away? Only now did the female Magus react. With the fear from before still lingering in her heart, she looked around as if afraid that Marb would appear at any moment. Marb. He's right here, Leylin waved, showing her the huge lump of metal in his hand. The female Magus gazed at the item in Leylin's hand with astonishment. That was a large piece of silver metallic ore. At the beginning, she had assumed Leylin had found some materials and ignored it. However, upon closer inspection, there were a few strange depressions and protruding areas on the surface, like a human face. After comparing the eyes and nose, the female Magus fell back 3 steps. It's Marb, you killed him. Such an unusual reaction actually threw Leylin off. He's a dark Magus. As a Magus from the hunting team, isn't it normal to kill him? Were you dropped on the head as a child? I know, what? Too confused, she began to stutter. That's a peak rank 1 Magus. Peak. No matter where you go, someone with that level of strength is definitely of a high status and has an extraordinary battle power. It wouldn't take more than one attack from him to kill off newly advanced Magi. And you actually. She peeked at the piece of metal in Leylin's hand in disbelief, fear apparent while she glanced at Leylin. Leylin smiled nonchalantly. In the South Coast, rank 2 Magus usually did not make themselves known. Hence, peak rank 1 Magi were the strongest powers out there. Now, a rank 1 Magus at his peak who was considered the strongest out there had died by his hand. If news of this traveled out, it would definitely cause a huge stir. If this was the Leylin from before, he might even try his utmost to conceal this matter. However, after his second bloodline transition and the sharp increase in his power, things had changed. This was an unrivaled confidence in himself. So what if news of his battle achievements was circulated? With his current strength, it was enough for him to take care of himself and cause anyone who had designs on him to suffer miserably. Ow! At this moment, a huge venom wyvern circled the area briefly and then descended. It roared loudly and then used its huge head and nuzzled Leylin, trying to get a good response from him. Is this that legendary venom wyvern? How valiant, I like it. Her eyes shone like stars. Handsome. Can you give me a ride? Leylin shot her a glance. To be honest, this female Magus did not look half bad, especially in terms of her figure. In addition, she had not mended her clothes that had been damaged while she was fleeing, thus revealing a whole lot of skin. Ordinarily, and in a situation where he had time to spare, Leylin was not against playing around with her. But this was the secret plane. He was still being pressured by both the dark and light Magi factions. It would be a wonder if he was in the mood for this sort of thing. Boring. Leylin, indifferent, uttered a word and then jumped onto the back of the venom wyvern. Ow! The venom wyvern bellowed at the female Magus as if trying to demonstrate its power and spread its wings, flying off. Tusk! Such a petty man. It's not as if I'll die without you around. Waiting till the venom wyvern's figure complete disappeared into the horizon, she fiercely made a rude gesture in Leylin's direction. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231, Nefarious Filthbird at Headquarters, in the hunting team's administrative zone. Thump, a huge venom wyvern descended from the sky and created 2 large depressions as its feet touched the ground. A black shadow flickered, and a robed magus jumped off the back of the wyvern. My lord, an old magus saw the venom wyvern, his eyes brightening as he approached them. Old man, we'll need to have some words about you escaping at the last minute. Leylin couldn't be bothered to deal with him and entered the hall. Vice team leader, Lord Caesar is looking for you. 2 hunting team magi came before Leylin and bowed slightly, their manners impeccable. Though Leylin had no real power in front of Caesar, ordinary members like them were small fry. Those who had offended him the other time were still in isolation. Hence, these members were extremely respectful to Leylin, or at least on the surface. Great timing, I was just about to look for him. Leylin nodded slightly. Ka-cha. The door opened, revealing Caesar's figure behind the office desk. The 2 magi who had escorted him here quickly left. Magus Leylin, you're just in time. Regarding the previous mission, before Caesar even spoke, a huge metallic piece was firmly thrown onto the table. It's done. On this huge silver-white metal, there were indents that formed an old, wrinkled face. Metallic life form. Caesar was slightly suspicious, but at the thought of something, his eyes suddenly opened wide. I need to inspect this. After speaking, Caesar took the metallic sculpture and jogged out of the office, leaving Leylin alone inside. Though Caesar had issued this mission before, not in his wildest dreams could he have expected Leylin to actually complete it. After all, Marb was a magus on the same level as him. However, Leylin had given him something that looked like Marb's head. How could this not astonish him? In that moment, Caesar even had the suspicion that Leylin had brought a random head to escape punishment. Creak, 10 minutes later, the door opened once more. Caesar appeared in front of Leylin, but his expression was dark, with even hints of shock in his face. I didn't think you would actually be able to do it. Caesar could not conceal the shock and curiosity in his eyes. If it's possible, could you share the process of your mission with me? You know, as the hunting team leader, it's necessary that I know about the entire process and then give rewards accordingly. Caesar spoke indifferently. It was very simple. Leylin unfolded his arms. After taking on the mission, I was going to look for you, but coincidentally saw him heavily wounded, which is how I completed this assignment. Magus Leylin, Caesar's face darkened further. Please speak the truth. That's what happened. I even brought along a neutral wandering magus. If there's anything else you need, you can just ask her. Leylin was indifferent. In reality, as long as one was not completely blind, anyone could see this was an excuse. But so what? Marb was dead. If Leylin said he was heavily injured, that must be the truth. As for that female magus, she was just a semi-converted magus. How could she tell the state of a peak rank 1 magus injuries? You! Caesar's face began to flush. In that instant, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and his entire body relaxed. No matter what, Magus Leylin, you have disposed of a peak rank 1 magus from the other faction, thus showing your loyalty to 4 Seasons Garden. Your bravery will be known by all light magi, and you might even be recorded down in history. Caesar congratulated him with a fake smile. Thank you for your compliment, but I want to know more about the substantial rewards I will be getting. Leylin nodded nonchalantly and then spoke. For him, having a reputation wasn't all that important. With the prerequisite that the situation would not be unfavorable to him, he was, of course, willing to do some good deeds and obtain a good reputation. However, if there were no advantages and him needing to put in so much effort, making a name for himself in history was just something that only idiots would bother doing. Caesar breathed in deeply to calm the fire within his heart and said icily, there will naturally be rewards. As for any promotions, that will have to wait. However, the contribution points have already been issued to you. 1,500 points. Don't worry, the organization is very strict when it comes to things like this, so I don't have the authority to dock points from you. Immediately after, Caesar produced a green crystal card from within his robes and passed it to Leylin. An obscure look flashed past Leylin's eyes as he held out his hand to take the card. Ka-cha, That instant he took the card, a slight explosion happened. Leylin and Caesar's bodies shook for a second, and they immediately sprang apart. What a terrifying rate of improvement. Magus Leylin. His expression held a trace of fear as Caesar looked at Leylin. Before, he still had the confidence that he could suppress Leylin, but now, after the probing, he found that this Magus who he had looked upon with contempt had already caught up to him and become a mighty peak rank 1 Magus. He might even be stronger than him. Caesar could not be so casual with Leylin any longer. Leylin's ranking in his heart had already risen to the same level of opponents who were of equal strength as him. Leylin only gave a slight smile in response to Caesar's exclamation. He had even concealed a part of the strength of his Warlock blood. If not, Caesar might be completely stunned. He took his own contribution point card and swiped the green crystal card above it. Beep! A light flickered, and the 0 on Leylin's own card changed to 1,500. All right, Magus Leylin, you may return and take a rest while waiting for news from the elders. Caesar spoke slowly. Leylin's transformation made him feel a little uncomfortable. He was currently in need of some time to come up with a counterplan. Thank you. Leylin stood up and took a small bow, each action revealing an unspeakable sort of elegance. Really, his strength exceeds yours? In a room made primarily out of plants, Reynold placed the white porcelain cup on the table, a hand supporting his forehead and a finger curling his hair. Another hand was unconsciously striking the table, producing the dull, thud sounds. The current Reynold looked like an old man who was not in the best state of mind, but all those who were familiar with him could tell this was him pondering over something deeply. Caesar stood aside, waiting for the final decision from this elder of the Four Seasons Garden. If that's the case, we'll give him the position of the head of patrolling at the headquarters. Reynold thought over this for a long time till the steam from his porcelain cup had vanished, before speaking. All right, in response, Caesar merely nodded. Also, I found out that we might have paid too little attention to that guy. If there's time, I think I want to meet him. Reynold stretched, looking pleased as he glanced at Caesar. Don't you know how rude it is to bother an old man who is planning on taking an afternoon nap? My apologies, I'll take my leave now. Caesar quickly bowed and left, a mysterious grin about his lips. Leylin Farlier? Behind him, Reynold mouthed this name. He had naturally taken Leylin's talent into account. If he was truly sincere about joining Four Seasons Garden and that the value of the item he had gotten from the ruins was not too high, Reynold would not go so far as to do anything dirty and covet his inheritance. However, from how Leylin had been able to improve his strength so quickly, what he had obtained was definitely not as simple as he had thought it was. It was extremely beneficial to the user and was worth the risk for Reynold to take action. In addition, based on the information he had gathered, ever since Leylin entered Four Seasons Garden, he still had dealings with dark magi. He was even involved in a few of the large incidents in Nightless City. This was just intolerable. Any organization would not put up with the existence of disloyal members. Though this was just a hypothesis, this was enough reason for Reynold to make his move. He was an existence that had stepped into the level of rank 2 magi. The difference between magi from each rank was like heaven and earth. Even if Leylin received some amazing inheritance, as long as he had not promoted to a rank 2 magus, he was powerless in front of a true rank 2 magus. Just the fact that he could solidify his spiritual force was enough to suppress most rank 1 magi. At this point in time, Leylin was oblivious to all this. He was currently in a laboratory, holding a test tube that contained a gray liquid within. His blue eyes flashed as he constantly scanned the contents. The solution that contains a nefarious filthbird's feathers. Rumors have it that the ancient nefarious filthbird and Trial's Eye were nemeses. Its feathers also carried with it the chaos its original body was known for. It is an item that swindlers love. The conclusion that the AI chip had was presented in front of Leylin's eyes. Based on the information and simulations, this solution is able to take care of the oath I made with Four Seasons Garden. But what happens after? The problem I have isn't just with the oath. Leylin mumbled to himself and looked at his stats once more. Leylin Farlier. Rank 1 Warlock Bloodline, Giant Chem-In Serpent. Strength, 20.1 Agility, 13.4 Vitality, 25.9 Spiritual Force, 76.1 Magic Power, 76 magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Elemental essence conversion, 90%. Status, altering heart, progress at 69%. The heart is the location where the giant Chem-In serpent's blood was produced. Through the alteration of the heart, ancient warlocks obtained similar vitality and abilities to produce blood. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232 Headquarters Patrolling Inspector Headquarters Patrolling Inspector, a very large increase. Seeing that in his refreshed data, the progress of his strength and spirit, and his elemental essence conversion all had a huge change, Leylin wore a pleased expression on his face. For an official Magus, making any progress was exceedingly difficult. Even for a Magus like Leylin, who had a high-level meditation technique, they would need to accumulate a lot of time. But now, after the second transition of his bloodline, his average data had risen to that of a peak rank 1 Magus. And after his heart had been remodeled, it was incessantly stimulating the potential of his body towards a higher evolution. Only in these past few days, his reformation rate had increased by 8%, and this had brought about an amplification in his other data. This was absolutely terrifying. If it is like this, then maybe I can, Leylin quickly calculated in his mind, and after which, his eyes emitted a dangerous beam of light. This beam was very pure and immeasurable. Leylin's eyes, which were brimming with this beam, felt as if it could even absorb a person's soul. But a split second later, Leylin had already hidden this beam deep inside, the solvent of the nefarious filthbird's feathers. Leylin once again focused his attention on the gray solution, and a blue ray of light from the AI chip flashed occasionally as he scanned the test tube, and a large amount of data was being projected in front of Leylin's eyes. "The void hallucination flowers," exclaimed Leylin as he saw the 3 crystals on the experiment table. Deeply entrenched within these tiny crystals were white flowers that were so transparent they were almost illusory. This flower was the principal ingredient in many ancient potions. These had previously been extinct on the south coast. It was unknown from which secret plane did 4 Seasons Garden discover this flower. Its value was 50 contribution points. Crystal seal undo. As he reeled off several complicated words, Leylin pointed his right forefinger at a crystal. Glug. A noise like the ripples on a pond could be heard from the surface of those crystals. The ripple continuously distorted as it extended to the interior of the crystal, when, with a clink, fizz, noises like waves rolling and volatile steam evaporating, the solid crystal continuously vaporized into the air. Finally, what was left behind was a delicate, small, white flower that slowly fell onto the surface of the experiment desk. This exclusive seal removal technique was something that Leylin had obtained from the contribution hall. If he used other magic spells to forcefully remove the seal, though he would be able to effectively remove the seal, the aftermath would be that the material sealed within the crystal would also have perished. Leylin scrutinized this ancient and precious ingredient. The void hallucination flower was a very delicate existence. It was the size of a quail egg. Moreover, some veins, like those on a leaf, appeared on the translucent surface of the flower. This void hallucination flower, the moment it was exposed to the air, it fell down and started to melt. This is truly a fragile thing. No wonder that it is now extinct on the entire south coast. Leylin muttered this as he used a pair of white tweezers, which he had prepared for such a situation, and quickly put the flowers inside a blue borneol beaker. The properties of the void hallucination flower are very surreptitious. By blending it, one can form 43 different kinds of ingredients. Thus, it was a popular major ingredient of many of the ancient potions. Leylin mumbled, and seeing the continuously dissolving white flower inside the beaker, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. "Patrolling troops at the headquarters? What is the position?" Leylin gaped in amazement at Caesar. After a busy evening within the lab, he had just come out for a well-deserved rest when he saw the Magus Caesar. Caesar's face was all smiles. The vertical third eye in between his brows, which emitted a furtive radiance, now appeared to be gentle. "This was a position personally drafted for you by Chairman Reynolds." Caesar laughed and gave an explanation. "You know, during wartime, Four Seasons Gardens rule is that the elders have the authority to set up new posts, and this head of the patrol of the headquarters is one which Lord Reynold has specially endorsed for you, Leylin. In theory, in the Eternal River Plain's secret plane, regardless of the headquarters, every branch and hunting zone's magicians all will be under your supervision. Is that so? Asked Leylin, expressing his skepticism. This was clearly a troublesome task. It had no clear-cut authority and only had supervisory power. It seems that in this post, he could manage everything, yet do nothing at the same time, and also would be able to offend more people. After all the leading magi of every branch and every hunting zone were each powerhouses in their own right. How would they listen to orders given by a central supervisor? It was obvious that this Reynold had thrown an annoying task towards him. Also, before I came, Lord Reynold also made a private request. After handing over the appointment letter to Leylin, Caesar brought up yet another matter. A private request? What is it about? Leylin looked alert. A rank 2 Magus was not someone his current self could contend against. However, the current him, even if he is unable to defeat his opponent, he still had his means of escape, and therefore, he was not particularly afraid. Lord Reynold is trying to find some time to talk to you. Of course, this will be private, and is not an order. Seeing that, although Leylin was beginning to get nervous, but still managed to appear calm, a flash of amazement appeared in Caesar's eyes, which he quickly suppressed. He meant to convey this to Lord Reynold. A lengthy conversation? Leylin's heart throbbed. It seemed that his recent chain of high-profile actions finally came to the attention of this rank 2 Magus. However, this was also a part of his plan. Thus Leylin nodded and said, "Certainly, I can meet with Lord Reynold. It is my honor to do so." "That is good. I shall immediately go and make some arrangements." Lord Reynold was the overall commander for Four Seasons Garden within the Eternal River Plain's secret plane. He handled numerous matters every day, and if it were not for Leylin having performed such a meritorious deed, he would not have had the opportunity to see him. And this time, the meeting was of a private nature. There were many protocols for this. But Leylin need not pay attention to all this. Caesar could arrange for the time, and when Caesar calls him, he could go to meet Lord Reynold. "Thank you very much." Leylin gave a nod of thanks. "Don't mention it. It is nothing." With his face full of smiles, Caesar very quickly left. Seeing Caesar disappear into the horizon and finally vanish from his sight, Leylin appeared more and more solemn. Finally, his expression turned as dark as ominous clouds. This Reynold, a rank 2 Magus, now seemed to him like a mountain, extending as far as he could see. "Everything will soon begin," Leylin whispered, inside the Merit Points Exchange Center. "Hello, sir. May I ask if you need to do any transaction?" Behind a transparent glass window, an employee asked Leylin. Through the glass, Leylin could see shelves all over, covered with all kinds of precious objects and high-grade information. There were even many magic artifacts and single-use-only scrolls, and also some secret techniques used by magi. These secret techniques were the skills and application of spellcasting these techniques could, often, only be learned by official magi. After having successfully learned them, they could be used to temporarily increase the magic power, or increase the might of a magic spell to the maximum and the sort. Leylin had viewed them as the next best thing after high-level meditation techniques. Even if a Magus's degree of elemental essence conversion was sluggish, he could use these secret techniques and increase his magic power. This was no different to increasing the elemental essence conversion. Unfortunately, this was only an exterior item. The body's own strength is the most important. But even if the elemental essence conversion and secret techniques can amplify the magic power, this also depended on the original might of the magic spell. The foundation was sturdy and the growth rate was high. It was the most useful for a peak rank 1 Magus. If the foundation was not good enough, no matter how high the growth rate was, they would not be able to beat another Magus with a low elemental essence conversion but solid foundation. All in all, among the spells that increase amplification, the most specialized magic spells can only amplify the basic power by 40%. And the most amplified power of elemental essence conversion was not greater than approximately 90%. Be it whatever type of amplification spells, up till now, Leylin hadn't seen any which was capable of providing a 100% or more of power. It was as if there was an invisible wall blocking the steps of the majority of the Magi. I am the new patrolling inspector from the headquarters. I believe there is a problem here with the transactions. Leylin took out the recently received appointment letter and flashed it at the employee. The magical radiance on the letter was a characteristic of a rank 2 Magus and caused a blinding pain to the employee. My lord, the employee was dumbfounded. After all, this position was really bizarre. It could inspect any activities, but in reality, the authority to actually execute anything was not that powerful. While stalling Leylin, the employee pushed a red button located under the desk. Leylin noticed this small act, but he smiled and did not do anything about it. My lord, our transactions here are completely equitable and in keeping with the laws, and it is definitely not. While the employee was still explaining to Leylin, a translucent shadow took form in front of Leylin. I am Bill. I am in charge of the transaction of merit points. Do you have any problem, the new patrolling inspector, Lord Leylin? The shadow's face, on the exterior, looked to be about 60 years old, a male. He wore an eyepiece on one eye, and his hair was combed carefully and well-groomed, and he wore a dark red-colored formal robe, which did not have even a minute crease upon it. This image caused Leylin to recall the land surveyors and gem appraisers of his previous world. And the fact that he knew Leylin's identity so fast show this in charge Bill's capabilities of gathering intelligence and his wide network. I have my doubts that the exchanges here and the permissions. I need to examine, Leylin stated this matter-of-factly. He deeply understood this authority he owned had an expiry date tagged to it. It was all the more so, especially when it was a predestined rebellion. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233, Swindling from this inessential role that Reynolds had assigned him as the headquarters patrolling inspector. Leylin could tell that Reynolds had designs on him. Even if it had nothing to do with the suspicion of him being a dark magi, the fact that he increased his strength so quickly had caused Reynolds to be wary of him. In this situation, no matter how hard he tried to keep himself low-key, it was useless. Since it was like this, why should he not use that bit of power he possessed and gain some benefits? After all, before Reynolds officially stripped him of his role, his cover as the patrolling inspector at the headquarters was still able to intimidate a great number of people. For instance, like this man in front of him at the Merit Points Exchange Center. Are you trying to tarnish my reputation? Upon hearing this, the face of the apparition called Pierre darkened, eyes seemingly producing crimson rays. No, not tarnishing it. This is just the usual procedural checks. Leylin smiled gently. The instant the words left his mouth, a ring of energy particles exploded between him and Pierre. Rumble. Though the two of them had tried their best to suppress the excess waves of energy from their battle, they still attracted the attention of several Magi bystanders. Pierre took several steps back before rebalancing himself, revealing a shocked expression on his face. A peak rank 1 Magus. Seems like metal lunatic, Marb really did die by your hands. This information had been proved right before him, and he could do little but be in shock. Just from that short fight, Leylin had revealed a strength that could rival a peak rank 1 Magus. Based on the information he had gathered, Pierre was almost sure that the metal lunatic Marb of the Lilidal family had most certainly died at Leylin's hands. Goodness! Even Pierre himself was but a peak rank 1 Magus. A peak rank 1 Magus, Marb, had died at the hands of Leylin. In a situation where a rank 2 Magus did not make his move, a peak rank 1 Magus was already the strongest in the South Coast. It was rare that they were taken down. Furthermore, it was only because it had been only a short time since Marb had died, so the news did not travel far yet. Otherwise, this would cause a huge commotion in the South Coast. Pierre, who was aware of this news, was even more fearful of Leylin. What do you want? Pierre did not look good. Nothing much. I'm just thinking. Leylin's voice went so soft to the point that he simply closed his mouth and transmitted a message. Upon hearing his transmission, Pierre's face changed, first flushing as if he had been humiliated to the extreme, and then turning into a look of pondering. Moments later, Pierre raised his head and glanced at the Magi nearby. Due to the strange actions by Leylin and him, they had attracted the attention of many surrounding Magi and acolytes. This caused him to come to his final decision. This isn't entirely impossible. Come with me. The apparition called Pier disappeared, leaving behind red energy particles turning into various signs that showed him the way. Upon seeing this, Leylin grinned. He was aware that even amongst the light magi, there weren't that many people who were incorruptible. At the Merit Points Exchange Center, it was a trading place where one could obtain the most profits. It was definitely not a place free of bribery, but if Leylin really wanted something from this place, it would be his last day with his current role as patrolling inspector. However, he had not forced the other party to do anything. He had merely pointed out a few of his requirements and resulted in the other person making a concession. Uncaring of the strange looks from the Four Seasons Garden Magi, Leylin followed the signs, came to a house behind the exchange center. In front of the door, a magus who looked just like the apparition was already in wait. The one who appeared this time was a real body rather than an apparition. "You're here." Pier's face was dark. Of course, regardless of who it was, nobody would be in a good mood if someone came up and tried to take advantage of them. Chen. Leylin briefly nodded his head and did not speak further. Pier gave Leylin a meaningful look as if trying to inscribe his appearance to memory. "Come with me." Next, without waiting for Leylin, he simply stalked off. Leylin rubbed his nose, and with a smile he followed. On the way, various seals and defensive layers were seen everywhere, but with Pier, who was familiar with this area, it was obviously a smooth sailing. Ka-cha! Pier produced a black copper key and opened a large door, which was full of runes on the surface. Rumble, in an instant, the sparkles of various treasures and crystal balls, as well as the smells of many precious ingredients filled Leylin's eyes. In front of him was an impressive, huge storage warehouse. Various precious resources were placed in front of him, so much so that it seemed they were endless. "With my authority, I can only open this secondary warehouse to you. Also, I can give you a 40% discount. That is the bottom line." Pier was resolute. From his wounded expression, it was obvious that these were his limits. Hence, Leylin did not press on. All right, I won't be too difficult to you." Leylin spoke without sincerity and walked into the warehouse. The way Leylin treated this place like it was his own home had Pier grinding his teeth in annoyance, but he did not dare say anything else. To be honest, there was something here that would result in him being apprehended if it was ever found out. He would be stripped of his position and would even face punishment. Compared to this, letting Leylin taking advantage of the situation wasn't much. Leylin walked past piles of potions and ingredients that were worth thousands of merit points, looking rather calm. For him, there were very few items that he coveted. In addition, what he was in urgent need of were methods to increase his battle power. Hence, a few offensive techniques were of more value to him. Leylin's footsteps did not stop until he came to the side of a wooden frame with an intellectual crystal ball on it. Research. Experiments. Secret techniques. At the side of the frame, there were all sorts of detailed inscriptions that recorded all sort of intellectual type information and what they included, making it easier for Leylin to search through. He came in front of the column that had secret techniques. High energy eagle eye, dog nose transformation, liver transplantation, fire elemental negative energy layering spell. All sorts of secret techniques, with some that even Leylin had not heard of, were displayed before him. He was almost getting dizzy with the sheer amount there was. "Excuse me, can you deactivate the defense formation? I want to take a look at the content." Though Leylin sounded apologetic, his actions were nothing but that. Pier was speechless but still headed over, fished out a token from his robes and flashed it at the frame. Wang. A milky white magical light was emitted from the token, and soon after, the spell defense formation around the frame deactivated. "With my authority, you'll at most be able to see the first 1/3 of the contents. Any more than that and the spell formation will start working again, and I have no way to do anything about that." Pier spread his hands while he explained. "That's enough," Leylin nodded, taking the information that recorded the way to have Eagle's eyes and sped through it. On the surface, he was skimming over the crystal ball and trying to find the information he wanted, but in actuality, the AI chip was hard at work in his brain, recording down all the information he read through. There he only had access to 1/3 of the information. This was already enough for the AI chip. Based on that, it could deduce the rest of the information. It was just a matter of time. Half an hour later, Leylin had already looked through all the information in the intellectual crystal ball. The AI chip had benefited greatly as well, having recorded down a lot of precious information. Give me this projective technique, dire bear transmutation and bloodline modulation theory. Of course, the AI chip was not able to infer all information in its entirety. Behind the clauses that the AI chip came up with, there was a list of ingredients that could not be deduced. Leylin looked around and, based on his needs, asked for a few more items. Not counting the miscellaneous items, the total comes to 1,000 merit points. With the discount, it is 600 merit points. With this, he was able to save 400 merit points. Even if the team leader Caesar were to come, Leylin estimated that he would at most get a discount of 20%. However, he had been able to get a 40% discount on any of the items in this treasure house. And that, give me one of all that. Leylin very quickly spent the 1,500 merit points he had just obtained. Hours later, Leylin left the area under Pierre's gaze as if he had met a calamity. What a great harvest! Leylin rubbed his sack that was full to the brim and sighed in contentment. If only I could come here once a day? Leylin was aware that this was just delusional thought. If he did this once more, it would backfire on him and result in a huge counter-attack from those who had a vested interest in the items. He was so arrogant, and that was only because he had no intentions of sticking around in Four Seasons Garden. If not in a light Magi organization, this would cause public anger. There were plenty of ways to kill him. After fishing up all the benefits from the Merit Points Exchange Center, there's still somewhere else. Looking at the vast eternal river plain's secret plane and the steady stream of Magi constantly entering, his lips twitched and he began to give a bright smile. Days later, tales of Leylin were spread throughout. Metal Terminator, Greedy Dragon, these were his newest nicknames. Metal Terminator referred to his battle achievement of killing off the metal lunatic, Marb. It was in this battle that Leylin had openly killed a peak rank 1 Magus, thus setting the foundation for his reputation as a powerhouse. As for Greedy Dragon, this referred to the series of robbing activities he had done without restraint. Whether it was at the Merit Points Exchange Center, the defense team, garrison, and even a few Magi divisions and zones, they had all been places he had pillaged and extorted from shamelessly. To be honest, the greediness of Magi truly exceeded his expectations. In all the areas he had checked on, none were upstanding people. No matter how well the accounts had been done, with the terrifying abilities of the AI chip, nothing escaped his eye. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234. Using the solvent under the circumstances. Each division could do little but pinch their noses in distaste while they did as Leylin wanted. However, his reputation had gone straight to the gutters and had gained him the reputation of least welcomed at all divisions. To be honest, when he had first received news of this, Leylin was a little surprised but found it very amusing. In the Magus World, strength was to be respected. Reputation wasn't entirely useless, but it only applied to those within the same ranks of strength. As long as he continued to improve his strength, after he advanced to become a rank 2 Magus, these people would stick onto him like dogs, wagging their tails and lamenting that they had not let Leylin taking more advantage of them. Magus Leylin, Greedy Dragon, Lord Reynold would like to see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. Please be prepared. Caesar expressionlessly announced in front of Leylin and left. This is a little earlier than expected. Have I finally angered the heavens? Leylin laughed without fear. He did not take his position as the patrolling inspector seriously, and on top of that, he had been doing all sorts of things. It was no surprise that all of the Four Seasons Garden viewed him as an enemy and opposed him. If he did not make any preparations, he was going to die. This was definite. After all, Leylin himself was not completely innocent, and investigations would spell his downfall. In addition, the inheritance from the great Magus Surhome would definitely attract the attention of rank 2 Magi. In the Magus World, there were all sorts of spells that could be used to detect lies and test one's spirit. The reason the Magi here did not use them was because they were light Magi and did everything in sequence. However, this was wartime. Everything was about power. Furthermore, there were also a lot of mysteries about Leylin. Currently, if any of these spells were used against him, he wouldn't even have the chance to explain himself. Actually, Leylin had long since suspected that the Four Seasons Garden had discovered his activities with the Dark Magi. Though he left no proper evidence, there might have still been some traces left behind. If not, why would he, a high-level potion master who was young, talented, and sure to be held in high regard wherever he went, be assigned to this place to fight? But this is enough. Leylin's lips quirked in a slight smile. He had already been mentally prepared to be found out. After all, Magi had too many unknown methods, and he had no way to guard against everything. Being able to have up to 2 years and allow his bloodline to transition, as well as being able to accumulate a large amount of resources and knowledge, had Leylin feeling quite satisfied. It looks like it's time to fall out with them. Leylin looked apathetic. Theoretically speaking, he was the one who had betrayed the Four Seasons Garden, but this was for his own sake. For benefits, to chase his dreams. He was not going to turn back from this route. All right, I'll use this. Leylin turned over to the palm of his hand, revealing a well-preserved test tube in his right palm. Within the test tube was a gray solvent. It was a type of gray that people would find disgusting, and just a glance at it would cause one to feel dizzy. The solvent of the nefarious filthbird's feathers, tests have been conducted on it. In order to break away from Four Seasons Garden and perhaps even become enemies, it's necessary to dispel the constraints of the contract witnessed by the trial's eye. Leylin stared hard at the test tube in his hand, looking unusually excited. He snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the room was shrouded in a layer of faint yellow light. Leylin then carefully removed the covering from the mouth of the test tube. TSSS. A gray gas floated out of the test tube, and upon contact with the air, the solvent of the nefarious filthbird's feathers produced innumerable tiny bubbles and began to evaporate violently. "Aye!" Leylin pinched his nose tightly. What a terrifying stench! He had taken in just a small breath, yet he was already on the verge of fainting from the smell. It was just too stinky. Even with his vitality of over 20, it was almost unbearable for him. The nefarious filthbird was originally a congelation of all of the filthy things in the world, and its feathers held traces of its filthiness. In actuality, the solvent made from the feathers did not get its power from the feathers themselves, but from the projection of the nefarious filthbird's strength onto this part of its body. The ancient nefarious filthbird was an existence that was the archenemy of the trial's eye. Not only had their battles affected the Magus World, it also several other large-scale areas. There were traces of them present everywhere in legends and myths. Filth, chaos, how did these characteristics come about, and how did they work? A curiosity that could not be concealed appeared in Leylin's eyes. Whether it was the chaotic characteristic of the nefarious filthbird or the fairness of the trial's eye, they were very much different from the spells in the Magus World. They were more like a type or regulation, which gave Leylin the strongest urge to find out even more. Magi usually liked to research on all types of strange phenomenon and strengths, as well as to try to find ways to make that power theirs. In terms of trying to chase after the truth, Magi were similar to the researchers and scientists in Leylin's previous world. It's a pity that this sort of thing can only be approached by those who are at least Morning Star Magi. Whether it was the trial's eye or the filthy bird, both could traverse through the entire world and weave through terrifying beings. Their existence surpassed that of normal beings, and they had entered a level that Leylin could not hope to even reach for, much less understand. The current Leylin wasn't even an ant to them. He was probably a little smaller than a speck of dust. Even if he wanted to offer sacrifices and summon them, he would only see an apparition that lacked power. It wasn't possible to explore and find out more about them. Even though Leylin was a little disappointed, what he felt was, even more, the kindling of fire and a stronger desire within. One day, I'll reach the peak of the Magus World and make people take note of the other great existences and chase after the truth and eternity they hold. TSSS. After the volatile gray solvent in the test tube finished its reaction, Leylin's body was engulfed by gray mist. This mist was unbearably smelly, causing Leylin to feel suffocated. The gray mist seemed to have a life of its own as it climbed onto Leylin's skin as if trying to find ways to enter his body. Rumble, Leylin suddenly felt faint and his expression changed. Pack, pack, pack. As if provoked, several apparitions of the Trial's Eye appeared on his body. These apparitions were mostly only the size of his thumb, and the biggest was as big as his fist. There were a few mysterious threads connected to it that winded around Leylin. The power of regulation? Leylin extended his right hand, trying to touch those threads. Unsurprisingly, his hands went straight through the threads as if they were thin air. These must be the threads from the contract and regulations. The small Trial's Eye represents the agreement I had with the old witch, while the largest one is the contract I made that was witnessed by the rank 2 Magus, Reynold. The largest Trial's Eye had the thickest threads and was inseparably close to Leylin's body. Some part of him gave him the idea that if he went against the contract, these lines would break, and it would end in a result he did not want to even think about. TSSSS, TSSSS. After witnessing the apparitions of the Trial's Eye, the fluctuations from the gray mist became more intense. Through an unknown channel, a mysterious piece of information was transmitted to Leylin. One feather solvent can only dissolve one contract. Leylin nodded and spoke in the ancient Byron language. I choose this one. He pointed at the largest Trial's Eye. Not only was the ancient Byron language the basis of spellcasting, it even held a mysterious power that allowed all beings with spirits to be able to understand its intended meaning from its words. Hence, it was a language used throughout the Magus World and in other places. Kai Kai. After receiving Leylin's answer, the gray mist quickly became denser, and the chirps of a bird were sounded in the middle. The coarse chirps of this bird was extremely unpleasant to hear, like the bawling of a woman. Along with the chirps, the gray mist spread out 2 wings and turned into a faint, large gray bird in the mist. Is this the actual body of the ancient nefarious filth bird? Leylin carefully took down the filthy bird's appearance. However, with the hindrance of the mist, besides the bird's main appearance, nothing else could be clearly made out. Judgment, 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 judgment. At this moment, as if provoked by the nefarious filth bird, the Trial's Eye image on the surface of Leylin's body began to vibrate. Small bolts of lightning were produced around the Trial's Eye, the void crackling around them as sounds of sacrificial hymns sounded out. The Trial's Eye in the middle immediately expanded several times, powerful undulations overflowing as it tried to break through the void to borrow a bit of power from its original body. Che! The giant bird in the gray mist extended its wings, where large amounts of gray-black mist emanated. Filth, chaos. Leylin felt dizzy again and was almost unable to tell where he was. Kai Kai. The gray-black mist and blue electric currents tried to devour each other and eventually perished together. However, it was obvious that there was much more mist than blue lightning, and in a few seconds, it was in an advantageous position. Kai Kai. Under the shroud of mist, the Trial's Eye shook wildly and even stopped all attempts at contacting its original body. At this moment, the large bird in the gray mist soared into the air, and like a predator hunting for food swooped down from midair. Pop, with a peck from its gray beak, the apparition of the largest Trial's Eye was pecked out. Ka-cha, ka-cha, ka-cha. The threads that connected Leylin and the Trial's Eye were snapped in twain. As the thread snapped, Leylin felt his body slouch in relief, with even his spirit feeling a sense of freedom, as if a weight had been taken off of his mind. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235 Meeting. These thin threads must represent my contract with the Four Seasons Garden. Now that they're completely broken, it must mean that I've destroyed my contract with the Four Seasons Garden. A hint of glee appeared on Leylin's face. Having destroyed his side of the contract, he could reap a lot of benefits. Leylin was now no longer under the constraints of the contract, and was free to do anything that might harm the Four Seasons Garden, including brazenly killing their members. As for Reynold, who represented the Four Seasons Garden, and was the one who Leylin had made a contract with, he had to abide by the regulations stated in the contract. Without evidence, he would not be able to do anything against Leylin. Also, this method of destroying his end of the contract would not alert Reynold. This was one of the special chaotic characteristics of the nefarious filthbird. Rumble. The nefarious filthbird, which was hovering in midair, swallowed the Trial's Eye down its beak. Leylin could even see a round protrusion at the nefarious filthbird's neck, traveling down and into its abdominal area. Kai Kai, after swallowing a trial's eye, the nefarious filthbird made joyful screeches and transmitted a message to Leylin. Trial's eye will eventually perish, and chaos will remain eternal. More summons. I will wipe all traces of the trial's eye from you. Little pieces of information were transmitted to Leylin and were transformed into a form that Leylin could understand. I will do so, Leylin bowed deeply. Though he had no idea if the other party could really understand his actions, Leylin still had to remain polite on a superficial level. The nefarious filthbird nodded in a very human way and produced a long, loud cry. Amidst its terrifying, ear-piercing screeches, the nefarious filthbird's body exploded into the gray mist. The gray color of the mist gradually faded into the air. At the same time, Leylin could feel the chaotic attribute that had been surrounding him ever since he had opened the test tube, dissipating. The trial's eye was in existence on the same level as the nefarious filthbird. Without the chaotic power that the solution automatically let out, which isolated the area, the probing from the trial's eye and the transmissions to Leylin would long since have attracted the trial's eye here. After the nefarious filthbird vanished, Leylin sensed some changes within his body. His contract with Four Seasons Garden was now completely destroyed. Other contracts with the trial's eye were still there, but they had no reaction, as though nothing had happened. The power of chaos is amazing. The ancient nefarious filthbird is truly the mortal enemy of the trial's eye. I wonder how the dark magus behind Giant managed to obtain this solution. Leylin murmured to himself. In the South Coast, contracts made with the trial's eye were very common. They were very trustworthy, and there were almost no cases of them being tampered with. Besides, the feathers of the ancient nefarious filthbird had become extinct over 1,000 years ago. Hence, even Reynold would not imagine that Leylin would use this method to break away from the constraints of the contract. This power is truly terrifying. Leylin could not help but raise the status of 1,000 meddling hands in his heart, in awe of the ability of this dark magus organization to procure a solution that was already extinct. But even in the organization, there shouldn't be a lot of this solution. Leylin was quite sure about this. If not, the 1,000 meddling hands would have used it a long time ago and wreaked havoc upon the South Coast. Night descended. Though they were within the secret plane, the moonlight was still bright, making it no different from the external world. At this moment, a black figure donning a cloak that covered his face sneakily crept into Four Seasons Gardens camp and constantly moved towards the outer areas. Chila, at a place where there was a devilish tree that was somehow divided into 3 parts, the black figure stopped and lit his hand up with crimson flames. "You're finally here." The surface devilish tree twisted for a moment, and a man's face appeared on the bark. It suddenly opened his mouth and spoke to the magus. "Come down from here." TSS Law. As the wooden face spoke, a huge hole opened up at the roots of the devilish tree and revealed a pitch-black passageway. The magus nodded and quickly walked down. Boom! After his figure disappeared into the passageway, the entrance immediately closed and the human face vigilantly surveyed the area before disappearing back into the tree trunk. It became peaceful once more as if nothing had happened. The passageway was very long, and this magus walked for about 10 minutes before he reached the end. At the end was a huge basement, the surroundings of which flickered with yellow earth magic. It most likely had been made very recently. In the spacious basement, there was the vague form of a giant with great amounts of green fog floating around him. Upon seeing the magus, he seemed to smile. "You're here, Chen." The magus nodded and pushed back the hood to reveal a handsome young face. Black hair, elegant face, fair skin, and eyes that gave off a devilish glint. Just by standing there, he was able to give off a strange charm. This person was, of course, Leylin. His eyebrows were currently furrowed because nothing good could be happening if Giant chose this moment to summon him here. At the same time, Leylin's nostrils flared. "Did you receive a lot of guests just now? I seem to sense the aura of many familiar people." Giant looked at Leylin with some surprise. "Yes, they're all our comrades from the 1,000 meddling hands. I'd already wiped off all traces of them, but you were actually able to notice. Looks like the rumors out there aren't wrong, and you're already a peak rank 1 magus." Giant glanced at Leylin with some apprehension in his eyes. Looks like our leader's initial choice to attract you into entering our organization was a right one. Leylin only gave a mysterious smile in reply. After the second bloodline transition, he could feel that the quality of his body constantly increasing. Even a few of his organs seemed to have awoken from a deep sleep and obtained many miraculous abilities. Though these abilities were of no help to him in battle, they could usually exhibit surprising effects at unexpected moments. Looks like you're planning something grand. Leylin looked Giant straight in the eye. From what he had sensed, Giant had actually called out all of the elites of the 1,000 meddling hands. Getting in contact with him was a huge risk, and he had even gotten Leylin to enter the inner circle of the Four Seasons Garden. It was easy to tell what Giant had planned to do. Hee, that's not my plan, but the idea from the Lord behind me. Giant brought up the rank 2 Dark Magus behind the 1,000 meddling hands once again. So, the feathers of the nefarious filthbird are rather useful, yes? Giant asked. I've used them, Leylin lifted his brows. If there's anything you want to say it. All right, our target this time is the resource warehouse in the Eternal Plains secret plane that the Four Seasons Garden is in charge of. Giant told him their goal without beating around the bush. This time, not only will our members go all out on this mission, even the Lord behind us will make his move at opportune times. Leylin's face twitched slightly at this news, but he accepted this peacefully. In the Four Seasons Garden, there was Reynold, who was at least a rank 2 Magus, taking charge. If there wasn't an opponent with a similar level of power to attract the brunt of the assault, the invading Dark Magi would just be committing suicide, no matter how many of them there were. All right, what's my mission? Leylin inquired. Good. Giant pointed his thumb upwards. Your mission is simple. The time we make our move is tomorrow night at 7. Reynold is planning on seeing you, right? Giant spoke matter-of-factly, but this made Leylin's heart turn cold. For him to know about even this, there must have been other spies from the 1,000 meddling hands in the Four Seasons Garden. But putting your hands on everything will only expose your own identity. Leylin smirked inside. Giant had not noticed any abnormalities in Leylin and was still speaking. At that time, we will lead Reynold away. Your mission is to pass through a spell formation inside his office and activate this spell design. As he spoke, he passed a fist-sized red crystal to Leylin. Leylin firmly caught the red crystal. What is this spell design? The interior of the red crystal was laden with tiny runes. When the runes connected together, they looked like a gold liquid constantly flowing inside the crystal. Though the AI chip had never recorded such runes before, Leylin was sure that this was a spell design specially catered to a specific spell formation or artifact. After all, how could something Reynold had placed in his own office and was personally protecting be anything simple? It's just a regular spell designed to lift a seal. It was obvious that Giant did not want to explain any further. Leylin stared at the Giant for a long time and then spoke. You want me to do something in the area where the Four Seasons Garden has the tightest defense, which is a rank 2 Magus office. Are you trying to get me killed? As he spoke, Leylin's eyes turned into an amber hue. A powerful spiritual force with a depthless darkness quickly descended upon the area. Bloodlust and terror. Spiritual force that carried dense elemental particles with it formed a phantom of a black, giant serpent, which glided around Giant. Its eyes were fixated on Giant, as if it was looking for a place for it to sink its teeth into. Such an imposing aura and such bloodlust. How many people has he actually killed? Giant's heart went cold. He himself wasn't any good person and had taken the lives of countless people. However, compared to such a cold-blooded and strong bloodlust, he was still on a lower level than this person. What made Giant even more shocked was that Leylin's spiritual force had already reached an amount that only peak rank 1 Magi possessed. He might have even surpassed Giant himself. He actually dares to attack here. Gazing into Leylin's ice-gold pupils, Giant's heart suddenly chilled, feeling as if his opponent knew all of his secrets. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236 Enchantment. Don't worry, we won't abandon you. Giant tossed a detailed map that had a route marked out in red to Leylin. After completing your mission, follow this route, and you'll definitely be able to leave safely before any other Magi find out. The Lord behind us will divert Reynolds' attention and will provide support as well. Giant spoke calmly, even going out of his way to mention the rank 2 Dark Magus supporting 1,000 meddling hands. It was obvious that he was trying to threaten Leylin. Leylin was silent for a while. I will try. If it was much too dangerous, he wasn't going to risk his life for this organization. All right. You'll find that this is a very simple and effortless mission. Giant smiled. After finishing this, you can rejoin us as a Dark Magi. How about it? Which academy or organization do you want to join? Just tell me. Leylin shook his head. He had no such plans yet, and he still did not entirely trust Giant's words. If one was not shrewd when dealing with Dark Magi, it was certain that they would be taken advantage of so thoroughly that every last bone of theirs will be gobbled. All right, to ensure that things go well, you will need to sign this. Giant threw a black scroll to Leylin. Leylin looked through the contents of the scroll and was amazed. A trial's eye contract. After I have taken the solvent of the nefarious Filthbird's feathers, you still dare to use this. This is a special contract that the Lord behind us specifically made for you. Giant pointed out, emphasizing the last 3 words. Also, that solution was the very last one in our organization. If you can find another, we can only blame it on our bad luck. It looked like he was quite confident about this. In that case, you're the first person who dares to do something like this. Leylin scrutinized Giant and smirked. At the same time, the phantom giant serpent suddenly opened its mouth wide and bit towards Giant. Rumble. As it neared Giant, the phantom giant serpent suddenly collapsed and turned into a mass of shadow, slamming against Giant's green fog and producing the sound of waves crashing on the shore. Haha, I was just cracking a joke. I'm but a regular member in the 1,000 meddling hands, so how would I dare to pit myself against elders like you? A bright, gentle smile suddenly appeared on Leylin's expression. You'll become an elder soon enough. After this operation, I can nominate you. Giant spoke after a moment's thought. In that case, thank you. Leylin lightly tapped on the scroll, and the imprint of a black snake instantly appeared on it. Rumble. The apparition of the trial's eye gave Leylin the feeling that this was even more powerful than the one that Reynolds had summoned the previous time. Under its emotionless gaze, the scroll in Leylin's hands began to spontaneously combust. Green flames enveloped the scroll. The moment after the scroll completely burned up, a ray of light that represented the contract and its restrictions flew into Leylin's mind. Afterwards, the apparition of the trial's eye automatically dispersed into the air. He had skimmed through the contract. The only conditions were that he could not help the Four Seasons garden. There weren't any harsh conditions. After all, they still needed his help and could not go overboard. It didn't detect traces of the axe of the nefarious Filthbird, Leylin wondered. He then left the area without a word. Only Giant was left standing quietly in the basement as if he was waiting for something. Boom, boom, boom. Minutes later, Giant's body, which was covered in green fog, began to shudder violently, and the wall behind him suddenly exploded. After the dust settled, a large portion of Giant's fog had dispersed, revealing a giant figure that was up to 2 meters tall. Crazy, that person's a lunatic, Giant murmured to himself and proceeded to laugh maniacally. Haha, good, interesting, things are getting more interesting. He then transformed into a green fog and drifted out of the area. Behind him, the basement gave way and dust filled the air. The next day, Leylin punctually arrived at Reynolds' office at 7 in the evening. Lord Reynolds, he knocked on the door gently. Come in. From behind the door, Reynolds' gentle voice was heard. Leylin took in a deep breath and pushed the door open. Reynolds was seated on a chair of vines, wearing a pair of spectacles as he drank a green beverage. Beside him was a little round table and a similar chair. Leylin, you're here, take a seat. Reynolds pointed to the chair beside him. Many thanks. Leylin bowed once more and sat near Reynolds. Here, try the juice of the jaded darrow flower. We're just having a private conversation now, so don't be too reserved. Reynolds seemed just like a hospitable old man. As if a little embarrassed, Leylin gave a slight smile and drank from the cup on the table. The refreshing scent of nature pervaded his taste buds and extended throughout his 4 limbs. Leylin felt as if warm water was rinsing his body and making him feel rejuvenated. How is it? It tastes pretty good, right? Reynolds asked with anticipation. The collections of an elder like yourself are pretty good, Leylin praised sincerely. Haha, like a child who had received a compliment, Reynold laughed aloud brightly. Here, let us have a friendly chat. Leylin, you seem to be from the Chernobyl Islands, right? I went there once when I was young. Resources are scarce in such a barren land, and it's lacking in Magi. Reynold was a very entertaining speaker, and he began to chat with Leylin about his past experiences. As they spoke leisurely, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. All of a sudden, Leylin suddenly smelt something very sweet. What is this? It's a type of incense from the wetland gardens. It's said to be useful in replenishing one's spiritual force and is a favorite of the Magi there. Reynold explained lightly, his voice seemingly less and less discernible. A thread of silver spiritual force slowly extended. Leylin's expression became slacker, and he could feel his eyelids becoming heavier. He eventually fell asleep. Seeing Leylin in a deep sleep, a smile appeared on Reynold's face. He took off a ring on Leylin's hand and inspected it closely. Ring of Sobriety? Looks like it has a few other effects that can defend against probings. There are 7 different potions smeared on it as well. Looks like you've prepared well, but it's a pity. Reynold glanced at Leylin with a victorious smirk. The juice of the jaded darrow flower, as well as the pollen from the intoxicated dragon petals, are something even a rank 2 Magus might not be able to withstand. What use is a mere ring and potion? These 2 items were a special combination that Reynold had picked out specifically for Leylin. Some of them even had to be transported from the secret plane, and he had used up a portion of his allowance as the chairman to obtain the items. This had delayed his plans and allowed Leylin to have the chance to wreak havoc in the Four Seasons garden. Of course, since he had paid such a huge price, the effects were superb. A peak rank 1 Magus was an existence that even a rank 2 Magus like Reynold needed to be careful of. Also, these Magi also had special methods, and might have had a high resistance against hallucinations and enchantments. What was more troublesome was that Leylin was still a member of Four Seasons Garden, so without actual evidence, Reynold could not do anything that might have severe aftereffects. As an experienced, veteran rank 2 Magus, this was not a problem for Reynold. Now, using a special concoction, he had made Leylin pass out. In addition, these 2 ingredients were not harmful to the body, and at most, they would cause Leylin to faint. His resistance to hallucinatory magic would be temporarily lowered, but after this, his body would ultimately benefit in the long run. Hence, Reynold was not going against the contract with the Trial's Eye. Even so, the effects of this type of hallucinogen will not last for a long time. With his body, he'll awaken in about half an hour, so I have to be quick. The vined chair under Reynold began to move until Reynold was right in front of Leylin. Open your eyes and look at me. Reynold spoke lightly, his voice having a strange effect that made one feel dazed. As he spoke, silvery white rays of light shot out of his eyes. This was the appearance of the solidification of his spiritual force. Upon hearing Reynold's words, Leylin's eyelids flickered and then opened. Your name? Reynold asked, the silvery white rays so intense that they seemed to be on the verge of piercing through Leylin's eyeballs. Leylin Farlier, where were you born? Do you have any relatives? The questions Reynold asked were quite simple at the beginning, and as time went on, he went deeper and increased the difficulty. Soon enough, after tens of questions, he got into the heart of the matter. Why were you wanted by the Leylin family? Reynold asked gently, with some tremors in his voice. It is because in order to obtain an inheritance from a ruin, I killed Bossing Leylin. Leylin answered in a dazed manner, unable to control the words that spilled out of his mouth. What inheritance? The silver light in his eyes became more concentrated. An inheritance that contains incomplete information about the branded swordsman. There's also a high-grade magic artifact. Leylin answered. Is that so? Reynold shifted his glasses. Branded swordsman, a branch of the ancient Magi. He sized up Leylin's body. A tall and strong body with some brands on the surface. It seems quite similar to the legends. As his vitality was amazingly high, the muscles on Leylin's body were now very obvious, and he had a terrifying amount of strength within. If he tried to impersonate a Grand Knight, nobody would doubt him. In that case, what is your relationship with the 1,000 meddling hands? Reynold came to the key question. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237, Deceit Rumble. Just as Reynold was using the illusionary spell to interrogate Leylin, a mighty energy wave fluctuation came from afar. This fluctuation was so immense that even the buildings had mildly shook. What? A sneak attack? Reynold stood up abruptly. A layer of white light which seemed to be a communication device shone on his body in an instant. What's happening? Reynold asked indifferently. It's the Dark Magi. We suffered a sneak attack from the Dark Magi. The first and second defense lines have already perished. We're currently at the third line of defense. From the communication device, the image of a fair-skinned, burly bloke who had donned a military uniform was projected. This was the leader of the defense team, who was specially assigned to defend all of Four Seasons Garden. The expression on his face was wrought with fright and worry. It seemed that the Dark Magi had placed him under great pressure. A simple and tiny issue. I will mobilize the fighting and hunting teams to your area as soon as possible. Reynold replied to the communicative device. Suddenly, his face darkened. Through the projection of the communication device, he could see a gigantic black hand land from the skies and mash the burly bloke between its fingers. Ah! The burly, fair-skinned bloke cried out miserably as he produced large amounts of milky white flames. Ka-cha, ka-cha! A large number of miserable-looking faces appeared on the gigantic black hand, their mouths opening wide as they swallowed the milky white flames. Ka-cha, ka-cha! The bone-chilling sounds of gnawing sounds were heard. After swallowing the white flames, they actually began to gnaw at the burly, fair-skinned man's body. Jejej, in midair, solidified silver spiritual force appeared and formed a human face. Reynold, my old friend, why aren't you coming to greet me? The face sneered. Immediately after, the huge black hand swept the area and made a mess of the Four Seasons Garden's defensive line. Under the tyrannical abuse of a rank 2 Magus, the ordinary rank 1 Magi were as insignificant as ants. Pack! The armrest of Reynold's vine chair was needed until it broke. Shua! In a flash, he turned into a green figure and rushed out. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! After he left, his vined chair squirmed and constantly twisted, gradually turning into something that resembled a human. It stood by Leylin, who was still unconscious, as if keeping guard. Boom! 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 Huge undulations from the magic that were even more immense than before traveled over. This was an intense fight between two rank 2 Magi. As they fought, they moved further and further away as if deliberately trying to avoid this area. In Reynold's office, all of a sudden, Leylin, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. At that instant, his eyes turned amber. Innate spell formation, Eye of Petrification. The vined human that had been keeping watch over him immediately turned into a gray stone statue. After his second bloodline transition, this spell and chem-in scales had evolved. Leylin surveyed the area and stretched lazily, fixing the ring of sobriety that was on the round table back onto his finger. Though the process was a little unexpected, nothing bad happened. Leylin's eyes were very clear. Where were the traces of him being caught in a hallucination? Previously, Reynold had used a few ingredients and set up a trap, which had indeed caused him to fall into a hallucination. But that was just for a moment. The power of the bloodline of the ancient being, the giant chem-in serpent, was flowing in his veins and devouring all external substances. His vitality of over 25 degrees had made it easier for him to quickly come back to his senses. At that time, Leylin had beat Reynold at his own game and pretended he was still in a daze, thus lowering Reynold's guard. With the help of the AI chip, his breathing, his body's situation, and waves of his spiritual energy had been feigned spectacularly, which even deceived Reynold. All that nonsense about the branded swordsman was obviously just that, lies. With the adjustments made by the AI chip, making up runes was a simple matter. Only now did Leylin have the time to really look at the rank 2 Magus Reynold's office. Based on his interests, the office was made of plants. The bookcase and window, as well as the tables, chairs, and even a few strange books were all made of plants. The entire setup was very clever and wasn't very big, giving off a cozy and tiny feeling. Where is the place at which I need to place the spell designed for it to activate? Leylin mumbled to himself, producing a scarlet crystal from his pocket. The crystal now was emitting a bright red and was boiling hot. Is this some sensing technique? Leylin touched his chin, using the crystal to discern the direction in which he should be moving. He eventually found out that when he pointed the crystal at Reynolds' desk, it would emit the brightest light and be the hottest, to the point that he felt his hand was being burnt. Following the crystal, he came before Reynolds' desk. This was a large green table with rings on it that indicated the age of a tree. Wang wang. At this moment, the crystal in Leylin's hand exploded in a ring of light and mysteriously hovered in the air. This is a spell formation that is triggered automatically. Leylin's eyes widened, and he pointed his right hand at the crystal, causing tendrils of black gas to crawl onto it like snakes. Crash. Under the shine of the scarlet crystal, the dark green desk suddenly shook, and most of the papers, quill, ink, and various items on top of it rolled off of the surface. The surface kept squirming, and the various types of plants making up the table began to grow and extend. Pack. The green desk was split into two, and under these two parts, numerous plants grew and acted like little feet which scurried away. In the place where the desk had been, there was now a huge pit. In the heart of the pit was a huge sealing spell formation that was shining with all sorts of runes that were floating around. On the surface of the spell formation, there were a few gaps. After making some comparisons, Leylin figured that the spot right at the middle could fit the red crystal. Classified information like this actually got out, and there was even a spell designed specially made for this. Leylin mumbled to himself. All of a sudden, something strange happened. The scarlet crystal that had been hovering in midair suddenly burst out into blood-red flames, zooming like a fire arrow towards the part of the formation that was caved in. In the crystal, there was a requirement that required it to make contact with the spell formation before it was activated. Combined with Giant's obvious attempts at hiding the truth, Leylin could easily tell that it wouldn't be good if the crystal activated. However, there was no sense of flustering on his expression. Rather, there was a profound look on his face. "I've been waiting for this." He reached forward with his right hand. Snake binding. The little black snakes that had been crawling on the crystal immediately began to squirm and turned into a huge snake ball, securing the red crystal within. Black gas pervaded the area, on the verge of concealing the red light the crystal was emitting. Wang wang. The red crystal constantly expanded, and Leylin seemed to hear a sound of unwillingness from within. As expected, there's even a backup plan. It's a pity. Leylin rapidly chanted incantations and sprinkled some light blue powder into the air. Freezing river. As he finished the last syllable of the incantation, a light blue light surrounded the snake ball. TSSSS. White threads of mist were produced, and on the surface of the snake ball, the white mist condensed and turned into a layer of thin ice. The amount of ice became greater and greater, until, at the end, a thick layer of ice had been formed around the snake ball. The entire snake ball seemed like it had turned into a huge ball of ice. The red rays of light that the crystal had been producing was now completely contained within. As if it had lost its detection abilities, the large spell formation in the pit ceased its rumbling, and all sorts of runes ceased to move on the surface of the formation. Shiwa, Shiwa, Shiwa. 3 large ice pillars were like pylons, or perhaps chains, as they connected with the blue ball of ice. Chen. The power of this sealing spell formation is not half bad. Leylin nodded in satisfaction. This sealing spell formation was something he had gained from blackmailing Pierre at the Four Seasons Garden. It was definitely something worth being kept safely in the warehouse, as it was quite effective. It looked like Pierre had not given him inferior items to go against him. Leylin then shifted his attention to the spell formation that was caved in the middle. AI chip. Compare the runes on the spell design. A blue ray of light brightened in his eyes and shone straight at the spell formation. A huge amount of data flashed past Leylin's eyes. Countless runes and designs were currently being compared. The red crystal from before was merely a key. The runes used on it were strange, and Leylin previously had no way to tell its function from the runes. But now, both the key and the keyhole were here. Hence, he was able to make comparisons between the runes on both ends and tell the rough functions of the spell formation and crystal. Seconds later, the AI chip's conclusion appeared before Leylin. The part that's caved in is a sealing formation, and the crystal's function is to detonate. A cold look emerged on his face as Leylin read through the first 2 lines. Very good, Giant, just you wait. The AI. Chip's robotic voice continued to intone. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, Scapegoat from the energy emitted by the spell formation. Analysis shows that the probability of a body of consciousness residing in the spell formation is 78.9%. The AI. Chip's conclusion was presented before Leylin. A body of consciousness? Leylin's eyes sparkled. Can you compare it with the database and find out what sort of body of consciousness it is? Searching, beep. There is no such information in the database. Comparing with host body's existing memories, the AI chip operated quickly. Seconds later, a new conclusion was shown to Leylin. The body of consciousness emits an aura that comes from the Eternal River Plane's secret plane, determined to be a special being from the secret plane itself. Compatibility with large platinum gate of entrance to the secret plane. 67%. Platinum gate? Leylin's eyes widened, suddenly thinking back to the platinum gate that seemed like an ancient existence right across from the headquarters. Incomplete spiritual force waves were emitted by the gate. From the looks of it, I'm afraid that the platinum door has already evolved to have its own intelligence. However, it was removed by Magi from 4 Seasons Garden and sealed here. Hence, its spiritual force waves gave me such a strange feeling. Leylin slowly came up with the entire process that led to this result. Though he had no idea why 4 Seasons Garden sealed the consciousness of the entrance to the secret plane, there were only a few reasons that Leylin wasn't going to bother wondering about. What he was more focused on was what would happen to the entrance to the secret plane if its consciousness was destroyed. After all, the red crystal that Giant gave him was no unsealing spell design. Instead, it would control the spell formation as well as the consciousness within and destroy them together. AI chip, simulate the consequences of the destruction of the secret plane's body of consciousness. Leylin spoke quietly, his expression dark and dreadful. Beep, mission established, beginning to compare with high-level patterns. Importing data, the AI chip intoned loyally. After which, the result was placed before Leylin. Based on simulated experiments and remnants, if the body of consciousness is damaged, the possibility of the platinum gate being destroyed is 79.8%. Entrance will automatically close and be sealed shut. Another 15.2% chance of the opposite happening. The entrance will then become a public entrance and be open to any living beings. The last 5% possibility has unknown consequences. Leylin, who was silently reading the conclusion, suddenly understood everything. The most important part in the battle for the Eternal River Plane's secret plane was the acquisition of the entrance. 7 entrances had been discovered, with 4 being controlled by the Light Magi. This control referred not only to the Magi army set up on the outer areas, but also to a certain key that could control the opening and closing of the entrance. From the looks of it, these keys referred to each gate's core body of consciousness. If I detonate this area, there's a large probability of 4 Seasons Garden's entrance disappearing. The Dark and Light Magi will then hold the same number of entrances, and there won't be any disadvantages when trying to take over the secret plane. Leylin could easily tell the intentions of the Dark Magi. These Magi were planning to destroy the entrance here. Gaining control of the entrance meant obtaining a large amount of land, plentiful resources, as well as a huge number of troops. Most importantly, the speed at which spoils of war were transported would be increased. Light Magi currently held possession of 4 entrances. Whether in terms of the areas with radiation or potential battle power, they exceeded the Dark Magi by a large margin. Hence, the Dark Magi had to think of ways to make up for this handicap. Even if this place was not destroyed, it was still necessary to rob this place from the Light Magi. They would rather have this place become a public domain than let it be controlled by the Light Magi. Shrewd, a very, very clever plan. Leylin, who had made sense of this whole situation, couldn't help but praise the person who had come up with this operation. However, as the very last chess piece in this game, he was in a very difficult position. If he destroyed the body of consciousness now, the gate to the secret plane would immediately be damaged and perhaps permanently lose its abilities. This may or may not be a good thing. Leylin, who had completed this task, would be held in high regard by the Dark Magi, but the Light Magi would definitely not let him off so easily. This was a decision that he needed to think through carefully. Just for that little bit of merit, was it actually worth it to offend the entire Light Magi alliance? Is there still a need to consider any further? Leylin's eyes brightened. From this crystal and the extremely opportune timing, it looks like there's someone in the shadows controlling everything. This person also has to have a high position in Four Seasons Garden, or else it'd be impossible for him to do this much. I'm almost sure of who it is. Once this operation is over, he'll be the one reaping the most benefits. I might even be labeled as a traitor and be chased to death, while he will get the most merits for everything. Leylin's lips quirked in a cold smile. Since ancient times, a spy's position was the most difficult. Even if they succeeded, if the person who instigated the operation was not willing to tie up loose ends, the spy would be the one who would stand to lose the most. Besides, compared to a lowly spy like him, there was another spy with a higher position, had been in Four Seasons Garden longer, and was an even more loyal choice. If there were conflicts of interest between them, who would Thousand Meddling Hands choose? This was a rhetorical question. Besides, the contract he had signed with Giant only specified that he could not help Four Seasons Garden, but the reason he was doing this was for his own benefit. With his own desire to get some benefits from Four Seasons Garden, it was evident that he would not suffer any backlash from going against the contract's terms. Afraid that Leylin would not agree, Giant did not dare to make the conditions too strict. If the conditions stated that he had to destroy specific things, then Leylin would definitely investigate further and could decide not to sign the contract at all. Shatter! Leylin clenched his fist while facing the blue ball of ice. Ka-cha, ka-cha! Countless shards of ice fell from the ice ball, and immediately after, innumerable cracks appeared on the surface of the ice ball. Crack, 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 crack. Finally, the entire light blue ball of ice cracked, and along with it, the red crystal dispersed into powder. This spell design that would cause the spell formation to implode was destroyed by Leylin, just like that. Leylin had thought this through. It was all right to betray Four Seasons Garden. At most, he would have become the enemy to one more organization, but destroying the Gate of the Secret Plane would mean offending the entire Light Magi Alliance. The current Eternal River Plane's Secret Plane was a huge chunk of flesh that Dark and Light Magi alike were waiting for an opportunity to swallow into their stomachs. The Gate to the Secret Plane did not belong to just Four Seasons Garden, but the entire Light Magi Alliance. Four Seasons Garden was but one of the characters who would look over the entrance. The moment Leylin destroyed the entrance, all Light Magi forces would lose their advantage in this battle. Since ancient times, destroying a person's livelihood was akin to murdering one's own parents. For Magi, the Secret Plane was a huge gold mine where one could obtain a limitless amount of top-grade materials. If he pitted himself against the Light Magi like this, he would be chased to the ends of the earth, and there would be no end to it. On top of that, all of the Light Magi powers would be working together to exterminate their enemy. The dangers of this operation were way above that of the times previously when he had gathered spirits and plundered brazenly. In the South Coast, Light Magi were at the top. If the entire Light Magi faction was against him, it was impossible for Leylin to stay alive. All he could do was find a deserted place and live a hermit's life. If he had connections in the Dark Magi Alliance, things would still be fine. This operation would be a huge gain on the Dark Magi's side, and based on his huge contribution, he would have a comfortable life with the Dark Magi. It was a pity that Leylin had entered Thousand Meddling Hands halfway through and was not as trustworthy. Otherwise, he would not have been deceived into doing this. Besides that, he had no backing in the Dark Magi Alliance and rather had some foes within. After all, Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was a member of the Dark Magi Alliance. He had brazenly killed off the elder of the Lilital family, Metallic Lunatic Marb, which resulted in a blood debt. After considering the matter carefully, Leylin concluded that exploding the gate to the secret plane did not benefit him at all, and he would have actually become the scapegoat. Leylin was definitely not going to do something that would harm his own interests. Hence, with one last look at Reynolds' office, he ruthlessly left. Rumble. Within the headquarters of Four Seasons Garden at the Eternal River Plane's secret plane, Immense energy waves from spells exploding could be felt everywhere. Mixed within those sounds were miserable cries and maniacal laughter. The Dark Magi's attack, this time, was very fierce, and they had quickly made their way to the center of the headquarters. Hence, Leylin found very few official Magi along the way. Nobody bothered to interrogate him either, so his whole journey out was very smooth sailing. Many Magi in black cloaks were freely venting their dark desires, and some Magi could be seen bursting into flames. The violent flames engulfed the area and turned the prosperous and busy trading center into a sea of fire. The official Magi of Four Seasons Garden were doing their utmost to hold back the Dark Magi while awaiting support. The Magi who had chosen no sides were around mostly to look on without lifting a finger, while only a few who were on good terms with Four Seasons Garden chose to participate in the battle. Magi were a bunch of cold people, and seeing that the Dark and Light Magi were participating in a large-scale battle, most of the Magi present chose to look after their own hide and observe. This was obviously the case for acolytes. While official Magi were fighting, they did not even have the chance to intervene. Usually, just a stray wave of magic from an official Magus could cause a large number of deaths. Things seemed to be rather chaotic. Leylin laughed without care. Though he was wearing the attire that belonged to Four Seasons Garden, the expression on his face was very composed and as cool as ice, as if everything happening here had nothing to do with him. "Magus Leylin, what are you doing?" At this moment, a figure rapidly appeared before Leylin. It was Daloran. This vice team leader of the defense squad cut quite a sorry figure, his white robes torn into shreds. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 239 Blood Rogues Appearance, Magus Leylin. In my authority as the vice team leader of the defense squad, you will temporarily be expropriated. Those darned Dark Magi bastards are plundering our headquarters and killing our family and friends. I need you. Let us go and resist the enemy. Daloran looked as if he was in a frenzy and was burning with rage. It looked like he was truly loyal to Four Seasons Garden. As a large light Magi organization, Four Seasons Garden had a very strong sense of unity. Hence, even under such circumstances, many official Magi and even acolytes were willing to risk their lives and fight. "My apologies, but I won't do it," Leylin unenthusiastically spoke. "What did you say?" Daloran became wide-eyed, unwilling to believe what he was hearing. "I said I won't. I am now the patrolling inspector at the headquarters. Just my position alone means that I have the same level of authority as that dead team leader of yours. Even he didn't have the power to command me to do anything, much less you." Leylin squinted, causing Daloran to seethe with rage. You dare?" Daloran gestured at Leylin, his finger trembling. Though his lips twitched, he did not say a word. Leylin's reason could not be refuted, and with his current position, he did not have the authority to order Leylin, who held a higher position, to do anything. "Well then, Lord Leylin, where are you going?" Daloran suddenly asked with his fists tightly clenched and his eyes fixed on Leylin. "Are you trying to mind my business?" Leylin spoke in a low register as he looked at this burly man. "Of course not. It's just that an envoy just came down from the headquarters and is standing guard at Experiment Zone 3. I think you might want to see him." Daloran lowered his head, though his words showed he had no intents of backing down. "An envoy from the headquarters?" Leylin furrowed his brows. This was a key position and represented the will of the entire Four Seasons Garden. This person obviously had a position that was much higher than his temporary role as a patrolling inspector. "Why wasn't I informed of this? Who is it?" Leylin asked on. "It's Lord Reynolds' personal disciple, Lord Wade." The name that came out of Daloran's mouth was unexpected, but at the same time logical. "So it's him." "No wonder," Leylin nodded. Wade was a Magus who had been raised in Four Seasons Garden, from when he had been a regular human till he became an acolyte and then further became a Magus. His entire being had a close connection to Four Seasons Garden, and he was definitely loyal. On top of that, the person in charge here was Reynolds, who was also his teacher. In terms of communication and connections, he had a natural advantage. "It's going to be troublesome to have an envoy come down at this time." Leylin's heart lurched. Immediately after, Daloran stared straight at Leylin. My lord, think about it. Since it's an envoy from the headquarters and the situation is somewhat dire now, I'll have to meet him, Leylin said indifferently. Surveying the area, he noted that the dark and light magi were immersed in battle, and nobody had the time to pay any attention to him. Also, they were in a corner, and there was little chance of them being seen from afar. After having noted this situation, the expression on Leylin's face became calmer as he tucked his hands into his sleeves. That's good, ah. What appeared on Dolorin's face was glee, followed by a complicated glint in his eyes, as if some sort of evil plan was brewing in his mind. However, all of this was immediately destroyed by a pair of flaming, crimson palms. These crimson palms had blood-red flames that went through Dolorin's innate defense spell formation, like paper, and pierced right into his chest. A flash of disbelief passed Dolorin's face before he turned into a pile of ashes under the blood-red flames. Leylin calmly retracted his hands. He was now the #1 being who was second only to rank 2 magi. Dolorin was a rank 1 magus who was not even at the peak yet. Leylin had gone all out and mounted a sneak attack, and hence Dolorin had been killed in a single attack. From within the ashes, a hint of gray light rose and turned into a gray skull that pounced towards Leylin. Oh, a secret imprint. I never expected Dolorin to have something like this. Blood-red glints flashed by his eyes, and 2 crimson rays shot out of his pupils, which landed on the imprint in a straight line. Large amounts of white mist rose, and under the crimson rays, the skull imprint dispersed. It turned into little gray spots that disappeared into the air. This was the same type of imprint that Bossing and Toresh, who had both been killed by Leylin, possessed. This was an imprint that magi used to mark those they wanted to take revenge on. When Leylin was still an acolyte, it was exceedingly difficult to remove this type of imprint the moment he made contact with it. It was also easy for magi to track, which was why he had used the most direct and simplest way to kill those 2 acolytes. But this was now different. Leylin had advanced to a peak rank 1 magus. The imprint of a regular magus could easily be removed with a little spiritual force. He was only fearful of the secret imprint that rank 2 magi personally set up. A rank 1 magus imprint was not a worry to him. Shadow clone. After doing all this, Leylin was still not content and pointed at the pile of bone and ashes. A black shadow clone crawled out from the shadows and entered the ashes. The shadow clone that was now mixed with the ashes extended, grew bigger, and became another man who was similar to Dolorin. Their faces and attire were practically the same, though the shadow clone's skin was black. It was weird and rather terrifying. Shapeshifting spell. With a stretch of his hand, milky white light converged in his palm and shot to the clone's body. Under the effects of the shapeshifting spell, the clone's skin instantly turned fair and even gave some color to its face. It looked just like Dolorin. Go, show your face to the magi in 4 Seasons Garden, and then find an opportune time to die in battle, Leylin instructed. The shadow clone, which had turned into Dolorin, bowed towards Leylin and dashed off quickly. Trying to make me cannon fodder by getting me to see the leader at this time. Leylin glanced at the ground, where Dolorin had once been, a tranquil expression about his face. Whether it's killing dark or light magi, none of this has any meaning. The real treasure is waiting for me, time is running out, and I don't have time to play around with you. Leylin's original intention was to take advantage of the chaos and seize some benefits, but Dolorin had schemed for Leylin to meet the envoy from the headquarters, hence Leylin had no choice but oblige. This was the complete opposite of Leylin's intentions. Hence, Dolorin must die. It's about time for Blood Rogue to appear. Leylin murmured to himself, rays of light appearing in his right arm and turning into a crimson mask. His robes also underwent some changes and turned into a shade of crimson, a stark contrast to the original white, and looked as if it had been stained by fresh blood. His aura also changed, reeking of bloodlust and evil. Just looking at him was enough to cause official magi to break out in cold sweat. Leylin's other identity in 1,000 meddling hands, Blood Rogue, now made its appearance. After having transformed into Blood Rogue, Leylin identified a direction and rushed in the direction of the Merit Point Exchange Hall. One would be an idiot not to seize benefits when possible. The battle at the Merit Point Exchange Hall was also the most intense, with various spells and energies flying all over the place. Within the rubble, Magi of the defense squad in the white robes of 4 seasons, garden and magi in the black robes of 1,000 meddling hands were now tangled together. All sorts of pieces and fragments of resources were strewn all over the ground. There was even an intellectual crystal ball that had been discarded in a corner within the rubble. From the corner of his eyes, Leylin discovered a few hidden black figures who emitted energy waves that belonged to acolytes. They must be incredibly reckless to even think of participating in a battle between magi. These figures lay in wait at the sidelines of the battle, their greedy little eyes fixated on the items strewn all over the ground. Even if they were to pay their life for this, there was no guarantee that they would be able to obtain these items in their lifetime. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, a few of the more daring acolytes actually began to have designs on these items. Rumble. An icy blue ray of light dispersed, and the remaining waves of energy hit one of the acolytes present. This acolyte didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he turned into an ice statue amidst the blue light. Such a miserable scene scared away a large number of acolytes. There were, however, a few lucky acolytes who successfully left the battlefield after retrieving some resources and ingredients. Though the official magi present had discovered their presence, they couldn't be bothered with these existences that were as unremarkable as ants. Making use of the magi's reasoning, these acolytes betted their lives and struggled towards this hint of an opportunity. They did this despite knowing that if any official magus found them an eyesore, they would immediately lose their lives. Leylin suddenly reflected upon this and realized that a magus path was full of blood and cruelty. He strode forth at a measured pace and entered the heart of the battle. "It's Lord Blood Rogue. Lord Blood Rogue is here." The 1,000 meddling hands magi present immediately gasped. Amidst them was a huge black rodent-like magus, who quickly got rid of its opponent and bowed before Leylin. "It's actually Lord Blood Rogue. It's been a long time." The huge rodent now had green eyes that were the size of longan fruits and looked ready to bootlick any given moment. Ever since Leylin had displayed his exceptional battle strength in previous fights, combined with Bald Venom's disappearance without a trace, this large rodent had analyzed the situation well and apologized to Leylin. It had also sent a large number of precious items. From then on, it would eagerly approach Leylin and greet him, acting just like his servant. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 240, Holy Angel N. When facing this large rodent-like dark magus, Leylin only nodded slightly. "You're just in time. There are some areas that require your natural talent. Stay beside me." "Yes, my lord." A glint of glee appeared in the large rodent's eyes, and it quickly stood at a short distance behind Leylin. It was very clear that in this large-scale war, even for official magi, the probability of death was not low. In order to protect itself, besides trying its hardest to raise its strength, the rodent magus also had to have strong backers to protect itself. This was a method of survival. "Who is that?" The opposing 4 seasons garden magi asked in suspicion, as they naturally could not recognize Leylin as he was right now. "It's Blood Rogue from 1,000 meddling hands." It's said that his crimes are insane, and in just the short span of a year, he's already committed 9 major crimes and has been labeled as a notorious criminal on the wanted list. Another old light magi stared hard at Leylin, eyes revealing an unspeakable fear. Leylin merely laughed gently and approached them, while the 2 dark magi respectfully backed off. "I'm only going to say this once. Move," he spoke brazenly to the light magi. "Are you crazy?" Seeing Leylin actually dared to threaten a whole group of light magi. Even a few magi from the 1,000 meddling hands thought Leylin to be crazy. However, the large rodent and the rest who knew Leylin better could feel their scalps numb as they retreated a few steps. "Once Lord Reynold returns, the whole lot of you insane dark magi will." A light magus stood out and spoke righteously. However, shortly after, a translucent, black giant serpent seemed to travel through space and appeared in front of him. Extending its mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, it bit down upon his neck. Ka-cha! A piercing sound was produced, and this light magus innate defense formation was destroyed to pieces in less than a second under the snake's bite. After that, the python directly bit the magus' unprotected nape. The spinal cord was ripped to shreds, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Honestly, are all of you deaf? The light Magus corpse fell to the ground with a loud thud, and Leylin's blood-red robes seemed to produce crimson rays of light. He faced the light magi in front of him and spoke peacefully. Just what level of this power far exceeds that of the semi-converted Magus that he had been. Upon having seen Leylin kill an official Magus in one blow, the large black rodent behind him couldn't help but be shocked. From what he knew, in 1,000 meddling hands, there were only a few peak rank 1 magi, such as Giant, who could do this. However, another person had joined their ranks, Blood Rogue. It even went so far as to guess that Blood Rogue right now might have surpassed Giant and the other elders. At this thought, with a gleeful and an even more intense gaze that could be seen on its slender and hollowed face, it stared at Leylin's figure. Togo, he actually killed Togo. A female 4 Seasons garden magus looked at Togo's corpse, evidently in disbelief, and went insane. "I'll kill you." With a crazed look upon her face, she was then wrapped up in a bundle of milky white light. Ka-cha, under the shroud of light, her clothes split and revealed the curvy body of a young woman. At the same time, layers of clean white feathers sprouted out from her back, eventually forming a pair of large white wings. The holy form. Looks like she's going to go all out. The surrounding magi were surprised, and all of them had varying reactions. Some chose to retreat, others rushed in from the sidelines, and even more light magi came in and surrounded Leylin. Holy judgment! As if an angel had descended upon the earth, the female magus face shone with a holy light. Her eyes turned pure gold as she pointed straight at Leylin. Light. Pure, clear, holy light formed a knight's lance, accompanied by a holy chorus in the background. Along with a huge spurt of energy, it charged towards Leylin. "Kill him. Let's kill him." Immediately after, the surrounding light magi produced their best spells, and colorful magic rays rushed towards Leylin like a wave. In the face of such an attack, the black rodent immediately retreated, while other dark magi had long since hidden themselves away. Leylin wasn't their superior and lacked the authority to command them. In addition, as a dark magi who had committed crime after crime, even if there was a leader who ordered them to go forth, they would disobey. At critical times, they're a bunch of unreliable fellows. It's good that I wasn't counting on any assistance from them. Leylin raised both arms and loudly chanted a few syllables. Hualala, a bright crimson color stained his hands. The red was so concentrated that it looked like fresh blood on the verge of dripping down. It's appeared, the magic that gave Blood Rogue his name, Crimson Palm. A few dark magi who were concealed a distance away yelled in awe. Dai, with a cold glint in his eyes, his 2 hands mercilessly scratched forward. Boom! 2 blood-red phantom claws emerged and charged towards the holy lance and the wave of magic. Rumble. On the surface of the crimson claws, large amounts of blood-red flames rose to the skies, virtually turning the sky crimson. Rumble. The flaming, sharp phantom claws slammed into the lance as well as the onslaught of spells, which produced a huge sound. Black mushroom clouds formed and rose above the explosion, the aftershocks constantly spreading and shaving off a few layers of earth. Wang wang. Countless amounts of black smoke and ash flew about, fully blocking the scene within the explosion. Coo, coo. All of a sudden, 2 phantom claws that seemed slightly damaged charged through the layer of smoke and out of the explosion area. Huge crimson claws grabbed at the angel in the sky. Light. Large amounts of clean, holy light transformed into crystal-like armor, automatically equipping itself to the female magus. She now had on crystal armor and a pair of large white wings, looking as if an ancient goddess of war had descended upon the earth. In contrast, the large crimson claws seemed like the hands of a demonic god from the depths of hell, mercilessly grabbing towards the war goddess. Ka-cha! Large crimson claws crashed into the armor, emitting the sounds of something cracking. Under the disbelieving gazes of the many magi present, the solid crystal armor that seemed to be a product from the heavens was torn into shreds by the crimson claws. They fluttered like butterflies before they turned into little spots of light that disappeared into the air. After which, the crimson claws ruthlessly caught hold of the female magus. The wings behind her back were forcefully ripped off, where pieces of pure white feathers drifted to the ground as if it was snowing. The huge crimson claws immediately gripped her fiercely. Pa! Like a watermelon that had been gripped so tightly that it exploded, the female Magus burst into pieces, blood flowing unceasingly. The liquid was absorbed by the huge claws, which caused its appearance to become more terrifying and evil. Beep, power of Crimson Palm has reached the limits a second time. Layering effect achieved. 1. Crimson Flames. The Crimson Flames from Crimson Palm can be used as an area of effect attack. 2. Bloodleech. Every time Crimson Palm is used to kill an opponent, the power that is consumed will automatically be replenished after absorbing the opponent's blood. The AI chip's voice sounded in Leylin's ear. Oh, does that mean that every time I kill someone, Crimson Palm has the ability to automatically replenish its power, and that the Magus doesn't have to do it himself? Leylin was astonished. This spell was something he had obtained from the great Magus Surhome's book of Giant Serpent. It looked like the great Magus Surhome truly was deserving of his rank as a Morning Star Magus. Just a random rank 1 spell had such frightening effects. After having absorbed the female Magus blood, the phantom crimson claws that had begun to turn dull and start to dissipate seemed to have received some powerful nourishment and suddenly burst with crimson light. The flames that had already died down began to burn furiously upon the claws. Boom! The crimson claw pressed down. A huge palm imprint appeared on the ground, with flames burning around it. The giant claw slapped a few magi from Four Seasons Garden, and due to the crimson flames, they turned to ashes. 1 strike. With just 1 strike, Leylin had killed countless official magi. If such battle achievements were to be spread, his name would be known throughout the South Coast and even go down in history. A blood rogue is actually so strong. Has he advanced to a rank 2 Magus already? The dark magi of 1,000 meddling hands were startled by Leylin's ferocious strike and were also stunned into silence for a long while. Shua shua shua. Upon seeing Leylin's attack, innumerable light magi completely lost their confidence. Using various types of spells, they transformed into wind or giant birds, amongst other animals, and rapidly left the area. Leylin merely stood where he was, not bothering to give chase. For him, killing light magi was useless. What was more important was to steal resources. Boom! Yet another large claw was sent out and uncovered a passageway from the rubble. Leylin went on a wild rampage, like the fiercest animal in ancient times, and based on the memory of the route that Pyr had taken, he destroyed all the traps and spell formations along the way. In just a moment, he came before the huge resource warehouse from before. Under his fierce flames, the huge metal door was melted into a liquid that flowed freely on the ground. With his hands clasped behind his back, he brazenly walked into the large resource warehouse. "My lord, after you." The dark magi who had followed Leylin here did not dare to be indolent even in the face of such a huge room of treasure. Rather, they respectfully allowed him to have the first browse through these spoils of war. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241 Killing Pyr Leylin unceremoniously began to search through the large resource warehouse as the smallest and most valuable items all disappearing into his robes. The rodent who was following him took advantage of Leylin's high position and managed to obtain quite a few valuable items. Once he was satisfied with his loot, Leylin returned to the doorway and spoke to the rest of the magi who were anxiously waiting. "The rest is all yours." "Many thanks to Lord Blood Rogue." After the magi present bowed to Leylin, they cheered as they impatiently dashed into the warehouse, plundering as they liked. "What a pity. If I had some magic artifact that could store items in another space dimension, you wouldn't be getting anything from here." Watching the large storage warehouse get ravaged, a feeling of pity overcame him. Even if he couldn't use these things, they could be exchanged for magic crystals and the like. However, time was short and he could not afford to keep many items on his body, so they were able to benefit from this. "Rodent, come here," Leylin spoke indifferently. "My lord, what may I do for you?" Upon witnessing Leylin's battle achievements, this Magus, rodent, was already fully in awe of Leylin and was even ready to sell its body to him. "You specialize in detection, right? I remember the last time while we were surveying the entrance to the secret plane, you were the first one to discover it." Leylin spoke matter-of-factly, but from the sharp glint in his eyes, it seemed as if he had already seen through Rodent's entire being. It's just an effect from the shapeshifting spell. Rodent's heart chilled as it smiled dryly. Good. Find me the current location of this smell. Leylin raised his index finger, and tendrils of blackness were emitted and turned into thin little black pythons. They quickly appeared before Rodent and bit onto its nose. Ah! Rodent gave a miserable cry, but the intense pain it had been expecting did not register. Instead, the smell of a Magus had traveled into his mind. It's him. Bring me to him? Leylin's voice was very calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was agitated or gleeful. However, this situation evidently unnerved Rodent further. Yes, my lord, I'll bring you there now. Rodent sprawled flat on the ground, nose right on the ground as he sniffed hard. After a few minutes, he confirmed a direction. It's here. Please follow me, my lord. Concealed under the crimson mask, Leylin lightly chuckled. What he had given Rodent was the scent of Pyr, who was in charge of the Merit Points Exchange Center. As the first Magus to be exploited by Leylin, his scent had been kept for future purposes. But from what he had heard from Pyr, what he had plundered was not the main warehouse. The real one was something that even Pyr did not have the authority to bring others into. This was an opportunity that was hard to come by. Leylin gathered that the items in that main warehouse were definitely top-grade items or ingredients that Four Seasons Garden had found in the Eternal River Plains secret plane. If he managed to obtain all of that, it would likely be enough for him to advance to a rank 2 Magus and even above that. At this thought, his breathing began to silently roughen. The large rodent-like Magus had no real talent in terms of fighting skill. But it was his skill in detecting an opponent that 1,000 meddling hands required his expertise for. Leylin followed this large rodent and bypassed several secret passageways. There were, of course, several alarms and magic traps, but they were all destroyed by Leylin. The main function of these traps was to alert the light magi of intruders and summon a large number of magi from the Four Seasons Garden. As they went further in, even Reynold would be startled into action. With a rank 2 Magus like him around, things were as safe as it could be. But the situation now was different. Four Seasons Garden's headquarters at the secret plane was now in a state of confusion and chaos. Reynold, the rank 2 Magus in charge, had now been lured away by a rank 2 Magus from 1,000 meddling hands. In a situation where the main forces were gone, just a few dull traps and spells were just a joke to Leylin. We're here, my lord, if my senses don't fail me, the owner of the scent is within this passageway. After going through a maze filled with traps and crossroads, the large rodent pointed to a green passage at the opposite side and stated with confidence. This passageway looked extremely narrow, to the point that only one person could cross at a time. Within the passageway, there were innumerable vines that twined together to create a green wall, and there were even powerful energy waves emitting from it. The aura it emitted was vaguely familiar and was something that Leylin had felt not too long ago. It belonged to Reynold, the rank 2 Magus. It can't be wrong, this is the place. Leylin inspected the restriction spell formation put into place, his heartbeat quickening. As the person in charge at the Merit Points Exchange Center, Pyr would definitely return to the main warehouse and oversee it. As this place was kept in a secret location and had a large number of defensive spell formations, it was much safer as compared to the outside, where danger lurked in every corner. Hence, Leylin was 80% sure that he had chosen to hide out here. Leylin had gotten Rodent to find his scent and was betting on this happening. Now, with the appearance of Reynolds, a rank 2 Magus, defensive spell formations, it confirmed his conjecture. Even if it wasn't the main warehouse, there were sure to be valuable things around if a rank 2 Magus had attempted to prevent others from going in there. With a lengthy whistle, his hands turned red and he activated the full power of Crimson Palm. Huge blood-red claws carried crimson flames about it as they struck the wall of vines. Rumble. Immense energy waves shot in all directions, and the passageway shook a little, rocks and dust falling from the ceiling. After the dust cleared, the rodent-like Magus who was hiding behind Leylin saw a hole that was as large as a basketball above the entrance on the wall. This hole was pitch black inside, with traces of crimson flames burning and extending within. Crash, green light flashed, and the entrance seemed to come to life, innumerable tendrils twisting together and filling in the hole. Rays of green light was emitted from the vines, and they were entangled together, green and right mixing together before they died down. The defense formation set up by a rank 2 Magus is indeed not simple. Leylin sighed in admiration, with no hint of disappointment in his eyes. Crimson Palm was just one of the spells he used to conceal his identity. It was definitely not representative of what he was capable of. The current him had already approached the realm of a rank 2 Magus. Even if he were to meet one, there was a high chance of him escaping. A formation set up by a mere rank 2 Magus was naturally not anything he worried about. AI chip, have they been recorded? Under the mask, a hint of blue flashed in his eyes as he inquired inwardly. Recorded 89% of the information regarding the spell formation. Currently simulating experiments and calculating its weak point. The AI chip intoned loyally and then presented a few points where the amount of energy present was scarcer. Usually, when a defense formation was not activated, it was difficult for the AI chip to obtain such specific data. However, through Leylin's attack using Crimson Palm, the formation began to operate and displayed all sorts of energy waves that the AI chip scanned and gathered in detail. This was how it was able to see through it and ascertain its weak point. So that's it. Leylin peered closely at the diagram, pointing out the places where energy signals were weaker, and the crimson rays were produced from his hands once again. Crimson Palm, the giant blood-red claws struck again. Sharp, large flaming apparitions hit the entrance amidst the vines, 3 cm below the center of the door. Bang! The entrance began to shake fiercely, and large numbers of vines devoted their energies to repairing the harm caused. Ha! Leylin's arms did not stop moving as the crimson claws were used again, striking a few areas on the door. Creak, creak, the door could not bear the abuse, and even the veins began to slow in their movements. Now! Blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Rumble. The areas on the door that had been hit began to burn fiercely with crimson flames, forming straight lines and converging. Wang wang, a huge crimson fireball appeared, and with a specific frequency, it bombarded the very middle of the vined entrance. TSSSSS. As if someone had torn countless pieces of parchment, the green-vined entrance crumbled in pieces. The original healthy green turned into a wilted yellow, as if its life force was drained as each piece fell to the ground. Ka-cha! The whole entrance was in shatters. Leylin's footsteps did not stop, and he immediately entered. Following behind him was the rodent Magus, who seemed to be struggling with its decision to follow. Its foot raised several times, but in the end, it took a huge breath and left this place. You actually found this place. After going through the passageway, Leylin came into a place that seemed like a small warehouse. The first thing he saw was someone dressed like an appraiser. He even had on gilded glasses and was standing there silently. At this moment, the expression on Pierre's face was strange. He looked as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He smiled. I've been worrying about how to tell my superiors about you breaking into the exchange center. I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore. He then gave Leylin a profound look. You must be someone I know well, to be able to get here so quickly. Could you tell me your real identity? Leylin did not seem to have any intentions of letting Pierre die knowing his secrets. Boom. He fiercely took one step forward, and dark energy particles wrapped he and Pierre within like a fog SSA. Thick fog spread, but there was not the slightest sound produced from the inside. Minutes later, Leylin walked out calmly, and then entered the treasured warehouse that belonged to Four Seasons Garden. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242 Leather pouch. After Leylin left, the fog gradually dispersed, leaving behind a grayish-white statue of a Magus. This statue looked exactly the same as Pierre, with a look of astonishment on his face. Pack. Innumerable cracks began to extend across the statue like spider webs. Crack. Immediately after, the stone sculpture broke into little pieces with a loud sound. Leylin was now a peak rank 1 Magus. With the added bonus from his bloodline, even a regular peak rank 1 Magus was not a match for him when he went all out. However, he did not have any time to waste on thinking about this. His eyes were already attracted to the items before him. This warehouse was incredibly small and was only a dozen or so square meters. On a stone counter, only 3 items laid there. Though they looked to be unremarkable, they must be something of value for them to be placed here. Leylin scrutinized the items on the counter. On the leftmost was something that looked like a leather pouch. It was completely black and even had some detailed silver designs. Though it looked very ordinary, it seemed to have a slight wave that was rather unique emitting from the pouch. Even the giant chem and serpent bloodline within him had a strange response to it. From this feeling, it probably implies that this was made using the material from some kind of ancient creature. Leylin rubbed his chin, the gears in his brain turning, something made by the hide of some ancient being. It doesn't seem to be any offensive-type magic artifact either. Could it be? In that moment, a slight possibility flashed past Leylin's mind, causing his breathing to become a little rough. AI chip. Scan the decorative designs on the pouch and compare it with pictures of ancient beings. BEP. Mission established. Initiating scan. The AI chip loyally intoned. Now, with a specific catalog to refer to, the AI chip immediately found an answer. Results of comparison. Ancient creatures similarity to the skin of void white-eyed snake, 92.6%. Tailless Ouroboros, 46.9%. Void raven, 12.3%. As I thought, it's the void white-eyed snake. Glee emerged on Leylin's face. Even in ancient times, this sort of ancient being was extremely precious. This was due to the void white-eyed snake's innate ability that had to do with space. Hence, its skin was often used to manufacture all kinds of storage items. AI chip. Look up all information there is regarding the void white-eyed snake, Leylin ordered. Void white-eyed snake, ancient being, the darling of the void. After maturing, it can awaken its abilities that have to do with space, gaining a powerful innate skill similar to traveling through time. Its skin is often processed and made into storage items due to the void runes that naturally form on its body. Able to contain items that are 1,000 or even 10,000 times the size of its main body. However, due to excessive hunting by ancient magi, it became extinct in the middle of the ancient era. Source: The Illustrated Handbook of Ancient Beings, World Magus History, 37th Revision. As I thought, it's the legendary space-type magic artifact. Leylin's eyes were fixed on the black pouch with a fiery gaze. For a large organization like Four Seasons Garden, this item was not essential and only served to raise its value. However, for a magus like him who was used to traveling alone, it was an indispensable item. If he had had the pouch previously, he definitely would not have left anything behind for the other dark magi, and instead, chosen to take everything for himself. Especially in his situation where he was planning to escape at any moment, his agility would increase by a large amount. One could say that of all the items in this treasure trove, if he really needed to make a decision, Leylin would unhesitatingly choose this one. However, Leylin could still contain his desires. Suppressing the impulse of making his move immediately, he glanced at the 2 items beside the black pouch. In the middle of the stone counter was a very thick, black volume that looked like a dictionary. At the side, one could see it was tattered. This must be the book that Four Seasons Garden obtained from the Eternal River Plain's secret plane. As this was left behind by the magus who constructed this secret plane, it must be even more valuable. These were items that only large-scale organizations had a use for. If a magus like him who worked alone set his hands on this, it would only backfire on him. At the most right, beside the thick volume, there was a black honeycomb that looked somewhat like a charcoal briquette. On the bumpy surface, there were beads of dark green pearls embedded in the holes. It looked rather bizarre. Though the volume is the most precious items out of these 3, the pouch is still the highest priority to me. Leylin solemnly approached the stone counter. All items stored in a magus warehouse were sure to be guarded by defense spell formations. Not only would they be set up around the item itself would also have a spell formation on it. These spell formations usually had the ability to self-destruct, and the moment the method of approaching it was wrong, the item would be destroyed and cause the thieves to leave with empty hands. However, dark magi like Leylin were used to these situations, and all had talent and skill in unsealing these spell formations. Leylin, who had been in the other warehouse, had used dark magi's unsealing techniques and successfully obtained a few treasured items. However, the setup of this spell formation was evidently more complicated than that in the other warehouse. This was especially so for these 3 items, which definitely would have additional spell designs on it. With runes that bound the items to the counter, even Leylin, who had help from the AI chip, could feel a headache coming on. It's a pity. This is the main warehouse, and even that dead man, Pierre's token, and his authority is useless here. Leylin heaved a sigh, and from a small pouch, carefully poured the purple powder into his hands. Whoosh! Gusts of wind suddenly blew in the room, and little purple drafts were produced from Leylin's hand, gathering at the surface of the stone counter. This was an unsealing spell design he had obtained from 1,000 meddling hands, specially designed to deal with these sort of self-destructing seals. After modification from the AI chip, its effectiveness had increased many times over. However, along with the AI chip's modifications, the difficulty in using this spell design had risen over 10 times. One needed to be very precise and strict, and one could not be even a millisecond too late. In other words, it was a zero-error precision technique. Hence, on the south coast, perhaps only Leylin was able to use this unsealing method. Purple gas flowed like water, coating the counter. The runes on the counter merely flickered a little and then died down, not detecting any abnormalities around. Waiting until the moment purple enshrouded the counter, Leylin's eyes flashed resolutely. Now is the time, magic transformation. He fiercely chanted a few awkward-sounding syllables, and strange ripples suddenly began to flash upon the counter. Wang wang. The purple streams of air solidified in a moment, turning into black, sticky liquid that surrounded the counter. Only at this moment did the runes on the counter react, and it struck back with its more powerful and violent attack. A series of lights exploded, almost breaking through the thick black liquid that shrouded it. Cover! Under Leylin's instructions, the black liquid was like oil and completely covered the counter, rays of lights from various runes completely disappearing under it. Now, Leylin produced thin blue threads from his right hand, which flew out like silk and bound the black leather pouch. The thin blue threads seemed alive as they went towards the leather pouch, a series of slight popping sounds emitting as they moved. Most of Leylin's energy was spent on this unsealing spell design, to the point that his forehead was drenched with sweat. Finally, the silk-like threads bound the leather pouch tightly and looked like a blue cocoon. Leylin grabbed with his hands, and the blue cocoon automatically flew away from the counter and into his hands. "All right, it's a success," Leylin exclaimed gleefully. Now, the black oil-like fluid seemed to be unable to cover the runes on the counter any longer, with hints of light passing through. "I'll be quick about this. Once more." Leylin pointed again, and thin blue threads headed for the honeycomb-like coal briquet. For Leylin, the book in the middle was likely the diary of the ancient Magus who created Eternal River Plain's secret plane. If he obtained it, it would only cause him endless troubles. Rather than fighting for that, he should take a gamble on something else. The thin blue threads were soft and yet firm as they edged towards the honeycomb-like coal briquet. All of a sudden, the counter trembled, and much of the black liquid was flung off. A series of yellow rays from runes were revealed. Wang wang! Yellow runes flew into the air, pouncing on the 2 remaining items on the counter. Go, stealing his expression, the black oil that covered the counter began to boil, transforming into a small black shield situated atop the coal briquet. Ka-cha! The yellow runes slammed into the little shield, and seemingly having gone against a firm hindrance, it bounced off. At the other side, the yellow rune flitted into the black volume due to the lack of obstruction. Huala! The surface of the black book flashed and began to split bit by bit. Within a few seconds, the entire book automatically turned into flying ashes. Pack! At this moment, the blue threads finally bound the coal briquet, and it flew into Leylin's hands. Rumble! Immediately after, the entire counter crumbled before Leylin, turning into dust. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243 Protection, looking at the self-destruction of the stone counter and the black volume. Leylin's expression did not contain even a trace of pity. As far as he was concerned, the biggest reward was already in his hands, so even if he was not able to get the other treasures, he felt no regret. Bang! Bang! 2 blue cocoons disintegrated right in front of Leylin's eyes, exposing the 2 items that were within them. Leylin calmly took them both. The void white-eyed snakeskin used to make the black leather pouch felt soft to the touch and continuously spread a warm feeling to Leylin. The silver designs upon it felt as if they were alive. They continuously moved about on the surface of the leather pouch, emitting a brilliant and dazzling radiance. It is worthy of being known as the void white-eyed snake, or as the rumors call it, the darling of the void. A fully grown snake has its own space runes on its body. Leylin sighed in admiration, his fingers constantly caressing the surface of the leather pouch. What a pity that the void white-eyed snake is not a creature with a bloodline. Otherwise, even though this leather had been solidified by the ancient Magi and lost all its vitality, I still could have attempted to purify its bloodline. Leylin sighed regretfully, and then he looked at the thing that resembled a honeycomb-shaped coal briquet. A dark green, pearl-like object was embedded in the surface of this honeycomb-shaped briquet, something that strangely resembled an eye, and after looking at it, Leylin abruptly felt some dizziness. This thing is very strange. It seems that I must look for more data in the future so that I can analyze this thing's components. Leylin vaguely thought as such. A thread of spiritual force crept out onto the surface of the leather pouch made from the void white-eyed snake's skin. Crash, the knot at the neck of the leather pouch broke open, exposing a really dark green hole. Leylin even momentarily felt as if his own spiritual force had locked onto some odd space. The size of this space was not very large. It was only the size of 2 or 3 rooms. On all sides, there was a vast expanse of white luster. Furthermore, the space runes that he had previously seen on the leather pouch were continuously roving about on the surface. Through his spiritual force, Leylin felt that he could seemingly place any lifeless object in this space, following which, he immediately looked at the honeycomb briquet beside the pouch. Zew. The honeycomb briquet quickly faded from his palm, and soon a hexagonal object with countless pearls on its surface hovered in the space that he had explored before. This is a curiously unusual feeling. Moreover, the weight of the leather pouch has also not increased. Leylin weighed the pouch. Just as he was about to close the leather pouch, a message was sent through a thread of spiritual force from deep inside the pouch. Successor, congratulations on getting my final work of art, the insatiable bottomless pouch. I originally created this item so that it could become a magic equipment that would allow my name to be known through the ages. Unfortunately, it was stuck at the level of a high-grade magic artifact. I hope you will treat it properly and also help to upgrade it. A namesake of myself, Mapes? Mapes, I have not heard of such a name. He must have been a potions master from ancient times. Leylin also took the full measure of the first high-grade magic artifact that he had taken into his possession. In the South Coast, inferior-grade magic artifacts were used by acolytes and mediocre rank 1 magi. On the other hand, semi-converted elemental magi and peak rank 1 magi all used medium-grade magic artifacts. Only rank 2 magi, or those genuinely privileged, might have a high-grade magic artifact. As for those magic equipment that were superior to magic artifacts, they were the highly kept secret treasures of every large, powerful faction. Even Leylin hadn't heard of any information pertaining to them. And now, even Leylin had a high-grade magic artifact. Even though it was not of the offensive type, it provided him with assistance and was of much more worth than an offense-type magic artifact. Leylin swept a glance over the other goods in the surroundings. Surrounding the black counter, there were several small wooden shelves. Although there were not many items on top of these shelves, and they weren't comparable to those 3 items on the black counter, if they were to be placed outside, they would still be good things that would attract the attention of semi-converted elemental magi or even peak rank 1 magi. Since I am here, these all are mine. Leylin laughed, and a great amount of black fog turned into small snakes, which then pounced onto the shelves all around him. A dozen or so minutes later, Leylin, with a smiling expression on his face, walked out of this store. This time around, his harvest was plentiful. Even though some precious items were destroyed due to magic spells, what he had seized amounted to 80% of the hidden treasures. Those several precious materials inside caused a sparkle in Leylin's eyes. There were even some materials that his currently updated database did not have any records of. Leylin made a concrete estimate that the value of those materials would amount to at least 10 million magic crystals. These resources are more than enough to help me advance and become a rank 2 Magus, and will also be beneficial to me for a long time. Leylin felt the black leather pouch that had been tucked away in his bosom, and the grin on his face only intensified. His biggest gain this time was this insatiable bottomless pouch, a storage-type, high-grade magic artifact. As far as rank 2 Magi were concerned, they could only obtain such an item through good fortune. It could not be sought after. Currently, the leather pouch tucked in Leylin's bosom had a dusty, weathered surface, making it look like an unremarkable item. The previously seen illusory silvery space runes were now completely concealed. After having received the message of the potion's master from inside the pouch, Leylin could easily control the leather pouch and had modified its exterior form. Currently, when seen from the outside, this leather pouch just appeared as an ordinary leather waist pouch, with no energy waves. This ensured that people would not associate this pouch with a spatial artifact apart from that. This space had a size equivalent to 2 or 3 rooms. After Leylin had stored inside all the goods he had previously taken from that storehouse, and also added the stuff that he had on his person, all of it only occupied one corner of the space. This leather pouch would be of enormous assistance to Leylin in future trips and adventures. Oh, rodent, that is one clever chap. Leylin saw that rodent had been missing for a long time and that the entire passage was deathly still. The floor of the passage was strewn with broken bricks and dust from the damaged wall. At a far-off region, minute tremors were felt from the bombardment of spells. Of course, during this time, on the surface, the 1,000 Meddling Hands Dark Magi and the 4 Seasons Gardens Light Magi were still fighting for their own goals. Not bad, it is time for the Dark Magi to retreat. Leylin calmly felt for his golden pocket watch, saw the time, and sneered. He, who had been long within the 1,000 Meddling Hands, knew that although the Dark Magi's attacks were fierce at the start, so much so that even White Magi couldn't resist, it was solely because they were covert and sudden attacks. After the passage of some time, the Light Magi Union would surely send some assistance. Additionally, the Dark Magi were basically very selfish, and after having got what they came here for, they were hardly willing to do their utmost in the rest of this battle. Anyways, Giant and the boss behind him must be wondering why I haven't yet destroyed the huge metal gate's consciousness. The Eternal River Plain's secret plane was a very stable land, especially around the 2 regions' huge metal gates. Leylin perceived that the runes on the metal gate alone were very problematic. Moreover, the huge metal gate had been made from some kind of recovery metal. It had the ability of automatic recovery. Unless that entire metal gate was destroyed in a split second, or an attack that was an unusually high degree of power was used to bombard the gate, it would automatically rebuild itself. According to AI, Chip's estimations, only rank 4 Morningstar Magi or Magi of higher levels could destroy the entrances to the secret plane. However, in the current South Coast, it was unknown whether Magi of these ranks still existed or not. Leylin shook his head and then chose a path before vanishing into the darkness. SSA, a whirlwind of green fog spiraled forth, tearing down on the building and causing large noises as it eroded the building. There was an occasional magic radiance that flashed past, and all under the green fog was turned black until the building crumbled. Afterwards, the green fog turned into a green liquid. Within the center of the green fog, Giant was crushing the heads of the 4 Seasons Gardens Magi with his palms. What is going on? Why hasn't it detonated yet? He looked in the direction of Reynolds' office, his look one of impatience. If the core of the consciousness of the metal gate was destroyed, a psionic storm would occur, and the secret plane's entrance would receive irreversible damage. But now, Giant looked in the direction of the metal gate, where it was still standing majestically at the core of the 4 Seasons Gardens headquarters. Even if random magic spells used by Magi during this battle had hit the gate, they only caused slight fluctuations. It was just like the oceans of ancient times. It concealed within it a ginormous power and existed calmly for countless years. It seems Leylin has faced some problems inside, but I still have a backup plan. A strange expression flickered upon Giant's face. Inside Reynolds' office, At this moment, from the headquarters outside the plane, Wade hurried here, along with some magicians. Seeing the intact seal, this golden-haired magus couldn't help but let loose a sigh of relief. Mentor said that the seal is still intact and that there is no problem within the core consciousness. Immediately, he yelled at the magicians behind him, "Quickly, stand guard here. The danger level is 5A. This command is issued jointly by Mentor Reynold and myself, the envoy of headquarters." "Agreed, my lord." All the magicians behind him bowed in acceptance, and they all scattered to protect the spell formation within the office. These magicians all wore blood-red-colored armor, which was inscribed with designs of thorny brambles. Their every move emitted a bloody aura, causing the other Magi's hearts to palpitate. This was Four Seasons Garden's core power. The Four Seasons Core. Every member of it was a powerful magus with an elemental conversion of 60% or more, was proficient in many kinds of secret techniques that could increase their power to the equivalent of an elemental essence conversion of 70% or more, and could also use cooperative attacks. This time, if it were not for Wade being made the envoy from the headquarters, they likely wouldn't have even come. "My lord, should we also allocate some people to go to the Merit Points Exchange Center?" According to information, previously, the S-rank criminal from the 1,000 Meddling Hands, Blood Rogue, had made an appearance there. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, Assassination, a spectacled female magus, who seemed like a secretary and was holding a thick notebook and quill pen, followed behind Wade. Only at this point did she seem to remember something. This suggestion obviously gave Wade an idea. He glanced at the members of the team he had brought from the Four Seasons Garden, took a look at Reynolds' office, and eventually rejected the proposal, though he looked as if he was struggling with the idea. "I can't do that. The things here are more important. Even if it were Mentor Reynold, he would choose to defend this area as well." Wade gazed out of the window. Through the fixed spying channel, he could see that the Four Seasons Garden was already engulfed in a sea of fire, within which countless dark magi in black robes were plundering as they liked. "Damn it, the leader of the defense squad died in battle, vice team leader Daloran is nowhere to be found, and the leaders of the hunting and battle teams are busy. If not, I would be able to assign a few of our magi to give support there." "My lord, don't worry. Lord Pierre, who's in charge of the Merit Points Exchange Center, is also a peak rank 1 magus. Blood Rogue won't be able to pass through so easily." Beside Wade, that secretary with an hourglass figure adjusted her glasses, trying to console him. "It's too late. Pierre has already died in battle. Our warehouse is going to fall into the hands of those wretched dark magi." Wade slammed his fist onto Reynolds' desk, leaving behind a deep imprint of a fist. "Teacher, how great would it be if you were here?" All of a sudden, weak thoughts began appearing in Wade's mind. Shortly after, he couldn't help but laugh at his moment of weakness. However, his hands were still trembling within the sleeves of his robes. Due to their superior spiritual force and senses, compared to the regular man, Magi's premonitions were quite accurate. Though they seldom appeared, it was a real possibility that such premonitions would actually come to pass. "What? Pierre died in battle? How can that be? He's a peak rank 1 magus. Could it be that there's another rank 2 dark magus fighting here?" The surrounding magi became restless at the thought. Peak rank 1 magi were, in normal circumstances, the most powerful beings in the South Coast. In a situation where rank 2 magus did not appear, they were the rulers, goals, and idols of most magi. However, what they had thought to have been a sturdy mountain they could count on had collapsed, leaving the magi present in shock. "No, calm down, everyone." The moment the words left his mouth, Wade realized that he had misspoken and quickly tried to steer the conversation away. Though the dark magi have a very aggressive approach this time, thus leading to a huge loss in our members and resources, please believe in the Four Seasons Garden. Believe in the elders, and believe in my mentor, the rank 2 magus, Lord Reynold. Just hang on for 15 more minutes. The lightning fury from the Light Magi Alliance will arrive, and once that happens, we'll make the dark magi who killed our friends and family pay the price. Each word was dripping with blood, arousing feelings of hatred from the magi present. Faced with a common enemy, the magi calmed down. Upon seeing that the situation had stabilized, Wade could only sigh. The light magi of the Four Seasons Garden were similar to a few scientific researchers that Leylin had known. For them, their main work was to experiment, not to kill. And when they engaged with dark magi, these official magi performed very poorly. Besides the few small teams that were in charge of battling and defending, most of the other light magi who were in charge of exploring the secret plane and taking care of the plants had died. At this thought, Wade glanced at the teams from the Four Seasons Garden who were clad in crimson armor. They looked extremely calm, not even revealing the slightest change in expression even after hearing the news of Pyr dying in battle and of all of their resource warehouses being taken over by the enemy. They were still loyally going about their duties. Fortunately, the Four Seasons Garden still has a trump card. With the members of the Four Seasons Corps here, at the very least, the core of the gate to the Eternal River Plain's secret plane will be safe. Wade consoled himself. As long as the core body of consciousness was in their hands, the light magi of the Four Seasons Garden would still be in control of the gate to the secret plane. In that case, even if they suffered a devastating loss, all could eventually be regained. It was with this in mind that after seeing the formidable attack by the Dark Magi in Experiment Zone 3, Wade had chosen to pull back his forces and relocate all his men to this place. Everything was in preparation to defend the core body of consciousness to the death. This type of core body of consciousness could only exist within the Eternal River Plain's secret plane. It could not be too far away from the Platinum Gate, and it was for this reason that a few light magi organizations were stationed nearby to protect it, rather than simply bringing it back to the headquarters for safekeeping. Ka-cha. Ka-cha, all of a sudden, the crisp sound of bones breaking was heard twice. Two magi fell, shock still apparent on their faces, while they still had their eyes on the comrades that they had fought alongside. Matt Ernie, what are you doing? The surrounding magi quickly retreated, fearfully roaring at the two magi whose hands were dripping with blood. Shua, shua, shua. What was even faster was Four Seasons Corps, who were in the blood-red armor. They turned into a few red streaks and encircled these two magi. Hee. Every time I see you pitiful light magi, I immediately connect you guys to meek little lambs crushed in a lion's mouth. Amidst the sneers and taunting, the bodies of the two light magi underwent a very bizarre change. Pieces of skin floated to the ground like leaves, revealing two foreign figures. One of them was bald, spare a few pitiful strands of hair at the top of his head, while the other was short and obese, with incisors that were unique to mice. These two supposed light magi were actually impersonators. It's them, Thousand Faces and Shadow. They're rank 5A fugitives and are on the wanted list. Be extremely careful. It's said that they are experts in shapeshifting and can disguise themselves to resemble multiple different magi within seconds and without being caught. Out of all the light magi present, someone recognized the two dark magi. Of course, the real Matt and Ernie had long since been killed. As for when this had happened, none of the light magi had any clue at all. Hee. The trump card of the Four Seasons Garden, the Four Seasons Corps. I've long since heard of this name. Even while surrounded, the bald Thousand Faces did not seem nervous at all. His tiny eyes calmly scanned the area and then snickered, "What a pity. I don't seem to see anyone particularly exceptional within your group." In response to such taunts, the members of the Four Seasons Corps gave a single answer. Huala. The armor on their body vibrated, blood-red thorny runes seeming to come to life as they shot into the air, forming thistle-like apparitions. The innumerable apparitions merged together and formed a dense cage, trapping Thousand Faces and Shadow within it. Haha, the only thing you have worth showing off is this thorny cage. Thousand Faces couldn't stop laughing, but from the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, it was evident that he was not as relaxed as he tried to present himself. Shadow, are you done yet? The members of the Four Seasons Corps aren't so easily fooled. With just a slight misstep, you might even die here. Thousand Faces silently transmitted a message to Shadow. Soon, I'm almost there. I need silence. Shadow's answer revealed that his throat was parched and an obvious sense of urgency. All right, if not for the generous rewards that the organization is giving us, I wouldn't do this sort of thing even if my life was threatened. Shadow finally spoke. Boom, the huge, dull, red thorny cage kept compressing and shrinking the area within, and countless little thorns appeared, which, like bees, headed straight for the two dark magi within. BZZ, BZZ, TZZ, TZZ. The tiny thistle thorns were like flying needles as they relentlessly pricked into the bodies of the two dark magi, producing spots of fresh crimson blood. Strangely enough, their expressions were unchanged, as if their bodies were not their own. "Be careful," one of the members of the Four Seasons Corps warned, and the cage that was full of barbed thistles made contact with the two dark magi within. Woo-woo. At that instant, the surface of the two magi's bodies turned black, and a ring of fine red tassels exploded out of the duo's bodies. Wade was slightly suspicious about this, and he seemed to remember something, quickly yelling, "Get out of the way!" However, it was much too late. The two charred bodies smirked, extending their arms. Boom. The tremendous sound waves from the explosion engulfed the office and were followed by a huge amount of black smoke. In the ensuing waves from the explosion, all of Reynolds' furniture and documents turned into dust, and what had originally been his work desk was sliced in two, revealing the sealing spell formation underneath it. Clones and a high-energy bomb, seeing the office that was in complete disarray, as well as the many magi who had fallen, Wade grit his teeth. "My lord, are you all right?" The frightened female secretary Magus hastily ran over. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Wade waved his hands. After that, an odd expression appeared on his face, and his robes began to float. The plants that had originally been mere decorations seemed to come to life, turning into vines that grabbed hold of the female Magus in front of him. "You, my lord, what are you doing?" The female secretary had been held in such a position that her legs were spread wide apart, presenting a humiliating pose in front of Wade. She still held traces of embarrassment and confusion in her eyes. "Thousand Faces, don't try to swindle me. This female Magus was on my bed just last night. I'm a lot more knowledgeable about her body than you will ever be." Wade retreated several steps, coldly viewing the female secretary Magus caught in the vine. "Hee, I guess I was found out." A maniacal smile appeared on the secretary's face, followed by a fluctuation that revealed a bald head. "It's a pity that you forgot about me." The yellow floorboard under Wade's feet suddenly flipped over, and a dagger that was flashing with silvery white light stabbed towards his abdomen. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 245, A Blink of an Eye, A Blink of an Eye. This silver dagger was obviously a magic artifact. It even had a menacing, silvery glint on its blade. Wade's innate defense spell immediately materialized into an armor of vines to protect him, but he was still pierced through by the silver-white dagger. As much as Wade was not resigned to his fate, he crashed to the ground, dyeing the area in a pool of red. The brown-yellow boards contorted, finally turning into the shape of a black figure. You guys had only noticed the changes that Thousand Faces, had made, but you forgot that the darkness can turn into a shadow and attach itself to any object. Wade was severely injured, and did not have much spiritual force or magic power left, so naturally, the vines that bound Thousand Faces had now slackened. Thousand Faces massaged his wrist as he smirked. "Ka-cha!" Suddenly, a flashing arc of red light pierced through his neck, causing blood to spurt out from his throat. "It's a pity that you have also underestimated us from the Four Seasons Garden." Pooh. A member of the Four Seasons Corps, who seemed to be a team leader, retrieved his blood-red sword and pointed it at the location where the shadow was. With another flash of red light, the thorny prison appeared once more, encircling Wade. Not only could the prison of thorns be used to ensnare and kill enemies, it was also used as a form of a barrier for allies. "Protect the Lord, leave him to me," this team leader exclaimed. Shortly after, 4 long, blood-red shadows pierced the skies, appearing outside the prison of thorns. Thousand Faces died just like that. Shadow looked around in disbelief. In accordance with the current mess in the office, many magi had lost their ability to move after that high-energy bomb. However, with the protection of their blood-red armor and innate spells, the members of the Four Seasons Corps did not receive serious injuries. They had already moved and completely blocked Shadow's escape route. "Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!" Shadow constantly surveyed his surroundings and roared with rage. "Despicable, I was deceived. What happened to the support that the organization promised me? Where is it?" based on this situation, it seemed that 1,000 meddling hands had issued the missions, but hidden a lot of important information. They had probably also promised some false rewards. HMPH, they are truly dark magi. When it comes to this sort of situation, they'll only care about themselves. The leader of the Four Seasons Corps snorted and then pointed at the place with the seal. Team 2 is to guard that area. Do not let anyone get in there. A small group from the Four Seasons Corps immediately dashed to the seal spell formation, and a red circle of light brightened again. The leader waved his blood-red longsword, aiming it at Shadow. You make me angry. In the 50 years that I've been carrying out missions, it's the first time that my target has been hurt. Are you ready to pay the price? Energy particles constantly shimmered around his body as a formidable spiritual force, emitting from his body and engulfing Shadow. His gaze was especially sharp, as if he was staring at prey that he had settled on, which caused Shadow to shudder in fear. Wait, we can discuss this. I know a lot of information about the 1,000 meddling hands. We can work together. Shadow yelled out insincere words that attracted attention, a layer of magic that was so thin it was almost invisible flickering under his feet. Shua. His body transformed into a black streak, basically surpassing the limits of what the naked eye could see. In an instant, he charged out of the circle of the Four Seasons Corps Magi that had trapped him within. Shadow flickered a few times and separated into a few similar-looking black shadows that dashed in various directions. Caw-caw. In response to this, the team leader merely laughed condescendingly and fiercely stabbed his blood-red longsword into a wooden floorboard in front of him. Ripples that were like ocean waves extended throughout the area. A brown, human figure sprung out of the ripples. Rumble, the leader, quickly came before Shadow, his blood-red longsword slashing across and forming a bright arc. Ka-cha! The transparent armor and pendant at Shadow's chest shattered just like that. The longsword then ruthlessly sliced into his chest, spilling fresh blood everywhere. Pack! Shadow fell heavily, and the leader of the Four Seasons Corps approached. With his right foot, which was clad in a metal shoe, he stepped on Shadow's chest. Run, why are you running? Ka-cha, ka-cha, ka-cha. Tiny and yet piercing, sounds of bones breaking was heard from Shadow's chest. Large amounts of foam and blood spilled out of the corner of Shadow's mouth as if he wanted to say something. That round of intense battle had happened so quickly. In almost 10 or so seconds, all of this had happened, and the Magi who had fallen were unable to react at all. At this point, the faint black mist had yet to completely disperse. Wait, no. The leader, who was stepping on the chest of Shadow, suddenly turned, his expression changing to one of alarm and anger. Then, he simply gave up on Shadow and rushed to the front of the seal spell formation. Blood restraint. The leader's large hands grabbed forward into the air. Shortly after, a light green human figure was snatched out of thin air. This figure was very slender and small. It was like a child, with green mist surrounding it. Hee, what keen senses. It seems you're just one step away from becoming a peak rank 1 Magus. The person shrouded in green praised with a little boy's voice. Pack. A bunch of crystal balls that shimmered with light were thrown out. Crash, crash, crash. Intense explosions sounded in front of the leader one after another, the immense shockwaves causing him to retreat. Green mist gathered and turned into a sticky fluid, adhering to the leader's body like superglue. Damn it, be careful. Their target has always been the sealing spell formation. This leader had been caught by the sticky fluid and could only shout. Hee, it's too late. The little boy within the mist transformed into an apparition, which the red thorny spell formation had no effect on. He dashed into the interior of the thorny spell formation, large amounts of green mist emitting from his body. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 members of the Four Seasons Corps in charge of defense fell to the ground, green mushrooms and spots growing on their faces. What a bunch of idiots. This leaves me no choice but to take action myself. While speaking, his movements were quick, and he took out a red crystal that was the exact same as the one that Leylin had, pressing it down towards the heart of the spell formation. This was a self-destructing spell design that completely matched with the spell formation. The moment it was activated, the whole spell formation would destroy itself, along with the body of consciousness that it was attached to. The moment the core body of consciousness self-destructed, the platinum gate, which was the entrance to the secret plane, would collapse. The situation had become extremely dire. The boy's eyes were glinting with excitement. He could already envision the destruction of the entrance to the secret plane, and the image of the light Magi's flustered and exasperated expressions. Gotcha! At this moment, a hand that was like white jade emerged from the air and grabbed the little boy's hand, black fog forming a python that crushed the red crystal into powder. Leylin dispelled shadow stealth and quickly grabbed the boy. The moment his hand touched the little boy, Leylin's palm burst out into crimson flames, burning the green fog till it disappeared, and revealing a Magus who looked like a young boy. "You," he pointed at Leylin, preparing to say something in his anger. But why would Leylin give him the chance to do that? Several blood-red snakes quickly wriggled into the boy's orifices, thus sealing his sea of consciousness and ability to move. Leylin was still disguising himself as Blood Rogue. All that the other Magi saw was someone in a crimson robe, emitting an evil aura as he appeared out of nowhere and quickly took care of the boy. After plundering the Merit Points Exchange Center, Leylin had returned to the nearby Reynolds office and had been lying in wait there. After waiting till Wade and the sneaky Thousand Faces came, Leylin had an idea and used shadow stealth. Like a python lying in wait for an ambush, he patiently waited for his prey to come knocking. After seeing Thousand Faces killed, Shadow severely injured, and the Four Seasons core attention diverted away, the little boy could no longer wait and took a chance and acted. Leylin had made use of the ecstasy and astonishment that the boy had felt while he was on the verge of succeeding and struck out. This method of using opportunities in battle could be said to be classic. If not for the AI, Chip's help in simulations of the operation, Leylin would not have been able to take the boy down so easily. "I didn't expect you to be hidden this well." Leylin held onto the back of the little boy's collar, holding the frail and small body with his hand as if he were holding luggage. As Leylin had sealed the little boy's mouth, he was still unable to speak, and could only glare harshly at Leylin, as if he were wishing that he could hack him to pieces. This boy was evidently the member of the 1,000 meddling hands that had threatened Leylin while he was on the way to the Four Seasons garden. At that time, he was not even a semi-converted Magus and had almost killed off Leylin, as well as causing him to lose a magic artifact. But now, Leylin sized up the little boy. From the energy waves emitting from his body, in that short period of time, the boy had not only passed through the bottleneck of being a semi-converted Magus, but had advanced until he was just one step away from becoming a peak rank 1 Magus. This rate of improvement was something that made even Leylin, who had the help of the AI chip, gasp in awe. Blood Rogue, its 1,000 meddling hands Blood Rogue, why did he stop his own comrade? The leader of Four Seasons Corps was rinsing himself with milky white holy water, finally washing all the disgusting green fluid away. With confusion in his eyes, he approached and resolutely stood before Leylin, thus blocking his way. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 246, Falling Out, it's Blood Rogue from the 1,000 meddling hands. The S-ranked fugitive from Nightless City. "Though I have no clue why you're helping us, I still want to thank you." The leader of the Four Seasons Corps bowed, and then slashed his crimson longsword at Leylin. "I've thanked you as I should have. Now, leave the prisoners in your possession behind. In return, I will let you go." Seeing the leader acting this righteous, Leylin was slightly confused. "Are you stupid? Do you think I'm so easily bullied?" He guessed that this leader was rather egoistic, though it might have had to do with Leylin concealing his strength. Most people only knew that Blood Rogue was a semi-converted Magus, and were still unaware that he had advanced to a peak rank 1 Magus. At times like this, incorrect information could cost lives. "Well then, I apologize." The leader spoke unenthusiastically, a huge wave of apparitions of sharp swords appearing from the longsword. Like a waterfall, they charged towards Leylin. "Move. Second spell formation," the leader shouted as he attacked. With his yell, the Magi of the Four Seasons Corps seemed to have received some order, and other than the 4 Magi protecting Wade, the other members rushed him. TSS. Thorny plants constantly grew from their crimson armor. The vines that appeared from the armor seemed to have self-awareness, grouping together, and forming a green giant that was about 5 meters tall. This green giant formed from plants was full of thorns, and sinister black lines filled its body. At the area where its eyes were meant to be, there were two strange purple flowers. Ow! The green giant snarled, opening its large hand and grabbing towards Leylin. Is their ignorance to the truth causing them to be so fearless? Leylin glanced at the leader of the Four Seasons Corps with a pitying look. Next, a black ring emerged from under his feet, climbing up his robes and seemingly draping black armor on his body. Cling clang, cling clang. After images of red swords struck the black armor, sparks flying everywhere as they produced the immense sounds of a metal sword and armor crashing against each other. The apparitions of the crimson sword kept falling apart, but the layer of black armor on Leylin's body became increasingly thick, to the point that it began to produce multiple black tendrils. This is bad. That level of strength? The leader's eyes widened, and he immediately thought to warn his subordinates, but it was much too late. Whoosh! Before the green giant's massive thorny palm had reached its destination, the surrounding air fluctuated and a powerful airstream was generated, blowing so hard that the furniture in the office was strewn apart. You don't know when to stop. While facing this green giant's huge palm, Leylin raised his right hand clad in a black gauntlet and gently gestured downwards. From an outsider's point of view, the situation right now was not the least bit balanced. Leylin was like a child in front of the giant, and yet he had raised his slender arm to meet the giant's palm. However, the green giant seemed to feel extremely threatened and kept roaring, the green rays of light in its hand constantly flickering as its speed increased by 3 times. Bang! Finally, Leylin's little fist met with the giant's fist that was the size of a water jar, a wave of immense vibrations spreading out in all directions. The surrounding air seemed to distort, and then all went back to normal. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! One after another, the thorns broke off of and fell from the large hand. This disintegration quickly reached the entire arm and eventually the large body of the giant. Bang! 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 Thick plant roots and vines slid off the body of the giant, black cracks constantly extending, until it was on the verge of tearing the body of the giant apart. Bang! Finally, after a rumbling loud noise, the green giant's body was broken down into tiny pieces that flew in all directions. Boom! 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 The massive shockwave created extended miraculously to the bodies of the Four Seasons Corps members that were surrounding Leylin. The crimson armor on their bodies shook and then broke apart. The Magi completely paled and retreated a few steps, some of them coughing up large amounts of blood. Peak Rank 1 Magus. You've already reached the peak of Rank 1. The leader of the Four Seasons Corps stared fixedly at Leylin's mask, as if trying to carve his appearance into his memory. In a situation where Rank 2 Magi seldom appeared, Peak Rank 1 Magi were the most powerful beings in the South Coast. The rise in the power of Blood Rogue was much too fast and too astonishing. This leader definitely could not let his guard down. At this moment, fear was apparent in the leader's gaze. Sigh, some things will be only resolved through violence. Leylin still maintained his pose where he held the little boy, and his other hand formed a mysterious hand seal and tapped against the ground. Shadow Domain. A pitch-black shadow emerged from under his feet and quickly formed a dense, black sphere, crazily spreading to the surroundings. In that instant, black shadows engulfed the Magi who were in the office. Shiwa shiwa. Within the darkness, there seemed to be the sounds of someone moving quickly, and the low, miserable human moans that one would make before they died. Enshrouded by the shadows, where even light magic was useless, the Magi of the Four Seasons Corps were basically blind. Thankfully, this was only sustained for a short period of time. Several minutes later, the dense darkness dispersed from the office, revealing the figures of a few Magi. As for Leylin, who they had encircled previously, he was now nowhere to be found. Leader, what should we do? A Magus struggled to stand and came to the leader of Four Seasons Corps. However, he found a very strange expression on his leader's face. There were hints of terror as well as disbelief. Leader, what's with you? This Magus suddenly began to feel slightly afraid, extending his right hand and thinking of shaking his leader's arm. Pack. Just as this Magus hand touched his leader's clothes, his body turned into black ashes like a bubble that had been popped, dispersing everywhere. Pack, pack, pack. As if triggering some chain reaction, some of the Magi around him also exploded, leaving behind black mist. As the surviving Magi gazed at the mist, a suffocating sense of dread weighed down on their hearts. Shua. While still holding the little boy, Leylin's body transformed into a black hurricane that traveled around the headquarters, which had turned into a battlefield. As he was moving at a very high speed, the Magi of both domains could only see a flickering black figure, which then completely disappeared. Pack, upon finding an empty area that was far from the battlefield, he threw the little boy to the ground. "Blood Rogue, what are you doing?" The little boy rolled a few times, body covered in soil and mud. However, he seemed to have regained his ability to speak and spoke coldly the moment he stood up. "Stop with your nonsense and get Giant to come here," Leylin exclaimed. "It's a very crucial time now, and even I can't contact him." A strange expression appeared on his face as he explained. Immediately after, however, he was kicked aside by Leylin. Though Leylin had allowed the little boy to regain his ability to speak, he had evidently not unsealed his sea of consciousness. The little boy's frail body spun in midair several times and then fell. Crack. From the sounds of bones breaking produced from within his body, it seemed as if a few ribs had been broken. Looking cool and collected, Leylin advanced, and like holding a duck, he grabbed the boy by the neck and lifted him up. "I don't have much patience, so it's better if you don't try to test my limits. Don't think that I know nothing about the relationship between you and him." Though Leylin sounded calm, the boy who Leylin was glaring at felt empty inside. Under Leylin's relentless gaze, he felt as if the other man could see through him and know all his secrets. "No, how can that be? I've always been very careful about it." A myriad of thoughts flashed past the little boy's mind, and he eventually gave in. "Be quick about it." Leylin loosened his grip, and the boy immediately fell to the ground. Cough, cough. The boy sat on the ground, two hands cradling his neck, on which purple marks were already apparent. Without requesting Leylin to unseal his sea of consciousness, he quietly sat in a corner, as if in a daze. Unexpectedly, Leylin actually waited for him. It did not take long, and a few minutes later, green mist permeated the air and filled the area. "What do you need me for? Don't you know that our plan has entered a state of emergency, Leylin?" Giant's voice was as hoarse as before, but this time, Leylin was able to hear fury in his voice, along with worry. "Kill him. Quick, kill him." At this moment, the little boy who had been staring blankly to the side suddenly burst into hysterics. Green mist had been protecting him, thus allowing him to regain his power. "Our entire plan fell through because of him. Also, he actually dared to treat me in this way. I want him dead." The boy glared at Leylin, his eyes full of venomous anger. "I know." Giant briefly nodded, looking at Leylin. "What do you have to say for yourself about your slip-ups in the past, as well as the thwarting of our plan this time?" As Giant spoke, the mist in the surroundings became increasingly stronger, to the point that bushes and soil began to emit white smoke and melted like ice. "What I have to say?" Leylin smirked and then snapped his fingers. Pack. The little boy's expression suddenly froze and his brain exploded open like a watermelon. "If you want an explanation, does this work?" Leylin grinned widely. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 247, Flaming Serpent faced with the little boy's head exploding like a watermelon, the green mist distorted, revealing a heavily muscled figure that was more than 2 meters in height. For a moment, his head was visible, but he covered his head, his eyes bloodshot and glowing red. You actually killed him," Giant roared, as if the little boy was very important to him. Seeing Leylin unceremoniously kill the little boy instead of letting him go, Giant was on the brink of going ballistic. Tendrils of green mist rushed towards Leylin, looking like a swarm of moths and bees, and appeared to envelop Leylin like a huge cloud. Kai, green meridians crawled over the muscles of Giant's body like small snakes. Then his body grew instantly, increasing in height by more than 3 meters. The hairs on his head stood straight up, facing the sky like small thorns. "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid?" Leylin sneered, and immediately, black smoke billowed from his body, rising and dispersing into the air. A trace of the black gas condensed to form numerous black snakes. The bodies of those black snakes had fine black scales, and each had a pair of bean-sized eyes that exuded an unnatural, devilish red light. The snakes constantly hissed and went to meet that green swarm of bees and moths. Pang! For a moment, the two big groups, the wisp of green gas and the den of black snakes, immediately mingled, and there were all kinds of sounds of biting, hissing, and other sounds all constantly emanating from within the green mist. "Ah, I will kill you, I swear. I shall break all the bones in your body. I will make you regret being born into this world." Giant howled as he crouched and jumped. Boom! A huge pit immediately appeared on the ground, soil and rocks flying outwards like bullets and creating sparks in the air. With this momentum, Giant's body was like a fiery arrow heading straight for Leylin. Chem-in scales. A layer of fine black scales covered Leylin's hands, from which spreaded rings of black light. The black color from the scales turned even more vivid and vaguely formed a design that was similar to a rune, following which the muscles on Leylin's arm bulged, and his strength of 20.1 was then displayed. Boom! Green and black figures fiercely slammed into each other, explosions continuously sounding out. The two human figures flickered as they fought. Anything that the shock waves from their battle brushed past, whether it was rocks or wood, would immediately explode into pieces. Bang! Leylin's left hand blocked Giant's fist. As quick as lightning, his right hand turned into a claw, blood-red flames burning as it headed straight for Giant's chest, where his heart was. Currently, Giant's two hands were rendered immobile by Leylin, and it was basically impossible to evade an attack that was so close. Giant's expression became resolute, and he adjusted his position, avoiding that fatal claw at his chest. However, his right chest had been caught by Leylin's crimson palm, and a huge chunk of flesh and blood flew out. "Bone-piercing technique," Giant yelled, and his arms spread wide. Not dodging nor avoiding any attacks, he charged straight for Leylin. TSS, 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 TSS. White bone spikes rapidly pierced through Giant's skin, growing out from inside his body. Ka-cha! Leylin's right hand was the first to be struck by the bone spike. There were some spiral designs on the bone spikes that, upon contact, drilled into whatever it hit. The revolving spikes first broke through the crimson flames, and then struck the surface of Leylin's right arm, which was covered in chem-in scales. The extremely piercing sound of metal scraping against metal sounded. It could also be said to sound like a woman's screams. Leylin's brows furrowed, and he quickly moved back. "Ha-ha! If you're only thinking of leaving now, it's much too late." Giant laughed heartily, ignoring the blood that was gushing all over his body, and spread his arms. His posture was like someone giving a bear hug. He brought his arms together and was ready to prick Leylin till he became like a porcupine. This distance, shadow stealth. A large amount of light appeared on the surface of Leylin's black, scaly armor. He then disappeared into thin air. "You thought that I wouldn't have prepared against this." After losing track of Leylin, Giant looked around and suddenly shouted, and then breathed in deeply. Two streams of white gas that even the naked eye could see entered Giant's nostrils like dragons, bulging his chest to a noticeable degree. After this, Giant made a lengthy howl. "Ow!" The piercing sound traveled in all directions, and one could even see ripples in the air, with Giant at the epicenter. An entire layer of the ground was peeled off by the sound waves, and the green fog of moth and bees in the air, as well as Leylin's little black snakes, exploded from the sound waves, turning into vapor. The fog was pushed further and further away by the sound waves and eventually disappeared. As Giant's voice increased to a higher pitch, the insects and moles in the area simply exploded in the air, forming a bloody mist. Whang! With some undulations in the air and a flash of black light, Leylin's body flickered from his camouflage. "I found you, you damned worm!" Giant snarled, the spikes on his body growing more densely and constantly rotating. He was like a human killing machine, charging ahead blindly and turning all the trees and rocks that obstructed him into powder. "Latent fireball," Leylin's gestured, and countless black fireballs converged into a giant, jet-black, flaming fireball. With the added bonus from Leylin's elemental essence conversion, the latent fireball currently had a power of 57 degrees. It could even be said to be the maximum amount of power that a rank 1 Magus could produce. The moment the black fireball appeared, the temperature of the surroundings rose, and the earth began to melt, with some of it evaporating into black smoke. "Go!" Leylin pointed at Giant, and the black fireball kept stretching until it formed a python that blazed with black flames. The python's eyes were brimming with intelligence as it nimbly floated around, sometimes spitting out flames and blocking Giant's path. Giant's eyes were fixed on the flaming serpent, the fear in his expression more apparent. Being able to manipulate such a powerful spell that required immense precision showed Leylin's immense talent in this area. His rate of improvement had far exceeded Giant's expectations. Hiss, the flaming black serpent hissed while coiling around Giant's body. Ka-cha, the black flames that brought blazing heat with them crashed into the white armor made of bone spikes. Rumble. The raging flames constantly ascended, turning into a giant black inferno. At the heart of the inferno, Giant's figure that was filled with bone spikes stood silently within, looking quite pale. The air constantly distorted, shrinking inwardly and seemingly turning into a black hole. It kept sucking in all matter around, getting smaller and smaller. Rumble. Then, a huge black mushroom cloud gradually rose from the ground. Immense energy waves constantly dispersed in all directions, to the point that even Magi from both factions who were battling at the Four Seasons Garden's headquarters could feel this power, which could destroy the heavens and the earth. Has the two great rank 2 Magi's fight brought them here? A young light Magus stopped what he was doing. What do we do? Should we go take a look? Those are rank 2 Magi. I've never seen one fight before. Pack. Immediately after, the back of his head was firmly struck. The youthful light Magus turned back and pitifully looked at a Magus with a white beard. Teacher, did I say anything wrong? The old light Magus' face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes sparkled with wisdom. He did not hesitate in the least and struck the young Magus' head again. Why are you still in a daze? Get out of here. Just the aftershocks from the rank 2 Magi's battle is enough to annihilate you without leaving a speck of dust behind. The old Magus was obviously very wise and had many life experiences. He knew that this high-level battle between Magi was a disaster for regular people and even low-ranked Magi such as themselves. What? The young light Magus had yet to react. Look, the old Magus yanked him by the hair and made him look in the direction of the battle. At this moment, the young Magus suddenly discovered that the dark and light Magi who had been battling had all given up, as if they had reached a mutual understanding and were moving in the opposite direction of the mushroom cloud. Do you see that now? Only a rookie like you would even think of watching a battle between rank 2 Magi. The old Magus pulled the young Magus along as he spoke, green hurricanes under his feet as he used invisible gusts to wind to send both of them far away. In the middle of the black mushroom cloud, the previous explosion had left a large crater that was more than 10 meters wide. At the heart of the pit was a seemingly bottomless hole that was sending out black luster, as if it was a direct pathway to the core of the earth. Boom, a white human figure surrounded by green mist fell to the ground, along with shards of bone that had shattered. Pack. Giant struck the ground, carving out long troughs as his body plowed through the floor. He looked to be extremely pitiful, with more than half the bones, spikes on his body gone, and his right arm missing. There were serious injuries all over his body. Ziu, a black figure appeared in front of him, and what appeared next was a pair of phantom, blood-red flaming claws. Crimson Palm, Leylin, on the other hand, was completely fine. He was also very satisfied with the strength of the latent fireball, which he had released with his full strength. There was no expression on his face as he calmly dealt out the final blow to Giant. Giant struggled and crawled a little, but the phantom crimson claws mercilessly caught hold of his 2 legs. Ka-cha! Giant's legs snapped, and there were even crimson flames climbing towards his body from the legs. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248. The appearance of rank 2 Magus. The appearance of rank 2 Magus. Giant, when you first decided to exploit me to detonate the seal, did you ever imagine that things would turn out like this? Leylin slowly walked forward, a strange look in his eyes. He calmly raised his blood-red right hand, preparing to send out another magical attack. Ziu. At this very moment, a figure separated from Giant's body, the energy waves from its body indicating that it was also a peak rank 1 Magus. It pounced towards Leylin at a very high speed. Eye of hallucination? After this command, an apparition of a vertical eye appeared behind this figure. The apparition let out dusky light with various colors flashing past. Anyone who even chanced a glance at it would be dazzled and feel dizzy. Two black magic artifacts in the form of daggers appeared in the figure's hands, moving like a viper as they struck towards Leylin's vital areas. This attack was very sudden, and the assailant was a peak rank 1 Magus who specialized in sneak attacks. Even if it was a Magus like Marb, he would suffer greatly. Strangely enough, there were no signs of shock on Leylin's face. Instead, what appeared was a grin as if he had expected it. "You finally appeared?" Next, a cross-shaped, dark red pendant over his neck produced large amounts of dull red rays of light, and his body was covered with a layer of dense scales. Leylin's eyes had also turned into amber vertical pupils. 2 rays of petrifying light were shot out of his eyes, piercing into the apparition of the vertical eye. Ah! Ashen gray rays of petrification ripped open the apparition, and a circle of petrification spread throughout the body of the black figure, causing him to yell miserably. Crimson palm? Leylin's hands were covered with 3 layers of protection. The innermost layer was black, the chem-in scales. The middle one was a dull red, an apparition from the falling star pendant, and the outermost one was the protection from Crimson Palm's flames. The 3 layers produced different colors as they alternately sparkled on Leylin's hands. Leylin welcomed the 2 black daggers that were headed for him. Boom, boom. Though the black daggers emitted the energy waves of middle-grade magic artifacts, they bounced away from Leylin. Leylin's crimson palm then unhesitatingly struck the chest of the black figure. Rumble. It was obvious that the black figure's chest had caved in, and it was coupled with the ear-piercing sound of bones breaking. Boom. The figure was flung to the ground, revealing a Magus that Leylin was very familiar with. Team leader Caesar, what are you doing here? And can you also explain why you chose to appear in such a strange way? Leylin came before Caesar and inquired. From his tone, it was obvious that Leylin was not surprised at Caesar's appearance here. Cough, cough. The dark figure who had launched a sneak attack was, as expected, Caesar. However, he looked to be in a bad state, constantly coughing out blood and his face ashen. Around his 3rd vertical eye on his forehead, there was a ring of gray stone. This was the effect of the eye of petrification, and it was still spreading. When did you find out? Caesar did not reply to Leylin's question, and instead countered with another question. From the very beginning, in all honesty, I really admire you for daring to train in 3 spirits in a body, which is an extremely dangerous ancient secret technique. You actually succeeded and forcefully separated your spirit into 3 portions. Admiration was apparent in Leylin's expression. He had previously used the AI chip to simulate Caesar's trump card and then heavily researched about ancient secret techniques like these. Even in ancient times, these kinds of techniques were considered to be very dangerous. Only lunatics would choose to train in them, as they forcefully separated a Magus soul into 3 parts, each having their own will and having the ability to be spread apart or merged together in crucial moments. In other words, a person would be separated into 3 individuals. As long as a single body remained alive, the other 2 bodies could be resurrected given enough resources. This was basically a secret technique that defied the heavens. The situation was now very obvious. Caesar, Giant, and the little boy were the different bodies of a single Magus who practiced 3 spirits in a body. And Caesar was a spy who was buried the deepest in 4 Seasons Garden and the instigator of this entire thing. Leylin had found it strange that the 1,000 meddling hands knew so much about the 4 Seasons Garden, were able to come up with a spell designed to destroy the seal linked to the core body of consciousness, and possessed a map of the locations of the defense squads. From the looks of it, with Caesar, the leader of the hunting team, as a spy, everything made sense. Caesar forced a laugh. It's far from a success. Originally, if the boy had been able to become a peak rank 1 Magus as well, I would have been able to merge all 3 bodies and try to advance to become a rank 2 Magus. It's a pity, though. While speaking, a ring of stone-like skin had spread from the sides of Caesar's 3rd eye, almost reaching his nose. Why did you lure us here? Caesar asked while lying on the ground without activating any defense formation. He was now aware that he would not be able to withstand even a blow from Leylin and was not going to humiliate himself by trying to protect himself. You're smart. I want to make a trade with you. I hope that. No. Don't listen to him. Kill him. I want to kill him. Giant, who was seriously injured, began to yell. Leylin sighed as he held his head, Looks like I have to take care of all the troublesome matters first. He could clearly tell that out of all the 3 bodies that Caesar had, only Caesar himself was relatively sane. Giant and the little boy obviously had a few screws loose, which might have been a side effect of the technique. The little boy's craziness was possibly even a level above Giant. After his death, his maniacal tendencies were transferred to Giant. Out of everyone present, Caesar was probably the only one willing to listen to his proposition. Giant was just an obstruction. At this thought, Leylin's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. He was prepared to act right away. Even if Giant and the little boy died, Caesar would still be able to revive them given a lot of resources, and as long as he was still around. It would just take a little more time. Caesar and Giant were currently heavily injured, and it was impossible for them to fight back. "Young man, can you stop now?" Just as Leylin was about to move forward and deal the final blow to Giant, an aged voice sounded by his ear. A silver ring of spiritual force descended upon the battlefield. This spiritual force was incredibly malicious and strong, to the point that the air was distorting. Silver spiritual force formed a large hand, which picked up Giant. The silver hand formed out of spiritual force was extremely sturdy. The flames from Leylin's crimson palm were still burning fiercely, but there seemed to be no effect on the hand. Grains of solidified spiritual force constantly fluttered around, slowly extinguishing the crimson flames on Giant's legs. Spiritual force solidification. As he watched the silver, solidified spiritual force, Leylin suddenly thought back to the Gargamel that he had seen previously. That being formed out of evilness also had the strength of a rank 2 Magus, and at that point in time, Leylin was basically helpless against it. A rank 2 Magus from the 1,000 meddling hands? Leylin halted his footsteps. The silver hand sent the heavily wounded Giant before a Magus donned in black robes. This Magus was tall and slender, but was surrounded by a terrifying spiritual force that even Leylin was fearful of. His eyes were a sparkling green, and anyone who saw him would feel immense fear from the evilness they gave off. "Father, Father, after killing my little boy spirit, he actually tried to kill me, the only member of your bloodline. He must pay the price in blood." Giant curled up beside the dark Magus, beginning to wail like a little child. Caesar, on the other side, called out "Father," his face ashen. So this dark Magus is actually Caesar's father? Leylin realized. However, something that the rank 2 dark Magus threw over made him feel anxious. It was the head of a Magus. Its skin was pale, and its face was full of wrinkles. Leylin was extremely familiar with this face, as he had actually seen it not long ago. "Reynold, you actually killed him." Leylin's eyes widened. This rank 2 Magus was even more powerful than Leylin had expected, to actually be able to behead Reynold, who was also a rank 2 Magus. At this moment, the petrification on Caesar's face had extended to his neck, and his expression was still as if he had become a statue. Rumble. A streak of green flames began to burn, and the dark Magus traversed through space and arrived in front of Caesar. Ancient petrification technique? His voice was hoarse, like 2 metal pieces scraping against each other. "Don't worry, my child." The dark Magus extended a pair of thin arms, which had green spores on them, and caressed Caesar's stone head. Bzzz, milky white light descended onto Caesar's head. Within the light, grayish-white stone skin fell off bit by bit, revealing Caesar's original skin tone. "Thank you, Father." Also, Caesar began to whisper in the dark Magus' ear, and the Magus constantly nodded. Upon seeing this scene, Giant, who was not far away, glared furiously like a child who had his sweets stolen. There was even some jealousy as he stared hard at Caesar. "Aren't you all the same person? Are you jealous of yourself?" Leylin was speechless. At this point, Caesar was done speaking. The rank 2 Magus turned his gaze to Leylin. A powerful burst of spiritual force was fixed upon Leylin, to the point that he felt as if he was standing stark naked in a field of snow. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249. Concede. Your name is Leylin, and Blood Rogue is your alias, yes? Very good. You actually dared to thwart my plan? The dark Magus laughed coldly, and suddenly made his move. Silver solidified spiritual force controlled the energy particles in the air, turning into a large, colorful tide that was several times larger what Leylin was able to produce. It rushed towards Leylin like a tempest, covering the heavens and the earth. So strong, whether it's to catalyze or cast a spell using solidified spiritual force, the effects are far greater than that of us rank 1 Magi with our invisible spiritual force. Leylin's expression was grim as his pupils turned amber. Behind him, large amounts of dark energy particles converged, turning into the terrifying form of a large, black python. The python was 10 meters long. Its eyes were the same amber color as Leylin's, and the scales on its body emitted rings of black rays while it kept hissing. Rumble, the python slammed into the tide of elemental particles like a huge ocean wave crashing against a reef, producing a monstrous sound like that of said ocean waves. In the midst of the colorful rays of light, the apparition of the black python and the elemental wave were extinguished. Immense pillars of wind rose towards the heavens and then rushed down low, before forming immense gales that swept across the surrounding area. Leylin quickly retreated 4 or 5 steps, his face pale and 2 streams of blood dripping from his nostrils. Ho-ho, you're not half bad. Out of all the rank 1 Magi that I've seen, you're probably the strongest. You're currently bordering a rank 2 Magus. The dark Magus was unmoving, the only sound being the wind rustling his clothes. But it's a pity. A rank 1 Magus is still only rank 1, and there still remains a huge gap between us. The feeling of personally killing a genius is really making me feel intoxicated. The dark Magus mumbled to himself, the dark green light in his eyes suddenly intensifying to the point that it started to solidify into 2 beams of light. Anguished howl of cough cough. Just as the dark Magus was about to attack, the light from his body began to flicker, and he started to violently cough. Rings of green light flashed as things that looked like plants began to emerge from his body. The green spores on his hands began to sprout, and green plant tendrils grew and spreaded across his body. So, killing a rank 2 Magus like Reynold was not without a price. While observing this scene, Leylin came to a conclusion. The dark Magus must have suffered some serious injuries in killing a rank 2 Magus like Reynold. This was advantageous to him for the next part of his plan. At this moment, the platinum gate to the secret plane suddenly rumbled. The energy waves produced were very distinct, to the point that Leylin could feel them from his current location. Afterwards, an unknown existence that must have been at least a rank 2 Magus passed through the gate of the secret plane and approached them. "You darn dark bastards, receive the judgment of lightning." This voice was full of anger, seemingly full of raging flames. Hualala, countless blue bolts of lightning that were like crazed serpents scattered all over the sky and fell like raindrops. Ka-cha, an electric current that was as wide as a bucket struck a dark Magus who did not have the opportunity to dodge. This dark Magus immediately turned into ashes in the midst of the lightning, his body crumbling away. Boom, boom, boom. The platinum entrance to the secret plane spat out light. Every time it flashed, groups of light magi descended into the area. These light magi were dressed in uniform, and the metallic smell of blood was apparent on their bodies. Compared to the dark magi, who were already experts in battles, the division of work between the light magi was even more efficient. The magi who were specialized in battles were extremely experienced in bloody battles. Some even had a strength that rivaled the dark magi. With the help of these light magi, the tide was turned. Rather than the Four Seasons Garden, the dark magi of 1,000 meddling hands lost their advantage. "They're here. The reinforcements from the Light Magi Alliance," Leylin mumbled. He quickly glanced at the dark magi, who were being suppressed by the bolts of lightning. "Look, my lord, the reinforcements of the Light Magi have arrived. Are you still confident in destroying the gate to the secret plane?" Leylin gave a slight smile as he asked. "No, but I think this little bit of time I have left is enough for me to kill you before I retreat." The dark Magus was silent for a moment and then sneered. "Is that so?" The rune of the suction spell formation on Leylin's back lit up, and a brownish-yellow spell formation emerged in front of his chest. In that moment, a brownish-yellow light covered the earth, and the gravity around the area intensified by a factor of almost 30. The ancient suction spell formation and the gravitational spell formation, you're actually using both of them here. There was a subtle hint of fear in the dark Magus voice. With the added bonus of these two spells, even if he were in his best condition, he did not have the confidence that he would be able to take down Leylin. Presently, his strength was depleted and his opponent would definitely be able to escape. I'm actually still on the Dark Magi's side. After all, a leopard can't change its spots. Leylin spoke hurriedly and quickly. Rather than completely destroying the gate to the secret plane, I believe that gaining possession of it will be of even more value. His voice had a bewitching quality to it. What does that mean? The Dark Magus asked coldly but stopped his attack. Currently, Reynolds already dead, the team leaders of all the main divisions are dead, and Caesar and I may very well be the Magi with the most authority here. The reinforcements from the Light Magi will have to leave eventually. Once that happens, and before a new member is assigned here from headquarters, we'll be the people with the highest authority and will consequently be in charge. Leylin was expressionless. Once that happens, we'll continue to cooperate with you in secret and give you access to the spell formations and defense formations here. Wouldn't that make everything easier? The Dark Magus considered for a while and then solemnly pondered over this question. It must be noted that this was a very attractive proposal and was very much viable. After Leylin said this, he could even feel the Dark Magus tremble a little. We can assassinate him or make him a scapegoat. Anyways, all we need is some time. By the time headquarters finds out what had happened, we'd be long gone, Leylin answered swiftly. What do you think? The Dark Magus glanced at Caesar, who was already standing. Caesar was silent. I think it's possible. Considering that our original plan has already failed, the situation can't possibly get any worse than this. There was actually something else that both Leylin and the Dark Magus had not pointed out. When that happened, even if the rank 2 Dark Magus would be able to escape, his sons, Caesar and Giant, would definitely die here. Leylin was, of course, not so daring as to blackmail them so blatantly, but his hidden threat had been understood. I don't trust you, unless you let me give you a branding of your consciousness, the Dark Magus slowly spoke. Impossible, Leylin resolutely refused. Though receiving a branding of consciousness was slightly better than receiving a branding of the spirit, who knew what a rank 2 Magus could do. He didn't want to be in a situation where he was unknowingly being controlled. Leylin had a rascally attitude. In front of real power, only a person with a strength that others would be jealous of could have the guts to say this. Though Leylin was not yet on equal grounds with a rank 2 Magi, he was confident that he could survive and escape, resulting in his more brazen attitude. A contract with the Trial's Eye. That's the furthest I can go. The Dark Magus pondered silently and then responded in a low voice. Fine. Leylin hesitated for a moment and then agreed. As compensation for helping you, I'll need a large amount of resources and magic crystals, as well as some high-grade knowledge. After this, you also have to guarantee that I'll be able to enter Lighthouse of the Night. All of these things have to be written into the contract. The Magi acted quickly, and minutes later, the Dark Magus left with Giant. Leylin glanced at Caesar, who was standing strangely, with a smile appearing on his face. Team leader Caesar, do you need me to help you back? After signing another agreement that could be said to be very harsh with the Trial's Eye, Leylin and Caesar were now allies once more. In the eyes of the Light Magi, the sight of two Magi who were always at odds with each other suddenly becoming friendly was quite strange. However, for the Dark Magi, this was just an everyday occurrence. In the Dark Magi faction, all sorts of battles happened every day. Betraying one's alliance for the prospects of more benefits was very common. Then I'll leave it to you. Caesar glanced at Leylin and actually let him assist him back. Doing something like exposing one's vulnerabilities was unthinkable to the Dark Magi, but Leylin could understand what he was thinking. Previously, Leylin and the rank 2 Magus from the 1,000 meddling hands had agreed and signed another contract. Through the Caesar's scrutiny of the contract, the conditions were very harsh. In order to prevent Leylin from making use of any loopholes, Caesar had practically gone through the contract word by word. He had basically made it impossible for Leylin to do whatever he wanted, not even giving him the chance to go back on his words. As he had to deal with a rank 2 Magus and the Dark Magi Alliance, Leylin could only be placed at a slight disadvantage. In other words, the moment Leylin expressed bad intentions towards Caesar, the power of the contract would devour him before he could even use his magic. Hence, Caesar was quite trusting of Leylin now. We need to work quickly for our objectives regarding Wade. Caesar's lips moved slightly, his low voice traveling into Leylin's ear. As the one in charge of the hunting team, which actually had true authority, Caesar had a very high position in the Four Seasons Garden. He was second only to Reynold, and only a handful of people could match his authority. What was even more coincidental was that a few peak rank, one Magi had died on the battlefield for a variety of reasons. Some had even been personally killed by Leylin. As long as Wade was disposed of, Caesar would immediately be in control of everything. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250, Lightning Corp Leylin reflected briefly. Currently, in the entire Eternal River Plains secret plane, the Four Seasons Garden had received a fatal blow. Other than Reynold, a great elder, the combat and defense team leaders had all died in battle. The person in charge of the Merit Points Exchange Center had been killed by Leylin, and it was unknown whether Wade, the envoy from the headquarters, was dead or alive. Leylin was stunned at the discovery that in the headquarters of Four Seasons Garden in the secret plane, there might only be two peak rank 1 Magi here, Caesar and himself. Under these circumstances, it would be an easy task to exploit his authority in the headquarters. Though the headquarters in the external world was sure to react quickly, dispatching large numbers of Magi and even rank 2 Magi here to investigate, that would take time. Caesar and Leylin could use this time to further diminish the power of the Four Seasons Garden and create opportunities for the Dark Magi. By the time the Light Magi found out, the battle array of the defense would have been controlled thoroughly by Dark Magi, and the situation would be set, even if there were to be another large war. With the Dark Magi in charge of 4 entrances and 3 under the Light Magi's control, the Dark Magi would have an advantage. Leylin had thrown out such tempting bait, which was how he had gotten the Dark Magus to bite. It's Lord Caesar, and patrolling Inspector Leylin. As they approached the headquarters of the Four Seasons Garden, the figures of Leylin and Caesar were quickly noticed by the large remaining numbers of the Light Magi. The surviving members quickly came forward to greet them. Leylin ran his eyes over everyone. These Magi's robes were in tatters, and there were traces of dust and blood on their faces. To all these Magi who had seen Caesar and Leylin, it was as if they had seen the pillars of their organizations. It seems like the loss of the higher levels in Four Seasons Garden is worse than I thought. Leylin admitted to himself that in the time he had been a patrolling inspector, he'd done nothing good, instead extorting much from every department. However, after these Magi saw Leylin, they gathered and greeted him, their enthusiasm surprising him to no end. Unfortunately, there were no longer any peak rank 1 Magus in the Four Seasons Garden. That meant that Caesar and Leylin were the only 2 peak rank 1 Magi on the Light Magi's side, which was why they were welcomed with such enthusiasm and ardent hope. If they found out that Caesar and I were the instigators of this recent attack, who knows what expression they would be wearing? Leylin was slightly dumbfounded, but he still put on a solemn expression. May I know who currently has the highest authority in the Four Seasons Garden? At this moment, a Magus with lightning designs on his silver-white robes separated the Magi and approached them. I'm Caesar, the team leader of the hunting team. This person here is Magus Leylin, the newly appointed patrolling inspector. Caesar's face was pale as he spoke. We are the Lightning Corps of the Light Magi Alliance. The leader of our corps would like to meet you. The Magus expression was blank, as if he was incapable of expressing emotion. Not caring about Caesar's serious injuries, he forged ahead and led the way. The surrounding Magi of the Four Seasons Garden cowered and did not dare to move forward. Compared to something as large as the Light Magi Alliance, the Four Seasons Garden was just one of many allies. Also, every single member of the Lightning Corps was at least a semi-converted Magus, which would make them equivalent to the elites of the Four Seasons Corps. Their numbers were greater, and the leader was coincidentally a rank 2 Magus, which was something they could not contend against. Leylin shrugged his shoulders, met Caesar's gaze, and walked on. They were naturally familiar with the headquarters here. After walking through an area with destroyed walls, Leylin and Caesar met the leader of the Lightning Corps in a temporary guest hall. Are you Caesar? 19 years ago, we met at Reynolds' wine reception. Unexpectedly, this Magus knew Caesar. Caesar quickly bowed in greeting. "So it's Lord Desmond." Leylin ducked his head and bowed slightly, chancing a glance at this rank 2 Magus. Desmond had a blue robe draped over his sturdy body, which proudly displayed his chest and bulging muscles. Under his blonde fringe, there was a blue lightning mark on the forehead. What garnered the majority of Leylin's attention was Desmond's eyes. Every time they blinked, slight electric currents flickered. It was rather astonishing. "Where did you go?" the rank 2 Magus asked right away. "My lord, I was previously leading the hunting team in a battle with the Dark Magi, which resulted in many casualties. In the end, even I sustained injuries, and it was thanks to Magus Leylin rushing over that I managed to survive." Caesar began to narrate a story that he had previously made up. The gist of it was that he had been defeated in battle, but had been saved by Leylin in the nick of time. This was a version that he had previously discussed with Leylin, and they had recorded all of the casualties as well. Of course, Caesar was the sole culprit for the annihilation of his own team members, and the two of them had also shifted a few Dark Magus corpses from elsewhere to create the illusion of a battle. With a rank 2 Magus helping to conceal this matter, it was a large possibility that they would not be found out. What made Leylin feel relieved the most was that Desmond merely had asked in passing. He nodded and did not continue with more questions. Though they were all part of the Light Magi Alliance, Desmond was an outsider, after all. These were things that required the Four Seasons Garden to dispatch their investigation team and investigate everything properly. You two peak rank 1 Magi and also Wade would be the Four Seasons Garden's final force. Desmond looked solemn. Tang. Caesar fell back a few steps, his face full of disbelief. The last force. Does that mean Lord Reynold? Seeing Caesar's Oscar-worthy acting skills, Leylin was speechless. Although Leylin had appeared to be shocked, his expression was formed with the manipulation of his facial muscles by the AI chip. If not with his current acting skills, he would have definitely been seen through by Desmond, a sly old fox. No matter how boorish he looked, he was still a rank 2 Magus, and he would not lose to anyone in terms of intelligence or observational skills. In comparison, Caesar's performance was remarkable. "No, I don't believe it. Lord Reynold is a rank 2 Magus, and..." Caesar's eyes glazed over as he kept muttering. "Though I also find it hard to believe this is the truth. Reynold has fallen. I felt the extinguishment of his life force. Unfortunately, I arrived too late, else I would have definitely been able to save him." "I'm sorry." Desmond touched his chest, his expression showing regret. "As Reynolds' good friend, I will inherit his dying wish and carry out revenge on the Dark Magi," this corps leader guaranteed. "Thank you, esteemed lord." Caesar's face showed his resolution. "After I'm healed, I will immediately apply for missions to take revenge." "Chen," Desmond nodded and then clapped his hands. Rumble. The floorboards at two ends of the temporary room split open, and a large, translucent, metallic pillar rose from the middle of the room. The sounds of turning gears sounded from the heart of the pillar. Streams of glowing runes constantly traveled upwards, creating a magical sight. This is the core control of the Four Seasons Garden's defensive formation. There had been a powerful interference, and the procedural spell design also had some issues. Don't worry about that, though, as I've already fixed it. Based on the rules stated in the Alliance's proposed laws, I now announce, in my capacity as the leader of the Lightning Corps, the formation of the Four Seasons Garden's Crisis Team, which will be in charge of the defensive and spell formations. The members will consist of Caesar, Leylin, and Wade. If you have differences in opinions, you should decide based on the majority's decision. Desmond spoke as if he were reciting, and circles of light that represented a contract and celebration twinkled around the three of them. Now then, complete the ceremony for the formation genie to recognize its master. Desmond pointed at the metallic pillar in the center of the room. Press your palm on it. The formation genie will automatically record the aura of your spirit and give you authority. Caesar nodded, and then placed his palm on the surface of the metal pillar, closing his eyes and seemingly communicating with a body of consciousness. Moments later, while beaming with admiration, he withdrew his hand. "Your turn," Leylin nodded and also placed his hand on the pillar. The surface of the metallic pillar was very glossy, and there was a strange feeling when he touched it. It was very soft, as if it were not metal, but rather cotton. It was also different from the iciness of metal. The surface of this pillar gave Leylin a rather warm feeling, recording spiritual aura, conferring an authority of 7 stars. A robotic female voice sounded in Leylin's mind. It was different from the AI chip's genderless voice and was instead a crisp feminine voice. Is this a formation genie? Leylin was a little rueful. Whether science or magic, when it came down to it, there were basically different means to achieve the same end. However, this formation genie obviously did not have any intelligence and could only robotically answer Leylin's queries. Communication with this conscious was quick, and in a quick 10 seconds, Leylin was able to largely grasp what his authority extended to and the function of the formation genie. This formation genie was the core of all the defensive spell formations that the Four Seasons Garden had set up. Through the formation genie, one could easily check any single region. However, this spell formation had previously been heavily interfered with by the Dark Magi, which resulted in the unexpectedness of the attack this time. As for the limits of his authority, this referred to how much manpower he could command. The chain of command consisted of a total of 9 stars, with 1 having the least authority and 9 commanding the most. Leylin currently had a ranking of 7 stars, and was therefore capable of dispatching most of the defensive forces in the Four Seasons Garden to besiege anybody, as well as having access to all available information, save a few top-secret documents. In the past, Reynold had had 9 stars, and was capable of ordering the formation genie to self-destruct. Leylin, Wade, and Caesar were merely granted 7 stars temporarily to deal with this emergency. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251, Bribery. Where's Wade? Why don't I see him right now? Caesar asked carelessly after Leylin had also completed the ceremony, and the metal pillar had automatically retracted into the ground. He sustained serious injuries and was also cursed by a very troublesome spell. Hearing this, Desmond's expression darkened. It was caused by a dagger soaked in the poison of the abyssal spider. I've never seen such a cruel matchup, though he's already awoken. The poison and curse will eat his flesh and spirit, consuming all the nutrients in his body and turning him into a dried-up corpse. In this situation, I suggest that he return to the Four Seasons Garden headquarters as soon as possible. The high-energy purification pool is there, and the elders may be able to find a solution, but unfortunately, Desmond spread his arms. After receiving news of his teacher's death, Wade has been insisting that he stay behind and return only after the investigation's end. This was troublesome. It would be the best situation for them if Wade had died or returned to the academy after having sustained injuries. For them right now, what had been a 2-man team had now been joined by another, who would be an impediment to them. Find an opportunity and kill him. In Caesar's eyes, Leylin could see a glint of vehemence. After that, Desmond, Caesar, and Leylin chatted for a while about the Lightning Corps being stationed here and other matters concerning living arrangements. Leylin had never concerned himself with these matters before, so he just shut his mouth and watched Caesar and Desmond speak. After everything was over, Caesar gave the excuse of treating his injuries and brought Leylin into his room. Pooh, a curtain that seemed like a spider web rose in the room, the light covering all blind spots. All right, this is an early warning system that I designed myself. With it around, I'll be able to know even if a rank 2 Magus were to eavesdrop on our conversation. Caesar carelessly picked a chair and sat down, using the silk of the 8-clawed spider, which is extremely sensitive to spiritual force. What an interesting way of thinking. Leylin surveyed this curtain, eyes flashing with understanding as he sat beside Caesar. You're very learned. This type of material is very rare, and only a few people in Nightless City's scholarly institutions are able to recognize this. You should be able to go and pass the exam to become a professor there. Caesar sighed in admiration. It astounded him to no end that this spell formation, which had been developed for him by his father, had easily been recognized by Leylin. You don't seem to be that worried about Desmond. He's made his stance clear that before the reinforcements and investigation team from the Four Seasons Garden arrive, he will keep watch here. Rank 2, Mage, I have a lot of tricks. Aren't you afraid that he'll discover something? Leylin showed no politeness as he asked this team leader, who had once been his superior. His relationship with Caesar was quite unique. He could now tell that the person who let out the word of his identity within the 1,000 meddling hands and transferred him here from Nightless City was definitely Caesar. His goal was probably to obtain another helper in the inner circle of the Four Seasons Garden, or perhaps just cannon fodder. Hence, after seeing through this scheme, Leylin unhesitatingly chose to betray them and injured Caesar to the point that he was near death. However, with the knowledge that he was backed by a rank 2 Magus, Leylin did not dare to go too far. After all, offending a rank 2 Magus was not a very sensible decision. Don't worry about Desmond. Caesar waved his arms. Rank 2 Magi all shoulder different responsibilities. When they oversee a place, they are usually unable to leave. I'm familiar with the place Desmond has been guarding. It's the Lightning region at Entrance No. 2 to the Eternal River Plains Secret Plane. As long as the Dark Magi apply pressure to him from there, Desmond will eventually be transferred back there. After all, that was the region that his academy is in charge of. Let's be real here, even if we fall to the enemy, their academy won't really be affected at all. But if entrance number 2 is taken over, their academy will receive a large blow. Caesar analyzed it very logically, displaying his exceptional situational skills and ability to think of the big picture. In order to attack entrance number 2 and put pressure on them, at the very least, a rank 2 Dark Magus has to attack. If only we had someone backing us. Leylin was speechless. Even he was able to come up with such a plan, but he lacked Caesar's background and backing as to where Dark Magi could be dispatched according to his orders. I'll take care of everything regarding Desmond. Just focus on one person. Caesar turned to gaze at Leylin, his third vertical eye on his forehead blinking. Wade, Leylin touched his chin. Wade was the first Magus from the Four Seasons Garden that he had met. At the beginning, he had even passed the examination with his help. That's right. Desmond is an outsider after all, and there are many things that he can't do. However, Wade is different. He's an envoy from the headquarters, so he holds a lot of power, and he is also the student of Reynold. He can easily take over the connections and resources that Reynold had, and is a huge obstruction to our plan. Caesar's tone was extremely serious and was practically one of fear. You don't want this plan to ultimately fail either, do you? You've signed the agreement, and the moment things fail, your spirit will self-destruct and leave nothing behind. Caesar's eyes seemed to give out dark rays that shot towards Leylin. Don't worry, I'll silence him. Leylin was silent for a while and then spoke. All right, I've contacted the Four Seasons Garden's headquarters in the external world. The elders are in a frenzy, and the entirety of the Four Seasons Corps will be dispatched here, along with a rank 2 Magus. Caesar also gave more news, 5 days. We have, at most, 5 more days. What he and Leylin needed to do within this time period was to push out Desmond and Wade, and hand over the defensive spell formation and core of the secret plane to the Dark Magi. As long as all of that was done, all entrances to the secret plane would belong to the Dark Magi. 5 days is enough. Leylin stood up and left. As he walked out the door, he turned back and smiled at Caesar. Also, remember, I don't like the look in that middle eye of yours. It's disgusting. Pack. The door slammed shut, and the expression on Caesar's face darkened. Despicable. With a swipe of his arm, the cup, documents, and other items on the table fell to the ground, producing the crisp sound of objects colliding. If not for my 3 spirits in a body, still being incomplete, and me needing him to help me in my plan, I'll kill him. I swear on it. Caesar's facial muscles contorted. For him to be defeated by Leylin, who he had looked down upon in the past, was an absolute humiliation. Also, as he was not better than Leylin, and even had to concede in some matters. It was like reopening old wounds and exposing them to the scorching sun. What made him more furious was that Leylin had actually killed the little boy and had inflicted heavy injuries on Giant. These 2 Magi were the other spirits that were part of the trio from his body. Though they had different personalities, it could be said that out of the 3 people, including himself, one had been killed and the other 2 had been seriously injured. This hatred was definitely not something that a contract could restrict. Caesar had concealed it well, but Leylin could see through it. It's a pity, so what if he knows? I admit that you're a genius, and even the kind that's 1 in a million. But so what? You're now bound by the contract and don't have much time to grow any further. Once the plan succeeds and you lose all your value, I'll retrieve your spirit and torture you for 200 years. I swear on it." Caesar lowered his head and began to laugh, like the murmurings of a patient who was nearing death. Caesar moved extremely quickly, and on just the next day, Leylin heard news of increased dark Magus activity at entrance No. 2 to the secret plane. For the sake of security, Desmond had led the Lightning Corps to guard the area again. Though there were many intelligent Magi who could tell this was a ploy to lure him away, Desmond still left. For Desmond's and his superiors, if the Four Seasons Garden was able to eventually maintain the possession of their entrance, not only would the Four Seasons Garden would benefit, and they themselves would be able to obtain 10 to 20% of the resources. But entrance number 2 was different. There were resources there that they were in charge of, and as long as they took care of the entrance, profits would come in like a wave. Hence, even if there was just a slight possibility, Desmond did not want to risk anything. As for his good friend, Reynold, too bad. Magi were a bunch of practical people, and a dead friendship was a friendship no more. Without a similar strength and position, this friendship could not continue. After considering both sides of the situation, Desmond made the decision to return. After all, most Magi were selfish people. When it came to their own benefits, even rank 2 Magi could not resist temptation. However, Desmond still had to put on a superficial front and pacify the Four Seasons Garden members. Leylin strolled around, and the Magi who walked past respectfully bowed to him. Whether it was in terms of power or authority, Leylin was one of the core existences in the headquarters within the secret plane. The rest of the Magi in Four Seasons Garden could only duck their heads. What was more interesting was that most of the team leaders of those divisions that Leylin had extorted had died in battle. Furthermore, the remaining members of those teams bribed Leylin by sending over even more resources and ingredients as they wanted to shirk their responsibilities. In the past, Leylin had needed to do the work himself, but now, bribes would appear on his doorstep on their own, and they were only afraid that he would not accept it. This treatment was vastly different from before. In this situation, Leylin, of course, accepted all these and promised them blindly to everything they requested. After all, the amount of time he would stay here could be counted in days. Once he was to leave, these Magi would only be left in shock. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 252, Unrestrained. When the time comes, these Magi who bribed me before will, unfortunately, be apprehended and accused of helping the enemy. I wonder what expression will be on their faces when that happens. Leylin thought to himself as a sly grin appeared on his face. His feet did not stop moving until he came to a building that was still being rebuilt. This had once been the Merit Points Exchange Center, and after having experienced the attack from the Dark Magi, which Leylin had been the leader of, it was now destroyed to a terrible extent. Most of the main structure had been destroyed, and, what was even more serious, the huge loss of a few resource-based warehouses. Besides the main warehouse, the greedy Magi also went after a few small-scale branch warehouses. There were some slightly valuable magic crystals, and if they had not already been stolen by the Dark Magi, them they had self-destructed under the protection of their spell formations. In the end, the Dark Magi who had grown green with envy had even burnt up the whole area and torched everything. On the bare surface of the stones and the surroundings, one could also see the burn marks here. Lord Leylin, a light Magus who appeared to be the person in charge here, quickly came over and greeted him. Chen, Leylin nodded. He had never bothered remembering this light Magus name and could only vaguely remember that he was the person in charge. How's the progress of the rebuilding? He asked. Though it seemed as if Leylin had posed the question on a whim, sweat beaded on the forehead of the light Magus who was waiting by the side. Over 80% of our main infrastructure has been lost. This is not a large problem with earth elemental magic, but the key issue is that the spell formations have to be remade. This light Magus pulled out a white handkerchief from his robes and unceasingly wiped his shiny forehead. I'm not worried about that. When is the latest we can start working again? Leylin stared hard at this Magus who was slightly plump. 2 days. At the latest, we'll be able to resume our work in 2 days. The light Magus could feel himself tremble under Leylin's gaze and quickly promised. 2 days, Leylin furrowed his brows and then shook his head. Far too long. I'll give you 2 more Magi and 20 acolytes. The progress has to be 20% faster. Yes, my lord. From the aura that Leylin was unwittingly giving off, the light Magus became even more afraid and the sweat on his forehead flowed quicker. He didn't even have time to wipe it off with his white handkerchief as he agreed. Leylin nodded, waved his hand, dismissed the person in charge, and began to stroll around the construction site. Leylin had experiences from an alternate world and was naturally aware that the protection from the headquarters in the secret plane was as good as the rebuilding work after wars in his previous life. There were 2 main points in this operation. 1, regain the credibility of the administration, and 2, guarantee the flow of trade. In terms of credibility, even though a rank 2 Magus from 4 Seasons Garden had died, the main organization in the external world was still significant enough that no Magus could look down upon them. There was no issue at all. What was more urgent now was to make the Merit Points Exchange Center operational. From what Leylin knew, contribution points were the currency in this world. In order to make things work in this place, via getting many light Magi to take on missions to help rebuild the area, what did they need? Merit points. But merit points were a virtual currency that could not be used to trade for material resources directly and were thus meaningless. With the Merit Points Exchange Center, large amounts of merit points could be given out as the light Magi performed specific tasks, which could then be exchanged. This process would allow 4 Seasons Garden to quickly regain their power. For this reason, even under these conditions, Leylin and Caesar quickly transferred a batch of resources over so that the Merit Points Exchange Center could resume operations. Though he and Leylin were dark Magi spies, they were extremely cautious, and before they officially took action, they were as dutiful as any other Magus from 4 Seasons Garden. Hence, Leylin would come over occasionally and closely watch the progress of the reconstruction. Caesar was buried in a sea of documents and had to deal with a pile of urgent and frustrating work. However, this was something he himself had instigated, and it could be said that he had caused himself trouble. Leylin looked past the acolytes who were busily using earth elemental magic to create large numbers of stone pillars and bricks, and approached a few people who were vigilantly surveying the area. They were all wearing the uniform of 4 Seasons Garden, which had lightning insignias on it. They were members of Desmond's Lightning Corps. Though a rank 2 Magus had left, there was still a vice team leader and 2 large groups staying guard here. They were all official Magi who had experienced multiple battles, and combined with the formation genie and defensive spell formation. Even if a rank 2 Magus were to attack, Leylin and the others had the confidence that they could withstand the attack for a period of time until reinforcements from the nearby Light Magi Alliance arrived. The system of our defense has been rebuilt. It can't be said to be watertight, but it's no problem if we talk about maintaining our current situation. If not for me and Caesar being traitors, Leylin felt some pity in his heart. To be honest, 4 Seasons Garden had not treated him very badly. If not for the fact that he had little choice, he did not want to betray them either. Compared to the dark Magi who would often change their minds, he actually preferred having to deal with the light Magi, who kept their promises, even if this was only applicable to those on the same level of strength as them. With Reynold and Caesar pushing him into a corner, Leylin had little choice. Caesar had first let out news of his identity as Thousand Meddling Hands Blood Rogue, causing Reynold to become suspicious of him. Caesar had then assigned him to continuously participate in the battlefield, and wherever it was dangerous was everywhere Leylin would go. It was a pace where he could possibly work Leylin to death. At the end, Reynold had even personally tried to identify Leylin's identity. This was a very dangerous sign, as this implied that the higher-ups in 4 Seasons Garden were already beginning to lose trust in Leylin, or perhaps they had never trusted him at all. Hence, whatever Leylin had done till now to increase his strength was for the sake of survival. Now, after his bloodline's second transition and seeing firsthand the strength of a rank 2 Magus from Thousand Meddling Hands, he could now somewhat defend himself and escape. It was for this reason that he could temporarily leave this cycle and worry about 4 Seasons Garden and others. Leylin was not a heartless person. In a situation where his interests were not affected, he would definitely not mind helping friends and perhaps organizations. Under the name of changing the guards, George and the others have been transferred far behind the front lines, so they should be fine. Dark Magi wouldn't have any interests in a few pitifully poor acolytes, Leylin indifferently pondered. He was pretty much in possession of a third of the power within 4 Seasons Garden's headquarters in the Eternal River Plains' secret plane. This amount of power was simply astonishing, but it was certain that he was going to betray them. In order not to implicate George and others, he could only work in a roundabout way. "Are you ready?" At this moment, Caesar appeared like a ghost behind Leylin and asked, "All ready. We can start any time." Leylin nodded. "With us together, he definitely won't be able to escape even with just what the formation genie grants us access to." He and Caesar's conversations were transmitted using spiritual force, and nobody would find out. Wade expressionlessly got up from a bed that had a strange smell to it. His face was stiff as he came before a large crystal mirror. Like a transparent crystal mirror, what was reflected was a person whose hair had withered, facial features sunken, and 2 eyes caved in, much like the corpse of a mummy. The curse on the dagger that had been used in sneaking an attack on him had constantly been eating at his life, causing his external appearance to undergo changes. Wade could be considered a pretty boy in the past, but now, any Magus from 4 Seasons Garden definitely wouldn't be able to recognize him. "Teacher," a low mumble emerged from Wade's dry and cracked lips. For Wade, the first half of his life was the model of someone who was treasured by the heavens. Since he was young, he had been tested to have the first-rate talent in becoming a Magus, and successfully entered 4 Seasons Garden without much trouble. He had even become the student of a powerful rank 2 Magus. He had then advanced to become an official Magus, and even the bottleneck that happened while he was a semi-converted Magus was easily overcome. However, everything had been destroyed the day before. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, his entire world had altered. 4 Seasons Garden's entrance to the secret plane had been attacked, causing his teacher, Reynold, to die in battle. Even he himself had been struck with a curse that had maggots that burrowed into his flesh and bones and could not be ridden of. This resulted in his current appearance, where he looked like an abomination. "Teacher, I'll definitely avenge you." The corpse-like Wade in front of the mirror let out a low howl, and a resolute look appeared on his face. For official Magi like Wade, external appearances were of no concern. As long as he had time, he could slowly choose a look and make changes to achieve it. This curse was directed at his life force and even his spirit. The moment both were diminished, no healing techniques would be useful. Originally, he could have chosen to return to the headquarters in the external world and be treated. With the methods of the Magi there, even if they were unable to heal him, it was a large possibility that they could slow the development of the curse and give him more time to come up with more ways to deal with it. However, for the sake of his teacher, Reynold, Wade firmly chose to stay behind. He had too many questions regarding his teacher's death. There were also a few suspicious points that he needed to make sense with the help of the investigation team from 4 Seasons Garden before he would leave. Hence, even if the conditions here were simply terrible and the curse was constantly eating at his body and turning him into a horrific state, he would still choose to stay behind. "My lord, how do you feel today?" A Magus wearing an armor of thorns entered. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 253, Divulged Garo. "It's you." Wade glanced at one of the few surviving members of the 4 Seasons Corps, his tone displaying his regret. That day, he had sustained serious injuries, and practically all of the small team from the 4 Seasons Corps had died. All that was left was Goro. As he had fainted because of the explosion, he had narrowly escaped death. At the sight of Goro, Wade couldn't help but think back to that scene. Explosion, figures, green mist. Everything had happened so suddenly that even his secretary, who was also his girlfriend, had died in the attack. Now even Goro is probably ridiculing me as well. Wade shook his head as he thought and spoke in a hoarse voice. "What's the matter?" "My lord, I've brought you your breakfast." Goro placed a silver tray on the table, on which were fruit salad, white bread, and steaming hot milk. "Thank you." Wade was silent for a while before he spoke. "My lord, please be careful." Goro bent his head slightly and quickly left. Wade did not have much of an appetite, but for the sake of his teacher and as well as his own well-being, he still forced himself to go to the dining table. He picked up a slice of white bread, preparing to slather some jam on it, but a slip of paper sandwiched in the loaf caught his attention. Wade retrieved the slip and spread it out. After being in contact with the warmth of Wade's fingers, rows of little letters appeared on the originally white paper. Danger! Dark Magi have infiltrated the headquarters and are planning to attack you. Leave immediately. The words were very strikingly written in red. Wade stared hard and immediately got up to set up a few detection and isolation spells. Next, with some astonishment, he focused on the slip in his hands. Like I thought, the Dark Magi's attack was way too ferocious, and they knew too much about our defense system. The formation genie was also interfered with and could not be used at all. There has to be a spy. Hatred appeared on his face. If not for there being a spy, we definitely wouldn't be in this position, and even Teacher Reynolds wouldn't. His fists were clenched tightly, to the point that a few drops of crimson blood flowed out through the bandages on his hands. I'll definitely find you and avenge my teacher. I swear on it. A glint of resolution appeared in Wade's eyes, and he then rubbed the slip of paper in his hands. The paper used is the most ordinary parchment paper. The words were designed to show after coming into contact with my body temperature, so the sender has to be someone I'm familiar with. If he was able to warn me, that means that he's very clear on whatever's happened here, but who could it be? Face after face appeared in Wade's mind, but he quickly pushed this thought down. It's not the time to think about this. Danger? Does this mean someone is planning on attacking me within the headquarters? Wade didn't quite believe it. Pooh, pooh, pooh. At this moment, explosions sounded in the air, and numerous black needles as fine as cow hair penetrated the air. They were sharp glints in the air, launching towards Wade like raindrops. Really? A green shield of vines appeared, and the numerous thin needles struck the surface and produced sparks. He then dropped to the ground and rolled. Boom. A black dagger punctured the area that he had previously been, and the bench split apart like tofu. Even the air had been cut, producing two pure, white gusts of wind. TSS, TSS. From the area where the chair had been sliced, the sound of an object corroding was heard, with much white smoke accompanying it. The bench that Wade had been sitting on was corroded in a few seconds, not even leaving behind any residue. The person holding the dagger was a dwarf-like figure. The dwarf was surrounded by a layer of black gauze, and his movements were extremely agile. After seeing Wade avoid the attack, he pounced towards him like the wind. The black dagger was like the tooth of a poisonous snake, searching for Wade's weak points. Formation Genie, activate the defense spell formation here and inform the lightning core. Wade looked pitiful as he dodged a few attacks and quickly swiped at a ring on his hand. Boom, green mist exploded at the scene, and with this chance he began to yell. Order received. Activating defense at zone B-7 beep. Received a different command, canceling out both. Your authority has temporarily been superseded. A robotic female voice sounded by Wade's ear, causing his heart to sink. The Formation Genie had control over a large area, which practically included the entire headquarters of the Four Seasons Garden at the Eternal River Plains Secret Plane. The moment he activated the power of the Formation Genie, he would definitely be able to break away from danger and arrest this killer. But now, the enemy was even able to control the Formation Genie. Didn't this mean that the headquarters was now being controlled by the Dark Magi? A huge sense of fear suddenly made itself known. Despite the strong defense here, he could not feel any security and rather felt like he was being caged in. At this moment, the green mist in the room dispersed, and the dwarf-like killer's eyes had a cold glint within them. He seemed to transform into a black hurricane, which swept towards Wade. Tang, tang, tang. Outside the room, footsteps kept sounding. The guard magi who were outside had heard noises inside and quickly rushed here. The dwarf suddenly flung something, and the dagger in his hand turned into black lightning, streaking across the air and flying straight for Wade's heart. If I weren't seriously injured and cursed, this type of attack, an unresigned expression appeared on Wade's face, and he quickly tried to avoid the attack. Pooh! The black dagger stabbed his shoulder, leaving behind just the handle exposed. Large amounts of fresh blood spurted out, and Wade's face paled as he collapsed. The dwarf quickly ran forward, preparing to deal the final blow. Protect the Lord. At this moment, the door to the room was forcibly kicked open and was turned into wood shavings. A few magi wearing uniforms with lightning designs on them broke in. Seeing Wade collapsed on the floor, they roared, and a few people produced blue and white electric currents. The bolt of electricity arced across the air and arrived in front of Wade. Pack! Pack! The blue and white electric arcs struck the dwarf, causing green smoke and the smell of charred flesh to spread throughout the room. The dwarf's body trembled before he glared hard at Wade as if staring at his prey, and suddenly threw 2 black balls to the ground. Poof! A large amount of black gas billowed out and concealed the dwarf's figure. After the gas had dissipated, the dwarf assassin had already disappeared. My lord, are you all right? Inform and warn Lord Caesar and Leylin about this. The Magi of the Lightning Corps supported Wade and then instructed. Half an hour later, Wade had already moved to another room, his injuries having been treated. However, while he glanced at his surroundings, terror was beginning to engulf him. The assassination attempt just now made him feel like something was wrong. Within the headquarters, an assassin had actually managed to enter without obstruction and suppress the activation of the formation genie. What did this mean? Who could be the thief who seized the authority to command the formation genie? Or is it Caesar? Leylin, did they both join hands? Wade was expressionless as the gears turned in his mind. No, the headquarters are extremely dangerous, and there are too many hidden enemies that I don't know of. If things really are like the what slip of paper said, where the dark magi have infiltrated here, I'm in even more danger. Wade glanced around his surroundings. A few magi were patrolling the area, walking back and forth. After the attack, Caesar had brought over guards, but all he could feel were bad intentions in their gazes, causing him to sweat profusely. This isn't going to work. I need to leave here as quickly as possible. It'll be best to meet with the Academy's investigation team. Wade's eyes showed his staunch resolve. What? Wade's missing? Leylin glanced at Caesar, shocked. How did this happen? You couldn't even carry out such a simple task. He must be suspecting us now. In front of Leylin was the three-eyed Magus, Caesar, who did not look to be in a good mood. Even if he's an idiot, he'll definitely know there's something up with both of us after his authority in using the formation genie was suspended. If he were to report this to the investigation team, that's impossible. Leylin shook his head. The entrance to the secret plane is in our hands. I've checked all the recent records of people entering and exiting. There are no problems. Communication between the secret plane and the external world is very unstable, and the few communication towers we have don't work unless we use a spell formation exclusively for communication. Unfortunately, with our access to the formation genie, we can seal this entire area and turn him into a caged bird. So the only thing he can do is to escape to other light magi regions, Caesar added. Exactly. A very daring decision, Leylin nodded. The area of the Eternal River Plain's secret plane was enormous, and the distance between each entrance was vast. One even needed to pass through a few extremely dangerous zones. The difficulty would be too much for Wade while he was in his best condition, much less while he was cursed. This is your problem, you solve it, Caesar answered in annoyance. All right, this situation is actually what we wanted, though, isn't it? Leylin got up while he continued speaking. Desmond has been transferred away, and nobody knows whether Wade is dead or alive in these next few days. He won't have the chance to communicate with any Magus from the external world. Hence, the entire headquarters of the Eternal River Plain's secret plane now belongs to us. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254, Query after having spoken, Leylin made a show of flinging his robes with the intention to leave. What are you doing? To take care of the mess that was left behind and arrange for the Dark Magi to receive access to the information about our defenses and resources. Leylin's figure eventually disappeared into the distance, leaving behind the echo of his voice. Leylin went straight to his room, opened a secret door, and revealed a basement. My lord! A dwarf in black clothing bowed towards Leylin. Leylin nodded and then pointed at the dwarf. A bright light was sent out from his fingertips and disappeared into the dwarf's forehead. The dwarf's body swelled in an instant, green veins wriggling on his flesh like little snakes. Ka-cha! The dwarf's body constantly expanded and actually transformed from a little dwarf to an adult, burly male. With the change in his body, his black clothes burst and revealed a manly and handsome figure. However, on what had once been a beautiful male body, all sorts of runic brands now covered it all over that formed a bizarre spell formation. The man's body, which was laden with brands, trembled involuntarily as bead-sized sweat constantly dripping. From the looks of it, such a transformation was extremely uncomfortable, but the burly man gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. "You did well, number 2. Leylin glanced at the burly man and praised him. "It's my honor to be able to serve master." This burly man was actually one of the branded swordsmen that served Leylin. With his strength as a branded swordsman, the only way for number 2 to fail in killing Wade, who was already injured and weakened, was according to Leylin's special instructions. Even the slip of paper that warned Wade was arranged by Leylin. "I've already helped you. Everything that happens next depends on your luck." Leylin lightly sighed. His pupils seemed to penetrate the void and see Wade, who was already fleeing. He had gone out of the way to do all this. After all, he was on somewhat good terms with Wade and allowed him to enter Four Seasons Garden. He did somewhat owe Wade. Though Reynolds had bad intentions towards Leylin, and Leylin had struck back mercilessly and indirectly caused Reynolds' death, this had nothing to do with Wade. Hence, Leylin did not mind letting him off when it was convenient. To take it further, Wade right now still had some talent in being a magus, and was not someone Leylin had in his sights. Even if Wade wanted to avenge his father or anything like that, he could just kill Wade. After this act, Leylin believed he had repaid the debt he owed Wade. If he stupidly decided to provoke Leylin, Wade would immediately be killed. There would be no hesitation. In Leylin's mind, there was a very clear line. Wade was now a tiny bit helpful to Leylin, and they were on somewhat good terms, so he could let him off. If they were even closer, Leylin might even arrange for number 2 and number 3 to escort him out, rather than letting him fend for himself. Of course, before all that, the prerequisite was that none of this would harm Leylin's interests. If not, favors and things of that nature were not even worth considering. "I won't chase after him anymore, but to make sure everything goes well, Caesar will definitely mobilize dark magi from 1,000 meddling hands to kill him. Good luck to you." Leylin estimated that the chances of Wade's survival in the external world were no more than 40%. This was in a situation where his own luck was factored in. However, this was much better than staying behind in the headquarters, where he was sure to die. Hence, Leylin sighed a little and quickly pushed this matter to the back of his mind, and ordered number 2 and number 3 to conceal themselves in order to be his trump cards. Without telling anyone, Leylin came to the region where the core of the formation genie was. Whatever Caesar had ordered him to do had naturally been disregarded. Did Caesar dare to fall out with him just over such a trivial matter? The core of the formation genie was now situated at the heart of the headquarters of Four Seasons Gardens, not far from what had been Reynolds' office. Here, with every step he took, he could see many light magi who appeared quite solemn as they went about their tasks. Amongst these magi, not only were there magi from Four Seasons Garden, there were also a few magi from the Lightning Corps. In Leylin's eyes, the core of the formation genie was just like a generator room essential for the upkeep of the defense spell formation. The defense spell formation that guarded Four Seasons Garden was extremely important, and with the previous attack, the status and need for such defensive mechanisms was elevated by several times. However, it was but a decoration in Leylin's eyes. He was one of the 2 most important people in Four Seasons Garden now, and not only did these magi not question his being here, but they bowed to him. After sending away the magi outside, Leylin entered the room in which the spirit genie was located. This room was very empty, and wisps of cool air floated about, which caused the temperature to drop. In the center of the room, the metal pillars within what was the main body of the formation genie that Leylin had seen the previous time were standing tall. Usually, this sort of formation genie was a being that had no consciousness and only carried out procedures. It could not compare to Leylin's AI chip, but to be able to construct this thing with magic was something that astounded Leylin to no end. This was the product formed by a rank 1 and rank 2 magus. Did that mean that rank 3 or 4 Magi could use magic and produce artificial intelligence and even generate life? There was a level of excitement in Leylin's heart, as well as some vigilance. Though he had the AI chip and had a much better start than the other Magi, the developed brains of highly ranked Magi were comparable to regular computers. His advantage was becoming less obvious and would eventually be rendered obsolete. However, he was still very confident. Even if there was a day where the advantages the AI chip granted him were evened out, or even surpassed by other Magi, he was confident he would accumulate enough power before that happened and would not fear any challenges. With a grin on his face, Leylin pressed the palm of his hand to the surface of the metal pillar. "Welcome, Magus Leylin Farlier, an authority of 7 stars. Please choose the function you require." The formation genie's voice sounded in Leylin's mind, instantly separating a few fundamental modules, which included the monitoring of the spell formation, checking information, alteration of basic runes, and so on. Leylin's spiritual force touched the module that allowed him to check for information. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. This formation genie was, in actuality, a massive central computer, with large amounts of information about the Magi of 4 Seasons Garden, recorded in its database. What he had right now was access to everything except a few absolutely secret documents. Map to the Eternal River Plains secret plane, distribution of resources, the best missions, inventory of each warehouse, backup of academic knowledge. A subdirectory dazzled Leylin as it streamed past his eyes. This was just a newly formed formation genie, and if it were a high-level formation genie that had recorded over 1,000 years of history in 4 Seasons Garden, all the information within would cause Leylin's brain to explode. A platform to control data entry has been discovered. Proceed with remote control. At this moment, the AI chip's voice sounded by Leylin's ear. "Yes," Leylin nodded. Next, a streak of spiritual force covered the metal pillar. "AI chip, make a copy of the information stored in the formation genie and establish a catalog for browsing," Leylin ordered. Beep. Mission established. Beginning copy of information. Progress. 1%, 34%, 100%. The AI chip's efficiency was extremely shocking, and the amount it could store far exceeded Leylin's expectations. All the information stored in the formation genie only required a few seconds to be duplicated, and it had not taken up that much space either. It looks like after transmigrating, not only did the AI chip fuse with my spirit, its storage space has also been increased. Even if I were to copy information from a high-level formation genie like the one in 4 Seasons Garden that has over 1,000 years' worth of information stored within, there wouldn't be any problems. Glee flashed by Leylin's face, and he then commanded, "Search. Rare items column." Instantly after, a picture was sent to the AI chip to be compared with. It was a bizarre honeycomb coal briquette with many pearls that looked like eyeballs, was dazzling and demonic. This was what Leylin had found after sweeping through the main warehouse of the headquarters of 4 Seasons Garden. It was definitely a top-grade item found within the secret plane, though Leylin had no idea what it was, and there was no record of it in the AI chip's database. The rank 2 Magus World was sure to recognize it. If not, he would not have treated it so preciously and protected it well. With this image, there was sure to be a record of it in the formation genie. As expected, after adding the database from the formation genie, the AI chip quickly produced an answer. The fossil of the flesh from 1,000 eyes starfish. Degree of rarity, level 5 S place of discovery, Liema channel in the Eternal River Plains secret plane. Note taker, Reynold. 1,000 eyes starfish, it seems to be an ancient creature. Leylin rubbed his chin and looked through the introduction to its uses. The flesh of the 1,000 eyes starfish contains extremely rich life energy and can instantly regenerate a broken limb and even give Magi at the brink of death a chance to live. It is also very effective in the strengthening of organs. With just a gram of the flesh of the 1,000 eyes starfish, it can increase the rate of the organ's adaptability by 2 levels. Leylin had a crazed look of excitement in his eyes as he read up to this point. Adaptability of the organ? Doesn't that mean it's useful in the remodeling of my heart? The progress of the remodeling of his heart had been stuck at 69%. After all, Reforming the body was a very dangerous process, especially as Leylin intended to transform his heart such that it was similar to that of the giant Chem-In serpent. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255 Contribution token even in Leylin's previous life. During the process of transplanting organs, there would always be the possibility of the body rejecting the new organ. It was like this for transplanting between human bodies, and especially so for an exceptionally powerful organ, such as the heart of an ancient being that was to be stuck into the body of an ordinary magus. Even with the help of magic, Leylin had to spend large amounts of time to increase the compatibility of his body and the heart. The progress of the remodeling of his heart had slowed considerably. Now, however, the flesh of the Thousand Eyes starfish was actually able to suppress the body's antibodies and increase the rate at which organs adapted to the host body. How could this not get Leylin excited? After knowing the uses of the flesh of the Thousand Eyes starfish that he now possessed, Leylin left the room in a better mood. Soon after, a message came for him. "What? Does someone want to see me?" And is holding a rank 1 contribution token? Leylin rubbed his chin and asked, "Who is it?" The person who came forward to notify him was a young female magus who reverently gazed at Leylin. Well, after being transformed by his bloodline, his appearance would be lauded as handsome, no matter where he went. Also, for him to have reached the level of rank 1 magus at such a young age showed that he was frighteningly strong. This caused a reasonably large commotion, which resulted in admiration and adoration from many female magi. "It's an old and very haughty lady." The female magus ducked her head and thought for a moment, and then chose these words. "An old haughty lady?" Leylin was stunned, and then a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had already guessed who it was. "Bring her to conference room 3. I'll meet her there." The female magus bowed and quickly retreated. Leylin was left behind, looking as if he was deep in thought. From the curse he had planted on Manla and Jenna's body, he could somewhat tell what was happening around them. After seeing the curses on Manla's body detonate, Leylin had a feeling that the family behind Jenna would try to compromise with him. From the looks of the current situation, this had come true. Come to think of it, the time for the curse to take full effect was nearing. They must have tried all the methods they had access to, and only after having no other way did they choose to compromise with him. What should I ask for this time? Leylin scratched his chin. He did not have any good feelings towards this family that considered themselves above others, and was preparing to make them pay a high price and watch them fall to rock bottom. However, to be so arrogant on my territory. A cold glint flashed in Leylin's eyes. 3 hours later, in conference room 3, the piercing screech of an old woman's voice could be heard. "I don't care what he's doing, but I've already been waiting here for over 3 hours. No matter what you do, I want to see him now. Immediately. If not, I'll use my contribution token and fire you, I swear on it." Crash. Next, the sound of glass breaking could be heard. The female magus who had notified Leylin ran out, her expression unhappy. That darned old lady. Is she commanding just because she has a contribution token? One day, the female magus cursed under her breath. All of a sudden, a shadow loomed over her, revealing the figure of a magus. Lord Leylin, there's a guest who wants to see you." She was shocked and immediately bowed, her cheeks rosy red. "I understand." Leylin restrained his laughter with great difficulty, and the female magus walked into the room looking a little dazed. He had purposefully taken a longer period of time to come over here so that she would calm her anger. However, for people like her, whose spirit had affected her neurotic characteristic, time was not going to change anything. "Didn't I say to call Leylin over?" Conference room 3 was very large, with a few long leather sofas and a few tables in the middle. This was where guests could comfortably sit, have a drink, and chat. Now, however, one of the tables had been flipped over, and there were the shattered remains of a few cups and plates on the ground. An old woman who had on the clothes of the upper class had her face covered with gauze. She wore black gloves and held onto a small bag, her temper foul. Upon seeing Leylin, she was at first stunned, and then hatred shot out of her eyes. The old woman's chest constantly heaved up and down, as if trying to suppress the fury in her heart. Then, with a haughty accent, she spoke. "Leylin, is it? You actually dare to offend our noble Batelli family. This is an absolute sin. However, the Mother of Power and Peace is benevolent and merciful. Now, confess to your wrongdoings and cure Jenna. I can even consider lightening your sentence." While she spoke, she acted as if she was being noble to him by allowing him to repent, as if he had committed a huge sin that required her forgiveness. "Hold on," such a pitying gaze made Leylin extremely annoyed, and he rudely interrupted her. "What? Are you preparing to confess?" The old woman held her head high. "No. I just wanted to ask you, are you crazy?" Leylin did not beat around the bush. "What did you say?" The old woman's expression showed her shock. She could not believe that someone dared to speak to her in such a manner. "If you didn't hear it clearly, I'll say it again." Leylin's voice rose a couple of notches. "Are you crazy? You actually dare?" The old woman pointed at Leylin, the joints in her fingers turning white and trembling in her anger. "You actually dare to speak to me, the current wielder of power in the Batelli family, in such a manner? You even dare tarnish my family's reputation? Hell forbid. I'd even been so kind as to hope that I could pardon you. Oh, powerful and merciful Mother of Peace, please forgive my stupidity." "Stop!" Leylin did not wish to listen to this any longer. He was now clear of the situation. Jenna's family, which was the Batelli family, must have a family illness of craziness. "I'm just going to say one thing. Only I am able to undo the curse on Jenna's body, and she is very important to you. After trying all available methods, you had no choice but to come here and ask me for help. Since you're here to ask for a favor, you must first have a good attitude." Leylin raised a finger. "If not, you can only watch as Jenna dies." Such an unrestrained way of speech seemed to pierce through the old lady's pretense of being honorable, the redness on her face quickly dying away and leaving her looking pale. "I knew it. There's no use in bargaining with sinners like you because you'll just try to make use of us. The only thing awaiting you is eternal death," the old woman incessantly muttered. "You!" The anger in his heart stirred. However, immediately after, his facial expressions slightly changed and he calmed down. At this moment, the old lady took out a gold token that was the size of her palm, swaying it in front of Leylin and grinning proudly. "See this. This is a rank 1 contribution token my ancestors received from the Four Seasons Garden. It makes me a noble here, and if I choose to use it, the Four Seasons Garden has to fulfill one of my requests. I wonder if I want them to expel you, what would happen? So the reason why you were this unrestrained was because you have a token." Leylin suddenly felt the urge to laugh. Not even counting the fact that he was planning to leave the Four Seasons Garden, he did not view them very highly in the first place. However, this old woman seemed to be banking her hopes on the Four Seasons Garden and used it as a method to threaten him. "Whatever it is, you now have 2 choices. The first is to obediently admit to your wrongdoings and come back with me to cure Jenna. The second is to be banished from the Four Seasons Garden and eventually be chased down and killed." A victorious smile emerged on her face. Leylin was speechless as he glanced at this old woman, suddenly finding her a little pitiful. The Four Seasons did have such a rule, and the rank 1 contribution token in her hands was also authentic. Unfortunately, she was a few days late. If she had arrived here a few days earlier, she might have been able to use the power of this token and, with the Four Seasons Garden to suppress him. But now, Leylin looked at the token in her hands. That's right, she probably still doesn't know about us being attacked, Reynolds' death, and me taking over. The attack had been classified as top secret, and the Four Seasons Garden entrance to the secret plane had even been sealed for a period of time. It was impossible for regular Magi to know about this. As a result of a time difference and various other factors, this old woman was obviously still not aware that this branch of the Four Seasons Garden had already changed owners, what with her charging in so loudly and brazenly. "What's wrong? Can't make a choice? Do you want me to help you?" Leylin's long silence gave her the impression that he was afraid. Hence, the expression on her face was more arrogant, and she loudly bellowed, "Guards! Guards, what is the matter?" Minutes later, a few Magi in white robes charged in. "In the name of the Four Seasons Garden, I command you to arrest Leylin." The old woman raised the gold token in her hands, which flashed and glinted to form a 4-colored ring. An energy wave with a very recognizable frequency was emitted. "It's a rank 1 contribution token. It can't be fake." The guard Magi glanced at it bowed to greet the old woman. She nodded, still exuding arrogance. "Capture him," she pointed at Leylin. "Him?" A few guard Magi looked at the old woman, then at Leylin, finding this situation difficult to handle. "What's wrong?" Her voice was piercing, to the point that one wanted to close their ears. "Do you wish to go against an age-old agreement? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 256 Threats. I guess I should let you know. Seeing this old lady acting like this, Leylin suddenly found her quite pitiful and lost the urge to play with her any further. He waved at the few guards. "You may return first." "Yes, my lord." The guards gave Leylin a deep bow, appearing as if a heavy weight had been lifted off their shoulders, and quickly dashed out of the room. "Wait, what did they call you?" "My lord, aren't you just a regular Magus from the potioneering team? Aren't you also ostracized?" The old woman spoke agitatedly. She could feel that things were beyond her control, as if a stone had lodged deep in her heart. "It seems like you've investigated me quite thoroughly. Unfortunately, I've climbed up the ranks a little faster than that." Leylin spread his hands, a mischievous grin on his face. Was he merely fast in climbing to this position? He had practically flown here. First, by killing large numbers of dark magi, he had obtained the position of the vice team leader of the hunting team. With his battle achievement of killing Marb, he had been named the patrolling inspector of the headquarters. In theory, he was just as powerful as Caesar, the leader of the hunting team. After the attack of the Dark Magi and Reynolds' death, he had seized a third of the power within this branch of Four Seasons Garden. But wait, there's more. After chasing Wade out, the authority he possessed had increased to 2/3. His position was infinitely nearing the chairman with this much power. This old woman only had a rank 1 contribution token, which was useless against a team leader, much less Leylin. Next, the smirk on his face vanished, and his expression turned solemn. "Formation Genie, record this down. This person who holds the power in the Batelli family overstepped her authority and ordered for my arrest, with a rank 1 contribution token. I hereby announce that she be stripped of the authority and the contribution token in her hands." Wang. Magical light brightened in the middle of the room, and the walls were filled with a ring of wandering illuminated runes. Recorded. Verifying. Verification complete. Removing authority from rank 1 contribution token. A robotic female voice was heard, and the rays of light from magic suddenly flashed outwards. The old lady seemed to be scared silly by such a strong energy wave. If all the spell formations around them exploded in one go, her body would simply vanish. The colorful magic rays did not attack her, but transformed into a hand the size of an adult, grabbing the rank 1 contribution token in her possession. Then the fingers exerted force. Ka-cha, ka-cha, the sound of an object breaking sounded. A web of cracks spread across the surface of the entire token, and under the hopeless gaze of the old woman, it turned into little bits of dust. TSS. The magical light receded after destroying the token. Even the spell formation on the wall vanished. The old woman was now like a duck grasped at the neck, unable to utter a word. She naturally knew the amount of authority needed to be able to order the Formation Genie to destroy a rank 1 contribution token. That was something only the chairman was able to do. Could it be that this young man had already advanced to become a rank 2 Magus, and had become the chairman of the Four Seasons Garden? This world was just too crazy. The old woman supported her head, feeling as if she was dreaming. "How is it? Do you have any other trump cards? You can try using them." Leylin crossed his arms, staring icily at this old woman. Her heart fell. Her family was now not in a very good position. This token, which was something their ancestors had left behind, was the last resort, but had been rendered useless without properly being made use of. She herself would even be in trouble upon returning. "What do you want?" Her voice was hoarse as if she had aged by 10 years. She bent her back and then released the pride from her tone, completely defeated. "What do you want?" Leylin sounded innocent. "Your granddaughter came up to me, saying I'm the main cause of a war and wanted to purify me. I was forced to strike back and gave them a lifeline when I could have simply just killed them. I'm already being very kind, and now you even want to threaten me." Leylin was indeed the victim in this affair, except for the fact that he had retaliated with just a little too much strength. Jenna is the seer of our generation. Her predictions can't be wrong, the old woman persisted. Leylin was exasperated but calmed his heart. There was no point in arguing over a trivial matter such as this. All right, now it's time for me to name my conditions. My requirements are simple. I'm interested in that divination ability of Jenna's. Impart me this technique, and I'll release the curse on her. Oh, Mother of Peace. Not only does a sinner like you want to control us, you even dare to covet our family's meditation technique. She clutched her chest as if she was on the verge of going crazy. Is it a meditation technique, or even a high-grade meditation technique? Leylin was suddenly very interested. Don't even think about it, you monster. Devil, don't even think about trying to obtain our Batelli family's meditation technique. The old woman resolutely rejected him, a cold glint that could not be concealed flashing past her eyes. You may not know this, but the curse on Jenna's body can only be released by me. Otherwise, you could try finding a morning star Magus, or else you'll just be waiting for a dead body. I'll give you 1 day. Think it through. Leylin clapped his hands and 2 guards immediately entered. Send this lady away to get some rest. Do not be negligent. Leylin's tone was slightly different, and the 2 magi who knew what he was implying quickly came before the old woman, ready to take care of her. Leylin nodded and left. Though the old woman had concealed it well, the coldness in her eyes was still apparent to Leylin. All that she was thinking had long since been discovered by Leylin. Trying to swindle me with a fake meditation technique? No, magi are intelligent people. If you give me a fake one, I'll definitely know. If I can't tell, I can just find a few acolytes and perform tests on them. If she really gives me a high-grade meditation technique, but it has a very obvious flaw. Only with these conditions will magi who lack high-grade meditation techniques be tempted to use it. What a pity! Leylin cracked a smile. If he was a magus without a high-grade meditation technique, he would definitely be unable to resist the temptation and would end up training in it. After all, it represented an increased chance of advancing, as well as ensuring a better future. Unfortunately, he already had a high-grade meditation technique of his own, Chem-In's pupil. No matter how amazing the Batelli family's meditation technique was, he would only use it as a reference, and wouldn't do something so stupid as to switch meditation techniques. With a smile on his lips, Leylin went inside a secret room. The 4 walls of this secret room were made of thick stone, with numerous runes that could isolate energy placed all over. In the middle was a rather strangely shaped little stone counter. 3 pillars supported a triangular section, large amounts of green vines crawled along it. Formation Genie, activate the communication spell Formation, Leylin spoke. Authority verified. Activating communication spell Formation. As the Formation Genie spoke, a dusky splendor shot out from the little stone counter, and all the runes in the room began to glimmer. Leylin nodded upon seeing this. Communication between the secret plane and the external world was all but impossible, and could only work through a particular communication spell formation. This was a specially constructed communication spell formation that could penetrate the isolation effect of the secret plane and was considerably expensive. The 4 Seasons Garden only had this one formation in the entire Eternal River Plains secret plane. Before, Wade's authority to communicate with the outside world was sealed through the combined efforts of Leylin and Caesar. Hence, in a situation where he could not contact anyone, Wade had no choice but to flee. Leylin took out his own secret imprint book and flipped through to the most recent page. At the end was a blue imprint that looked like a beacon. Leylin lightly tapped it. Boom! The blue beacon suddenly became bigger, and the runes in the room unceasingly lit up. A red line shot out of the stone counter, connecting to the surface of the blue beacon's secret imprint. Is this Sir Hyder? How have you been feeling recently? Leylin asked, full of smiles. It's you, quick. Give me the cure. From within the blue secret imprint, a haggard voice came on and off, as if the owner had been severely injured or was being tortured by some illness. The owner of this voice was Hyder, the magus who was on good terms with the Batelli family, who had been invited by the old woman to treat Jenna. Previously, he had failed in his treatment methods. Not only had he been infected by a poison that Leylin had made himself, but the poison had also come with a communication imprint. Hence, Leylin was able to know a lot about the Batelli family. The grin on Leylin's face widened. Sir Hyder, I want to tell you something quite unfortunate. The wielder of power in the Batelli family has already approached me. She implored me to remove Jenna's curse, but never said anything about you. Upon hearing his words, the imprint became quiet, and then came the sound of something breaking. That whore, that lunatic, to think I worked so hard for her, cough cough. After just 2 sentences, Hyder began to cough violently. Leylin's smile was even brighter. Sir Hyder, how's the effect of my shadow corrosion? I spent a lot of effort on it. You're also a very outstanding healing magus. I would like to know your evaluation of it. After a long time, Leylin once again heard Hyder's voice from the secret imprint. You've won. The composition of the poison is much too complicated, and they're intricately linked together. I really have no way to remove it. Give me the cure, and not just medication to suppress it, and I'll tell you everything I know. Fine. I want to know everything, especially your knowledge regarding the contents of the meditation technique. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257, Thousand-Eyed Starfish. Thousand-Eyed Starfish. A day later, Leylin met the old woman from the Batelli family once more. This time, however, she looked to be pale and in a bad state, as if she had not rested well. At the sight of Leylin, her eyes seemed to come to life, and she spoke in a low voice. I can give you information regarding the secret high-grade meditation technique that belongs to our family. However, I want to make this clear first. This technique is incomplete, and there are stringent limits and restrictions applied to those who train in it. If you were to forcefully train in it, there are sure to be residual effects. That's my problem. Just give me the meditation technique, and I'll give you the solution to releasing the curse. It's as easy as that. Leaning against the comfy back of his reclining chair, Leylin's fingers were crossed as he calmly spoke. Fine, but we will first need to make a contract with the presence of the Trial's Eye. The old woman straightened her back. Of course, I don't trust you either. Leylin nodded. Let's start. A moment later, the old woman took what she wanted and left. Leylin was left on his chair, fiddling with a light golden crystal ball and looking to be deep in thought. What an interesting meditation technique. He had briefly looked through the contents of the meditation technique the old woman had given him. Due to the contract under the watch of the Trial's Eye, she did not dare cheat him, though Leylin had found out she had pulled a few tricks as well. For instance, she had either exaggerated or understated a few facts. Based on what Hyder had said, male magi in the Batelli family who had forcefully trained in this high-grade meditation technique had all died after going mad. However, all that was written here was that there would be aftereffects that would affect one's mind. The old woman had also exaggerated the effects of training in this meditation technique, distorting the fact that one could catch glimpses of some vague fragments of the future into one being able to see the future. Upon seeing the frightening effects of a high-grade meditation technique that could aid one in seeing the future, most magi would not hesitate to train in it. They would then fall into the old woman's trap. How clever, but that's it. Leylin assessed as he played with the crystal ball that had information about the meditation technique recorded within it. As the meditation technique the old woman had given him was real, it complied with the Trial's Eye contract. There were only a couple of small changes that she made to the results and side effects, which would not cause the Trial's Eye to retaliate against her. However, in Leylin's eyes, whatever she did was just a joke. However, the fact that there is an ability to predict the future is quite alarming. Through the spiritual force from the supernatural world, one can sense fragments of what's to happen in the future. Leylin rubbed his chin. He had briefly looked through the technique, through which, with training, magi could practice and form a unique type of spiritual force. With the extension of this spiritual force, one could then gain information and see images relating to the future. In general, the results were astounding, but unfortunately, the technique was incomplete. AI chip, how's the scanning and recording process going? Leylin asked inwardly. Beep. Information on Sacred Flame, a high-grade meditation technique, has been recorded. Inputted into database, meditation techniques, classified information as 5 stars, the AI chip intoned. After scanning through, the percentage of incompleteness of the meditation technique is at least 79.52%. If this technique is trained in, it will result in mental issues. Chances of developing bipolarism is at 98%. 98%? Then there's definitely going to be a problem. Leylin sighed and then asked, AI. Chip, is it possible to complete this meditation technique? He suspected that the strict limitations of one's body and bloodline, as well as the horrifying aftereffects, were all issues born from the incomplete state of the technique. If the rest of it could be filled in, most of the problems would be solved. Beep. Due to a lack of information regarding high-grade meditation techniques, this technique cannot be completed. Unsurprisingly, this was the AI chip's answer. There was nothing he could do. High-grade meditation techniques were connected to the life or death of a Magi organization or family. Even with his power now, he could only get a hold of 2 high-grade meditation techniques. One was his own Chem-In's pupil, and the other was the incomplete Sacred Flame. Based on his guess, the AI chip would need a large number of samples to analyze and compare. Only after that would it be able to analyze and complete the Sacred Flame technique. The samples required would be around 10 high-grade meditation techniques. They also would have to be completed. 10 high-grade meditation techniques. Leylin gave a long sigh. Even in the entire South Coast, it was uncertain if there were that many high-grade meditation techniques. With his current power, it would be impossible for him to obtain them. No matter what it is, this is still a high-grade meditation technique. It's priceless. Leylin caressed the golden crystal ball in his hands. All of a sudden, black mist appeared within his hands. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal ball, and the ball turned into dust in front of Leylin's eyes. All the information about Sacred Flame had already been recorded in the AI chip's database, and he would not be able to lose it. There was no point in keeping this crystal ball, and Leylin was naturally a little suspicious of anything the old woman left behind, and he found it best to destroy it. Within Leylin's room, in a laboratory. As one of the 2 current leaders of the Four Seasons Gardens branch in the Eternal River Plains' secret plane, arranging a better room and a laboratory for himself was nothing difficult. This laboratory had once been provided to Magi, who were team leaders. The equipment here was the best and newest technology brought in from the external world. No laboratory that Leylin had worked in his previous world could compare to this. Leylin was currently in front of a large, silver experiment table. On the surface of the metallic table, there was a black honeycomb-like coal briquette that silently lay there. There were many depressions on the surface of it, in the middles of which were dark green pearls that emitted dazzlingly bright lights. This was one of the 3 most precious ingredients found in the main warehouse of Four Seasons Garden, the fossil of the thousand-eyed starfish. After receiving the information regarding its name and uses from the formation genie, Leylin quickly found himself a laboratory and prepared himself to make good use of it. The flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish has already turned into a fossil. It's going to be troublesome to extract and use the useful portions of it. I'm going to need many potions to do that. Thankfully, I have this, Leylin laughed, retrieving a mysterious test tube from his pouch. After obtaining the spatial high-grade magic artifact made from the skin of the void white-eyed snake, Leylin had placed all his belongings into it. As all of his baggage was gone, Leylin now looked much slimmer. The entire test tube was made from glass, and the liquid contained within had a very strange color. The top half was an olive color, while the bottom half was a grayish-black. There was a clear line of separation between these two. A high-grade reactive potion. Even in ancient times, this was one of the most precious potions used to awaken the life energy hidden deep within an item. The formula for making this ancient potion had been found within the database of the formation genie. As a few of the ingredients required to brew it had already gone extinct, this formula was not made confidential. For Reynold, this was probably something of little interest. But Leylin was different. The resources he possessed through looting and extortion were plentiful, and he was easily able to gather the required ingredients. As for the ingredients that were extinct, fortunately, Leylin had them. While he was still a level 3 acolyte exploring the Dylan Gardens, not only had he gained the high-grade meditation technique and the Book of Giant Serpents, he had even obtained a few extremely precious plants. These ingredients were much too precious, so Leylin could not bear to use them. He kept all of them after going through some procedures to keep them fresh. Now, however, after obtaining the formula to make the high-grade active potion, he suddenly came to the realization that the few ingredients that were known to be extinct were, in fact, plants that he possessed. This was simply too lucky for him. Now that he had gathered all the ingredients, coupled with the fact that Leylin himself was a highly accomplished potion master, brewing the potion was a very simple task. Along with Leylin's chance, the test tube opened up like a flower, and a putrid stench spread around the room. Drip by drip, Leylin carefully positioned each droplet onto the green pearls of the thousand-eyed starfish. Leylin's movements were extremely careful, smearing the amount evenly on every pearl. By the time the last of the olive-colored potion was used up, the fossil suddenly began to squirm. Awaken, his eyes flashing with excitement, Leylin's lips moved as he softly murmured. He had used the ancient Byron language, which seemed to draw power from the supernatural world. Wang wang. Invisible strength wrapped the thousand-eyed starfish within, and the potion evaporated and emitted black and white gases. The black and white gases merged in the air, forming the multiple black and white eyes. Whoosh, with what sounded like a big wave, the flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish constantly trembled, layers of rock falling off of it. TSS, TSS. Green eyes blinked open. Those olive pearls in the depressions were actually the eyes of the thousand-eyed starfish. Begin deep heating, preset temperature at 1548 degrees. Complying with Leylin's voice, two large mechanical arms suddenly rose from under the table. They were extremely shiny and seemed to be made of metal, but at the joints, there were traces of the slight movements that were reminiscent of real flesh. The large arms scooped up the thousand-eyed starfish and placed it into what looked like a furnace. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258 Accomplishment. Prepare the centrifuge. Beginning cooperation. Leylin shut his eyes, and black threads shot out from between his brows, connecting to the various apparatus in the laboratory. Ka-cha, ka-cha, the light flickered, and the apparatus in the laboratory were activated. Any instrument that had a measuring function began to show numbers and pointers on gauges moved. With the threads of spiritual force, Leylin worked on purifying his spiritual force and began the complicated separation process. 2 hours later, Leylin looked at the half-finished product on the table and nodded. On the surface of the table was a piece of pink flesh. This had been the fossil of the thousand-eyed starfish. Leylin had fully expended the life force within it and had gotten rid of all the olive-colored eyes. There was a very troublesome poison held within the eyes of the thousand-eyed starfish, and as such, they needed to be removed. The thousand-eyed starfish currently seemed to have returned to its original state, the tender flesh having a gleaming luster as if it had only just been dug out and was still covered in a layer of liquid. Yes, the separation operation was very successful. All that's left is the last step. Leylin took out the gray-black, high-grade reactive potion, of which only half remained. He poured all of it onto the pink flesh. TSS, TSS. The moment the gray-black potion was poured onto the flesh, large amounts of steam were produced. Through it, one could see the pink flesh decreasing in size at a rate that could be seen with the human eye. The flesh seemed to shrivel up and turn black. Leylin expressionlessly used up all the liquid and then chanted some ancient incantations. Woo woo woo. These incantations were ancient, with a very boundless aura. It sounded like countless conch shells being blown at the same time. Blue waves of energy were like sweeping tides, wrapping around the flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish. After the blue light dissipated, all that was left was an object the size of a longan. The object was gray in color and even had lines that characterized muscle. It looked like salt-cured meat that had not been properly preserved. The salty meat began to emit the smell of something burning. Rumble. Upon smelling this, Leylin actually couldn't help but swallow his saliva, a distinct look of longing appearing from the depths of his heart. Eat it, eat it. Hungry, hungry, hungry. This thirst seemed to come from every cell in his body. It was extremely difficult to resist, and this feeling was the strongest at his chest, where his heart was. Leylin could feel every blood vessel in his body pumping in excitement, urging him to swallow that piece of flesh on the table. Ah ha ha, primal desires. How can a mere thing like it control me? Leylin's eyes turned a little red, and even his hands began to tremble. However, he did not choose to consume the flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish right away. He first used the AI chip to analyze its composition and nature in detail. During this whole time, the meat in his hand was a huge temptation for him. However, even though every cell in his body shook with excitement, his expression stayed the same, as if he was unaffected, as cool and grim as a glacier that had existed for thousands of years. In his previous life, he had already developed an extremely staunch willpower. No matter how fierce and deadly the temptation, he could still control and stabilize his inner desires. Recorded composition of this object. Saved in folder, material type ancient creature thousand-eyed starfish. The AI chip replied. Only after the stream of data finished working did Leylin gobble down Longan-sized meat. Boom. Like a bomb that had exploded, his entire body was paralyzed by lightning. Like a drunkard who had abstained for years and once more had fine liquor. Or like a traveler who was on the verge of death from his thirst and had finally savored the sweet taste of spring water. Leylin felt as if his body was floating, lying on the peak of white clouds. There was joy coming from every cell in his body. An exceptionally sweet and refreshing feeling spread from his mouth and down his throat. The flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish first went to his stomach. Gastric fluid rushed forward, and in just a few seconds, digested it completely. Streams of water like from a hot spring spread throughout Leylin's body, and especially his heart was like a person dying of thirst, greedily absorbing this warm flow. Leylin closed his eyes. He felt as if he was naked, flowing along a warm and comfortable large river. A droplet of something moist suddenly rolled down his face. It was exceptionally sweet, exciting his taste buds to the extreme to the point that he unconsciously began to tear up. For him, who had a physique that far exceeded that of a regular person, it was basically impossible for him to react in such a way. But the flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish was able to do it. I'm afraid such a taste might make one addicted, Leylin exclaimed in satisfaction. The process of consuming the thousand-eyed starfish was just too comfortable and pleasurable. The stimulation of one's body and mind was definitely enough to make any regular human addicted. However, Leylin was a Magus, and he was basically invulnerable in terms of his mind. His awareness of himself was as strong as steel, which was how he was able to keep a hold of himself and resist this temptation. At this moment, the robotic voice of the AI chip was heard. Beep. Detected that the essence from the flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish has entered host's body. Determined to be useful to host body. Beginning absorption in that moment, Leylin retreated 2 steps. He could feel the rate at which he was absorbing the hot stream increase by another level. At the place where his heart was, it was practically a black hole which steadily absorbed the essence. Beep. Host body has absorbed flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish. Rate of modification of host body's heart has substantially increased. The AI chip began to work hard, the screen in front of him changing rapidly. Immediately after, Leylin could see in the column that displayed his stats, the number that showed the progress of the modification of his heart flying up quickly. 70%, 75%, 80%, 85%, 90%. The number rose like a fiery arrow, but faltered slightly at the 90% mark. What came next was an eruption of heat, and the progress broke through 90% to reach 91% and continued to rise. 97%, 98%, 99%, 100%. When the modification of his heart reached 100%, Leylin suddenly felt faint, as if he had been pounded on the head with a large metal hammer. Bang, bang, bang. His heart, surrounded by purple-red light, seemed to stop for a while. Next, his heart began to once again pump with a huge amount of force. Bang, bang, bang. This force was extremely powerful, to the point that people would be able to hear his heart beating from outside Leylin's body. Blood that held hints of purplish red began to form at his heart. Through his arteries, they were transported all over his body. The purplish red blood, which had a slight chilling quality to it, formed a stark contrast with the heat from the flesh of the thousand-eyed starfish. Leylin suddenly felt an overwhelming orgasmic feeling coursing through his body. Minutes later, the heat dissipated, and what replaced it was an extremely comfortable, refreshing feeling. Beep. Modification of host body's heart is complete. Detection of an increase in all body stats. Beginning recalculation of data. The sound of the AI chip's voice was heard, and Leylin found the column with his stats being refreshed again. Beep. Leylin Farlier. Rank 1 Warlock Bloodline, Giant Chem-In Serpent. Strength, 21.1, Agility, 14.4, Vitality, 27.9, Spiritual Force, 85.6, Magic Power. 85 Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Elemental Essence Conversion, 99%. In a moment, a feeling of extreme power spread and seeped into his limbs and bones. After modifying my heart, it means that I have achieved a fusion of the deepest level with the bloodline of the giant Chem-In serpent. Now, it is replacing my blood. In the future, if I have children, they will automatically inherit this warlock bloodline. Leylin seemed to sigh and looked at his stats once again. Although my strength and agility did not increase by much, my vitality had increased by a large amount, which makes sense. The physical body is a carrier for the mind and spirit. With a rise in spiritual force, it would naturally require an even more sturdy body to support it. From Leylin's perspective, the body was like a glass, and the spiritual force was like the water in it. The bigger the glass was, the more water and thus spiritual force it could contain. Conversely, no matter how much water there was, it would be useless if the glass was not large enough to hold it. It might even cause the glass to break. Hence, many official magi would think up ways to strengthen their body to adjust and balance their powerful spiritual force. However, what shocked Leylin the most was the rise in his spiritual force and elemental essence conversion. Spiritual force actually went up to 85.6, and elemental essence conversion is even more terrifying. It actually rose to 99%. I think even ancient elemental beings would just be at this level. With these results, I can try my hand at advancing to become a rank 2 warlock. Leylin sighed in contentment. The requirements for a warlock to advance was largely similar to a magus, with the only difference being requirements in the bloodline. Leylin's current bloodline was directly from the ancient creature, the giant Chem-In serpent, so there was definitely no problem at all. The conditions to advance to become a rank 2 magus was for one's spiritual force to reach 80, and one's elemental essence conversion to be above 80%. These were the basic requirements to be promoted to be a rank 2 magus. In terms of spiritual force, many magi were able to reach it. However, they were often stuck in terms of their elemental essence conversion and were hence unable to proceed further. There were also ambitious people like Caesar and Descartes who had reached the requirements to advance but had not done so. They wanted to push their elemental essence conversion to above 90% to build a stronger foundation and pave the way for their future. Not only had Leylin currently exceeded the basic requirements in spiritual force, but his elemental essence conversion had even reached the shocking number of 99%. Besides ancient elemental beings that were made of elemental particles, there was nothing that could have a higher percentage than this. Leylin was a being made of flesh and blood rather than elemental particles. To be able to reach 99% was basically reaching the extremes of his limits. He was extremely clear about this and did not look to increase it any further. With the bonus from my bloodline, all of my body's stats far exceed that of a regular magus. Now, my elemental essence conversion has even reached 99%. Even in the entire South Coast, I doubt that there's a rank 1 magus who's stronger than me. Leylin was extremely clear of his ranking. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259, Preparation compared to the regular magi who did not have high-grade meditation techniques and were unsure of their futures, Leylin knew exactly what he was going to do. Over a long period of time, regular magi would need to search for or create a rank 2 spell that was compatible with the spell model they had chosen when they had become a rank 1 magus, and then try to solidify their sea of consciousness within it. This would, of course, all be done after their spiritual force and elemental essence conversion had achieved a certain level. This was all a matter of luck. Even if one were able to succeed by chance, the two spell models could result in disharmony and wear and tear, having an adverse effect on the power of a rank 2 Magus. But Leylin was different. He had a high-grade meditation technique. Every time he advanced, he would generate an innate spell that completely suited his body. What he needed to do now was raise the level of his meditation technique and train till Khem-En's pupil went up to another level. Only then would he be able to be promoted to a rank 2 Warlock. For Magi who trained in high-grade meditation techniques, as long as they reached a certain level, the technique would automatically push and help a Magus to advance at a rate far faster than regular Magi. I've already reached the basic requirements for Khem-En's pupil to advance to the second level. Next, I'll have to gather spiritual force and produce immense energy to make a breakthrough in Khem-En's pupil. Information regarding breaking through the second level of Khem-En's pupil flashed by Leylin's eyes. This is a process that requires constant accumulation. With my current condition, this would need around 2 or 3 years. However, with some special methods, such as burning up large amounts of spiritual force, for instance, the process can be quickened. Leylin serenely closed his eyes, seeming to emit dangerous rays of light. Time passed slowly, and it was soon night. The sky was filled with clouds blocking the moon, and they had no intentions of moving. In the Eternal River Plain's secret plane, it was immersed in darkness. Magical lights began to light up, connecting together like pearls as they brought light to the Four Seasons Garden headquarters. However, even if they used large amounts of light magic in a huge area like that the headquarters occupied, there would still be much darkness and many shadows. Beside a flower terrace, dark figures emerged from the shadows, one after another. All of these figures were wearing black robes with traces of blood on them. The smell of blood on their bodies was so strong that it did not seem like it could dissipate, and their eyes showed no sense of human emotion. All there was a pure desire to kill and vent. How is this? It's the Magi army from the Dark Magi's headquarters. They're not that different from the Light Magi, are they? Leylin and Caesar stood aside. This time, they had used their authority to transfer the patrolling Magi away, personally removed the defense mechanism here, and welcomed these people. Caesar grinned at Leylin. They're not bad and are perhaps a lot stronger. Leylin sucked in a huge breath. Due to the harsh environments they lived in, they had to have great battling prowess. In general, being able to live until now was only possible with their own 2 hands. The army trained by the Light Magi had also gone through arduous and bloody battles, but the only way in which they surpassed the Dark Magi army was in their cooperation. In terms of individual battle power, they could not compare. It's been already 2 days since the previous attack. We only have 3 more days before the investigation team from headquarters arrive. It'll be troublesome when that happens. Caesar's expression revealed his discontent. How about Wade? Haven't you taken care of him yet? He's concealed himself quite well. The people I sent to search for him haven't discovered anything yet. Leylin waved his arms, looking helpless. He won't be able to flee out of the secret plane anyway, so he won't leak any information. 2 days later, it won't matter even if he meets up with the investigation team. Let's hope so. Caesar stared coldly at Leylin for a long while and then forced the words out of his mouth. He had guessed that Leylin was not doing this work himself and had intentionally let Wade off. However, as long as Wade was not able to spread any information, it would only be a small matter. In terms of general benefits, as long as there were limitations from the contract with Trial's Eye, Caesar believed Leylin wouldn't do anything that harmed their interests. After all, if this operation failed, it was impossible for Leylin to return to Four Seasons Garden. Instead, he'd become a fugitive. Isn't it too conspicuous to bring over all these people? What's going to happen if we get found out? Leylin looked at the line of Dark Magi trailing behind Caesar and asked, a little worried. The Light Magi from headquarters were no fools. With the Lightning Corps around, every single action either he or Caesar took was susceptible to scrutiny, and if they were discovered to have dealings with Dark Magi, they would immediately be stared closely at. There's no other choice. We have no more time. In at most 3 days, or 2 days at best, we need to bring in enough people and transfer the authority to control the defense system to them. Caesar's face was stern, I can temporarily arrange for them to stay in a few abandoned laboratories and warehouses. They're going to leave in a day or two anyway, so we don't even need to prepare a lot of food or water. Hide in the western warehouse. I've already minimized the patrolling officers and sentries there. Here's the map of the changing of the guards and the warning systems. Caesar instructed the dark magi behind him and passed a piece of parchment paper to him. The leader took it silently, and with a fling of his robes, he turned into black smoke and left with the dark magi behind him. The entire process was extremely quiet, displaying the results of the dark magi's training. Leylin was extremely aware that during the past few days, Caesar and himself had abused their own authority and brought several batches of dark magi into the headquarters of Four Seasons Garden. Due to the chaos after the attack, as well as he and Caesar helping to cover up this plan, not a single Magus had discovered that something was amiss. By the time the authority to command the formation genie was transferred, the dark magi would cooperate with those in the external world. Even if all the official magi within the secret plane now, as well as the two large groups from the Lightning Corps were gathered, they would still be powerless. Leylin sighed deeply and closed his eyes. He could already imagine the confusion and puzzlement on these magi as they died. Tomorrow, you'll come with me to unseal the core body of consciousness of the secret plane. After the attack, Desmond added another seal, and without enough authority, the formation genie will fight back. Caesar's face was grim. In the contest to seize the gate, what was most important was obtaining the core body of consciousness belonging to the gate into the secret plane. As long as this was in their possession, they could control the platinum gate outside and prevent light magi from the external world from entering. It could be said that the key to seizing control of the secret plane was the core body of consciousness. After Desmond had reinforced the sealing spell formation, just Leylin's or Caesar's authority was not enough to undo the spell formation and retrieve the body of consciousness. Only if they worked together would they have enough power to do so. This was why Caesar was so tolerant of Leylin. Don't worry, this has already been stated clearly in the contract, so I can't go back on my word. Leylin turned to look at Caesar. What's more important is what I requested of you. How has the preparation for that been coming along? When he had made a contract with the rank 2 dark magi that the trial's eye had bore witness to, Leylin was also able to gain some benefits. He had requested for a large amount of resources that were only available to certain dark magi regions, high-grade academic knowledge, research information, and even a promise that allowed him to enter Lighthouse of the Night. Lighthouse of the Night? That was the holy land for dark magi. It had a rank 3 dark magus in charge, and its reputation was spread everywhere. The original leader had even used his own strength and defeated, with a single blow, the combined attack from the director of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Siley, and a few other rank 2 magi. Leylin's request was a little difficult for the rank 2 dark magus to handle at first. Though he was a delegate from the Dark Magi Alliance, recommending someone so that they could enter Lighthouse of the Night also required him using a lot of resources and favors. As for materials, knowledge, and the like, it was another huge issue. However, Leylin had absolutely insisted on this, and the Dark Magus had no choice but to include this in the contract. The moment he thought of this, Caesar's expression became dark and his chest heaved up and down fiercely. Even his breathing had become harsh. Don't worry, the black blood ores, bone flowers, and other resources have already been sent to your room. As for the promise for you to enter the Lighthouse of the Night, you'll get it after we succeed here. Very well, Leylin nodded and then disappeared into the darkness. Pack. Behind him, there was the sound of something shattering. 2 days later, the day before the investigation team arrived. It was noon, and the blazing heat shined hard upon the ground, resulting in a heat wave. Four Seasons Garden's headquarters in the Eternal River Plains secret plane had already regained its vitality. Many light magi were entering and leaving the Merit Exchange Center as they completed all sorts of tasks. The magi from the outside, with neutral stances, went out to gather all sorts of resources within the secret plane before coming to the exchange point set up by the Four Seasons Garden and traded them for magic crystals to purchase useful potions and high-grade information. Everything seemed to be in order. With Caesar and Leylin heading this work, the headquarters had already returned to its previous prosperity and stability. Of course, this was just on the surface. Within the shadows, at least 50 dark magi had been smuggled in, and a few important places with defense spell formations were taken over by dark magi. The busy light magi had absolutely no idea that the headquarters of the secret plane here had already changed ownership. How is it? How does it feel to see the headquarters that you built up yourself be destroyed by your own hand? A voice traveled from behind Leylin. Leylin expressionlessly turned and answered Caesar, who approached. I feel nothing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, another round. After speaking, Leylin turned to gaze at the bustling market. Life and death happened all the time, much like the way flowers bloomed and withered away. Everything was being transformed in front of his eyes. Nothing in the world can escape the decay of time. This is why I'm so set on seeking eternity, which is something I live by. Leylin sighed deeply in his heart. The rebuilding of this market was not entirely without reason. At the very least, Leylin had gained quite a bit of experience from managing it. In the future, if he ever needed to take charge of an area where magi gathered, he knew he could do it much better than before. Seeing Leylin expression, Caesar snickered inside without showing anything on his face. Then let us begin as quickly as possible. Someone will move the core body of consciousness today. All right. Are we finally going to make a move? Anticipation flashed in Leylin's eyes as they walked side by side as they left. Caliste wore the robes unique to Magi from Four Seasons Garden and ambled over to the region he was in charge of. Along the way, acolytes stood by the road and bowed to him. He walked past them expressionlessly and occasionally nodded aloofly. This is it. Respect. Reverence. This is what it feels like to be an official Magus. As someone who had just been promoted to be an official Magus, Caliste had yet to adjust to this situation. Such treatment that was reserved for those who were more powerful than the regular human had him feel a little intoxicated. However, all these thoughts vanished after seeing the large hole beside the fort. At the outer layer of the headquarters of Four Seasons Garden, there was a huge hole. This was the masterpiece done by the Dark Magi in their previous attack. Leylin and Caesar had ordered for people to mend this, but it had yet to return to its original state. As he looked at the light Magi and acolytes who were carrying out construction work, Caliste felt as if all the wounds had been reopened as they sniggered at him. This huge wound was a disgrace to all the Magi of Four Seasons Garden. Those darn Dark Magi. One day Caliste, shall. Caliste's complaints and curses suddenly stopped as he recalled the insane power the Dark Magi had displayed. For a Magus like him who had grown up in a safe environment, every movement from the Dark Magi, which were filled with bloodthirstiness and violence, made him feel a little stifled. In this condition, even those who were of the same rank might lose quite badly. If they attack once again, will I be able to do anything? Caliste was filled with self-doubt. After all, it was his luck that had allowed him to survive while other, more powerful, light magi had died in battle. I don't care anymore. There's still the lightning core, large-scale defense, and amplification spell formations here, as well Lord Caesar and Lord Leylin. With this level of power, there's definitely no problem for us to hang on for 1 or 2 more days. Besides, the people from the headquarters are going to arrive tomorrow. Caliste exhaled slowly. Boom. At this moment, green flames suddenly streaked across the sky like a meteor, a tail of light following behind it. Zoo, accompanying the flames was the piercing sound of friction with the air. Pack. Green flames rumbled as they exploded in the middle of the sky, forming the image of a green skull. This is the symbol of the Dark Magi. Caliste's voice became hoarse, his expression displaying his disbelief. Enemy attack? The patrolling Magi bellowed, and layers of black magical beasts charged forth like a tide. The biochemical army of the Dark Magi. This is an army made out of cannon fodder, formed due to the radiation and poisoning of beasts in the secret plane. The real enemy is still behind. Activate the defense formation and notify the 2 lords. Atop the watchtower, a Magus who seemed to be the leader of a team icily roared immediately. Activate the Heavenly Fire spell formation. Magi on the ground are to prepare wind spells and fire rain scrolls. This little leader was obviously the commander of a zone, and he immediately began to seek permission from the formation genie with his spiritual force. Formation Genie. Activate the Energy Amplification spell formation again. The targets are all Magi of 4 Seasons Garden. The Energy Amplification spell formation was a large-scale spell formation that would cover the entire area of the headquarters at the Secret Plane. It could cause Magi who were semi-converted and below to have their power to increase by 10%. Received request, verifying authority. He could hear the emotionless voice of the Formation Genie in his mind. Verification failed. Spell formation will not be activated. However, the Formation Genie's next words seemed to throw him down into the abyss. What? It didn't go through? The commander's face changed, and he fiercely smashed the stone railing beside him. Pack, a huge chunk of green stone fell. It happened again, there's a traitor. He turned his head, glancing in the direction of Reynolds' office. Is it Caesar, Leylin, or both of them? Magi were not fools in general. The failure to activate the Formation Genie could be said to be a fluke the previous time, but it had happened again. The scope of people he suspected had been made smaller, and no amount of concealing would work. Caesar and Leylin did not bother doing that either, as they were already prepared to leave 4 Seasons Garden. Leader, what do we do? The female Magus behind him asked anxiously. Let's go. This Magus looked at the beast horde that was going to arrive soon, and then the platinum gate of the secret plane a distance away. He gritted his teeth and made his choice. The situation now is extremely dangerous, and there are also traitors here. The casualties here will definitely be more than the previous time. If you want to survive, leave with me. Immediately. Now, the leader quickly explained. He was deemed to be very trustworthy in this team, and a few members chose to leave with him. The rest stayed behind. At this point, those who chose to stay behind were completely loyal to 4 Seasons Garden. The expression on this commander's face changed, becoming icy as he led his team members and broke away from the beast wave. Before leaving, he turned back to look at 4 Seasons Garden's defensive line. Though the ranged spell formation of the Formation Genie could not be activated, there were still a lot of defense Magi who chose to stay behind. Hailstones, storms, flashes of lightning and thunder, and fire raining from the sky could be seen on the defensive line. I'm sorry, this leader apologized in his heart and immediately turned to leave. Magi were a bunch of logical and practical people. The team leader was very clear that the enemies were very aggressive in their attacks, and they even had a highly ranked spy to provide support. The Magi of 4 Seasons Garden here would not end up well. As the defense Magi battled with the army of magical beasts, immense energy waves swept through 4 Seasons Garden. In a second, 4 Seasons Garden was in chaos once again. Wandering Magi with no affiliation thought back to the previous time, this happened and quickly chose to leave. Acolytes were as powerless as ants in this situation, and they could only wail in hopelessness. On top of that, a few Magi also took the opportunity to conduct some illegal activities, and in a short period of time, the sound from quarrels, wails, and on top of that, the roars from magical beasts coupled with the aura of magic traveled throughout the region. How terrifying, oh 4 Seasons did my nightmare reappear. Too terrifying, it's too terrifying, Caliste mumbled away. As a defense Magus of 4 Seasons Garden, it was his duty to protect his homeland. However, his legs were becoming jelly and started to shift backwards. Boom! At this moment, half a body, from which the other half had been ripped off by a beast, fell from the sky. As the corpse dropped, it sprayed a rain of blood that covered his entire face. Ah! Caliste's facial muscles twitched, and he no longer hesitated to run in the opposite direction. While running, his lips moved slightly, and a ring of green energy particles appeared, causing his weight to decrease by half. A layer of dense earth armor also emerged on his body. I'm sorry. While Caliste dashed off wildly, he apologized in his heart, boom. Just when he passed by a building, the building suddenly began to shake violently, and then exploded in flames. The wave of flames and heat spread out in all 4 directions, with sparks and rocks flying everywhere. A few acolytes who were nearby turned into ashes instantly in this explosion. Bang, bang, bang. Caliste had his innate defensive spell formation, so he was physically all right. However, a few larger rocks had struck his chest, causing him to pale and fall backwards. What happened? How could the Dark Magi enter so quickly? Confusion was apparent on his face, which would be the last expression that he would ever make. TSS. A large crimson sword that was still burning with yellow flames pierced through this Magus' innate defensive spell formation, sticking into the area where his heart was. So there was one more official Magus here. I almost let him escape. Behind the cold voice, a Magus in black robes appeared before Calliste's corpse and pulled out the crimson sword. He gazed at the ruins around him, unexpectedly producing a crazed look of enjoyment. Kill? Cry. Only after feeling the deepest sense of hopelessness will my weeping skeleton sword be able to exhibit its most formidable power. He glanced at the acolytes around him that were completely stunned, and the sword in his hand began to flame once more, charging into the crowd of magi. Corpses that piled as high as mountains, blood that flowed like the sea. Caesar had brought in many elite dark magi troops, secretly using his authority, situating them at various core areas, and had them unleash attacks together. Immediately, Four Seasons Garden was turned into a sea of flames once more. Dozens of areas went up in green smoke. Dark magi brazenly slashed and killed as they liked, venting their innermost desires. In this situation where attacks were coming from both within and outside, Four Seasons Garden was definitely not going to last long. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 261, Conflict, How is it? This is the masterpiece we created together. In what had originally been Reynolds' office, Caesar used the Formation Genie's observation spell formation to survey the situation in the headquarters of Four Seasons Garden within the secret plane. The sea of blood and flames gave rise to a morbid look of pleasure on his face. I don't feel much. Every living being is born, grows, and dies. Such is the law of nature. Leylin answered expressionlessly like a preacher. The reason why he and Caesar were here was naturally to do something of utmost importance, to move the secret plane's gate's core body of consciousness. This process was extremely troublesome, and getting past the defense of the Formation Genie and sealing spell formation were trivial matters. A consciousness core was a very delicate and fragile thing that could be obtained from a body. If there was the slightest attack from the external world, it would instantly die. Previously, Caesar had planned on destroying it and had not thought through the process, but simply used the most violent methods. However, it was different now. The person who would hand over the core body of consciousness to the Dark Magi needed to ensure its safety. This was an extremely delicate job, and there were immense benefits to it. As long as they possessed the core body of consciousness, that meant that they could control the entrance of the Eternal River Plane's secret plane. Such a benefit would cause the Light Magi Association to lose their senses, much less the Dark Magi. Who's going to take over? Can you tell me now? Leylin stared hard at Caesar. Within the office were a huge crowd of Dark Magi. The group of commanders in charge of the core in the secret plane had been completely infiltrated and taken over by Dark Magi. This was simply hilarious. However, no light magus inside could laugh at the situation because they had all become corpses in the corridor outside. The Dark Magi gave off the feeling of people who had gone through specialized military training. They were swift and decisive in their actions. The smell of blood was so dense on their bodies that it could not dissipate. These were the elites of the Dark Magi. Their battle power was far from what an ordinary magus could compare to. Even the troops from the Lightning Corps were a level lower than them. Just standing there gave off a very intimidating pressure. Compared to them, Leylin only had number 2 and number 3 beside him, looking rather pathetic in strength. You should be quite familiar with who it is. Caesar laughed, seeming to be rejoicing in Leylin's misfortune. It's me, a hoarse voice sounded in the room. Dark green flames spread in the air, eventually turning into a door. A tall and slender magus with green eyes in a black robe emerged from the door of flames. Silver solidified spiritual force particles were hovering around his body. The waves from the spiritual force were like ocean waves spreading across the area. Lord Caborn, the surrounding magi quickly bowed. This rank 2 Dark Magus was the one that Leylin had seen previously. He was also the person that backed Thousand Meddling Hands, Caesar and Giant's biological father. Keek, we meet again, young man. The dark green flames in Caborn's eyes was extremely vigorous, and he was measuring Leylin up with what seemed to be bad intentions. So it's Lord Caborn. Leylin's expression did not change, and he gave a small bow. Inside, however, he was beginning to get nervous, and worked even harder at using the spiritual force compression method from the old witch. Fortunately, the rank 2 Dark Magus fixed his attention on the core body of consciousness. Caborn approached the place where the seal had once been. The seal had already been mostly removed by Leylin and Caesar, and this rank 2 Magus would be able to easily dispel the rest. Caborn lightly tapped on the floorboard with his shoes. 2 sides of the desk split open, revealing the sealing formation below. At this point, the spell formation had mostly been destroyed, and the runes of the spell were dim. At the center of the spell formation that had split open, a translucent depression emerged. White gold flames the size of a pea were burning steadily. Is this the core body of consciousness of the Platinum Gate? Though these white gold flames were tiny and looked ready to go out, Leylin was able to sense the immense energy and solidified spiritual force within. This feeling was like lava that had yet to explode. It was like the sea during its tranquil stage, deep and enigmatic, enormous beyond belief. This is it, this is it. The rank 2 Magus, Caborn, mumbled in a bewitched manner. Next, he turned to the Magi present. What happens next is that I'll take over here until our people completely occupy this place. The core body of consciousness of the gate of the secret plane was basically like a key to the gate. It was extremely important. In order to prevent any accidents or unexpected situations, the rank 2 Dark Magus was going to take the core far away or destroy it right away. Black Blood Core. You are to guard the corridor that leads to this area. Unless I order you to do otherwise, do not let anyone enter. Caborn immediately began to arrange defensive duties. After giving the Dark Magi in the room their orders, the rank 2 Dark Magus switched his attention to Leylin, eyes unable to conceal his desire to toy around with him. It looked like he was eyeing a white mouse inside a laboratory. Magus Leylin, the Dark Magi Alliance has seen your efforts. I wonder if I can get you to do a little more. Caesar, who was standing behind Caborn, began to snicker. From his point of view, Leylin now held no value, and anyone controlled by his father in this situation would not have a good ending. What is it? Leylin's face did not change. Please die, Caborn grinned strangely, and suddenly made his move. Silver solidified spiritual force unhesitatingly swept through the office, books and bookshelves flying everywhere and turning into dust under the silver light. The rank 2 Magus, Caborn, was actually not at all afraid of the contract with the Trial's Eye and had brazenly raised his hand against Leylin. Silver solidified spiritual force transformed into strange, huge bony claws, and bright red blood seemed to drip from the joints. You dare threaten me? A rank 1 Magus like you actually dared to threaten me, Caborn. You even treated Caesar that way. I want to extract your spirit and roast it under white bone flames for 10,000 years, Caborn roared. Shua, Leylin's expression was solemn as he faced a rank 2 Magus who was going all out against him and in peak condition. A layer of dense black scales emerged on his body. At the same time, the defensive layer from the fallen star pendant formed on his body, turning into a phantom set of armor. Leylin immediately entered his strongest defensive state. Wang, brownish-yellow gravitational spell formation, appeared in front of his chest, instantly covering an area of over 100 meters. A gravitational power of more than 40 times stronger than normal descended. As if affected by gravity, the strange white bone claws sunk down a little, their speed also slowing. Latent fireball. Leylin rapidly chanted incantations, and a huge black fireball emerged, constantly expanding in midair. 2 blood-red eyeballs were formed, as well as a blazing tongue that emerged from its mouth. A huge serpent blazing with black flames hissed as it went forward, mercilessly colliding with the strange white claws. Rumble. An immense explosion swept through the office. You! Caborn was alarmed and immediately swung his arms. A black defensive layer immediately protected the area where the core body of consciousness was. Next, black and silver-white energy began to extend and wreak havoc in the surroundings. First the floorboards, then the window ledges, roof. A giant black mushroom cloud ascended at the place where the 2 spells had collided and constantly became larger, eventually turning into a large round shape that devoured everything. The tremendous explosion even caused the battle going on not far away to be silenced. The dark magi who were manipulating the magical beasts and the light magi who were defending to the death had all halted, fearfully glancing at the scene at the center of the headquarters. By the time everything quietened down, what had been Reynolds' office had been leveled, and the buildings nearby had all disappeared. Even a few layers of the ground had been shaved off. The dark magi who Caborn had sent to stand guard had all been hit, and they were lying around, fresh blood and broken limbs all over the place. If not for their immense power and formidable innate defensive spells, they would most likely be corpses instead of being heavily injured. Caesar, who was behind Caborn, was in an even worse state. He had been swept by the immense energy to over 100 meters away, buried in a pile of ruins. It was unknown whether he was still alive or dead. Leylin staggered backwards, paling. Behind him, number 2 and number 3 had lost their robes, revealing their firm muscles and the runes branded onto their bodies. "You!" Caborn raised a bony finger and pointed it at Leylin, his expression full of disbelief. Though he had split his attention to taking care of the core body of consciousness, he had spent 70–80% of his power on the white bony claws, and Leylin had actually been able to take it on. Compared to a few days ago, he was now able to exhibit his full strength. He had not held back at all. To think that this level of attack had been taken on by Leylin. Had he reached the level of a rank 2 Magus? Caborn was speechless. "Looks like my guess was right. You still have a way to evade the contract made with the Trial's Eye." At one side, Leylin fell back and stared hard at Caborn. For him, there was only one Magus, Caborn, who would be able to threaten him. Everyone else could be disregarded. Though Leylin and Caborn had signed the contract with the Trial's Eye, how could he, who liked to engage in wordplay, actually believe in it? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262, to inform. It wasn't as if there was no way to undo the contract with the Trial's Eye. The last time, 1,000 meddling hands had given Leylin the solution of the nefarious filthbird feathers, which had destroyed one side of the contract. What made Leylin more uneasy was that this liquid had come from the hands of Caborn, this rank 2 Magus. Though it was impossible to find another solution of the nefarious filthbird feathers, for magi like them, they did have ways to achieve a similar effect. After all, the people behind 1,000 meddling hands was the Dark Magi Alliance, which had at least a rank 3 Dark Magus in charge. If Leylin actually believed in that contract, then he must be a fool. Caesar in front of him was a very good example. He was a Magus of 4 Seasons Garden that was highly regarded. The force of the contract on him must be even stricter, and yet he had been able to betray 4 Seasons Garden without the slightest hesitation. He must have used some method to break away from the effect of the contract. Hence, though they had stated in the contract that they would not attack each other, Leylin did not take this to heart. Just as expected, the rank 2 Magus had outrageously attacked him after obtaining what he'd wanted, not caring about the effects of the contract. This meant that he had destroyed his side of the contract. Fortunately, Leylin had been wary of this rank 2 Magus from the start and been able to improve his strength after modifying his heart. Only then was he able to take on the attack. How were you able to retaliate? How are you able to break away from the influence of the contract? Caborn first disregarded his shock at Leylin's strength and first asked this question. The contract with the Trial's Eye was not something to be made light of, otherwise it would not be used so extensively. Besides its mortal enemy, the nefarious filthbird, there were few other ways to deal with this sort of contract. Even he himself needed guidance and help from the rank 3 Magus in charge of the Dark Magi Alliance, and paid a large price to eliminate the limitations of the contract on his end. The meaning of eliminating the limitations of the contract on his end was to remove the effect of the Trial's Eye on him, while Leylin would still be bound by the contract. In other words, he could attack Leylin, but Leylin would not be able to strike back. The moment he did, the Trial's Eye would punish him. It was because of this that he had been so fearless and brazen in wanting to eliminate this untrustworthy factor first. However, the powerful effects of Trial's Eye did not work on Leylin. How could this not surprise him? Could it be that Leylin also trained in some magic that is similar to 3 souls in a body? Caborn was beginning to realize that he could not fathom this young Magus. His son, Caesar, had used the special effects of 3 souls in a body that allowed Caesar to violate the contract with 4 Seasons Garden. He had died once, and after the effects of Trial's eye had completely disappeared, he had come back to life and thus evaded the power of the contract. Caborn did not think Leylin had any rank 3 Magus aiding him, and the only other way for this situation to happen was that he trained in some ancient techniques. Fools! Caborn glanced around coldly, and then coldly hummed. Due to the immense explosion, they had exposed themselves entirely to the light magi. There were already a few wandering light magi that wanted to investigate and find out what was happening. Their surroundings had turned into barren land, and only the place sealing the core body of consciousness had a layer of black energy guarding it. A few magi wearing the uniform of the Lightning Corps had quickly made their way here. The leader was someone Leylin was extremely familiar with. It was the vice leader that Desmond had left behind, who was a formidable peak rank 1 Magus. The Lightning Corps. What an eyesore! Caborn let out a roar as if he had some animosity towards them, and he moved his arms forward, withering breath. A ring of silver-gray stream was generated between his hands, and like a tornado violently revolved towards the Lightning Corps. This stream seemed to have an immense corrosive effect and produced long, deep tracks on the ground. In an instant, it arrived before these magi. TSS. The stream charged towards a Lightning Corps Magus. With a strange expression on his face, he suddenly began to wither. In the blink of an eye, this powerful Magus had turned into a dried-up corpse and collapsed to the ground. Keek! Caborn laughed in a way that sent shivers down one's spine, and the silver-gray tornado killed the magi one by one. It then pounced towards the face of the vice leader, who was struck with hopelessness. The rank 2 Magus, Deathbringer Caborn, Lighting's Fury. The vice leader of the Lightning Corps obviously recognized Caborn and roared, raised his metal arm and struck towards the tornado. With his movement, 2 large balls of lightning appeared in front of his fists. The huge lightning fists brought with it thunder, flames, and inexhaustible fury, and hissed as it pounced towards the silver-gray tornado in the air. Unexpectedly, the 2 lightning fists charged into the tornado and somehow completely disappeared without even having produced a sound. Pooh! The vice leader paled and coughed out black-red blood that emitted some gray gas. Keek! Ever since I suffered a loss the previous time, did you think I wouldn't research your lightning magic? Caborn could not stop with his strange laughter, and the huge tornado continued to howl as it sucked this man in. Woo-woo, the tornado constantly revolved where it was, and in a few seconds dissipated, revealing the scene within. Pack! A spotlessly white skeleton fell the moment the tornado disappeared, which cracked in many places before turning into powder. What had been the vice team leader had had his flesh and blood stripped from him. Even the life force in his bones had not been let off. Caborn was able to take care of the Lightning Corps in a single blow. Such fearsome power intimidated the light magi nearby, and the magi of 4 Seasons Garden unhesitatingly turned to leave quickly. Though they were loyal to 4 Seasons Garden, they were no fools. A person able to kill a peak rank 1 Magus had to have reached the level of a rank 2 Magus. If they went up against this sort of Magus, then they were simply committing suicide. Caborn nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Leylin. I've taken care of the hindrance. Now it's time for us to start again. Leylin had been standing quietly while Caborn had attacked and slaughtered the members of the Lightning Corps. Nobody had an idea of what he was thinking about. It's time! All of a sudden, Leylin exclaimed quietly, "What time is it?" Caborn suddenly felt cold, having a bad premonition. Wang wang, the sound of something vibrating emerged, and the metal gate to the secret plane across the center of 4 Seasons Garden began to buzz. The Magi were no strangers to this situation. This had happened just once before, and this was when a rank 2 Magus had brought in a whole army of Magi through the gate of the secret plane. TSSSS. Blue electric currents swept along the metallic gate. What had been a cloudless blue sky suddenly dimmed, and dark clouds appeared. A pair of large hands formed out of lightning charged in through the gate and swept through the dark magi around. In an instant, the dark magi who had been brazenly plundering and looting turned into ash with shock still apparent on their faces. What followed the large hands was a blond, burly man with a lightning symbol on his forehead that gave off eye-catching rays. Desmond! Caborn gritted his teeth as he forced out this name. Next, he gave Leylin a withering look. Did you do this? Within the Eternal River Plain's secret plane, the only person who was so clear about their plan and was able to communicate with the external world was Leylin. What Caborn just could not understand was how this would benefit Leylin. What he had done was enough for the Light Magi Alliance to kill him hundreds of times. Even if he disclosed this information, he would still not be let off lightly. In addition, Leylin had offended both the Dark and Light Magi, so there was no way he would be in a good situation. However, Caborn did not have any time to think about this. Desmond looked at the scene around them, shocked, and blue rays of light floated from the bodies of what had been the Lightning Core, launching into the mark at Desmond's forehead. This burly man was immediately overcome by fury. Caborn, you despicable maggot, a cowardly fool that only knows to run, I'll definitely twist off your head and trample it for 10,000 years at my Parliament Hall. Desmond roared and covered himself in blue lightning. Ka-cha! A tremendous lightning bolt split open the heavens and, in a straight line, landed on Desmond's hand, turning it into a weapon that looked like a pike. Ziu! Desmond's figure streaked across the sky and appeared before Caborn. Repulsive! Caborn's eyelids blinked rapidly, and 2 lines of silver-gray tornadoes shot out from his hands. Large tornadoes thundered and combined into a larger tornado that wrapped him within. Like a lightning god, Desmond charged into the midst of the tornado, and one could vaguely see 2 figures wandering within. The violent tornado floundered around at will, and any magus which came into contact with it instantly turned into a withered corpse or was burnt to ashes by stray lightning bolts. They're finally gone. Leylin glanced at the 2 rank 2 magi that were fighting and revealed a smile of relief. Though he had already modified his heart and was indefinitely closer to the world of a rank 2 magus, and could be said to be the strongest rank 1 magus in history, he was still a rank 1 magus. There was still a huge divide behind him and a rank 2 magus. Though he had been able to take on an attack from Caborn, but if they were to continue battling, he was only confident in his abilities to escape. This was something that was simply unacceptable. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 263 Activation. Though there were a few issues, everything is mostly going to plan. With a smile about his face, he walked towards the sealing spell formation that Caborn was protecting. Leave this place? All of a sudden, a familiar voice traveled to his ears. The instant he heard this voice, 10 black figures appeared and surrounded Leylin. Leylin was very familiar with the leader. It was Giant of the 1,000 meddling hands. His legs had been regenerated, and the mist about him was denser than ever before. Beside him, Caesar had been rescued and was full of dust. He looked to be in a sorry state and stared hatefully at Leylin. Leylin, you dare betray us. You dare betray the honor of us Dark Magi? Stop! Leylin was a little speechless as he interrupted Giant's speech. Aren't Dark Magi a group of creatures that only look up to benefits? Since when was there anything about honor? He glanced at Giant, who looked pale. If you want to seek revenge, tell me. Don't bother with the pretense. Giant paused, his face turning red. Yes, I want to seek revenge. What I have here are elite Dark Magi, whose elemental essence conversions are all over 70%. I admit that you're strong, but as long as you're not a rank 2 magus, you definitely won't be able to survive the attack of so many of us Magi. Giant pointed at the Dark Magi around him. You actually dared to kill little boy and treat me this way. His facial muscles began to twitch. Being defeated so thoroughly by Leylin was the worst kind of humiliation for him. Ah, I want to kill you, peel off your skin, and make it my carpet, Giant roared. Your threat is absolutely lacking in creativity. Leylin heaved a tiny sigh. Even though he was encircled by so many Dark Magi, he still had the mood to scan his eyes over the situation in the Four Seasons garden. Even number 2 and number 3 behind him seemed to be influenced by him and were not the slightest bit worried. With the addition of the Lightning Core, the complete defeat of Four Seasons Garden's End seemed to less certain. The Dark and Light Magi had now broken into countless smaller groups and were battling. In the heart of it all was the large tornado, within which Desmond and Caborn were fighting. The tyrannical tornado turned everything, whether it was Magi or buildings, into powder in an instant. At the heart of the tornado, two figures could be seen rapidly exchanging blows. Lightning currents were scattered everywhere, sometimes penetrating through the tornado and causing large numbers of casualties. "It's really chaotic," Leylin sighed, seeming to pity Caesar and Giant while he looked at them. "Leave immediately, and I might even let you off. Are you trying to humiliate me?" Caesar and Giant spoke at the same time. Though they had seen how formidable Leylin was, they did not think that Leylin would be able to survive the joint attack of so many magi. Naturally, they thought of Leylin's words as a bluff. Giant was even more angered, and he waved his arm. "Attack!" Immediately, all the dark magi around him attacked. Corrosive curses, exhausting hand, toxic clouds, acid lightning, ice bolts, and all sorts of insidious spells turned into colorful rays of light that hurtled towards Leylin like a wave. Every single attack had an offensive power of at least 45 degrees. This level of attack was something a peak rank, one Magus would definitely be unable to handle. Without even being able to flee, they would be seriously injured and die under this joint attack. However, Leylin was different. After the successful modification of his heart and the mixing of his bloodline with the bloodline of the giant Chem-In serpent, he was infinitely close to a rank 2 Magus, despite not yet reaching that point. It could be said that he was the strongest peak rank 1 Magus in history. Shadow Domain. In the face of such an attack, Leylin loudly chanted an incantation and made a weird sign with his hands and then pressed them to the ground. Wang. A strange ring of black quickly extended everywhere with Leylin in the center, instantly covering hundreds of meters. This was a domain-type attack which Leylin had come up with by studying shadows. Though the effect could not compare to true domain-specific magic, its power was still rather similar. In the Book of Giant Serpent, the great Magus Surhome had once mentioned that magi of high ranking had a skill that could affect large areas. They were able to control a large territory and suppress the innate skills of any Magus with a lower ability than them, causing the power of lower-leveled magi within the area to become weakened. If a Magus was of a high enough ranking, they could even come up with their own laws within the domain. It could be said that in one's own domain, a highly ranked Magus was basically a godly existence. Leylin obviously had yet to reach that level. The shadow domain he had come up with was just an imitation that didn't even have the effect of suppressing the abilities of magi within. All it did was amplify his own attacks, but this also represented his ambition. Shadow domain. Rank 1 area attack effects. Instantly produce a shadow domain of 100 million x 100 million, within which the host body's agility is increased by 30%, rate of recovery of spiritual force is increased by 10%, and resistance to elements is increased by 10%. Duration, 5 minutes. Consumption, 15 spiritual force and 15 magical power. In the blink of an eye, darkness consumed the dark magi beside Leylin. All types of magical attacks soundlessly vanished after the appearance of the shadow. Not a single wave of energy was produced. Immediately after, like a fish in water, Leylin seemed to become the devil king of the night. He began to harvest the lives of the magi within the domain. The low and horrifying shrieks of exclamation was heard in the darkness. In just 10 or so seconds, the shadows in this area pulled back and returned to Leylin's feet. The dark magi who had surrounded him were in a state of shock, their emotions frozen on their faces. Pooh! A stream of air blew past and a sound was heard. A Magus in front of Leylin exploded into foam. Pooh! 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 As if causing some chain reaction, the dark magi exploded one by one, turning into pulps of human flesh. Bright red blood mist pervaded this area. Within the blood mist, there were still two figures that were not dead. They were the Caesar and Giant, who were parts of a single spirit that had been split into different bodies. They were now full of wounds that looked like they had been caused by metal slicing against their flesh, blood dyeing their clothes, as they collapsed into an unconscious heap. Leylin was still not a rank 2 Magus after all, and did not want to attract Caborn's attention. If Caborn ever decided on giving up on his current opponent and decided to cause him trouble, it would be a huge headache for him. Hence, Leylin had chosen to leave them alive. Latent Fireball. Seeing the Dark Magi elites having been taken care of in an instant, whether it was the Dark or Light Magi, nobody dared to provoke Leylin, and they came to a tacit understanding, leaving the area right away. They left this place to Leylin. Leylin came to the place where Caborn had set up the black layer and raised his hand, a black fireball the size of a fist appearing in his palm. Go, Leylin made a tossing motion, and a black fireball streaked through the air, colliding against the layer and beginning to burn. Drops of black liquid melted on the layer and were quickly evaporated. Leylin's control over his spiritual force was now extremely refined. In his hands, the latent fireball was able to have an immense destructive force, and even attack while not making any sound and limiting its power. Poe. The black layer kept vibrating and was eventually unable to endure the attack, cracking into little pieces and revealing the sealing spell formation within. Due to the special attention Caborn, a rank 2 dark magus had put into protecting it, the area in which the sealing spell formation was perfectly fine despite Leylin's previous attack. One could even see a circular trace on the floor as the boundaries of the layer broke off. The core body of consciousness of the gate to the secret plane, Leylin's eyes saw nothing else. He concentrated on the white gold flames of the core within the sealing spell formation, eyes revealing his enchantment by it. Go according to the original plan? He spoke to number 2 and number 3 behind him and headed into the spell formation. Understood, Master? Number 2 and number 3 glanced at each other. In their eyes, one could see a resolute expression and even preparation to die. As slaves bound spiritually to Leylin, even if Leylin wanted them to commit suicide, they would do so without any qualms. Next, they each produced a crimson, diamond-shaped crystal. For the glory of Master, number 2 and number 3 roared and shattered the crystals. A crimson screen emerged from the fragments of the crystal and encased the area encompassed by the spell formation. These 2 crimson crystals were actually single-use spell formations. Judging the defensive power of the crimson screen, it could be said that this was very valuable. Woo-woo, like the howls of a grieving spirit, or perhaps the laments of suffering, the wails of sorrow that came from the spirit sounded throughout the headquarters of the Four Seasons Garden. Along with the sound, tiny black runes appeared on the buildings around them. These runes twisted here and there like little tadpoles or stretched-out snakes, seeming to be very mysterious and strange. The runes assembled and eventually formed a large-scale spell formation. The spell formation had quite a wide range and included basically the entire headquarters. Whether it was the defensive area at the front lines or the entrance to the secret plane at the back, they were all covered in these black runes. Streams of black light constantly combined, and due to the continuous battles, even a few layers of the earth were scraped off. However, these black streams arranged themselves and immediately filled in the craters. This massive spell formation had been immediately activated. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264, Spiritual Force Crystallization, woo-woo. Along with the sound of wails, milky white and dull red rays began to appear and shine all around the battlefield. These spots of light were very bright, with some of them even illuminating a vague human face. The Magi nearby kept crying out in alarm because what they saw within were the faces of their family and friends. Spirits. This is a spell formation that specifically targets the spirits of those who died in battle. A magus not far away immediately yelled, "Where have I seen something that can cover such a large area and not destroy anything before?" These white and red spots seemed to be attracted by an immense force and shot towards the surface of the crimson light screen at the center of the spell formation. TSS. The spirits dissolved into the crimson screen the moment they touched it. The crimson screen did not refuse anything that approached it. Whether it was the spirit of an acolyte or a magus, whether dark or light magi, all of these spots of light which represented spirits were absorbed into it. As the number of spirits that it absorbed increased, the reddish layer became darker until, in the end, it became a dark red large-scale defensive spell formation. It targets just spirits. This is magic that the Light Magi Alliance ordered to be made a forbidden technique. It even dares to gather the spirits of Magi. This is simply blasphemous. The eyes of a magus with a snowy white beard turned red. Just now, he had personally witnessed his lover's spirit being absorbed by that sinister screen. Even without using his brain, it was obvious that Leylin did not have any good intentions in gathering these spirits. Destroy it quickly. This sinister black spell formation immediately caused the magicians present much fear. Whether dark or light magi, neither wanted their spirits to be extracted and used by anyone else. All sorts of magic such as frost arrows, fireballs, mysterious spirit spells, and holy magic of the light element struck and exploded against the building that was filled with runes. Rumble. Under the joint attack of the Magi, the building was quickly reduced to ashes, but the black runes were like brands deeply etched into the air. Even the residual energy of the battle in the tornado between two Magi was not enough to destroy these runes. I remember what this is. It's the large formation of 10,000 spirits, Hades' sacrificial rites. The Magus, who had previously recognized the function of the spell formation, yelled again. This is a forbidden technique that was considered taboo even in ancient times. It's able to absorb all the spiritual energy from the spirits of the dead within its range. As it has a trace of protection from Hades, before the time limit is up, it will not disappear. I've heard about this spell formation too. Hasn't it been lost though? The Magi stopped their attacks and turned their attention to the dark red screen in the center of Four Seasons Gardens, their eyes displaying their fear.